Chapter 1: A non-characteristic abstinence from alcohol by Director Tao. Lu Haoming had never been an top stock in physiognomy, fortune-telling, or feng shui. In the months leading up to his university graduation, he and displayed a test when thinking when a monk called out to him, "Hey, the only in white shirt, come here, come here." Thinking he had lost something, he approached the man and asked, "What is it?" The monk said, "You have a handsome era. My friend, you are destined to hold an official position in the future." Lu Haoming dismissed this nonsense. Such monks would talk endlessly and momentous down, flattering you first before trying to carry into part with your money, promising to elevate your misfortunes. Laughing heartily, Lu Haoming replied, "Goon, keep spinning those tell someone you will eventually fall for it." After saying this, he hurried off towards the summit to catch up with his classmates. Lu Haoming studied at Shangzhou Normal University, and it was common for graduates to return to their hometowns to take, unless any had special connections. Returning home was the norm, whether on remained in the city, move back to a county seat, or return to the countryside depended largely on personal relationships and luck. The next day, Wang Weimin, the director of the Education Bureau of Wuxi City, along with Office Director Lao Tang, arrived at Shenzhou Normal University to recruit talent. Their requirements were straightforward. First, candidates must be from Wuxi City and its 5 surrounding counties. Second, they should have published literary works in provincial or national journals. Third, they must be male, and finally, priority would be given to class leaders or student council members. The show recommended several students from Wuxi City, and after conversing with Lu Haoming, Director Wang and Lao Tang concluded that there was no need to look further as the chosen candidate. In subsequent acts, Lu Haoming could never look at that monk again. In August 1994, Lu Haoming reported to Wuxi City Education Bureau. 4 years later, he was promoted to Deputy Director after he received Director Wang was reassigned to the Provincial Examination Institute. The new director, Tao Zhishan, oversaw Lu Haoming for another 12 years. By July, Liao Qian, as turned at 13 important milestone at him, a momentous question loomed as monthly ascent from Deputy Director to Director of the Office. That day was weltering, as a former magistrate could dignity the air, administrative operations at Wuxi City Education Bureau nearly came to halt. Visitors seeking assistance received the same response from each department. The bureau leaders are in a meeting nice available to see of anything. The unbustling office so acidly quiet. Lu Haoming sat reading a newspaper. His strikingly handsome in-feature is reminiscent of Factor Lu Yi. Facing him was staff member Zhang Yaipan, in his 20s, who was also perusing a newspaper. "Why is it so quiet in here?" he nation from the finance department breezed in with a cheerful smile. "Perhaps we're awaiting news of your promotion," Lu Haoming teased. He nation replied, "Oh, please, what a dream. I'm actually here to congratulate you in advance in your becoming director." Zhang Yaipan laid down his newspaper. "It's time for Brother Lu to taken thoroughly off directorates whatever you expects." He added, "Everyone says you are the most qualified. You excellent event planning, have a knack for writing, and endorsing in sales all known. Everyone supports you." Lu Haoming smiled. "I appreciate the recognition from my director. He will follow the leader's decision and remain devoted to serving the people." "Please, don't come director. He'll never reach the enticingly happy Brother Lu will remember me when I become a higher up," she replied with laugh. They exchanged a few more oaks before he nation took her leave. Zhang Yaipan remarked, "Shoot, here's some air salts beef this morning, right?" Lu Haoming smiled but didn't respond. His gaze still fixed on the newspaper. In truth, he hadn't absorbed any of his content. His mind was preoccupied with the conviction that this time, success was within reach. Director Tang Wei had already been promoted to member of the Bureau's lead group and chairman of the union 12 months prior. Director Tang had informed Lu Haoming that he had recommended him to Director Tao Zhishan for the position of Office Director. Recommendations, however, still depended on meeting various criteria. In this regard, Lu Haoming felt fairly confident. In terms of education, he graduated from the Provincial Shenzhou Normal University, a member of the esteemed Luoyao project. In terms of experience, after 6 years in the workforce, he had been diligent and devoted, earning recognition as an advanced worker in the year after year. As for achievements, he had a plethora of accolades, including titles such as Outstanding Youth of the City and Advanced Individual in his workplace. In terms of influence, he was recognized for his adept writing skills, emerging a series in steering the circle of officials weapon and materialists for the municipal government. Having spent 6 years in the office, and with his experience as deputy director, he found himself responsible for most of the office operations after Director Tang's ascension. The general feedback about him was pretty positive. The former director Wang had personally selected him from the university and consistently encouraged him in his work. Now, the current head, Tao Zhichun, had been in position for 12 years and treated him well, often driving him encouraging pats on the shoulder, saying, "Lu, keep it up. Young people are like this unitator 99 feminine, they have great potential." A few pats might have sufficed, but received them regularly. Feeling Lu Haoming's enthusiasm, he had Van Holstreeten director those graduation thesis for his correspondency degree. As fourth deputy director, Lu Shishang, he was equally supportive, a graduate of a prestigious university's Chinese department, had natural affinity for talent, just this prior, had hinted, Haoming, when are you going to invite me for a drink? With the head and deputy director both show in his favor, along with director Tang's personal recommendation, and the other 2 deputy directors be in reasonable acquaintances as well, Lu Haoming felt pretty reassured about his chances. In such matters, they had held undeniable authority while he deputy possessed relative influence. The combination of absolute and relative leadership indicated a veritable certainty in early foolproof scenario. Therefore, Lu Haoming felt somewhat detached from the current personnel discussions. After sitting for a while and feeling a bit stiff, he stood to stretch, performing a few chest opening exercises, only to suddenly feel the urge to relieve himself. He headed to the restroom. The Education Bureau's office building featured long, internal corridor, with the restroom located at the far end. On his way there, he encountered 2 colleagues exiting the restroom, both of whom offered dim slight smiles. Unmistakably, they were extending silent blessings for his prospects. After using the restroom and washing hands, Lu Haoming just to find Mao Zedong approaching. Mao Zedong did not greet him but walked steadily past him into the building. Mao Zedong was the deputy section chief of the Department of Physical Education and Art. Literally the department was more of a formality than a functional entity. Lu Haoming got a healthy same rank as deputy section chiefs, but the realities were quite different. The office, acting in behalf of the director, had the authority to issue directives to the departments, while the other departments lacked such leeway over the entire bureau. Normally, Mao Zedong would at least not exchange pleasantries with Lu Haoming. Today, however, he seemed preoccupied. Perhaps she is just in air literally at himself. Returning to the office, Lu Haoming resumed his reading. Approaching the end of the workday, the director is still at no text at the meeting room. Suddenly, the office telephone rang. Zhang Yipen jolted, grabbed the receiver, and began to re-emphasize, yes, yes. After hanging up, Zhang said, Chairman Tang requests had the cafeteria prepare a few dishes and deliver them out to the conference room. Lu Haoming sat down to book showed and remarked, you'll take care of it. This scenario often occur during personnel discussions don't maintain confidentiality. The leaders would remain in the meeting room. He found Chef Lao Li, instructing him to whip up some egg dishes and to bring along the pack of cigarettes and a bottle of liqueur. Upon returning to the office, he continued this reading. About the phone later, he noticed Chef Lao Li exiting the conference room. Surprising likely in the bottle of liqueur she made his way back. Was the deity without alcohol? Such unusual behavior was certainly suspect. Lu Haoming intended to step outside to inquire further but ultimately opted to stay put. The office was the place for such discussion she could ask during dinner time. Director Lu, it's tomato 8, Zhang Yipen called. Lu Haoming stood, saying, let's go.
Chapter 2 Out of the game, he prepared to confront Director Tao at his home. It was already noon, and everyone was heading to the cafeteria. Upon seeing Lu Haoming, his colleagues called out with a hint of significance, Director Lu. This elongated form of address was a prelude to congratulations. Although they routinely referred to him as Director Lu, this time, the absence of the word deputy was conspicuous. It was clear to everyone that with Director Tang's departure, the position of director was now rightfully his. Lu Haoming chuckled softly, collected a portion of food, and sat down with Zhang Yiping to chat while they ate. However, he consumed his meal at a leisurely pace. By the time Zhang Yiping finished and left, most others had nearly completed their meals, allowing the chef some respite. Lu Haoming rose and slipped into the kitchen. He handed Chef Old Li a cigarette and inquired, no drinks today? Old Li replied, I'll take the cigarette, but not the alcohol. Lu Haoming was momentarily taken aback as he lit Old Li a cigarette before departing. Instead of returning to the office for a midday break, he walked into the Zizhu Xin tea house outside the bureau. This quaint establishment was tastefully decorated and primarily served as a refuge for officials from nearby units to relax, enjoy tea, and engage in conversation. It also attracted individuals conducting business with the Education Bureau, who preferred to discuss matters here rather than in the office. Some social gatherings from the bureau were also held at the tea house, and the proprietress often sought signatures from the office beforehand, thus treating Lu Haoming with great courtesy upon his arrival. She said, Director Lu, as per our usual custom, why not take a nap in room 108? He entered the private room, and a waiter came in, bringing a pot of tea and pouring him a cup. Director Lu, would you like a light summer blanket? Lu Haoming nodded in agreement. The waiter delivered a thin blanket, closed the door behind him, and departed. He had no intention of sleeping. Instead, he lit a cigarette, pondering why Director Tao had abstained from alcohol today. Given the shift in circumstances, he needed to conduct a strategic analysis. Director Tao had a well-known penchant for drinking. He never missed an opportunity to indulge. If a meeting ran late, he would proactively call the office for a bottle of wine. As the saying goes, wine is a remedy for sorrow. However, Director Tao was behaving quite the opposite today. If he was in a foul mood, he would abstain entirely. The once wine-loving Director Tao not drinking today could only mean one thing: his spirits were low, indicating that the meeting had been unsuccessful and no consensus had been reached. Within the bureau, there were 5 leaders, 1 director and 3 deputies, along with Chairman Tang. A lack of consensus suggested that some individuals disagreed with certain personnel adjustments. The only one who could rival Director Tao was, of course, Deputy Director Lu Shishan, who had held his position for 6 years. Although Director Tao had only been in office for 2 years, Deputy Lu had been poised for promotion after the previous Director Wang's departure. However, the organization had unexpectedly appointed Tao Jichuan, the Deputy Secretary of the County Committee from Jixiang County, as the new director. It seemed evident that a conflict had arisen between Deputy Lu and Director Tao, likely over the selection of an important position, such as in finance, human resources, or infrastructure. The personnel in these departments wielded significant power, making the choice of who would occupy these roles crucial. The office of the bureau had never been a focal point to IT, merely served as a conduit for communication, handling various documents. Leaders only needed to connect with the heads of a few key departments. Of course, there was one individual in the office of great importance, the one responsible for drafting materials. The ability to summarize effectively held more weight than mere execution. Over the past 6 years, the work of the Wuhua City Education Bureau had consistently ranked among the best in the province, a feat that was inseparable from Lu Haoming's efforts. He possessed the talent for summarization and promotion, having successfully highlighted the bureau's achievements multiple times in provincial newspapers and television, prompting officials from other cities to seek his insights. Although Director Tao did not prioritize publicity to the same extent as his predecessor, he still maintained strict standards for documentation and held Lu Haoming in high regard. Sipping his tea, Lu Haoming meticulously analyzed the situation, concluding that no one would contest his position. Those with virtue often lacked talent, and those with talent frequently lacked virtue. With Director Tang's departure, who else could claim the position of director? He mentally filtered out the possibilities of competition from others and dozed off on the sofa. At 3 in the afternoon, a waiter awakened him, rubbing his eyes and yawning. He went to the restroom to splash water on his face. Looking in the mirror, he smiled at his reflection before heading back to work. The afternoon passed as usual, with him practicing his sitting posture and occasionally exchanging a few words with Zhang Yiping. Oddly enough, the meeting continued without conclusion until 5:30, well past the usual end of the workday. Others who might be in line for promotions hesitated to leave, fearing gossip from their colleagues. Consequently, as the clock struck 5, individuals from various departments began to vacate the office. With plenty of phones at their disposal, they could easily receive updates as soon as the results were announced. Lu Haoming and Zhang Yiping were unable to leave, as the office was meant to serve the leadership. Thus, Lu Haoming called Chairman Tang. "Will dinner still be delivered this evening?" "No need for delivery, you all may head home," came the reply. This indicated that the meeting would soon conclude. Lu Haoming felt uneasy and decided to wait for the results before leaving, though this made his presence seem unwarranted. Regardless, he descended the stairs, hopped onto his motorcycle, and with a roar, sped home. Just as he arrived, his phone rang. It had to be news, and his hands trembled slightly as he struggled to find the answer key, pressing it with determination. Suppressing his excitement, he thought, Chairman Tang truly cares for me, promptly informing me of good news, and answered gratefully, "Hello, Chairman Tang." There was silence on the other end, and after a moment, Tang Huaida's voice finally came through. "Haoming, please don't get too excited upon hearing this news. Stay calm, and even calmer. Ma Xiaosong is to be appointed as the office director." "What, Ma Xiaosong?" "Yes, you are young, there will be many opportunities in the future. Don't be disheartened. Keep your spirits steady, alright?" Lu Haoming's mind went blank, unable to absorb any further information, and he kicked the small stool beside him in frustration. In a fit of rage, he kicked it again. He could hardly believe this was happening, yet, Chairman Tang continuously reiterated, "Haoming, you must remain calm, absolutely calm, do you understand?" Lu Haoming did not respond, slamming the phone down onto the fabric sofa. Ma Xiaosong, what was he even worth? Lacking both virtue and talent, he spent his days aimlessly wandering. The only skill he possessed was flattering his superiors. He had never seen him engage in serious work. Among the dozens of individuals in the bureau, he held Ma Xiaosong in the lowest regard. After all these years in the office, why could I not ascend to the position of office director? To have someone like Ma Xiaosong as my superior was nothing short of an insult, an affront, an indignity. I must confront Tao Jichuan directly and demand an explanation. How could he promote Ma Xiaosong without cause? After years of diligent service and exemplary performance, how could I be overlooked for promotion? Is this how a director operates, devoid of principles and favoring nepotism, for the sake of drafting materials? I, Lu, have burned the midnight oil countless nights, while you, patting my shoulder, say, "Good job, young man." To write your graduation thesis, I spent 3 nights locked in the office, and you again patted my shoulder, saying, "Little Lu, you are indeed remarkable." When it came time to evaluate achievements at the year's end, you said, "Lu Haoming deserves recognition for both his contributions and hard work. I'll cast my vote for him." Was all this merely a strategy, a pat on the back, a certificate of merit? These superficial gestures you excelled at, yet when it came to something of real substance and value, you bestowed it upon others. Fuming with indignation, he yanked open the door. At that moment, someone stood outside, startling Lu Haoming considerably. Chapter 3. His wife, Wan, stood at the door, leaving him in a quandary. She had short hair, willow-like brows, bright eyes, and an elegant demeanor, appearing to be in her late 20s, with a slight protrusion at her abdomen. Upon catching sight of Lu Haoming's face, contorted with anger, Wanchuan's expression froze. "Haoming, what on earth is the matter?" Lu Haoming, taken aback by his wife's astonished look, found himself at a loss. Wan nudged him gently, "Come inside and let's talk." After being nudged a couple of times, Lu Haoming retreated to the living room, where he angrily seated himself on the sofa, noticing the plastic stool turned upside down in the room and observing Lu Haoming's flushed face and heavy breathing. Wan had already deduced most of the situation. Just the previous night, Lu Haoming had embraced her, caressing her abdomen, confidently discussing his promotion and analyzing the circumstances at the bureau with great assurance. Now, however, his furious demeanor indicated that the matter of his promotion had likely fallen through. Wan felt a twinge of sadness but knew it was not the time to add fuel to the fire. She prepared a cup of tea for Lu Haoming and placed it on the coffee table, gently advising, many things are not as simple as we imagine. Please, do not act impulsively, don't frighten me or our baby. Director Zhang from the obstetrics department told me that prenatal education is crucial, and even the music selected should be of a melodious nature. If you were to act rashly and scare me, it could lead to our child being born with character flaws. Wan understood that she could not press him too much at this moment. The more she urged, the more agitated he would become. She decided to allow him some time to process his emotions. With that, she tied on her apron and headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Lu Haoming took a sip of tea, striving to suppress his anger. The mention of their unborn child made him temper his feelings. Since Wanchuan's pregnancy, he had refrained from smoking in the living room. Now, desperately craving a cigarette, he stepped out onto the narrow balcony, barely a meter wide there. He smoked in silence, his anger simmering beneath the surface. It dawned on him that whether it was Tao Jichuan patting him on the shoulder or praising him for being an outstanding employee, it was merely a ruse to exploit his labor, placing a carrot before a mule. Any genuine benefits were handed to others. That two-faced smile, that hypocrite, Lu Haoming cursed internally, letting out a few frustrated sighs before extinguishing the cigarette but with force and clenching his fists. Had it not been for running into Wan, he would have confronted Tao Jichuan directly to demand, who wrote your undergraduate thesis for you, answer me. But with Wan pregnant, he knew that such a confrontation would only lead to chaos, causing her distress and possibly jeopardizing their child's health. Standing there, he fell into reflection. 6 years ago, upon joining the Education Bureau, introductions to potential partners had been made for him. It wasn't that he was picky, it was simply that others often overlooked him. It wasn't until Anchu from the Bureau's archives brought a girl to his attention that they began their courtship. Lu Haoming, a rural man striving in the city, relied solely on his own efforts, sending money back home each month. Wan, hailing from a rural background as well, fared slightly better, as she didn't need to send money home, but her family offered little assistance. Typically, girls like Wan would seek partners with city households, making it easier to raise children and enjoy better economic conditions, along with support from relatives. A man from the countryside marrying a beautiful woman in the city was considered a stroke of immense luck. In his village, 2 handsome graduates had remained in the provincial capital after graduation, yet both ended up with rather ordinary wives. It was no easy feat for someone from the countryside to establish roots in the city. Only those with both talent and looks could hope to succeed. As for city women, they had no shortage of suitors. Yet, Lu Haoming felt particularly fortunate to have found such a treasure. A year ago, they had wed just as Anchu had described, when Wan was kind-hearted and adept at household duties. At that moment, when Wan called him to dinner. Lu Haoming, still fuming, retorted, I don't feel like eating. When Wan walked onto the balcony, gazed at him lovingly, and said, your body belongs to you. Why be angry with yourself? You've only been working for 4 years, and you expect to be promoted to director after just 2. My uncle once said, some in this courtyard work their entire lives and still only achieve the rank of section chief. Lu Haoming shot back, do you know who got promoted this time? Ma Xiaosong. Who is Ma Xiaosong? I don't know him. An unqualified individual, a mere college graduate, who only knows how to flatter. Wan replied, let us eat first. Sometimes leaders have their difficulties, just like when our hospital promotes a head nurse. There are often calls from the health bureau or even city leaders. The director can only yield to pressure. Besides, Director Tao has always treated you well. Upon hearing this, Lu Haoming considered that there might be some truth in her words. What if Director Tao was indeed struggling against pressure from above? The meal was consumed in relative silence, void of anger. He barely finished half a bowl, placing his chopsticks down, still feeling restless, and retreated once more to the balcony for a smoke. As he sat there, inhaling slowly, his mind was a tangled mess. Time drifted by until Wan re-entered, saying, I just visited my uncle's house. He asked you to come over. I'll accompany you. The uncle she referred to was Hao Zifeng, a distant relative who had retired as the director of the Archives Bureau 3 or 4 years prior and was a skilled Go player. Lu Haoming also enjoyed playing Go, and the two often engaged in friendly matches. Hao Zifeng occasionally shared anecdotes about navigating the bureaucracy. Though Hao Zifeng was merely a distant relative, he was the only official connection they had in the vast city of Wowa, making him their closest relative. Lu Haoming felt a deep sense of gratitude towards this uncle. Initially, given Wanchuan's attributes, there had been a line of suitors vying for her affection, from squad leaders to foot soldiers, all eager to win her heart. Ultimately, it was her uncle who made the final decision. Hao Zifeng had only met Lu Haoming once, declaring to Wan, this young man has a well-rounded appearance, and his ears are favorable. He has a bright future ahead. After their marriage, Lu Haoming had joked, does your uncle read fortunes? Wan had replied, yes. Her uncle lived in another unit, specifically a building designated for section-level officials. They descended the stairs and walked 200 meters to enter another building. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Wan knocked twice, and the door opened. It was her aunt, Teacher 1, who was also retired. With her daughter away, she filled her days with dancing and cooking, living a carefree life. When Wan and Lu Haoming greeted her aunt in unison, she replied, please sit, I'll wash the dishes first. When Wan went to the kitchen to chat with her aunt while Uncle Hao Zifeng led Lu Haoming into the study. Chapter 4. This splash of cold water arrived most timely. This can truly be considered a study, with a grand bookshelf completely filled with a myriad of books, while the floor is piled high with magazines and newspapers, towering at half a person's height. Hao Zifeng said, "Please, have a seat." They settled onto a pair of short sofas. His aunt entered, carrying tea, and placed it on the coffee table in the middle before stepping out and closing the door behind her. Hao Zifeng remarked, "Regarding your promotion, Zhuanzi came to speak with me. First and foremost, I must criticize you for your impulsiveness. Promoting an official is not akin to taking an entrance examination. In an exam, your score determines your university placement. However, the promotion of an individual lacks absolute criteria. What are your reasons? Can one write articles? Does the ability to write articles qualify someone to be the office director? Which regulation states that being able to write guarantees one the position of director? Have you approached Director Tao to question him? When has Director Tao ever provided you with a written guarantee for your promotion?" Fortunately, Wan returned just in time to prevent you from this absurd behavior. Otherwise, you would have become a laughingstock within the organization, demanding a position forcefully and even confronting the director at his home. Young man, impulsiveness is a devil. If this continues, he could easily dismiss you from your vice director position and reassign you to a secondary school to teach. Lu Haoming felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him by his uncle, leaving him chilled to the bone. "Indeed, who decreed that the position of director could only be held by me, Lu Haoming?" Hao Zifeng continued. "Haoming, you are still rather naive and impetuous. In the realm of bureaucratic life, what is required is strategy. This is not a place for mere physical contests, it is a battleground of wits. The past 4 years have been rather smooth for you. You encountered a director like Wang Weiman, who is both talented and fair-minded. Within a mere 4 years, you ascended to the position of vice-section chief. Do you believe everyone is like Wang Weiman? Therefore, you must comprehend the essence of bureaucracy if you wish to survive here. Relying solely on your own strength and acting on impulse will lead to failure." Lu Haoming explained, "Uncle, I do not necessarily aspire to be the director, but I am discontented with Ma Xiaosong taking the position. I believe Director Tao is showing favoritism of those who work diligently are overlooked, while the idle and uneducated are given opportunities to. I am diligent and, aside from my writing skills, I have also served as a class leader during my university years. I am not boasting, my abilities in activities and organization are commendable." Hao Zifeng let out a cold laugh. "I have inquired among acquaintances, and it appears Ma Xiaosong has connections. As for the nature of those connections, my acquaintances did not elaborate." "Oh," Lu Haoming responded, somewhat taken aback. "Let me share another matter with you, and you will understand the underlying reasons." Lu Haoming nodded. Hao Zifeng continued, "Director Tao originally intended to perform well, to gain some prestige at the Education Bureau and then seek a promotion. However, there was an incident recently that set him back." Lu Haoming became excited and eagerly asked, "What incident?" Hao Zifeng recounted the events. Director Tao had previously held a leadership position in the county, demonstrating strong work capabilities. After 2 years as the Education Bureau chief, he had become well acquainted with the grassroots situations. The previous deputy secretary, Zhou, made an error, and a new deputy secretary, Tan Junjie, was appointed. During a small meeting, Deputy Secretary Tan provided several directives regarding the work of the Education Bureau. Director Tao believed that Tan was unaware of the actual circumstances and engaged in a few verbal disputes. Tan Junjie is a candidate for future mayor, and he was quite displeased, reprimanding Tao Zichuan sharply. Hao Zifeng concluded, "Thus, your Director Tao currently has no prospects for advancement. Do you understand my meaning?" Lu Haoming contemplated this for a moment and replied, "Director Tao believes that regardless of how well the Education Bureau performs, he will not be promoted. Therefore, the quality of his written materials becomes less significant." "Exactly, your understanding is commendable, indicating you are teachable. At present, the organization cannot find any faults with him, nor will they take any action against him. He will likely remain in his position as Education Bureau chief for quite some time. At this juncture, if you offend Director Tao, do you think he will allow you to have an easy time? He will constantly create troubles for you, leaving you in a passive position. Consider venturing into business. When Wan would not support such a decision. Changing units, Director Tao will not let you go." Upon hearing this, Lu Haoming inhaled sharply. Hao Zifeng advised, "I suggest you take a different approach. When you return to work next Monday, act as though nothing has happened, maintain a neutral demeanor and continue working as usual. Director Tao cannot remain at the Education Bureau forever. Moreover, feeling disgruntled over not being promoted is fundamentally misguided. Whoever promised you that you would certainly be appointed as director? Many individuals with equal qualifications have been assigned to the municipal agencies of Wowo City, yet many remain clerks, and not all even hold vice-section positions. What reason do you have to claim that the organization has wronged you?" After his uncle's analysis and counsel, Lu Haoming felt as deflated as a punctured ball. Indeed, what right did I have to confront Director Tao, insisting on my promotion? What benefit would come from severing ties with him? As his uncle predicted, I would find myself in a precarious position, unable to venture into business with Wang Zhuan's disapproval, and faced with Director Tao's obstruction if I sought a transfer. In that moment, Lu Haoming experienced a profound realization, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, uncle." Hao Zifeng replied, "There are still a few more things I wish to discuss with you." "Please, go ahead." Managing your relationship with Director Tao is not the most critical aspect, as you will not be interacting with him daily. The most important relationship to cultivate is with the newly appointed office director. What is your assessment of this individual? Lu Haoming grew agitated at the mere mention of this person, listing Ma Xiaosong's shortcomings one by one. Hao Zifeng smiled gently. Liu Haoming gazed at his uncle. Hao Zifeng remarked, you perceive only flaws in others, yet they may not be viewed as such by everyone else. Currently, your task is to maintain a good relationship with him, treating him as a leader. Do you understand? Treating him as a leader means respecting him and viewing his shortcomings as strengths. Liu Haoming found himself momentarily bewildered by his uncle's words. Hao Zifeng stood and retrieved a notebook from the bookshelf. I, like you, come from a rural background, lacking any connections. I worked for a decade in the county before being transferred to the city. Throughout my life, I held the position of a mere department-level cadre. To others, I may not seem significant. You may be ambitious now, but as time passes, you will realize that it is exceedingly difficult for someone from a rural background, without connections, to attain a leadership position within the bureaucracy. You only see some individuals changing units annually, or being promoted every 2 or 3 years. I must impart this lesson to you. Some people's starting points are unreachable goals for you. Liu Haoming's heart jolted. Yes, individuals like He Tian from the finance office, who comes from a wealthy family, earn in a year what I might struggle to accumulate in a lifetime. This notebook is a diary chronicling my experiences, the sweet and bitter moments, and the lessons learned while navigating the bureaucratic landscape. I initially intended to leave it for your sister, but she has no desire to enter politics. I hesitated to destroy it, so I offer it to you. It may prove useful. Liu Haoming accepted the notebook with both hands. Upon leaving his uncle's home, he felt a surge of emotion, recognizing his wife's foresight in seeking his uncle's counsel, fearing his impulsive nature. Thankfully, his uncle's admonition brought him clarity. At home, Wan prepared a cup of warm milk for him, saying, contentment brings happiness. Do not dwell on trivial matters. Sleep now, the milk will help you relax. Liu Haoming lacked the inclination to read the notebook, merely flipping through it briefly before stowing it away in the drawer and retiring to bed. Sleep eluded him, and in the latter half of the night, he remained awake, noticing Wan's hand resting on his chest, sleeping soundly. As he gazed at her, his heart softened. Indeed, I am now a married man. For the sake of this family, I must not act impulsively. I must live well and ensure she enjoys a happy life. Chapter 5 of The Transformation of Faces. In an instant on Monday, under the brilliant sunshine, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Director Tao summoned Liu Haoming for a discussion. Director Tao, in his 50s, with a prominent forehead and a lean physique, possessed a unique aura that made his leadership unmistakable. The moment he entered a room with a cordial demeanor, Director Tao remarked, Comrade Haoming, your performance in all aspects is commendable, particularly your writing talent, which Chairman Tang has also praised. However, after careful consideration, the Bureau has decided to appoint Ma Xiaosong as the director. The position of office director is of utmost importance and requires a person who can navigate various situations adeptly. You, my dear, still need to hone your skills. Allow Comrade Xiaosong to take on more service-oriented responsibilities, enabling you to concentrate fully on writing materials. You have no objections, I trust? A matter of such significance to Liu Haoming's reputation was treated lightly by Director Tao. Liu Haoming thought to himself, do you really believe I cannot handle diverse situations? Do you think I am incapable of performing service work? The grandiloquent tone of his words only deepened Liu's sense of injustice. Recalling the admonitions of his brother-in-law, he inhaled deeply and feigned nonchalance, replying, no objections, Director, rest assured, I will work diligently. A warm smile spread across Director Tao's face. When he smiled, his round visage resembled that of a benevolent Maitreya Buddha. As usual, he stood up to pat Liu Haoming on the shoulder, saying, you possess great qualities. If you continue to work hard and refine your skills, I believe you will be capable of holding positions of greater responsibility in the future, perhaps even as deputy director. As Liu Haoming exited the director's office, he inwardly scoffed, another empty promise. I am no longer so easily deceived. In the morning, a meeting was convened to announce personnel adjustments. The meeting was brief. Director Tao presided while Deputy Director Liu Shishan revealed the list of personnel changes. Even the customary phrase, let us congratulate those moving to new positions, was omitted, resulting in a lack of applause from the attendees. The atmosphere was devoid of vitality and fairness, with some secretly rejoicing while others cursed under their breath. Liu Haoming quickly discerned that those promoted were all aligned with Director Tao, while none favored by Deputy Liu Shishan were elevated. As the meeting concluded, Ma Xiaosong hurried over, grasping Liu Haoming's hand and shaking it vigorously while humbly stating, Director Haoming, from now on, we are comrades in the same trench. I hope my old friend will support me. Old friend? How absurd. Liu Haoming managed a faint smile, replying, I shall look forward to your guidance, Director Ma. Ma Xiaosong, with a horse-like face, showcased pronounced nasolabial folds when he smiled, which some claimed indicated a ruthless, decisive character. Such individuals, when aligned positively, could emerge as exemplary leaders. Conversely, if inclined negatively, they might become cunning traitors. Liu Haoming, lacking knowledge of physiognomy, could not ascertain the validity of such claims, but Ma Xiaosong certainly appeared seasoned, being in his mid-30s, though many mistook him for over 40. Upon returning to the office, Ma Xiaosong did not take his seat but instead circled the second floor. After entering, he offered Liu Haoming a cigarette and remarked, Haoming. Liu Haoming was taken aback. Ma Xiaosong was only a few years his senior, yet moments ago in the meeting room, he had referred to him as Director Haoming. Now, having assumed the mantle of director, his demeanor had noticeably elevated. He omitted 2 syllables, addressing him simply as Haoming, while even the heads of other departments still referred to him as Director Liu. Liu Haoming replied, I am listening, please proceed. Ma Xiaosong settled into the chair once occupied by Director Tang, inhaling the smoke slowly before exhaling deliberately, exuding an air of authority that rivaled that of the bureau chief. I have given it some thought. The office is bustling with activity. While your primary responsibility is to write materials, the commotion can disrupt your creative flow. The adjacent materials room is quite serene. I suggest you relocate there. As for the mundane tasks of boiling water and cleaning, let Xiao Zhang handle those. What do you think? Barely an hour into his new role, he sought to displace me already. The materials room was hardly an ideal workspace, filled with useless documents and stacks of newspapers and magazines. To put it bluntly, it was as cramped as a prison cell. Lu Haoming initially contemplated defiantly refusing to move, questioning what Ma Xiaosong would do. Would he force him out? However, he swallowed his retort and inquired, "Have you reported this significant matter to Director Tao?" Ma Xiaosong waved his hand dismissively. "No need to mention it, this is merely an internal adjustment of office space. We must all enhance our sense of responsibility, taking initiative and owning our duties." From Ma Xiaosong's tone, it was clear that Director Tao was deferring to him. Lu Haoming felt suffocated, responding, "The environment in the materials room is quite poor." Ma Xiaosong replied, "I will arrange for someone to clean it immediately." Lu Haoming reconsidered. Facing that loathsome visage daily would indeed be a form of torment, thus, he conceded, "Very well." Ma Xiaosong promptly summoned several custodians, who began cleaning that very afternoon. By Tuesday, Lu Haoming had relocated to the materials room. Upon settling in, he found it rather spacious. The shelves had been moved to the west, and the clutter had been cleared away. Lu Haoming mused, "You may despise me, but you've inadvertently gifted me a private sanctuary. Now, I need not answer phone calls or deliver documents. Once the door is closed, I have my own little world." After a few days of this arrangement, Lu Haoming perceived something amiss. Previously, Xiao Zhang, who strictly adhered to protocol, would not bypass him to directly consult Director Tang. Now, it was as if he no longer existed. Xiao Zhang scarcely crossed the threshold of his door. This indicated that Ma Xiaosong had assumed complete control, relegating Lu Haoming, the deputy director, to merely a material writer. If there were materials, he would write; if not, he could amuse himself. In the wake of this abrupt upheaval, Lu Haoming engaged in profound self-reflection. Tao Zichuan was not Wang Weiman. Director Wang was a capable leader who valued talent and aspired to achieve great things. In contrast, Tao Zichuan reveled in the company of sycophants, lacking principles and relying solely on cunning. The praise from above invariably led to the emergence of unscrupulous individuals like Ma Xiaosong. Lu Haoming, still imbued with a scholarly air, clung to the belief that excelling academically would suffice to navigate his career, much like during his student days when he assumed that good grades would ensure his selection as a class leader without any effort on his part. The bureaucratic environment, however, operated on an entirely different set of rules, especially since Tao's ascension to power had thrown everything into disarray. Of course, he also lacked a solid foundation, with no backing in the vast city of Wohua. If he truly had support, Tao Zichuan would not dare to treat him with such disdain. It was no wonder his brother-in-law remarked that many individuals within the bureaucracy remained at a departmental level their entire lives. He admonished himself, "Lu Haoming, it is time to abandon the outdated notion that academic excellence guarantees advancement. It is time for change. Transforming oneself takes time. It is not something that can be accomplished overnight, unlike Ma Xiaosong, who, within a month of his appointment, had become increasingly formidable, evolving into the deputy director." Chapter 6. The situation grows increasingly dire during the tenure of Chairman Tang as the office director. The layout consisted of 3 desks. Tang Huaid and Lu Haoming faced each other, while Zhang Yiping sat with his back to the door. The trio arranged themselves in a triangular formation, engaging in lively banter during work hours. However, upon Ma Xiaosong's appointment, the entire configuration underwent a drastic transformation. He even relocated to a new office, marking the entrance with the words Director's Office. The original office was also restructured, now accommodating Zhang Yiping and He Tian, who had been transferred from the finance department, alongside a desk for the driver, Xiao Li. Previously, Xiao Li rarely occupied the office, often resting in the reception room of Director Tao. Now, however, Xiao Li found himself nearly unemployed. Ma Xiaosong had become Director Tao's chief aide and driver, shadowing him daily. Even when Director Tao attended meetings at the municipal party committee or government, Ma Xiaosong was right there, never missing an opportunity. If the meeting was brief, he would wait in the car. If it dragged on, he would return to the office until his phone rang, prompting him to hasten downstairs to fetch someone. Several deputy directors voiced their discontent, as they often found the office director absent when they needed to arrange tasks. Ma Xiaosong had his reasons. Regardless of which deputy director it was, direct instructions to the office were not permissible without Director Tao's consent. He maintained close proximity to Director Tao, ensuring that any matters could be promptly reported to the director, and once approved, he would assign tasks to Xiao Zhang. What was inappropriate about this? The 3 deputy directors were left with no recourse. Since Ma Xiaosong's emergence, Director Tao's authority within the Education Bureau had reached unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaosong was colloquially dubbed Deputy Director 2. As Deputy Director 2 basked in his success, Lu Haoming felt an unsettling chill. He began to realize that secluding oneself behind a closed door might initially feel liberating and comfortable, but over time, it rendered him a complete outsider. No one sought him out anymore. In the past, within the large office, staff from various departments would greet him warmly, saying, "Hello, Director Lu." Consequently, when principals from different schools came to see the bureau's leadership, they would always stop by his office first, sharing a smoke and a friendly pat on the shoulder. Now, however, no one came to visit him. He felt as though he had been forgotten. Occasionally, when encountering colleagues in the cafeteria, someone would feign surprise, exclaiming, "Director Lu, where have you been?" Wasn't that a rhetorical question? Others would chuckle, saying, "Enjoying the perks of the directorship, with a dedicated office." The bureaucrats were astute. They not only refrained from visiting Lu Haoming's office but also adopted a noticeably cooler demeanor when they crossed paths with him. They understood that Lu Haoming had been relegated to the status of a special writer. More significantly, Director Tao harbored a dislike for him, necessitating a distance from anyone bearing the surname Lu. This was a clear demonstration of aligning with the top leadership. One day, he encountered Principal Tian from the 3rd primary school in the corridor. Principal Tian had previously sought Lu Haoming's assistance, and their relationship had been cordial. Upon seeing Lu Haoming, Principal Tian suddenly raised his phone to his ear, murmuring, yes, alright, good. He then brushed past Lu Haoming without so much as a nod. What a farce. Previously, Principal Tian's phone had not rung, and now he was pulling out his phone without even pressing a button. This fake phone call act did not fool Lu Haoming. A few days later, he ran into the female owner of the Zijushin tea house in the hallway. With a look of astonishment, she exclaimed, Director Lu, I've submitted invoices several times and haven't seen you in the office. Which school have you been assigned to teach at? Lu Haoming was taken aback but quickly replied with a smile, who told you I was teaching? The tea house owner chuckled, oh, I remember now. Someone mentioned you were willing to teach. I can't recall who said it. It seemed that the speaker was oblivious, while the listener was acutely aware. This implied that Ma Xiaosong's suppression of him was merely the beginning. Did he wish to remove him entirely? A dangerous signal indeed. Returning to his office, Lu Haoming closed the door, feeling the situation deteriorate further. The bureau and the education system were aware that he was not favored by the leadership, which was to be expected, but the fact that even the tea house owner had heard various rumors about him indicated that his struggles within the bureau were beginning to seep into the wider community. Upon reflection, the truth became increasingly evident. In the past, acquaintances and friends would often reach out to him for assistance, for instance, when children were not of age but wished to enroll in kindergarten, or when a family sought to transfer their child and needed the homeroom teacher to adjust their seating. They would all come to him. He was more than willing to help, picking up the phone to call a principal. As long as the requests weren't too burdensome, the principals would generally oblige. After all, he was the deputy director of the city bureau, a rising star. However, now, those calls had vanished entirely. He found himself dialing only a few fixed contacts daily, occasionally chatting with Wan, and checking in on his elderly parents. The world remained unchanged, yet the dynamics of human relations had shifted entirely. It appeared that Ma Xiaosong was indeed taking action. The steps of this maneuver seemed clear: to deliberately make his work life difficult, to isolate him within the bureau, rendering him unable to establish a foothold. Then, to push him out entirely and assign him to a teaching position at some school. To mask this malice, a smokescreen would be created, suggesting that Lu Haoming was eager to transition into teaching. Furthermore, he deduced that Ma Xiaosong's efforts alone could not achieve this. It must be the idea of Tao Zichuan behind it. When had he offended Tao Zichuan to such an extent? Lu Haoming repeatedly searched his memory. Could it be? He recalled an instance when old Mo from the bureau had vented to him about his wife's bookstore recently being prohibited from selling supplementary educational materials. At that time, Director Wang had not imposed such a regulation, but shortly after Director Tao took office, this directive was enacted, forbidding schools from purchasing from external bookstores, mandating that all purchases be made through the school's own bookstore. Lu Haoming had not contested this, he merely smiled. Old Mo had remarked, he gets to eat well while others starve. Lu Haoming had asked, are you suggesting that Director Tao is meddling in the supplementary materials business? Old Mo replied, I don't know, but my wife struggles to make even 1,000 yuan a month. Lu Haoming had commented, if they truly engaged in that business, the principals would be raking in profits. At this realization, Lu Haoming smacked his thigh. It must have been that statement that had stirred trouble. Clearly, he needed to find an opportunity to clarify matters with Director Tao. He had never doubted the integrity and selflessness of Director Tao. Moreover, such discussions could not take place in the office, they needed to occur at Director Tao's home, as he had a plethora of thoughts he wished to express candidly. He must convey to Director Tao that he, Lu Haoming, was a compliant cadre, a diligent worker, and a staunch supporter of Director Tao's comprehensive leadership of the Education Bureau. Now, when would be the best time to visit? Perhaps a few nights before the Mid-Autumn Festival, bringing along a couple of fine bottles of wine and some quality cigarettes. Chapter 7. Wenzhuan's simplicity. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, with barely 10 days remaining, Lu Haoming found himself in a peculiar state of existence, sometimes engaged in writing materials, other times languishing for days without any tasks. He felt utterly listless, akin to someone on the brink of retirement. He perceived his life as devoid of vitality and hope. The old magazines in the resource room offered little inspiration, prompting him to bring Hao Zifeng's diary to the office. Each day, he would read a few pages, discovering increasingly rich content. From mundane meals to significant municipal events, every detail was meticulously chronicled. More importantly, the diary contained numerous insights from Hao Zifeng: how to toast at banquets, how to respond when leaders spoke, and how to navigate challenges. It was a veritable textbook on the intricacies of officialdom. In that moment, Lu Haoming momentarily forgot his own adversities, engrossed in his reading, and even privately expressed gratitude to Ma Xiaosong for providing him with a secluded space to study these bureaucratic notes. Yet, upon leaving the resource room, he felt the chill of the world around him. Even individuals like Director Lu and Chairman Tang, who genuinely cared for him, greeted him with perfunctory hellos, their warmth seemingly evaporated. He understood, of course, that this was merely a superficial veneer. Many within and outside the bureau were concerned for him and offered their support. However, such coldness was not something he could share with Wan, who was a remarkably innocent person, seldom engaging with the outside world beyond her work. Lu Haoming had become an outsider at the office, and upon returning home, he was compelled to wear a mask of cheerfulness. Transitioning between these two extremes daily left him fatigued. One evening, during dinner, Wan inquired, "Is the new director treating you well?" To which Lu Haoming replied, "It's fine." She continued, "Right, don't assume the worst of others, after all, they are colleagues." In his heart, Lu Haoming thought, "What do you know? Colleagues in bureaucratic institutions are far different from the nurses you associate with. Nurses remain nurses until retirement, so they can be considered true colleagues. In the bureaucracy, however, some individuals resort to underhanded tactics to get ahead, setting traps, spreading rumors, and employing far more insidious methods. Working together until retirement leads to vastly different identities. Some become lords, some remain commoners, and some even become mere shadows of their former selves." Wan encouraged him, saying, "If you work diligently for a few more years, the position of office director will surely be yours." Lu Haoming nodded, pondering that as long as the surname Tao remained, the role of office director would forever be an unfulfilled dream. What was even more disconcerting was that people like Ma Xiaosong were bound to be promoted, leaving him to languish as a mere deputy director or even lower, his life reduced to a series of unremarkable achievements, akin to a woman enjoying the privileges of marriage without ever tying the knot. Such thoughts sent a shiver down his spine, yet, Wan, oblivious to his internal turmoil, remarked, "Now that you have a bit more free time, you should go out more. My uncle and aunt plan to build a few houses in our hometown, and you could visit your classmate Ren Ziyuan while they are away." The speaker may have been oblivious, but the listener was acutely aware. Lu Haoming realized that Wan had indeed sensed his feelings of alienation, subtly encouraging him to socialize more. Indeed, few understood a man better than his wife. Ren Ziyuan had been a high school classmate, and they had maintained a good relationship. After graduating, Ren had ventured into business, and over the years, he had achieved considerable success, owning a 4-star hotel. He had become wealthy at a young age and mingled with a variety of people. Yes, Lu Haoming too should venture out. Opportunities awaited beyond the confines of his current situation. Ren had been recognized as one of the top 10 taxpayers of Wohua City last year and was well acquainted with city leaders. Sharing his grievances with him might open new doors. He lied, saying, "Yes, I ran into him a few days ago, and he invited me to dinner." Wan responded, "That's the spirit, you're young and articulate. Perhaps he could recommend you as a secretary to some city leader. That would be a world apart from your current predicament." Lu Haoming felt a jolt at her words. She was remarkably perceptive regarding his situation. Otherwise, she would not have expressed such sentiments. Upon reflection, it made sense. Many wives of bureaucratic officials worked in hospitals. It dawned on him that his precarious standing within the education bureau had become common knowledge. As the saying goes, when a man seeks a mistress, his wife is often the last to know. Once she is aware, the situation is typically dire. He replied, "All right, I'll arrange to meet him tomorrow." It was imperative that he connect with Ren Ziyuan. With others, he could maintain a facade, but with Ren, he could speak freely. The reason was simple. During high school, they had once sneaked off to swim in a river, and when Ren, who couldn't swim well, ventured too far and began to sink, Lu Haoming had plunged into the water, rescuing him against all odds. From that day forward, Ren referred to Lu Haoming as big brother. Despite being slightly older, Ren had always been unconcerned about his status, a trait he maintained to this day. As his girth increased, female colleagues would tease him, "Ziyuan, you're looking more and more like a hefty pig." To which Ren would humorously reply, "Ah, so you all want to take a bite out of me, huh?" If questioned about his weight by superiors, he would jest, "It's simply my pig-like nature. I eat and sleep and eat, caring for nothing in between." The leaders would laugh heartily. In truth, Ren was quite astute, using his rotund frame and affable demeanor to navigate the worlds of bureaucracy and business with remarkable success. Wan said, "Since things are quieter now, you should get out more. Once the baby arrives, we'll be quite busy." Her words were pragmatic. The baby was due in April of next year. Indeed, once the child was born, he would embrace the role of a father. It was time to break free from the confines of the education bureau. Not only should he seek Ren Ziyuan for advice and connections, but he also needed to remain discreet during this period. The deeper he could blend into the background, the better. He mustn't let the bureau's leadership sense his intentions to transfer. Diligently working while maintaining a low profile was essential. True strength lies in the ability to bend and yield. With this resolve, he took the initiative to wash the dishes. Wan remarked, "Let me do it. You only know how to write articles and clean them properly." Lu Haoming countered, "It's not rocket science. Just wash them a bit more thoroughly." Wan conceded, "All right, you can learn to wash dishes. If you ever become a secretary to a leader, having clean cups will surely earn you their favor." Chapter 8 finally made contact with Ren Ziyuan the following day at work. Lu Haoming arrived at the office to sign in, where he noticed Ma Xiaosong washing a cup by the office sink. The cup was the exclusive thermos of Director Tao, and Ma Xiaosong was bent over, diligently scrubbing it with high-end dish detergent, repeatedly rinsing it with a newly purchased sponge. Once finished, the cup gleamed as if it had just been bought, radiating a bright, pristine light. Ma Xiaosong's dedication to washing the cup had reached the level of a 5-star presidential suite attendant. This action sent a jolt through Lu Haoming's mind. A leader's fondness for an individual is not solely based on the quality of their written work, it extends to how they communicate, the cleanliness of their cup, and the frequency of their visits to the leader's home. It is no wonder that Ma Xiaosong reviewed the drafts Lu Haoming submitted to Director Tao repeatedly. At the time, Lu Haoming found it amusing that this junior college student was scrutinizing the work of a prestigious university graduate. Later, he discovered that Ma Xiaosong had purchased a Xinhua dictionary, fearing that Director Tao might not recognize certain obscure characters, and was annotating the draft with pronunciations. Lu Haoming mused that it was no surprise that Director Tao held Ma Xiaosong in such high regard. In the bureaucratic realm, it echoed the words written in his uncle's notebook. True skill lies beyond the written word. Upon entering the document room and closing the door, Lu Haoming prepared to revise the report that Ma Xiaosong had sent back to him the previous day. This report was of great significance, as it was to be inspected by a deputy director from the provincial education department, with the city secretary also in attendance, thus garnering Director Tao's utmost attention. This was the first revision. Lu Haoming found the task quite effortless, contemplating the submission of the report and the dinner invitation he planned to extend to Ren Ziyuan later that evening. His spirits were high, envisioning Ren Ziyuan recommending him in front of the leaders, perhaps leading to his departure from the education bureau to become a secretary for some leader in the near future. In a buoyant mood, his fingers danced across the keyboard, reminiscent of a musician playing the piano, producing a melody as harmonious as pearls dropping onto a jade plate. Within an hour, the revisions were complete. After a meticulous review, he printed the document and stood up to submit it for approval. While the writing had brought him joy, the act of submission dimmed his spirits. Despite deputy director not being highly educated, his arrival had transformed the office's previous protocols. Previously, Lu Haoming would finalize materials, which Director Tang would glance over with minimal feedback before passing it to Bureau Chief Lu, who would also only give it a cursory look, signing off with tentatively approved. Please submit to Director Tao for final review. However, under Ma Xiaosong's directorship, Lu Haoming's materials were now routinely subjected to his scrutiny first. After reviewing them, Ma Xiaosong would summon Lu Haoming to provide a few points of critique, instructing him to revise accordingly. It was as if the tides had turned. A man of limited eloquence, puffing on a cigarette, would raise his head with an air of authority, pointing out minor issues within the materials. Most of these were trivial, matters that could be changed or left as is, yet he spoke with such gravitas, making it seem imperative, demanding that Lu Haoming rewrite the document. If it were a one-time occurrence, it might have been bearable, but this had become a recurring scenario, igniting Lu Haoming's frustration to the point of seeking redress from Director Tao. Director Tao chuckled and remarked, "Young man, this is a good thing. If multiple people review an article, errors can be eradicated in their infancy. If everyone shirks responsibility, and I lack the time to review, mistakes will inevitably surface in reports, leading to public embarrassment, wouldn't it?" Director Tao's reasoning was impeccable, leaving no room for argument. With his complaint falling on deaf ears, Lu Haoming could only retreat. He reviewed the document once more, convinced it was free of issues, and entered the director's office to submit it to Ma Xiaosong. With an air of leadership, Ma Xiaosong lifted his eyelids slightly and said, "Place it here, I will review it shortly." Lu Haoming found Ma Xiaosong's demeanor intolerable. In front of Director Tao, he resembled an adorable lapdog, eagerly wagging its tail. Yet, in the presence of colleagues, he exuded an air of superiority, his lifeless eyes devoid of warmth, save for moments when a pretty woman passed by. He was the most detestable wolf in the world. Returning to the document room, Lu Haoming attempted to call Ren Ziyuan, only to find his phone off. It was understandable, he often had to attend government meetings, and turning off his phone during such times was normal. Additionally, he had a propensity for networking with leaders, from bureau level to city level officials. He was a businessman at heart, and during his calls to these leaders, his phone would ring incessantly, making him appear busier than the officials themselves, a rather unflattering trait. Thus, it was not uncommon for him to have his phone off. He resolved to try again in the afternoon. Lu Haoming idly picked up a magazine to read. Half an hour later, the phone on his desk rang. "Come here for a moment." Lu Haoming was irritated by Ma Xiaosong's manner. Damn it, he acted like a high-ranking official. Firstly, there was no greeting, and secondly, he could easily have walked over to summon him. Instead, he insisted on creating an atmosphere akin to an emperor calling his ministers, with a eunuch waving a feather duster and shrieking, "Summon Lu Haoming to the palace." Only the eunuch had been replaced by a telephone. Lu Haoming approached. Ma Xiaosong proceeded to offer further suggestions, demanding yet another revision. Was he not just looking for trouble? Under the roof of another, one must bow their head. If a revision was required, so be it. If he wished to remain incognito, he had to keep a low profile. Lu Haoming addressed the issues Ma Xiaosong pointed out, revised the document once more, printed it, and submitted it again. Ma Xiaosong remained in his usual demeanor, stating, "You may go." Throughout the morning, Lu Haoming awaited Ma Xiaosong's summons at any moment, yet, no word came. Growing anxious, he realized that this material was needed for Director Tao's report the next day, and it remained in Ma Xiaosong's hands. Even if Ma Xiaosong found no fault with it, it still had to go to Bureau Chief Lu for review, and after that, Director Tao would need to see it. Any hiccup in the process would mean sleeplessness for him that night, and his plans to meet Ren Ziyuan would be dashed. Overcome by a mix of urgency and frustration, he calmed himself and knocked on the director's office door, but it would not budge. He inquired with Xiao Zhang, who informed him that Director Ma had been out for half an hour, accompanying Director Tao with a guest. "Damn it, you enjoy the perks while I am left waiting." "Well, it had already been 10 o'clock when I submitted the draft. If a major issue arose, it would be your responsibility." Lu Haoming's urgency dissipated. Returning to the document room, he closed the door and dialed Ren Ziyuan once more. This time, the call connected. They exchanged pleasantries over the phone, and Lu Haoming extended an invitation for dinner that evening. Ren Ziyuan burst into laughter. "I'm the one running a restaurant, and you want to treat me? Come over after work, I'll treat you to a good drink." After hanging up, Lu Haoming felt an extraordinary sense of ease. While other classmates and acquaintances kept their distance, Ren Ziyuan remained as warm as ever. When one is on a downward slope, such warmth from others feels like a timely aid, warming the heart. He called Wan, excitedly announcing, "I won't be home for dinner tonight." Then, he did nothing further, reclining in his chair and closing his eyes to rest. Chapter 9. After 3 revisions, the manuscript remains unapproved, and it is evident that this is a deliberate act of obstruction. You've assigned me to this resource room, but unexpectedly, I have turned misfortune into fortune. Even if I were to doze off here, no one would mind. After having lunch in the cafeteria, he returned to the resource room and promptly fell asleep on the long sofa. Uncertain of how long he had slept, he was abruptly awakened by a knocking at the door. However, upon closer listening, he realized it was not a knock but rather someone kicking the door. Who dares to be so audacious? He flung the door open, revealing Ma Xiaosong's face, contorted in disdain. I was taking a nap. It's not yet work hours, Lu Haoming grumbled in discontent. Work comes first. You can afford a nap while I haven't even had a moment's rest at noon, having just returned from accompanying the director with a guest and now reading your revision. It still requires further changes. Lu Haoming was seething with anger, desperately attempting to suppress it, and retorted, Director Ma, which specific areas need revision? Please be more explicit. If I could be explicit, would I need you to write it? There is a certain feeling, a lack thereof. To be precise, the overall quality of the article needs elevation. It should be distilled into a few sentences that would make the provincial leader's eyes light up upon hearing. Lu Haoming replied, I had previously condensed it into 2 sentences, which you crossed out. Now you want me to condense it again? Just restore those 2 sentences. Ma Xiaosong shook his head vigorously, like a rattledrum. No, that level is still inadequate. You must dig 3 feet deep to unearth the most brilliant sentences. Think about it now, immediately. Don't do anything else. Submit it in 1 hour. Had he omitted the words immediately and now, Lu Haoming might have tolerated it, but those phrases sounded as if he were scolding a child. A top student from a prestigious university, a well-known prodigy in the municipal direct organs, was being repeatedly dismissed by this uneducated junior college graduate, all while being subjected to this militaristic tone, one that even Director Tao had never used with him. This was no longer merely a matter of revising a manuscript, it was a deliberate act of harassment. Ma was clearly seeking to undermine him, unable to endure any longer. Lu Haoming retorted, Director Ma, my knowledge is limited, and I fail to grasp your intentions. Since you deem my work inadequate, why don't you take it upon yourself? Ma Xiaosong's expression darkened immediately, and he stated each word with precision. Am I to write it? Have you not awakened from your slumber? We have different responsibilities. I oversee the office's comprehensive operations, while you handle the writing. Why should I be the one to write? Lu Haoming replied, If I cannot write well and have failed to pass twice, then being a high achiever, it is only fitting that you write it. Ma Xiaosong scoffed, What a grand joke, are you, Lu Haoming, the unrivaled pen of the world? Can no one else critique your writing? As the director, I possess the authority to ensure the quality of this work. If I require you to revise it, where have I gone awry? And you must write. Their argument escalated, and by this point, it was work hours. Curious colleagues overheard the commotion and entered to investigate. After understanding the situation, they offered a few indifferent words of advice and departed. Ma Xiaosong declared, You must have this manuscript revised tonight, even if it means sacrificing sleep, as Director Tao expects a report tomorrow. I want to leave the office, submit it to me whenever you finish. I will be waiting. With that, he strutted off, full of self-importance. Ma Xiaosong entered the office of the executive deputy director, Lu Shishan, and recounted the situation. Director Lu was responsible for overseeing the office. Naturally, he had to relay the circumstances. After listening, Director Lu said nothing, waving Ma Xiaosong away and sitting back to smoke. Director Lu was easily recognizable. In contrast to the lean figure of Director Tao, he was tall and robust. In his 40s, he had a mole on his lower right jaw, from which a single hair sprouted. For reasons unknown, he kept his chin clean-shaven, yet that one hair remained untouched. When pondering, he had a habit of twirling that hair, earning him the nickname Wisdom Hair Brother, symbolizing that all his wisdom, methods, and ideas were derived from that singular hair. As he continued to twirl it, he soon picked up the phone and summoned Lu Haoming. Upon seeing Lu Haoming, Lu Shishan felt a mix of emotions. Just previously, he had agreed to Tang Huaida's proposal during the bureau's party meeting to promote Lu Haoming to the position of office director, only to have it vetoed by Tao Zhichuan. Tao Zhichuan's reasoning was that while Lu Haoming was indeed commendable, the role of office director required coordination skills, and Lu Haoming still needed to gain experience. Essentially, he needed to be tempered. The implication was to shed some of his sharpness, becoming well-rounded and adaptable. Tao Zhichuan's second point was that they had yet to find a better writer than Lu Haoming. Once such a talent was identified, Lu could mentor them for a few years before taking on the office director role. Of course, these sentiments must remain confidential, particularly from Tao Zhichuan, lest he be accused of disregarding protocol. Having clashed with Tao Zhichuan over personnel matters, the relationship between them had soured. Thus, within the bureau, he intentionally maintained a distance from Lu Haoming, both to protect himself and to shield Lu Haoming. As Lu Haoming entered Director Lu's office, he expressed his frustration. I've revised the manuscript twice without success. Director Ma keeps changing his mind, first saying it just needs some word adjustments, then claiming the ideological depth is insufficient. Director Lu took the manuscript, furrowing his brow as he reviewed it. After finishing, he remarked, just make some adjustments according to his suggestions. There are no standard answers in writing, one can always find issues if they look closely. This statement struck a nerve with Lu Haoming. Indeed, by using the term find, it was evident that Director Lu recognized Ma Xiaosong's nitpicking. However, Director Lu could not openly criticize him, for any piece of writing could be scrutinized for flaws. After speaking, Director Lu lowered his gaze to the document. Lu Haoming sensed that Director Lu was no longer as affable as before. Continuing the conversation would be futile. He stood up and, filled with indignation, returned to the resource room, unable to make a single change, locking the door in frustration. Damn it, this Ma is using nitpicking to assert his authority. He deliberately finds faults to force submission. In this world, only nitpicking appears to hold the most validity, whose writing can withstand scrutiny? Just like a seemingly healthy person, can you endure an X-ray, urine test, blood test, and ultrasound? If subjected to a thorough examination, I doubt you would emerge unscathed. To not revise is to risk failing. If Ma Xiaosong whispers in Director Tao's ear, he will assume that Lu Haoming is arrogant and defying organizational arrangements, self-important to the point of rebellion. To revise is to bow down in submission, to completely yield to the whims of this scoundrel Ma Xiaosong. After the first revision, future encounters would lead to more of the same. He would always provide critiques, trapping you in an endless cycle of revisions, eroding your spirit through the written word and consuming your youth. A few years down the line, Ma Xiaosong may very well rise to the position of deputy director. Meanwhile, Lu Haoming would find his hair thinning, aging prematurely, relegated to being merely a writer of materials. By then, even if Director Tao were to leave, there would be no guarantee that anyone else would employ him outside of writing. How well does Lu Haoming know the municipal leaders? How many directors does he know in other bureaus? Can he discern genuine liquor from counterfeit when drinking? Can he smile in a way that pleases others? Lu Haoming's mind was a tangled mess. Chapter 10. Ring could not be reached if there were a second chance at life. He would immediately resign. However, his family had been farmers for generations, with no one in 3 generations having achieved wealth or status. There was no path to relatives, not even a road, should he venture into the business world. That thought only left him in a fog, as he had studied a seemingly useless degree in Chinese. Perhaps he could apply to teach, it might offer him some relief, but his father, who always took pride in boasting about his son working in a municipal office at the village square, might not withstand the blow and could resort to extreme actions. Whether to change or not, both options suited Ma Xiaosong's intentions perfectly. Just as he found himself in this dilemma, Tang Huaid pushed the door open. Tang Huaid was easily recognizable, with a fair complexion and no beard. His appearance could be likened to that of the Tang Sang from the television series Journey to the West. Given his surname, the female colleagues affectionately referred to him as Brother Tang. It was said that even in his 40s, unaware individuals would still attempt to arrange matches for him, a testament to his youthful appearance. Upon entering, Tang Huaid glanced at Lu Haoming and said, "Director Lu asked me to review the manuscript, let me have a look." Lu Haoming handed over the manuscript. After a thorough scan, Tang Huaid spoke earnestly, "Haoming, you are still quite young. Allow me to make some revisions." He then took the manuscript with him. Lu Haoming sat in a daze, his mind a blank canvas. After a while, Tang Huaid called, "I've made some edits. I'll have Xiao Zhang print it out and submit it." Lu Haoming intended to express his gratitude with a thank you, but the words caught in his throat, unable to escape. He understood that Director Lu was quietly concerned for him, and Chairman Tang was likewise attentive to his well-being. There were indeed kind souls in the world, yet, he pondered, why was someone as malicious as Ma Xiaosong still being favored? I must leave this dreadful place and never wish to see Ma Xiaosong again. Uncertain of how long he had been sitting there, the wall clock chimed 5 times, indicating it was already 5 in the afternoon. This clock had originally been placed in the director's office before being moved to the archive room. Out of curiosity, he tinkered with it and surprisingly managed to fix it. He called Rin Ziyuan oddly. Rin Ziyuan's phone was off again. This Rin Ziyuan, a perfectly respectable hotel manager, behaved like a secret agent, with his phone fluctuating between being on and off, shrouded in mystery. Whatever, he would just go directly to the 15th floor of the Taifeng Hotel to find him. After sitting for a while longer, he finally endured until the end of the workday. Descending the stairs, he rode his motorcycle to the hotel plaza, secured his bike, and entered the lobby. Once in the lobby, he dialed Rin Ziyuan again, but the phone remained off. He took the elevator to the 15th floor, which housed the hotel's executive management. This particular floor had been selected based on advice from a feng shui master. From the eastern end of the 15th floor, one could gaze southward to the Yintai mountain of Woa City. The saying goes that once one has a seal in hand, all matters proceed smoothly. Lu Haoming pressed the doorbell twice, but there was no response. He pressed again, still nothing. The floor was nearly deserted, save for one office with the door ajar. He stepped inside, where 2 individuals were busy verifying some figures. "Excuse me, is General Rin in the hotel?" A woman in her 30s eyed him warily and shook her head. "Do you know where he has gone?" She shook her head again. Lu Haoming felt a genuine discomfort. Was his predicament so evident on his face? Typically, hotel staff were more courteous than anyone else, yet today they were devoid of smiles and reluctant to engage in conversation. "I'm his classmate, working at the Education Bureau. We had arranged to have dinner together. I spoke with him this morning, but I haven't been able to reach him all afternoon." The woman finally spoke, "I don't know." With that, she returned to her task of verifying numbers with her colleague. In his frustration, Lu Haoming thought, when misfortune strikes, even drinking cold water feels like choking. Why was Rin Ziyuan flaking on him? Surely, nothing unfortunate had happened to him. What could possibly occur? As this thought crossed his mind, his heart raced. Could it be that he went swimming with friends and suffered a cramp? He dared not dwell on it further. Exiting the elevator, he felt a tumult of emotions. He had already informed Wenwan that he wouldn't be home for dinner. If he returned now, saying that he couldn't reach Rin Ziyuan, would that not cause her undue worry? Wenwan's emotional state could adversely affect the development of the fetus. He would simply dine alone at a small restaurant and concoct a lie upon returning home. As Lu Haoming lowered his head in contemplation, he wandered out the door like a lost soul. Suddenly, he felt 2 soft entities collide against his chest. He had inadvertently bumped into a rushing young woman. He raised his head, ready to express his annoyance, only to find a girl in her 20s staring at him wide-eyed, waving her hands in apology, repeatedly saying, "I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." He gazed at her, momentarily captivated. Her flowing hair and strikingly beautiful eyes, even in her flustered state, exuded a charm that was utterly enchanting. Having lived in Wuhai for 6 years, this was the first time he encountered such a stunning young woman, especially with a charming dimple on her cheek. She was beautiful when she smiled, beautiful when she frowned, and even more beautiful in her state of embarrassment. He hurriedly waved his hands. It's all right, it's all right. The young woman bowed to him, expressing, thank you for your forgiveness, before rushing back into the lobby. Lu Haoming could not help but glance back. The woman had a figure as graceful as a willow swaying in the spring breeze. In the blink of an eye, she had entered the elevator. He swallowed hard, reminiscing about the impact of their collision, soft, warm, and yielding, far more delightful than Wenwan's firmness. His thoughts were in disarray as he found a small eatery for dinner, once more attempting to call Ren Ziyuan. Off again. An ominous thought crept into his mind. Whatever, he would deal with it when he got home. Ascending the stairs, he knocked on the door, but there was no response. He used his key to enter, finding the house empty. Oh, he remembered, when Wan had gone to her evening shift. He sat down, pondering who else might know Ren Ziyuan's whereabouts, mentally sifting through their mutual acquaintances. There were not many classmates in Wuhai. There was one who was engaged in business, nicknamed Flower Xiao, but he didn't even have his phone number. If Flower Xiao had always looked down on Lu Haoming due to his family's wealth back in school, so they had little contact. There was also a female classmate who dealt in wholesale markets, but he liked her number as well. After sitting there for a while, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Of course, Director Lu from the Tili Street Police Station knows Ren Ziyuan. Chapter 11. A series of bad news. A few years ago, when Director Lu's daughter, not yet 3, was to be enrolled in the affiliated kindergarten of the first middle school, Ren Ziyuan had come to seek his assistance. Lu Haoming rummaged through his contacts and finally located him. It turned out that Director Lu's full name was Lu Shuan. He dialed the number, and a voice on the other end said, hold on, I need to. Lu Haoming interjected, Director Lu, are you playing mahjong? Haha, just a little card game. This is Lu Haoming from the Municipal Education Bureau. Oh, hello, Director Lu. I'll call you back in a couple of minutes. True to his word, Lu Shuan called back 2 minutes later, asking, Director Lu, what can I do for you? I tried reaching Ren Ziyuan all afternoon, but couldn't get through. I just found out he had invited me to dinner. There was silence on the other end, only the sound of footsteps could be heard. After a while, Lu Shuan spoke again, Director Lu, I just heard some news at the card table. It seems that Ziyuan has been summoned by the prosecutor's office. The prosecutor's office? Lu Haoming felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Yes, didn't Deputy Secretary Zhou get into trouble recently? They traced it back to Ziyuan somehow. Is it serious? I'm not entirely sure. Oh, well, go ahead and play your cards. I'll let you know more once I find out. Thank you. After ending the call, Lu Haoming felt utterly drained. How serious could Ren Ziyuan's predicament be? He had no idea. Even if it were a minor issue, he felt powerless. In Wuhua City, aside from his uncle, he had no one else to turn to. And his uncle was merely a retired elder. If Ren Ziyuan fell, so would his own hopes. He stepped out onto the balcony to smoke, gazing at the dazzling lights of the city, feeling as though he stood on a solitary island. Those with roots in this city, cousins, uncles, and aunts, worked in various institutions, well-informed and capable of getting things done. They could call in favors as easily as breathing. Then there were those with wealth. Promotions meant little to them. Take Tian from the finance office, for instance. Her family owned a mine, and she drove a sleek white car to work. With a maid at home, she returned to find her hands untouched by housework. Her office presence nearly filled her days, and what of himself? His best friend Ren Ziyuan had run into trouble, and tragically, he could offer no assistance, not even information. Not only was he devoid of information, he had foolishly entertained thoughts of asking Ren Ziyuan for help. Oh heavens, why must all misfortune converge upon him while individuals like Ma Xiaosong thrived? He was well-groomed, a graduate of a prestigious university, yet found himself perpetually dissatisfied. After a surge of indignation, he had to contemplate the days ahead. After much deliberation, he could devise no strategies. He must endure, persevere. After all, he was still quite vulnerable. After sitting for a while, he decided to take a shower. Past midnight, he rode his motorcycle to pick up Wenwan. Nurses worked in shifts, day, evening, and night, often disrupting their circadian rhythms, leaving Lu Haoming's own life in disarray. Upon meeting, Wenwan immediately asked, "Did you speak with them?" "Let us discuss it at home." Once home, Wenwan glanced at Lu Haoming, observing his low spirits. She hesitated to voice her concerns, instead opting to gather her clothes for a shower. Lu Haoming had already bathed and lay on the bed when Wenwan climbed in beside him. He said, "I have some rather unexpected news. Ren Ziyuan has been summoned by the prosecutor's office." Wenwan gasped, quickly inquiring, "What happened?" "I'm not sure of the specifics, but it's connected to the incident with Deputy Secretary Zhou." "Is there a possibility of imprisonment?" Lu Haoming shook his head, "I don't know." Wenwan sat in stunned silence. Lu Haoming felt a pang of guilt towards his wife. He shouldn't have disclosed this to her, yet he couldn't hide it either. He tried to console her, "Don't dwell too much on others' affairs. As long as we remain safe, that's what matters." That night, Lu Haoming struggled to find rest. There's an old saying, the poor consult fortune tellers while the rich burn incense. Previously, he had dismissed the idea of fortune-telling, but after that hiking trip, he found himself somewhat believing he had been overly arrogant during that excursion. Had he humbly listened to the monk, perhaps he would have gleaned more wisdom. Was this his 30th year of tribulation, where nothing seemed to go right? With Ren Ziyuan's troubles, his hopes of transferring out had also been dashed. Thus, he could only focus on performing well at the education bureau. He wished to do well, but others did not seem to allow it. On Wednesday, upon returning to work, Xiao Zhang announced an afternoon summary meeting. Director Tao began by summarizing the recent inspection from the provincial department, noting 2 points of satisfaction, one from the department leadership and the other from the city leadership. He especially commended Ma Xiaosong and Director Lu for their diligence in compiling and refining the report. Not a word was mentioned about Lu Haoming's efforts. Finally, his demeanor darkened as he asked with a tone of deep concern, "What is a government agency?" No one answered, as there was no standard response, nor did they know what Director Tao was driving at. Director Tao continued, "A government agency is a place to serve the people. It is not a matter of doing what you please or neglecting your duties. IT is not a marketplace where one can come and go at will." Recently, some individuals have been shirking assigned tasks, postponing responsibilities, and even going on strike. What do these behaviors indicate? They suggest a loss of party spirit and a lack of accountability. Can those without responsibility be considered good people? No, they cannot be good cadres in the workplace or good parents at home. Some may think themselves capable, but their abilities are limited. If this continues, one must consider their future. For those working in government, failing to grasp the implications of the leader's words could lead to painful repercussions. Of the colleagues at the Education Bureau, all educated, quickly understood that Director Tao's remarks about evasion and delays were aimed squarely at Lu Haoming. The meeting was charged with tension. It seemed that Ma Xiaosong had eagerly reported Lu Haoming to Director Tao. Lu Haoming felt helpless. Director Tao had named him directly. Once back in the document room, he shut the door, feeling utterly despondent. Just then, his phone rang. It was Director Lu calling. "Director Lu, it seems Ziyuan is in quite deep." "Is that so? How deep?" "I can't provide specifics, I can only tell you the outcome." "Oh, thank you for letting me know." "No need for thanks. We are friends. I will also help him find someone. As a senior director, you should also assist him in making connections." This statement underscored the chasm between their respective fields, indicating that Director Lu remained entrenched in the era of Director Wang's leadership. Back then, a simple phone call could resolve even the matter of enrolling a young child in kindergarten. If any relative of Director Lu needed a transfer within the educational system, he could easily ask Director Wang for assistance. Times had changed, and Director Lu seemed oblivious to Lu Haoming's plight. No wonder Lu had promptly returned his call after finishing his game. "I will think of a way, don't worry," Lu Haoming replied. What could he possibly do? It was merely a hollow reassurance. He could only hope that Director Lu would indeed make an effort. Chapter 12. Deciding on gifts for the Mid-Autumn Festival. That evening, Tang Hua had placed a phone call to Lu Haoming, inviting him to a quaint tea house. The establishment was indeed modest, lacking even a sign below. A hall was bustling with several tables engaged in a game of mahjong. Tang led Lu to the second floor, where they entered a small private room. A pot of tea was soon brought to them, and Lu poured a cup for Chairman Tang. Without any preamble, Tang candidly informed him that this mahjong parlor belonged to a relative of his who had lost his job. The regular patrons were primarily local residents, making it a relatively safe haven. Lu was taken aback, exclaiming, "Safe? We are merely having tea, not engaging in any illicit activities." Tang replied, "You may not be involved in any underground operations, but others suspect you are." Lu found this hard to believe. "Is it really that serious?" Tang continued, "The world is generally peaceful, yet individuals like Ma Xiaosong thrive on creating discord. He collects information about our bureau daily to report to Director Tao, presenting it with an air of gravity. Director Tao might initially doubt him, but after 1, 2, or 3 instances, he gradually comes to believe that there are indeed factions within the bureau, one led by Director Tao and the other by Director Lu, which includes you, me, and old Mo among others. As suspicion mounts, Director Tao begins to view us as adversaries, forcing us into a camp we never intended to join. The lack of unity among the bureau's leadership only benefits Ma Xiaosong. If Director Tao manages to undermine Director Lu, he could easily ascend to the position of deputy director. Thus, you are not yet the target of Director Tao, it is Director Lu who is currently under scrutiny." Lu's mind was in turmoil. He realized that what he had witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg, and the undercurrents had long been turbulent. He lamented, "In truth, I have no desire to offend Director Tao. I cannot fathom why he harbors such prejudice against me." Tang cut to the chase, "Have you ever mentioned to anyone that you ghostwrote papers for Director Tao?" Lu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I don't believe I have." "Perhaps your memory is faulty. You must have inadvertently let something slip. Otherwise, Director Tao would not have remarked to me that little Lu is somewhat boastful. He did indeed assist me in correcting typos, yet he audaciously claims to have written the paper himself." Lu's heart sank. He realized this was a blatant falsehood. The paper was indeed penned by him, yet Tao shamelessly claimed it as his own work. Tang advised, "Regardless of whether you mentioned it or not, you must forget this matter entirely, as if it had never occurred." Lu nodded earnestly in agreement. Tang added, "This is merely a minor issue. Is there something more significant at play? Rumor has it that you suspect Director Tao is colluding with schools to engage in the tutoring business." Lu inquired, "Who said that?" Tang replied, "It is best not to concern yourself with who said it. I only wish to know if there is any truth to it." Lu recounted the events, explaining that old Mo from the logistics department had indeed mentioned that Director Tao was involved with several schools in the tutoring materials business, but he had dismissed it without comment. Tang sighed, "Haoming, when you transitioned from the school to the bureau, Director Tao was not mistaken. You are still lacking in experience. The depths of this bureaucracy are profound. Such matters should not be discussed. The moment someone brings it up, you should excuse yourself. Information gets distorted as it circulates, and it might turn into you gossiping about Director Tao, which would certainly put him on guard against you." Lu found himself at a loss for words. He had finally confirmed a troubling fact. Director Tao's misunderstanding of him had morphed into a preconceived bias. I appreciate your ongoing concern and assistance. I tend to be rather naive, always hoping for the democratic atmosphere under Director Wang, where everyone feels free to speak openly. Tang gazed at him with a mixture of pity and affection. You cannot continue to compare yourself to Director Wang. Such individuals are rare. You should make an effort to visit Director Tao's home more frequently to alter his impression of you. Director Tao enjoys drinking. Lu solemnly replied, thank you for your guidance. As their conversation concluded, the two parted ways downstairs, and Lu rode his motorcycle home. Upon entering the living room, he found Wan engaged in a phone conversation in their bedroom. When she emerged, Lu expressed his desire to visit Director Tao's home. When Wan's eyes widened in surprise, have you come to a decision? Lu nodded, with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching. When Wan remarked, it is indeed time for a visit. If you don't make the effort, others will. Our head nurse lives just below Director Tao's apartment. She mentioned that your office director is often seen in the stairwell. However, I have yet to run into you there. Lu felt his face flush. I understand the need to make an effort, but it is easier said than done. I've seen Ma Xiaosong acting like a sycophant at Director Tao's home. When Wan was skeptical. Lu continued, Director Tao is in his second marriage, and his youngest child is only 3 years old. I witnessed Ma Xiaosong crawling on the floor, allowing the 3-year-old to ride on his back, while he barked playfully at Director Tao's wife found it amusing, saying her little one becomes excited whenever Uncle Ma visits. When Wan frowned, contemplating this for a moment before stating, I would rather not see you in such a role. However, it would be beneficial for you to socialize more. Visiting on the Mid-Autumn Festival itself may be too late. If you go a day early, you will have more company, so why not go even earlier, on the 13th of the lunar calendar, to deliver the gift? Lu thought it wise to heed Wan's advice. By going a couple of days earlier, he could engage in a heartfelt conversation with Director Tao and aim to clear any misunderstandings. He had never gossiped about the tutoring business, nor had he claimed to have ghostwritten for Director Tao. However, he knew he must be circumspect and vague in his approach. He nodded, very well, I will follow your suggestion. Thus, the couple began to deliberate on what gifts to present. When Wan proposed, I have saved up 10,000 yuan. Let us make a significant gesture and send 2 bottles of Maodai, which would cost 400 yuan in total. We should also include 2 cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes, at 450 yuan each, totaling 900 yuan. Altogether, that amounts to 300 yuan. Lu was taken aback, that sum represented their combined monthly salary. When Wan insisted, if you don't make a substantial offering, they won't remember you. Lu felt a pang in his heart. When Wan continued, I will accompany you. Lu quickly shook his head, fearful that she would uncover more than she should. When Wan said, then I will give you the money now, so you won't hesitate. She went to the bedroom, retrieved a stack of bills, and pressed them into his hand. Lu felt as though he were holding a bundle of fire. He understood that this 10,000 yuan was the result of Wan's frugality. Every year, she wore seemingly high-end yet inexpensive clothing and prepared meals centered around nutritious staples like bean sprouts and tofu. She never indulged in beauty treatments, avoided foot massages, and refrained from gambling, all to save money. Yet, in a matter of days, this significant portion of their savings would be transferred to Director Tao's family. Offering such gifts would not guarantee his promotion. It was merely a plea for leniency from Director Tao. The thought left him feeling immensely troubled. Chapter 13 The Night of Trepidation and Gift-Giving. In our city, the number of commercial residential properties has gradually increased, with the affluent flocking to this estate and that community. The residence of Director Tao is known as Longsheng Garden, an upscale enclave, albeit with a name that seems overly grandiose. Does it not suggest an aspiration to ascend to the heavens? This evening falls just 2 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival. The choice of this particular night was deliberate, to avoid the throngs expected the following evening at the Tao household. The full moon hangs high in the sky, heralding the season of familial reunions. Lu Haoming parked his motorcycle near a shop not far from the community entrance. He preferred not to ride into the complex, fearing it would attract too much attention. Carrying his gifts, he walked confidently, and the security guard did not question him, perhaps mistaking him for a resident. He made his way to Unit 1 of Building SIX. As he approached the entrance, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar silhouette, a figure he would recognize even in ashes. It was Ma Xiaosong. Goodness gracious, if only he had been a moment quicker, he might have shared the elevator with him, leading to an awkward encounter. Quickly, Lu Haoming turned on his heel, briskly exiting the unit's entrance and taking refuge in the shadows of the nearby greenery. This was an ideal vantage point. When Ma Xiaosong emerged, he would be able to see him, while remaining unseen himself. He placed the gift bag on the ground in feigned nonchalance, glancing occasionally toward the unit's entrance. 10 minutes passed. Ma Xiaosong did not descend. 20 minutes later, still no sign of him. The wait felt interminable, while joy remained fleeting. Smartphones would not emerge for another 11 years. Back then, phones were limited to making calls and, at best, sending a few text messages. Thus, Lu Haoming found himself waiting in vain. The longer he waited, the more time seemed to stretch. Eventually, he squatted, then stood again, shifting restlessly. After half an hour, some residents strolling about began to notice the anomaly of his prolonged presence. A few cast him curious glances, each gaze tightening his chest with apprehension, fearing they might approach him with questions. Ma Xiaosong, how long are you planning to linger at Director Tao's house? Are you not merely delivering a gift? Do you intend to wear out the chairs there? The more he fretted, the less Ma Xiaosong seemed inclined to appear. Lu Haoming pondered whether Ma Xiaosong might have gone to visit someone else instead, but he quickly dismissed the thought. For one, no one else from the bureau resided in this building, and besides, Ma Xiaosong, like him, was carrying gifts. Hey, what are you doing standing here? A voice from behind interrupted Lu Haoming's thoughts. He turned to find a security guard scrutinizing him with a dubious expression. Fortunately, he had a pack of fine cigarettes on him. He quickly produced one, offering it to the burly man, and, thinking fast, explained, "I'm waiting for my relatives. They haven't returned yet." The guard inspected the cigarette brand and then glanced at Lu Haoming's attire, which did not suggest he was a thief. "Oh, we've received reports of a suspicious person lingering here." "If you're waiting for relatives, then continue to wait," he replied, fearing further inquiries from the guard. Lu Haoming lit the cigarette for him, all the while casting sidelong glances at the unit's entrance, anxious he might miss Ma Xiaosong's descent. After taking a puff, the guard remarked on the quality of the cigarette and then departed, yet, Ma Xiaosong remained absent. In his heart, Lu Haoming swore that if Ma Xiaosong did not appear within the next 10 minutes, he would abandon this gift. 10 minutes elapsed. He contemplated leaving, yet hesitated. What if tomorrow brought an unavoidable confrontation? He dared not entertain that thought. He had never before engaged in gift-giving. During Director Wang's tenure, he frequently visited the Wang residence without ever bringing anything, save for the occasional gift during the New Year. He rarely visited Director Tao's home, not out of a lack of courtesy, but because Director Tao had only moved to the county this past May. Lu Haoming had attended the moving day, but the event had been chaotic, and he had only stood at the entrance before following the crowd to a restaurant. Goodness gracious, delivering a gift felt more daunting than taking the entrance exam for Tsinghua University. Ma Xiaosong's delay kept him rooted in place. He feared waiting for an hour. Just then, he spotted a group exiting the unit. He scrutinized them closely, but Ma Xiaosong was not among them. A false alarm. Moments later, another group emerged, still without Ma Xiaosong. He considered retreating. Remaining under the tree might invite further scrutiny from the guard, who could very well interrogate him. Why not contact your relatives by phone? Why not sit in that pavilion across the way? Why linger here like a thief, watching the entrance? Without a satisfactory explanation, the guard had every right to escort him to the security office for questioning. With such valuable items in hand, who were his relatives, he could not simply state he was visiting Director Tao to deliver a gift. Failing to name his relatives or specify their residence would complicate matters further, potentially leading to a report to the police. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Haoming could no longer wait. He bent down to pick up the gift bag. Just as he straightened up, casting one last habitual glance toward the unit's entrance, a miracle occurred. Ma Xiaosong, if only he had cursed Ma Xiaosong 100 times before, now he felt a surge of gratitude for his timely arrival, rendering Lu Haoming's previous wait meaningful. He stood aside, wary of being seen, yet straining to catch the sound of footsteps. The footsteps gradually receded, and finally, he turned to see Ma Xiaosong heading toward the main entrance. It was only when that figure vanished from his sight that he sprinted toward the unit's door, freeing one hand to press the up button. To his dismay, the elevator descended instead. Continuing downward, there was no one behind him. The elevator doors opened, revealing an empty cabin. Lu Haoming slipped inside and quickly pressed the button for the 12th floor. As the elevator ascended, he felt as if he had entered an escape route. In mere seconds, his embarrassment would dissipate, and he could step into the Tao residence. Once he placed the gift down, he could relax, no longer merely a gift bearer, but a subordinate visiting his superior. Even if others joined him, he would remain composed. Chapter 14. A cordial meeting. He rang the doorbell. A stylishly dressed woman in her 30s opened the door, appraising Lu Haoming from head to toe. Oh no, she had no recollection of him despite having attended the housewarming party on moving day. Lu Haoming introduced himself, saying, "I am Lu Haoming from the bureau office." Initially, he had intended to refer to himself as Little Lu, but in the presence of such a youthful lady, he opted for his full name instead. "Oh, please come in," she replied. Upon entering, Lu Haoming changed his shoes and presented a gift to Mrs. Tao, saying, "Wishing you and your family an early happy mid-autumn festival." The woman accepted the gift and, walking towards the study, invited him, "Please take a seat." Lu Haoming stood, surveying his surroundings, but the absence of Director Tao was notable. The decor of the room could only be described as lavish, a stark contrast to the simplicity that had characterized it on moving day. Over the past few months, numerous items had been added, particularly a pair of grand vases that were nearly identical to those in the director's office. Mrs. Tao emerged from the study, gesturing with her lips to indicate that her husband was in the bathroom, and then proceeded to prepare tea and arrange some fruits. Lu Haoming had intended to engage Mrs. Tao in light conversation to break the ice, yet he was uncertain how to address her. Mrs. Tao's surname was Song, and her name was Song Shishir. Referring to her as Sister Shishir felt too abrupt, while calling her Madam seemed excessively formal. Moreover, as Mrs. Song lacked any formal occupation, titles such as Teacher Song or Dr. Song felt inappropriate. He stood there, offering an awkward smile. Moments later, Director Tao emerged from the inner corridor, exuding a warm and approachable demeanor. "Ah, Haoming has arrived. Why are you standing? Please, sit down," he said. Once seated, Director Tao gazed at him with a gentle smile that radiated warmth, akin to witnessing the sun after a snowfall. They exchanged pleasantries, and sensing that visitors might arrive, Lu Haoming seized the opportunity to express his sentiments to Director Tao. He may have stumbled over his words, but he subtly conveyed that since joining the Education Bureau, particularly after Director Tao's arrival, he had been solely focused on his work, with little interest in card games or socializing, hence his infrequent visits to the director's residence. Director Tao chuckled, "We only moved here in May. How many times could you have come? It's good that you are here now." Lu Haoming delicately asserted that he was a person of modest ambition, content with a peaceful life, and someone who never spoke ill of others. He urged Director Tao not to believe any idle gossip he might hear. Some matters could not be expressed too explicitly, as specificity would prompt inquiries about the sources of such claims. It sufficed to express his complete loyalty and unwavering support for Director Tao. Throughout the conversation, Director Tao maintained a smile, even dismissing several unimportant phone calls. He regarded Lu Haoming with an extraordinarily friendly expression, as if they had been good friends in the past, were good friends in the present, and would remain so in the future. Lu Haoming relaxed and opened his heart, speaking freely. Mrs. Tao, Song Shishir, occasionally emerged from another room to refill Lu Haoming's tea, and once offered him a piece of red apple on a toothpick, saying, "Try this. It's imported fruit." In response to her enthusiastic encouragement, he placed the apple in his mouth, chewing slowly to avoid making too much noise. Satisfied that he had tasted it, Mrs. Song departed. After listening to Lu Haoming's account, Director Tao fondly reflected on the past 2 years, discussing his transition from the county to the municipal bureau, and expressed gratitude for the strong support from comrades. He particularly commended Lu Haoming, stating that he was an exemplary cadre, diligent, non-complaining, and responsible. "You, little Lu, are a person of integrity, devoid of ulterior motives, and one with a promising future. Of course, no one is perfect, you have your own idiosyncrasies, and everyone has their flaws and mistakes to rectify gradually." He continued, "The work of the Education Bureau has benefited from your contributions in the past, and moving forward, it will rely on your quiet dedication. The spirit of selfless service is a litmus test for one's loyalty to the party and the organization." After taking a sip of tea, he continued to gaze at Lu Haoming with a smile, as if there were no barriers between them and no grievances held against him. Such words were music to Lu Haoming's ears. It was evident that this visit was timely, effectively dispelling any misunderstandings that Director Tao may have harbored against him. The arduous wait beneath the tree had undeniably been worthwhile, a necessity multiplied exponentially. Lastly, Director Tao advised, work diligently and do not be swayed by external distractions, remain loyal to the organization and to your superiors. Should you encounter any misconduct, especially actions or remarks that undermine the organization or its leadership, please report them to me promptly. Following this, he looked at Lu Haoming with earnest expectation. Understanding the gravity of Director Tao's words, Lu Haoming recognized that the crux of the matter lay in the final sentence, reporting any misconduct or slander against the organization or its leaders. If Lu Haoming were to impulsively speak ill of Director Lu at this moment, it would be all too convenient, yet he could not fabricate the truth. Their conversations had consistently revolved around astronomy, geography, and poetry, never descending into the realm of slander, which would betray his conscience. Embarrassed, Lu Haoming offered a sheepish smile, mirrored by Director Tao. "There will be many days ahead, continue to work hard." Director Tao concluded the meeting. Lu Haoming understood this as a farewell and stood to take his leave. This cordial exchange, lasting 40 minutes without interruption, concluded in an atmosphere of harmony and intimacy. Upon returning home, when one inquired with concern about their discussion, he selectively recounted only the positive remarks. When one asked, was his wife warm and welcoming? He replied that the director's wife had not recognized him at first, but upon seeing him with a gift and introducing himself, she became quite cordial. When one rolled her eyes at him, saying, "Lu Haoming, you should be a bit more modest, just saying you are little Lu would suffice." Lu Haoming retorted, "Little Lu, his wife is his second spouse, only a few years my senior. I mentioned this last time, don't you remember?" When Wan replied, "Right, I recall now. What about his first wife?" "Divorced." "The second wife must be beautiful, then?" "She dresses fashionably, wears lipstick, carefully outlines her brows, and styles her hair in large waves. She is exceptionally well put together." When Wan's expression darkened, Lu Haoming asked, "Did I say something wrong to upset you?" When Wan replied softly, "If you become an official in the future, you won't divorce me, will you?" They say a man's 3 great joys are to become an official, amass wealth, or lose his wife. Lu Haoming laughed heartily. "You are being ridiculous, others are others, we are we." After a while, when Wan remarked, "See, making more connections has its rewards. Director Tao has been praising you. In truth, he holds no prejudice against you. If you cultivate a good relationship with Director Tao, even if you don't advance within the bureau, being appointed as a vice principal at the municipal first high school could yield a substantial income." Lu Haoming understood that even being a class teacher would be preferable to writing materials in the office. How many parents would bring gifts? However, he was already at a deputy section chief level. To return to teaching would be a demotion. To become a vice principal at the municipal first high school would be easily attainable with just a word from Director Tao. It was indeed wise to foster a good rapport with Director Tao, who wouldn't wish to lead a more comfortable life. Since presenting a substantial gift to Director Tao's household for the Mid-Autumn Festival, it remained uncertain whether Director Tao had spoken to Ma Xiaosong to treat Lu Haoming more favorably, or if Lu Haoming simply felt a sense of tranquility after having given the gift. In any case, the days that followed unfolded with a remarkable calmness. The extended National Day holiday passed swiftly. Upon returning to work, there was little to do. One afternoon, he found himself reading his uncle-in-law's Insights on Officialdom. This notebook served as a guide to navigating the political landscape, enlightening him on the delicate nuances of various situations. His uncle summarized 10 principles of officialdom. 1. Be flexible on the outside but principled on the inside. Maintain a standard for right and wrong internally, but do not display it overtly. 2. When engaging with others, cultivate good rapport, discuss astronomy, geography, and history, while steering clear of local matters. 3. Exercise patience in difficult situations. When provoked to the limit, bide your time before retaliating. Ensure that your counteraction is well planned and decisive. Just as he was delving into the 3rd principle, when one called with good news, their hospital was initiating a fund for housing construction and wanted him to return home to discuss it. Chapter 15 Borrowing Money, which sparks new conflicts upon returning home. When one shared with him some delightful news, the hospital was raising funds to construct 50 new apartments. Lu Haoming expressed his skepticism. With over 1,000 employees at the hospital, how could you possibly be selected? When one beamed with pride, this time, I truly stand a chance. I was once awarded the municipal commendation for bravery, granting priority to those who have received honors at the provincial or city level. This occurred before their marriage, one day, while on her way to work, when one encountered an elderly man who had collapsed. A crowd had gathered, helpless and uncertain. While someone called for an ambulance, she rushed forward to administer chest compressions and performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, ultimately reviving him. That year, she not only received the Bravery Award from the city government but was also recognized as one of the top 10 most beautiful individuals in Woa City. This was indeed splendid news. For their current residence was an outdated, cramped suite of merely 50 square meters. The prospect of moving into a new apartment was exhilarating.
How much do we need to contribute?
100 square meters, over 70,000.
Lu Haoming gasped at the figure.
Together, their monthly income barely exceeded 1,300 yuan, barely sufficient for their living expenses, allowing them to save a maximum of 5,000 yuan in a year. Their wedding and the purchase of this modest suite had exhausted all their prior savings. When Wan stated, I can gather around 10,000 yuan, this is an opportunity, Lu Haoming felt disheartened. Let me think of something. He tried to comfort Wen Wan. Neither his family nor Wen Wan's had the financial means to assist them, leaving him at a loss for solutions. Wen Wan reminded him, we must pay within 10 days, otherwise, we forfeit our eligibility. Lu Haoming spent a restless night. 70,000 yuan might not be a staggering amount for some, but for him, it was a fortune. The less money one possesses, the more challenging it becomes to borrow. This is the first law of borrowing. The next day at work, he closed his office door and compiled a list of potential lenders. Borrowing from the bank required not only collateral but also connections. Completing the necessary procedures could take longer than 10 days, and relatives of the poor are often themselves impoverished, a relative truth. Even if one manages to escape the cycle of poverty, wealth remains elusive. It mattered not how wealthy one became, merely breaking free from the cycle of poverty was paramount, so he busied himself severing ties with impoverished relatives, fearing they would seek financial assistance from him. Lending to one uncle but not another would only provoke resentment. Should he lend to one uncle and not another, complications would ensue. One uncle might threaten to unearth their ancestral graves, claiming favoritism among their ancestors. Thus, he would have to lend to that uncle as well. With relatives in financial distress, he turned to friends for assistance. His first target was Ren Ziyuan, but alas, he had been detained and remained incarcerated. Next, he considered Qin Jun, a classmate with a slight familial connection, primarily because he was wealthy and ran a company in Shenzhen. He had heard Qin Jun mention that a single meal could cost them 5,000 yuan. Time was of the essence, and the task daunting. He hastily dialed Qin Jun's office. The call connected, and it was Qin Jun himself who answered. Lu Haoming began reminiscing, mentioning that he had stumbled upon their high school yearbook the previous night, sparking a wave of nostalgia for those carefree days. Now alone in his office, he felt compelled to reach out to his cousin and old classmate. This evoked Qin Jun's reminiscence of their shared past, and their conversation flowed for over 20 minutes. Realizing that they could chat indefinitely, Lu Haoming seized the moment of Qin Jun's heightened spirits to disclose his current predicament, requesting a loan of 40,000 yuan. Before Qin Jun could respond, Lu Haoming laid out his repayment plan, detailing his salary, the red envelopes received during holidays, occasional side jobs, and the potential value of any gifts he could convert to cash, subtracting his annual living expenses to illustrate what remained. In essence, he emphasized a system of borrowing and repaying in installments. Qin Jun remained silent for a prolonged moment, and Lu Haoming's heart raced. Then, a sigh emanated from the other end of the line.
Brother, life is not easy for anyone.
Big cities have their challenges. Last year, I bought a car and a house. The car cost over 200,000, and the house over 600,000. I'm not only broke but will likely need to work hard for several more years to clear my debts. Finally, Qin Jun lamented, I truly wish to return to the past when we were carefree and life was so much better. After half an hour of conversation, culminating in 20 minutes of build-up, he not only failed to secure the loan but found himself comforting Qin Jun, saying, it's alright to owe a little, brother.
Take your time.
The first potential lender had fallen through. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Lu Haoming opened it to find Xiao Zhang from the office signaling him.
Director Ma is looking for you. With trepidation, Lu Haoming approached.
To his surprise, Ma Xiaosong did not even offer a simple please, have a seat. Instead, he launched into a tirade. How long do you intend to keep that call going? I tried calling you half an hour ago, but the line was busy. I thought you would be done in 10 minutes, yet after another 10, it was still busy. Who exactly were you speaking to, and was it for work or personal matters? Lu Haoming's confidence wavered as he fabricated, my classmate called. He had so much to say, and I felt it rude to hang up. Ma Xiaosong rapped his fingers on the desk. You must tell the truth, was it you who called, or did he call you? This can be verified through the telecommunications records. If I find out you made the call, you will be deceiving me. Director Tao emphasized the need for frugality during our last meeting.
You can use your own phone for personal matters, why take advantage of public resources?
Lu Haoming found himself at a loss for words, unable to retort. All he could manage was, Director Ma, I promise to be more mindful next time.
It's not just about being mindful next time.
It shows you didn't heed Director Tao's words. He has repeatedly stressed the need for austerity, yet you act contrary to that. He continued, go back and write a self-reflection report for me.
Lu Haoming longed to retort, what about you? You frequently indulge in lavish banquets with Director Tao, consuming top-shelf liquor. Are you practicing frugality? But those words lodged in his throat, unspoken. Returning to the archives, he was seething with frustration, recognizing that Ma Xiaosong's actions stemmed not from personal animosity but from a desire to bolster Director Tao's authority. In Tao's eyes, Lu Shirshan's dissent during meetings was indicative of insubordination among certain staff members. As a loyal supporter of Director Tao, Ma Xiaosong's foremost task was to uphold his reputation, while simultaneously establishing his own authority. The disdain for educated individuals was palpable, and he sought every opportunity to belittle them. Having failed to secure the loan and endured a reprimand, Lu Haoming's fists clenched in frustration. If he wished to treat him as a target for his frustrations, then he would stand firm against him. Writing a self-reflection, he resolved not to comply. After all, who had not made personal calls from the office? The more compliant one was, the more one was exploited. One could either erupt in silence or perish in silence, rather than live in humiliation. He preferred to engage in a battle of wills. Criticize him, he welcomed the criticism, as long as they did not provide him with leverage in the future. Having reached this realization, Lu Haoming felt liberated, adopting a nonchalant attitude. By the time he left work, he was whistling, drawing puzzled glances from his colleagues. Tian inquired, Director Lu, where do you plan to go this weekend? You seem quite cheerful. He scoffed, where could I possibly go? I have no official vehicle. Chapter 16. A sudden inspiration leads him to borrow money from a beauty. During their Friday dinner, Lu Haoming candidly shared his predicament of needing to borrow money with Wan. He subtly suggested the possibility of temporarily relinquishing their plans, considering the costs associated with purchasing a home and the impending renovations, as their baby was due to arrive in March of the following year. The financial burden of raising a child alongside homeownership was simply insurmountable for two individuals relying solely on their salaries. Wan remained silent for quite some time, her silence resonating as a form of protest. Lu Haoming felt a pang of guilt. Although foregoing their plans seemed to be a prudent decision, the negative implications weighed heavily on him. While others desperately sought to pool resources yet found themselves lacking the qualifications, he had the eligibility but chose to withdraw, revealing his lack of robust social connections and affluent relatives. In essence, he was merely one of those whose earnings were limited to a fixed salary, devoid of both support and external aid in this society. Meeting those two criteria rendered one vulnerable to exploitation. If Ma Xiaosong were to discover this, it would only exacerbate his feelings of inadequacy. With a sigh, Wan remarked, what if it doesn't work out? Perhaps we should just give up. Her lament chilled Lu Haoming's heart. He replied, let me think of another way. With nowhere else to turn, Lu Haoming retreated to the balcony for a smoke, and gradually, the image of his cousin, Lu Shuisheng, surfaced in his mind. Shuisheng was a burly young man who had not excelled academically and had dropped out of school after primary education to join the workforce. He had become a cautionary tale among the villagers, often compared unfavorably to Lu Haoming, who had been accepted into a prestigious university. Villagers would remark, Shuisheng, your cousin Haoming is attending a top university, yet here you are, idling away your days. How can there be such a stark difference, given that you share the same grandfather? Stung by these comparisons, Shuisheng took it upon himself to learn to drive and began working under a mentor, transporting pigs to Guangdong. Eventually, he purchased his own truck and even took on an apprentice, flourishing in his business endeavors. He had now built a small villa in the village. Although Shuisheng was now prosperous and his cousin, he found it incredibly difficult to ask for help. This was largely due to Lu Haoming's father's tendency to boast about Haoming's achievements while looking down on Shuisheng, who was merely a pig farmer. Shuisheng's father, feeling slighted, would retort that their family's income was merely a fraction of what Shuisheng earned in a month. Despite their fathers being brothers, the two young men shared a tenuous relationship. However, Lu Haoming had never harbored any ill feelings toward Shuisheng. After all, they were family. After much contemplation, Lu Haoming resolved to reach out. Despite his father's disparaging remarks about Shuisheng, he had never belittled him, recognizing that their familial bond transcended their circumstances. He called Shuisheng to explain his situation, cautiously asking to borrow 40,000 yuan. Without hesitation, Shuisheng responded that he was currently facing some challenges due to a recent loss of livestock but assured Lu Haoming he would find a way to help him secure the funds. Upon hearing Shuisheng's willingness to assist, Lu Haoming felt a wave of emotion wash over him, his eyes misting as he expressed, blood is thicker than water, we can always rely on family. Shuisheng replied, we are brothers. The Lu surname is uncommon in this area, and with our forebears divided, it is imperative that we stand united, lest we be bullied by outsiders. Feeling a sense of shame, Lu Haoming reflected on Shuisheng's elevated mindset and eagerly exclaimed, indeed, we must unite. You focus on earning, and I will dedicate myself to my work. It is high time we reclaim our dignity. The Lu family has endured enough humiliation in this village. With 40,000 secured in Wan's contributions, he would only need to borrow an additional 20,000. But from whom? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Tian, she was the cashier at his workplace, from whom he regularly withdrew his salary, so borrowing from her would pose no issue. With this newfound resolve, he decided to approach Tian for assistance. He felt an undeniable premonition that she would be inclined to lend him the money. If there was any flicker of hope or warmth within the office, it emanated from her presence. Since Tian joined the office, she had taken on the responsibility of boiling water. The office was equipped with an electric kettle, and she habitually prepared 3 pots at a time, one for the office, and one each for Director Ma and Director Lu. Prior to her arrival, Zhang Yiping had not even bothered to fetch water for him, underscoring Tian's genuine nature. Her duties were minimal, mostly handling payments and assisting with various office tasks. In her 30s, she was considered the most attractive woman in the bureau. She exuded a calm demeanor, appearing almost blissfully unaware of the office dynamics, always greeting everyone with a smile.
Coming from a well-off family, while others rode motorcycles, she drove a car. Her attire was fashionable, yet her character remained refreshingly innocent. A year ago, when Director Liu led a team on a research trip to a nearby county, he Tian accompanied them.
During their journey, they passed a restaurant known for its whole beef banquet.
On their return, Director Liu intentionally chose this venue for dinner. Among the dishes served was a plate of plum blossom tendons, beef pizzle.
He Tian innocently inquired, "What is this?" Director Liu, hesitant to be direct, replied tactfully, "It's an organ from an animal." She then asked, "Do humans have that?" To which Director Liu responded, "I do." Curious, she pressed on, "Then I must have it too." "What is it really? Stop being vague." Director Liu, with a mischievous grin, replied, "You sometimes have it, and sometimes you don't." This elicited a hearty laugh from the group. He Tian's comfortable upbringing meant she faced little pressure in life and had no desire for a political career, living instead with ease and contentment. Lu Haoming mused that if he could adopt He Tian's outlook, treating work as merely a routine obligation, devoid of greed or ambition, how wonderful that would be. With this thought in mind, he informed Wenwan that he needed to step out for a moment. Upon reaching the small park outside their courtyard, he called He Tian directly, skipping any pleasantries and straightforwardly explaining his financial dilemma while requesting a loan of 20,000 yuan. To his surprise, she readily agreed. Lu Haoming could hardly believe his fortune. Her response had exceeded his expectations, and he felt a surge of enthusiasm as he returned home to share the news with Wenwan. Shuisheng is willing to lend me 40,000, and with our family's contribution, we will only need to borrow another 10,000. Wenwan asked, "Shuisheng is being so generous?"
Lu Haoming replied, "As people's financial situations improve, so do their mindsets. There are no hard feelings between us, only between our fathers. Blood ties are strong, and we must not allow past grievances to linger. If he helps me now, I can assist him in the future."
Wenwan suggested, "If you can't gather the remaining amount, I could approach Auntie. What do you think?"
Lu Haoming responded, "Isn't Auntie planning to build a house in the countryside? She is likely feeling the strain as well. On Monday, I'll speak with a friend. If that doesn't work out, I can always ask Auntie."
Wenwan countered, "Didn't you say you've exhausted all your options with friends?" Lu Haoming hesitated to reveal he was borrowing from He Tian and joked, "Perhaps I should ask Director Tao." Wenwan was momentarily speechless, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind?" He laughed, "If I can't resolve my political situation, surely I can address my financial needs.
After all, he doesn't lack for money."
Wenwan remarked, "Someone must have agreed to help you, given your buoyant mood and your newfound propensity for jest." Chapter 17. Astute and calculating. On Monday, as Lu Haoming settled into his chair at work, the phone rang.
Without so much as a greeting, Ma Xiaosong brusquely instructed, "Come to my office." With a grim expression, Lu Haoming made his way inside. Ma Xiaosong slammed the call record onto the desk, tapping it with his fingers, and in a sardonic tone remarked, "A call to Shenzhen lasting 37 minutes and 6 seconds. How can you possibly claim this is work?" Lu Haoming remained silent. "You must write a profound self-reflection this morning." Lu Haoming had already devised a counter-strategy. He spoke deliberately, "I will write about equality. Please print out all the phone expenses for the bureau this year, last year, and the year before. Let us thoroughly tally where the calls were made, whether for public or private purposes. If we are to write reflections, let us all do so." Ma Xiaosong was taken aback by Lu Haoming's retort, his voice trembling slightly. Fine, you are challenging the organization?" "This is not a challenge. It is about purifying the organization. I acknowledge my mistake regarding this phone bill and I am willing to cover it. However, what about the others, including you, Director Ma? How many personal calls have you made?" "Very well, you are indeed formidable, almost heroic," Ma Xiaosong conceded. Lu Haoming shot him a pointed glance before turning to leave. Ma Xiaosong then entered Director Tao's office to report, "You mentioned the need to strengthen our work ethic and practice frugality, yet Lu Haoming has spent the entire morning making long-distance calls from his office. I had Xiao Zhang fetch the call records from the telecom bureau." With that, he presented the call log with both hands. He continued, "The last time I requested him to revise an article, he outright refused until Chairman Tang intervened. Now, he has openly made personal calls from the office for 37 minutes. If he previously concealed his actions, he is now brazenly exposing his true nature. He may defy my authority, but he has disregarded your directives as well. I believe he must be made to write a reflection." Tao Zichuan responded languidly, "I will have a word with him shortly." After that, he dismissed Ma Xiaosong by turning his attention to the documents before him. Feeling disheartened, Ma Xiaosong left in a huff. Tao Zichuan remained deep in thought. It would be easy enough to deal with Lu Haoming and require him to write a reflection, but the issues he raised were quite thorny. Who hasn't made personal calls from the office? During the last meeting, he had only emphasized frugality without explicitly prohibiting personal calls. If an investigation were to ensue and the records were revealed, it was likely that everyone would be culpable. This also pertained to his own conduct. He was uncertain how many long-distance calls he had made, which were fundamentally personal matters. At present, it was not merely about taking down Lu Haoming. His true rival was Lu Shirshan. He had heard rumors that Lu Shirshan was gathering evidence against him. 5 years ago, Song Shishir entered his life, a beautiful, gentle, and understanding waitress who harbored a unique affection for him. In stark contrast, his first wife was exceedingly dull. Starting his career as a recruitment officer, he had struggled to find a suitable partner in the countryside and settled for a plain substitute teacher who lacked charm. Since meeting Song Shishir, he felt as though he had squandered the first half of his life. Nevertheless, he prided himself on being a man of integrity. Before divorce, he maintained a respectful distance from Song Shishir. He resolved to divorce, only to discover that his first wife was equally proud and indifferent, with no love or affection in their marriage. It felt like a mere existence that he left with nothing but his aspirations and began a life with Song Shishir, realizing that he had made the right choice. Song Shishir elevated his lifestyle to that befitting a deputy secretary when he took her out. He felt he was worthy of both the audience and the female performers from the county theater. At home, Song Shishir's allure in bed further deepened his understanding of manhood. It was no wonder that while many condemned Pan Jinlian, they secretly wished to have several mistresses like her. Later, he discovered that Song Shishir, unbeknownst to him, was leveraging his influence to conduct business in the county. Initially, he attempted to put a stop to it, but his efforts were in vain.
You're nearing 50.
If you don't make some money now, how will the two of us live in the future? She argued. After some contemplation, he agreed. He could work for a maximum of 10 more years, and when he retired, would his pension suffice for Song Shishir's expenses? She had expressed that her son must attend primary school in the provincial capital, at the very least, or even an international bilingual school. Thus, he sometimes chose to turn a blind eye. In the county, Song Shishir dared not act too brazenly, mindful that there were higher authorities to answer to. However, once they reached the Municipal Education Bureau, it would be his domain where he called the shots. As for her involvement in the educational support business, it was not a concern. The main issue was her interference in school uniform procurement and infrastructure projects. Tao Jichuan felt tormented. If he intervened, he risked failure, but if he didn't, he feared potential repercussions. After hesitating for a year, he gradually came to accept it. Song Shishir was adept. She never made an appearance, ensuring her dealings were secure and the piles of cash were undeniably tempting. Lost in thought, he was interrupted by someone seeking his signature. With a swift stroke of his pen, he complied. This individual specialized in rubber tracks for school sports fields and had previously conducted a memorabilia deal with the Education Bureau. They were quite familiar with one another, yet always maintained a professional demeanor in public. Once the visitor departed, Tao Jichuan reflected on how these business owners amassed wealth, always surrounded by beautiful women, whereas he toiled daily with burdensome thoughts. He sipped his tea and continued to ponder strategies. Liu Shirshan sought evidence but could find none, yet the man was insufferable, and he was determined to oust him from the Education Bureau. How could he achieve this? The city had a policy stating that any leadership cadre who failed to meet end-of-year evaluations would be subject to admonition and reassignment to non-essential positions due to their inadequacy. He believed he could covertly make the necessary arrangements and would eventually issue direct orders. For now, he needed to cultivate alliances and employ a mixture of benevolence and authority. Knowing that Lu Haoming was aware of the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival and would likely come bearing gifts, he recognized the importance of wielding influence. His next step would be to extend a gesture of goodwill to draw him in. As he contemplated these matters, his phone rang. It was Song Shishir, informing him that someone was treating them to lunch and urging him to hurry to the Mengjiangnan Hotel for a meeting. After hanging up, Tao Jichuan exited his office and knocked on the materials room door. Xiao Lu, I'll be stepping out this morning. Please come to my office at 3:30 this afternoon.
Lu Haoming was taken aback.
Director Tao had personally sought him out, and his demeanor was unusually amiable. Rising from his seat, he felt a surge of excitement and replied, certainly. Chapter 18. The sudden phone call filled Lu Haoming with exhilaration. Tian entered the room, closed the door behind her, flashed him a smile, and retrieved a bundle of money wrapped in a newspaper from her bag. A warmth surged within Lu Haoming as he expressed, "Thank you so much. I'll write you an IOU and repay you within a year."
Tian shook her head and chuckled. "I'm too lazy to keep track of an IOU. Do you think I'm worried you might renege?"
"I'll simply deduct it from your salary when the time comes." With a playful grin, she departed, gently closing the door behind her. Lu Haoming promptly tucked the money into his wallet. As a grown man, he felt an unusual flutter in his heart. Tian harbored feelings for him. This affection left him inexplicably flustered. After enjoying lunch in the cafeteria, he returned to the archives for a midday nap. He decided against visiting the Zizhu Xian tea house. When one is on a downward trajectory, it is wise to avoid crowded places. Should the proprietress be snobbish and ungracious, it would be nothing short of self-humiliation. He purchased a mat to lay on the floor, which proved far more spacious than the sofa at the tea house. He retrieved a pillow from the cabinet and took out his uncle's diaries from the bureaucratic realm, reclining as he began to read. 3 principles for communicating with superiors. Speak highly of your superior's perfection and refrain from offering any suggestions. Emphasize their capabilities and avoid mentioning any gossip. Highlight the unit's achievements while steering clear of its shortcomings. Reflections on this: you may be speaking falsehoods, yet your superiors are aware of this deception. Nonetheless, they still relish hearing these untruths. Upon reaching this point, Lu Haoming could not suppress a laugh. He had not anticipated his uncle to be one who shunned the truth. He continued reading. 3 Principles for interacting with colleagues. Form alliances. Those who stand aloof will find themselves friendless. Maintain principles. Do not engage in indiscriminate conversations with colleagues. Cultivate a good rapport with the most attractive female colleagues, even if it means compromising your own comfort, for their influence is considerable. Reflections. Never become friends with colleagues is utter nonsense. Once again, he chuckled at this segment. After some time, feeling fatigued, he gradually succumbed to sleep. At 2:30 p.m., he awoke punctually. He folded the mat and washed his face in the restroom, then commenced his work. In the office, aside from Director Tao's door which remained closed, his was the only one left ajar. As a mere document writer, no one sought his assistance. Even with his door open, he found no visitors. After sitting idly for a while, Lu Haoming decided to knock on Director Tao's door.
A voice from within invited, "Come in," prompting him to enter and close the door behind him. Director Tao's office consisted of 2 rooms, the outer one for receiving guests and the inner for work. To his surprise, he found Director Tao in the outer room, likely having just attended to a visitor. Director Tao gestured towards the sofa for Lu Haoming to sit, then personally prepared and brought over a cup of tea. Lu Haoming was taken aback by this gesture. Rising, he accepted the teacup with both hands. Director Tao swiveled slightly in his large chair to face Lu Haoming and remarked, "Xiao Lu, about the phone call matter, it cannot be entirely blamed on you, as there are no unified regulations in the bureau. I, too, have made personal calls, so moving forward, we should establish a system to restrict long-distance calls. Your misstep was in the duration of your call. Coincidentally, Director Ma needed to speak with you at that moment, so it was reasonable for him to intervene. Leaders must set an example. After all, consider this a learning experience. Once the system is in place, we will all adhere to it. Wouldn't you agree?" Lu Haoming nodded in agreement. Director Tao continued, "There is nothing more. Focus on your work." Returning to the archives, Lu Haoming mused that he could no longer afford to be a pushover. Perhaps a confrontation would prove beneficial. Moreover, the shift in Director Tao's attitude towards him was evident. After a while, his phone rang. The unexpected call was from Ren Ziyuan, surprising and thrilling Lu Haoming. "Brother, that last meal was long overdue. Come over tonight, and let us enjoy a good drink together." Knowing some topics were best left unspoken over the phone, he replied, "Sure, I'll head over as soon as I finish work." The remainder of the afternoon felt interminable as he struggled to concentrate on his reading, anxiously awaiting the end of the workday. Finally, he called Ren Ziyuan. "I'm at box 1 on the 2nd floor, I'll be waiting for you there." He hopped on his motorcycle and sped towards the Dingfeng Hotel. Box 1 was quite spacious, specifically designed for hosting esteemed guests, resplendently adorned. Upon entering, he found a table already occupied. Ren Ziyuan spotted him, rose, and waved him over, exclaiming, "Brother, come, sit here." All eyes turned to Lu Haoming as he approached. Ren Ziyuan took his hand, guiding him to the seat of honor, and introduced, "This is my brother, Lu Haoming, Deputy Director of the Office of the Municipal Education Bureau." Applause erupted from the group. Scanning the faces around him, Lu Haoming realized he did not recognize a single person. They were likely Ren Ziyuan's acquaintances from outside. He clasped his hands in greetings to you all. Ren Ziyuan urged him to sit, and as they settled in, drinks began to flow and dishes were served at an impressive pace. Within no time, 6 or 7 dishes graced the table. Ren Ziyuan stood, raising his glass, prompting everyone else to rise as well. "Dear friends, and my brother Lu, there was a slight misunderstanding not long ago. I've been on business trips for a few months, laughter ensues, a man like me can't avoid business trips in life, please trust that I, Ren, am a man of principle and integrity, it's merely business, and I won team a step, applause, that. Today, let us set aside other matters and simply enjoy our drinks, here's to my brothers who care for me." A chorus of clinking glasses followed. The table transformed into a clinking glass festival, with everyone eager to toast with Ren Ziyuan. Even those unknown to Lu Haoming took turns raising their glasses to him. Each time Ren Ziyuan would introduce him, the toasters repeatedly declared, "This is my true elder brother." Each newcomer paid their respects to Lu Haoming, asserting their willingness to assist whenever needed with just a phone call. Lu Haoming found this camaraderie refreshing. He exchanged numbers with each one, realizing that these individuals from the social sphere exhibited far more loyalty than some colleagues from the Education Bureau. Retaining their contact information would undoubtedly prove beneficial. The gathering stretched on for quite some time before dispersing. After the meal, Ren Ziyuan summoned a robust fellow, instructing, "Lao Lu, take the brothers out for karaoke. I'll accompany my elder brother upstairs for a bit." Lao Lu nodded vigorously. As the group scattered, Ren Ziyuan led Lu Haoming outside. Lu Haoming inquired, "What's Lao Lu's full name?" "Lu Changjiao, a truly loyal friend," Ren Ziyuan replied. Once outside the private room, they encountered familiar faces who greeted Ren Ziyuan with warm handshakes. After a considerable effort, they finally made their way to the main hall. Ren Ziyuan, with his prominent belly, strode confidently, causing the staff to step aside and bow slightly, allowing him to pass. He carried himself as if he were a returning hero, having returned from his business trip, now even more imposing. Chapter 19 Rediscovering long-lost feelings. Upon entering the chairman's office on the 15th floor, Ren Ziyuan prepared a cup of tea for Lu Haoming. The two men settled down in the spacious suite, which included a game room, a reception area, an office, and a bedroom. Lu Haoming was quite familiar with the place, having frequented it often. Little had changed, save for the absence of the painting that had once hung across from their seats. "Has the painting of the Mandarin fish been taken down?" Ren Ziyuan let out a brief, mirthful chuckle from his throat, offering a cigarette to Lu Haoming before continuing. "Yesterday, I invited Master Huiji from Yingtai Mountain to take a look. He deemed that fish unsuitable for display, so it was removed." "You returned from your business trip yesterday?" Lu Haoming inquired, prompting a hearty laugh from Ren Ziyuan. "Indeed, I came back yesterday morning. I immediately sought out Master Huiji because he had predicted a minor tribulation at the age of 30, but having weathered that storm, I am now on a clear path ahead." "Is he really that astute? Can he truly foresee such things?" "I shall take you to meet him one day. However, he typically refrains from fortune-telling. I have known him for many years, and it is only recently that he shared this insight with me." Lu Haoming was primarily concerned with the reasons behind Ren Ziyuan's predicament and his association with Deputy Secretary Zhou. Such political intrigue piqued his interest, leading him to query, "As brothers, speak the truth, why are they targeting you?" Ren Ziyuan responded with a smile, "Isn't it simply because Deputy Secretary Zhou enjoys dining here? Occasionally, he comes for a foot massage. They are eager to extract further leads from me. What leads could there possibly be? I told them that whether he was a secretary or you visiting my establishment for a meal or a foot bath, it is merely a matter of human decency. When they pressed me about whether I had given Joe any money, I replied in the negative. They seemed unconvinced, repeatedly questioning me with the same phrases. I consistently maintained my two-word response, none. They didn't assault you, did they? No. I made it clear upon my arrival that I am an upright gentleman, untainted by any financial entanglements. I warned them that should they lay a finger on me, I, would become a desperate man, and once I emerged, I would ensure the demise of those who dared to harm me. They surely wouldn't be intimidated by your threats? My dear brother, if someone like you were captured, they might not fear you. However, they are aware of my connections in society, and that does instill a certain apprehension. After all, human nature is inherently self-preserving. Ren Ziyuan patted his chest, adding, brother, look at me. When I smile, I resemble a bodhisattva, but when I scowl, I can be as fierce as a northern wolf, wouldn't you agree? Upon witnessing Ren Ziyuan's sudden fierce glare, Lu Haoming burst into laughter. Indeed, President Ren possesses the temperament of a ferocious wolf.
Ren Ziyuan offered Lu Haoming another cigarette, taking a leisurely puff before saying, brother, I adhere to two principles very diligently.
What are those principles? I would like to learn from you.
First, I restrain my hands, refraining from monetary gifts when important guests visit my establishment for dining, foot massages, or lodging. All expenses are waived. This is akin to giving money, and it is also the reason I run a hotel. Were I not to own this hotel, I would still have to spend money on significant guests, whether it be through settling bills or gifting them. My second principle is to curb my tongue. I am broad-minded, accommodating all sorts of matters. In public settings, I maintain utmost respect for leaders, sometimes even feigning a bit of nervousness when speaking to them. As for private gatherings among friends, I never discuss political affairs. Leaders regard me as discreet, entrusting me with their personal matters. I weigh the feasibility of these tasks before proceeding, at which point I offer candid advice. Consequently, the leaders have immense trust in me, believing I possess a sharp mind and am not merely a fool. My dear brother, I am not concealing anything. If you were to reveal this, it would mean that had you not saved me back then, I would have long since sunk to the depths of the river, and now, I merely exist, eking out a few more years. Lu Haoming chuckled heartily, exclaiming, President Ren, my dear brother, having been your junior by a few months, I truly ought to learn from you. To be honest, this past period has been rather turbulent for me, though not to the extent of your optimistic outlook. Upon hearing this, Ren Ziyuan fixed his gaze on Lu Haoming. Do share. Lu Haoming finally found a confidant, recounting the tribulations of the past few months in detail. Ren Ziyuan advised, brother, you must fight back. Fight back? Indeed, when I say fight, I do not mean engaging in daily quarrels. Both overt and covert confrontations are necessary. That fellow, Ma Xiaosong, you must not concede to him. But he has connections. I will help you investigate thoroughly. Lu Haoming nodded, contemplating how Ren Ziyuan's release would indeed lighten his burdens. Certain matters could be entrusted to him, yet, whether to fight or endure was a decision he hesitated over. Moreover, he wished to suggest that Ren Ziyuan engage in some activities and perhaps switch units, though it would be inappropriate to bring it up at this moment. Ren had just emerged and needed time to recuperate. Lu Haoming remarked, then I shall leave it in your capable hands. After exchanging some casual conversation, Ren Ziyuan's phone rang. After a few affirmative sounds, he hung up and said, let us go sing. What was the name of that song again? He stood and hummed, time knows not the sorrows of the world, why not live freely just once? Lu Haoming responded, Xiao sa zhou yi hui. Correct, we must leave half of ourselves sober and half intoxicated, shedding excessive burdens of thought, for we are here in this world to live freely just once. The karaoke venue and foot massage parlor were located in the annex of the hotel. Upon entering, they were greeted by enthusiastic applause led by Lao Lu. The lighting was dim, but the number of attendees had doubled, making it still easy to discern the scene. Lu Haoming steadied himself, realizing that each person was accompanied by a lady. He felt a tad awkward. Lao Lu guided them to a central position, and a head waiter approached Ren Ziyuan, bending close to whisper a few words. Ren Ziyuan waved his hand dismissively. From their expressions, Lu Haoming surmised that the head waiter was inquiring whether Ren wished to summon two ladies for companionship. Ren Ziyuan remained silent, his face reflecting a hint of disdain, as if to say, are you the new head waiter? With so many people here, you think I need to call for ladies? Ren Ziyuan selected a song. As the music concluded, he declared, this isn't for me, it's for my elder brother. Before we commence, I would like to introduce him. My elder brother has won first prize in the national tenor competition. Laughter ensues, so please welcome my elder brother, Comrade Cai Honghong, to perform Xingzhang Gaoyuan. The applause erupted wildly, as if to lift the private room itself. The long-missed ovation, enthusiasm, and the feeling of being cherished by many ignited Lu Haoming's spirit. It was indeed time to cast aside worries and live like Ren Ziyuan. He stepped forward, took the microphone, and bowed to the audience. The applause swelled once more. As the music played, Lu Haoming began to sing. Gradually, he rediscovered the sensation he had felt during his academic years, the vigor he had exuded during Director Wang's tenure. His singing improved with each note, his high notes flowing effortlessly. As he reached the line, Yalajuo, that is the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, his resounding voice captivated the entire audience. The applause surged like a tempest, and soon two elegantly dressed women approached with flowers. Returning to his seat, Ren Ziyuan gave a thumbs up. Brother, that's the spirit. After half an hour, Lu Haoming suddenly remembered that he still had 20,000 yuan in his bag.
He leaned in to whisper a few words to Ren Ziyuan. Ren nodded and escorted him out of the venue. Lao Lu rushed over, saying, Director Lu, are you leaving? Sing another song. We want to appreciate your tenor again. Ren Ziyuan replied, he is not like you, who can play from dawn till dusk. He is a leader with many matters to attend to. Lao Lu chuckled, safe travels, Director Lu, and next time, I'll make sure to invite you specifically. Ren Ziyuan added, then I shall not see you off. Lu Haoming hurriedly exited the karaoke room and descended the stairs. He opened his briefcase to check, feeling reassured it was still there. Mounting his motorcycle, his spirits lifted dramatically as he sped away into the night. Chapter 20. Masters are not all they seem at long last. Having gathered the necessary funds, when one handed over the payment for her new home, a sense of satisfaction washed over her as she envisioned the myriad scenarios of living in her new suite. For most women, marriage signifies that home is paramount. Almost every day, she would engage in discussions with Lu Haoming about the interior design of their new abode. The selection of floor tiles, the style of the foyer, the color of the doors, the design of the bookshelves. While Lu Haoming would feign interest, his mind was preoccupied with weightier matters, such as the possibility of a transfer and the true extent of Ma Xiaosong's connections. 10 days later, Ren Ziyuan provided him with a definitive answer. Firstly, Ma Xiaosong had no formidable backing. His sudden ascension to the position of office director was linked to an incident a year prior when Song Shishir sought medical treatment in Shangzhou. Song Shishir suffered from gynecological issues, and coincidentally, Ma Xiaosong's aunt was a renowned gynecologist at the Shangzhou People's Hospital. He had accompanied her there, and indeed, she was cured. Ma Xiaosong's aunt had merely requested Director Tao to look after her nephew. That was the extent of the intrigue. Secondly, regarding Lu Haoming's desire for a transfer, Ren Ziyuan advised him to remain patient. Recalling a previous mountain climbing expedition, Lu Haoming suggested they visit Master Huiji for his counsel. Ren Ziyuan agreed, and they arranged to go together that weekend. Before they knew it, Saturday arrived, and Lu Haoming accompanied Ren Ziyuan to meet Master Huiji. Having been employed for 6 years, Lu Haoming had only visited Yingtai Mountain once and had little to no interaction with Taoist or Buddhist practitioners. During the journey, Ren Ziyuan explained that Master Huiji was neither a Taoist priest nor a monk, but rather a folk scholar of the I Ching whose primary focus was on feng shui. Lu Haoming inquired, does he read fortunes or tell futures? He should have some understanding, but he does not offer such services. Ren Ziyuan replied. A hint of disappointment flickered within Lu Haoming. Sensing his sentiment, Ren Ziyuan reassured him, however, his knowledge is quite impressive, encompassing various subjects from ancient to modern times, including astronomy and geography. Engaging in conversation with him is a delight, and you may find yourself inspired. Lu Haoming's anticipation reignited as he asked, how old is he? Just over 40. In Lu Haoming's mind, anyone worthy of the title master should be significantly older, prompting a chuckle as he remarked, just over 40, and he is called a master? Well, when you converse with him, you'll see if he truly deserves that title. In less than 20 minutes, they reached the foot of Yingtai Mountain, where a solitary house nestled between two hills came into view. Upon arrival, Ren Ziyuan honked the horn twice before exiting the vehicle. With no immediate response, they made their way inside. In the living room, they encountered a woman in her 30s who smiled at Ren Ziyuan and said, he is meditating in the study. Please wait a moment. The two men settled in the living room while the woman prepared tea and served it to them before departing. Ren Ziyuan remarked, he meditates twice a day, and no one is allowed to disturb him. Lu Haoming asked, isn't meditation a practice associated with Buddhism? Ren Ziyuan took a sip of tea and replied, anyone can meditate. He has taught me, but I cannot sustain it. He is different from others, he only meditates for a quarter of an hour each time. Is the woman his wife? Lu Haoming inquired. Indeed. As they continued their conversation, the woman returned to the living room and announced, you may enter now. Ren Ziyuan led Lu Haoming into the inner room, where he finally discerned a man seated within. A close-cropped head, pale complexion, and dressed in ordinary attire, Ren Ziyuan greeted, Master, good day. The man stood, approached them, and extended his hand for a handshake. Ren Ziyuan introduced, this is my dearest brother and classmate, Lu Haoming, Deputy Director of the Education Bureau's office. He then turned to Lu Haoming, saying, Master Hui, this is Zhou Huiji. Lu Haoming realized that Huiji was not merely a monastic title but the man's actual name. Master Hui grasped Lu Haoming's hand with a slight smile, saying, welcome, welcome. The three of them sat across from each other at a tea table while Master Hui prepared tea. After some casual conversation, Ren Ziyuan said, Master, you typically do not offer fortune-telling, but today I must trouble you, could you provide some guidance for my brother here to see if he has any potential for future development? Master Hui regarded Lu Haoming and replied, shallow acquaintances should not delve into profound matters. Ren Ziyuan felt a wave of embarrassment and implored, just a little guidance, please. He graduated from a normal university, originally intending to teach, but one day while climbing, Lu Haoming had only shared this with Ren Ziyuan, and he was taken aback that his friend had divulged it without his consent, leaving him too late to intervene. After listening, Master Hui glanced at Lu Haoming once more and remarked, in today's world, including monks and Taoists, those working in government positions are often referred to as officials. However, the concepts of official and functionary are distinct. Ren Ziyuan quickly queried, can he become an official? Master Hui smiled gently, I cannot predict that. However, he should be wary of malevolent individuals scheming against him in the near future. Ren Ziyuan asked, how can this be resolved? Master Hui smiled enigmatically, offering no response.
Lu Haoming felt a twinge of resentment. It seemed merely a ploy to extract money under the guise of spiritual guidance. While he felt he should articulate how to resolve the situation, he refrained from pressing for details, sensing the other party's theatrics. Ren Jiyuan cast a sidelong glance at Lu Haoming, hoping he would take the initiative to request the master's assistance in resolving the matter, yet, Lu Haoming remained silent. The atmosphere grew uncomfortable. After a while of idle chatter, they excused themselves. On the return journey, Ren Jiyuan lamented, "The matter of resolution should have been brought up by you, why didn't you mention it?" Lu Haoming replied, "Run, to speak candidly, I have no interest in this so-called master. You claim he possesses vast knowledge, but from our conversation, it was merely a collection of clichés, devoid of originality. However, he did say you should be cautious of treacherous individuals," Ren Jiyuan countered. "That is but a statement applicable to anyone, akin to saying the poor consult horoscopes while the wealthy burn incense. Who goes to him without some issue?" Lu Haoming retorted. Ren Jiyuan chuckled, "Suit yourself, you want me to take you, yet you do not believe." Lu Haoming declared, "I studied psychology in university. When one assesses a situation, there is always a 50% chance of correctness." Ren Jiyuan laughed. "It seems my lack of a university education leads me to admire him a bit." At that moment, Ren Jiyuan's phone rang. After a brief exchange, he said, "I had hoped to share a lunch with you, but someone is looking for me." "You have your obligations, attend to them. I shall disembark at the upcoming intersection," Lu Haoming replied. "I'll drive you," Ren Jiyuan offered. "No need. A short walk will serve as exercise," Lu Haoming insisted as he exited the vehicle and strolled leisurely back. Initially, he had believed Master Huiji possessed genuine abilities, but after an hour's discourse, he concluded that the man was merely reiterating common platitudes. While it was evident that remarkable individuals existed in the world, Master Huiji was certainly not among them, yet, fate had yet another jest in store for Lu Haoming. Chapter 21. The sudden turn of events. The days passed smoothly, devoid of storms or sunshine. However, after a month, an unforeseen incident occurred. One day, as Lu Haoming had just settled into work, Xiao Zhang approached him, knocked on the door, and said, "Director Tao wants to speak with you." Lu Haoming's heart raced, and he inquired, "Speak? About what?" Zhang Yiping shook his head. Lu Haoming nodded, saying, "All right. I'll go." He stood for a moment, pondering the implications of this conversation. Was it a portent of good or ill? Unexpectedly, Zhang Yiping remained, urging him, "Time is of the essence. Let me take you there." Lu Haoming found this increasingly perplexing. Did one need an escort to Director Tao's office? With no time to contemplate further, he followed Zhang Yiping. Upon arriving at Director Tao's office, Zhang instructed him to wait until the current occupant exited before entering. After a while, the head of logistics emerged, gesturing for Lu Haoming to go in. As he entered, Tao Zhichuan turned his chair towards him, his expression calm as he stated, "Xiao Lu, I have some news to share with you. The organization is quite concerned about Director Lu's situation and is preparing to promote him to the position of chairman of the Scientific Association. This is indeed excellent news. Later, at 10 o'clock, the organization department will conduct a democratic evaluation, and you must give Director Lu a high score. Should they seek your perspective, you must speak positively of him. I wanted to give you this heads up in advance." Lu Haoming felt a tumult of emotions and nodded in acknowledgement. With a wave of his hand, Tao dismissed him, and upon exiting, he encountered Lao Mo but merely walked past without a nod, heading straight back to his office. The departure of Director Lu was undoubtedly not a favorable development for him. The crux of the matter was that Tao's influence was substantial enough to facilitate Lu's removal, contrary to his uncle's analysis, where Tao had seemingly wilted after being reprimanded by Deputy Secretary Tan. It appeared that he was intent on transforming the Education Bureau into his own independent realm. Consequently, Lu Haoming's future was bound to become increasingly challenging. The corridor was incessantly filled with the sound of footsteps, all of which belonged to those going to converse with Director Tao. Each set of footsteps, departing or returning, pricked at his heart like a needle. He sat there, hesitant to venture out. Everyone knew that he was affiliated with Director Lu, despite the fact that he had never formally allied himself with him. It was merely that Lu had taken a liking to him and had shared tea on several occasions. The meetings began at 10 o'clock, yet Lu Haoming received no notification to attend. Perhaps he was not yet among those chosen for discussion, as the leadership and the heads of various departments filled 2 tables. At 11:30, Xiao Zhang summoned everyone to the conference room. Lu Haoming noticed his colleagues approaching Director Lu to shake hands. Lu's expression remained inscrutable as he greeted each visitor. Lu Haoming joined the throne, and Lu shook his hand in a perfunctory manner. The meeting commenced, with the leaders from the organization department reciting the requirements for the democratic evaluation, followed by the distribution of evaluation forms. The forms included numerous categories. Before Lu Haoming could finish reading, someone had already cast their ballot into the democratic evaluation box and departed. Stealing a glance at others, he noticed that most had simply marked excellent in the first column. Without further consideration, Lu Haoming quickly completed his form and exited the conference room. His colleagues remained silent, hastening back to their respective offices. Returning to the materials room, he closed the door, feeling utterly helpless. It was apparent that Director Lu was destined to leave, and the only person in the party organization capable of advocating for him was Chairman Tang, who regrettably ranked last. Whether he would speak up was uncertain, and the efficacy of his words remained a mystery. After all, whether Chairman Tang would become the next Lu Shirshan was equally plausible. Lu Haoming reflected on how much better it would have been had he returned to teaching. In the classroom, discussing Li Bai and Du Fu with students, he would have been invigorated. During his university years, he had interned at a middle school, where he not only covered the textbook material but also informed students that Li Bai had a penchant for wine, having penned 170 poems related to it. Consequently, the principal had insisted on retaining him, marveling at his extensive knowledge. Were he to have pursued teaching, he could have become an exceptional Chinese language teacher, perhaps even ascending to the role of vice principal. His mind was a jumble. He contemplated calling Chairman Tang to arrange a meeting at noon to glean some insights into the ongoing situation. At that moment, Tian entered, closing the door behind her. She sat across from him, resting her hands on the table and leaning forward, inquiring, "Why has Director Lu been suddenly reassigned?" Lu Haoming, while also curious, sought to boost his own morale and replied, "His reassignment is certainly a good thing. Here he held a deputy position, but there he will be a principal one, which is a promotion. Moreover, he will be the one making the decisions. But others say the scientific association is inconsequential, akin to retirement. Whether it is significant or not depends on an individual's desire to work. If one is willing, they can achieve great things in any position. That may be true, but you wouldn't be transferred there, would you? Director Lu is quite fond of you. He might appoint you as the office director, which is also a principal position. In an organization, one must never express a desire to leave before any formal movement occurs." Lu Haoming shook his head. "I prefer to remain with He Tian." He Tian smiled. "In truth, you are better off here. Besides, the office director position at the Scientific Association was just filled last year." Lu Haoming was taken aback. This seemingly indifferent person, He Tian, was aware of such details, indicating her genuine concern for his situation. In an environment increasingly swayed toward Tao, the presence of someone like He Tian provided him with a modicum of comfort. At that moment, the phone rang, and He Tian departed. Ma Xiaosong called, "Come over here, there's some material to be written." Lu Haoming steeled himself and went over. To his surprise, Ma Xiaosong unusually offered him a cigarette, stating, "Brother, as the year draws to a close, the city is evaluating outstanding leaders, and the bureau is recommending Director Tao. Here are some materials, please draft something not exceeding 2,000 words, all substantive. I need it by next week." Lu Haoming took the materials and left. He had penned countless such formal documents. One lesson learned was that no matter how well one writes, it often goes unread. Who ultimately decides the materials? Typically, they are submitted from below. As long as there are no issues, approval is practically guaranteed. However, the situation was different now. If Ma Xiaosong chose to be difficult, even 10 drafts might not suffice. He cursed under his breath. If he were truly challenged, what would he do? Venture into the unknown, return to teaching? Lu Haoming found himself at a loss. What was his next step? His mood darkened considerably, yet he had to mask his feelings, maintaining a smile upon his return to ensure he did not burden Wan. He could not allow her to worry and fret. What if their child was born with a defect? That would betray the mission of revitalizing the Lu family. Summoning all his strength, he managed to smile a few times before clocking out for the day. Chapter 22. How Zifeng underwent a transformation in attitude, advocating for a resolute counterattack. Following the transfer of Director Lu, a new deputy director named Xiao Wei was appointed as the executive deputy director. The previous directors, Chen and Shi, remained unchanged. Xia, in his early 40s, possessed a robust physique and exhibited a genial disposition towards others. Lu Haoming felt indifferent regarding the personnel changes within the agency. It mattered little who took the position, as his task was merely to draft documents. However, the complexity of these materials was increasingly daunting. His initial submission regarding the commendation of Director Tao was rejected, as was the second draft. Reluctantly, he found himself compelled to produce a third version. When he submitted this to Ma Xiaosong, it too was deemed insufficient, with the sentiment that it failed to encapsulate the esteemed qualities of Director Tao. In the previous episode of drafting, he had received mediation from Director Lu and covert assistance from Chairman Tang. This time, however, Lu Haoming was hesitant to act impulsively. According to the protocol, he needed to appeal to Director Xia, who had recently assumed office and was unfamiliar with him. To approach him immediately with a grievance would undoubtedly leave a negative impression. Lu Haoming remarked to Ma Xiaosong, "Director Ma, I will revise the draft once more. If it fails again, perhaps you could request someone else to handle the writing, and I shall occupy myself with menial tasks in the office." Ma Xiaosong, leisurely smoking, responded unhurriedly, "Haoming, such an attitude is not conducive. I merely offer suggestions. The revision should enhance the document. If you are disenchanted with the writing task, you may submit a request and speak to Director Tao directly. Consulting with me is futile, as I hold no sway over your fate. I am responsible solely for my own portfolio. Imagine if the roles were reversed. If you were the director and I were tasked with writing, you too would expect me to revise repeatedly." Without further discussion, Lu Haoming departed, resolved to delay. He would no longer submit drafts to Ma Xiaosong. If he insisted, he would receive the materials only when he deemed it suitable. Should Ma Xiaosong find them inadequate, he could seek assistance elsewhere. This time, he was determined to resist to the bitter end. As the workday concluded, he mounted his motorcycle and rode home, only to discover the house was cold and uninviting. It dawned on him that Wan was working the night shift and would not return until after midnight. He hastily prepared a meager meal. After washing the dishes, he found himself alone in the house, devoid of interest, and decided to take a stroll outdoors. Upon reaching the spacious courtyard below, he unexpectedly spotted his aunt and a group of elderly ladies dancing in the small square of the senior activity center. He approached and called out to his aunt, who, upon seeing him, responded. Lu Haoming inquired, "When did you return?" His aunt replied, "Yesterday. Your uncle is at home, you should go visit him." Eager to discuss his troubles with his uncle, he turned and made his way to his uncle's residence. Upon arriving at the door and knocking twice without a response, he lingered for a moment, thinking he heard movement inside. The door opened to reveal Hao Zifeng, clad in shorts. "Haoming? I was just in the shower," he said. Lu Haoming entered and took a seat in the living room. Hao Zifeng brought over a cup of tea and Lu Haoming remarked, "You stayed at your old home for a few months.
I presume the house is under construction?
Hao Zifeng sighed. I merely tidied up the old house. After a few months, I abandoned the idea of renovations.
Lu Haoming responded, I too feel you are unaccustomed to living in your hometown. The countryside is not what it once was.
Hao Zifeng lamented, indeed, the culture may not be sophisticated, yet everyone is duplicitous, even trivial matters are scrutinized, with every household keeping watch. Your aunt wears a floral dress, and they call her indecent. I speak with a slight accent, and they claim I have forgotten my roots. While city life may be devoid of warmth, at least there is a semblance of politeness when people meet.
Lu Haoming nodded and said, you should remain in the city.
Firstly, it allows me and one a place to visit. Secondly, should you require assistance with any physical tasks, just give me a call, and I will gladly help.
Hao Zifeng nodded, scrutinizing Lu Haoming. You seem to have lost some weight. How is work treating you?
Lu Haoming replied, Uncle, ever since you returned to your hometown, I've found it quite disconcerting. There are certain thoughts I cannot share with Wenwan. She is pregnant, and I fear it may affect her mood. It is truly difficult to bear these burdens alone. I long to confide in you. Go ahead, Hao Zifeng encouraged. Lu Haoming, resembling a child wronged, recounted his situation in detail, concluding with, I wish to maintain a good relationship with Ma Xiaoson, but he is insufferably domineering. Hao Zifeng stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before responding, indeed, there are such small-minded individuals in the agency. They are quick to voice slogans and ensure they reap all the benefits, indifferent to morals, the well-being of others, or any consequence, as long as they ascend the ranks.
Lu Haoming added, he believes I am easy to bully, repeatedly trampling upon me. Hao Zifeng remarked, I previously advised you to endure.
I did not anticipate the situation to escalate to this extent now. With Tao Jichuan having ousted Lu Shirshan, you are the next target. Lu Haoming's heart jolted at this revelation. Hao Zifeng continued, during my tenure in the county, I too faced those who sought to undermine me. I could no longer tolerate it and chose to rise in defiance. I want to see if you possess that same resolve. Indeed, I intend to create a ruckus. If it comes to it, I shall teach at a school, Lu Haoming declared. If you have that determination, then do not fear, Hao Zifeng urged. Lu Haoming stated, I would rather confront the situation than endure daily indignities. It feels like an eternity. Hao Zifeng advised, there is a saying, if you aspire to ascend, he is your leader. If you do not, then you are his superior. Creating a stir may very well alter your circumstances. There is a man named Husan who has long since retired. He openly challenged authority, informing the directors that he would monitor their actions daily and file complaints with the disciplinary committee. They feared him. If you remain passive, Tao Zichuan will indeed reassign you to a teaching position. If you act out, you may simply forfeit a few years of promotion. A change in directors could shift the landscape entirely. However, you must discuss this thoroughly with Wenwan. I fear it may unsettle her emotions. Then I shall speak with her tomorrow, Hao Zifeng concluded. After their conversation, Lu Haoming descended the stairs, preparing to return home. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from Lu Shirshan. Chapter 23 Astonishing discoveries. Lu Shirshan awaited him in a tea house. He pushed open the door to room 205, where Lu Shirshan sat alone. For some inexplicable reason, both men felt a twinge of awkwardness. Lu Shirshan offered Lu Haoming a cigarette and poured him a cup of tea, saying, Haoming, I have always felt guilty for not protecting you in the bureau, and instead, you fell into the clutches of that Mr. Tao. Lu Haoming replied, after all, it's a formal position. You are still young. In a few years, you could transition to a better unit and even become a leader. Lu Shirshan responded, I share that sentiment. Would you consider changing units? I still have a vacancy. You could start as a deputy director in my office and be promoted to director in a couple of years. Upon hearing this, Lu Haoming felt a warmth in his heart and candidly replied, I truly do not wish to go there. That little man, Ma Xiaosong, Lu Shirshan interjected, he aspires to be the deputy director and seeks to establish his authority through you. You must have noticed how the two deputy directors in the bureau seem somewhat intimidated by him. What sort of person is the newly appointed director Xia? I am not well acquainted with him, but I have heard he is quite upright. He was previously the chairman of the Cultural Bureau's trade union. However, since he has been brought in as the second in command, it is possible he may succeed Tao Zichuan. Oh, when will you be able to move to your position? Perhaps in the second half of next year, as you will need time to acclimatize to the work and gradually adjust the personnel. Lu Haoming sighed with a bitter smile. All right, I will rely on your assistance when the time comes. Lu Shirshan cautioned, you must remain vigilant during this period, especially as the year draws to a close. Be wary of them attempting to label you as underperforming. Lu Haoming's heart tightened at the mention of the so-called assessment, which involved a democratic evaluation at year's end. If even 50% deemed him unqualified, according to Wohua City's regulations, those in positions would face demotion. This was primarily a dynamic management tool for middle-level officials. If Tao hinted to others to deem him unqualified, Lu Haoming's position as deputy director would be jeopardized. Silence enveloped Lu Haoming as he pondered this unsettling matter.
Lu Shirshan remarked, this system has its merits, indeed fostering diligence and penalizing laziness, but unscrupulous leaders often exploit it as a means to eliminate dissenters.
Lu Haoming implored, please, old leader, enlighten me. Lu Shirshan straightforwardly revealed, I have heard whispers that their next target is to oust you from the education bureau, relegating you to a teaching position in a lower school. They will undoubtedly engineer a rationale. Through public evaluation, they will aim to position you at the bottom, thus marking you as unqualified.
Lu Haoming's expression darkened with resentment as he retorted, how can these people be so ruthless? Their intent is to assert their authority, instilling fear in everyone. Therefore, you must exercise caution and cultivate relationships with your colleagues, engage in leisure activities like playing cards or fishing. As long as you earn their recognition, Tao Zichuan will be powerless. Then, Lu Shirshan began counting off names on his fingers, indicating that these colleagues only feigned courtesy towards Director Tao while harboring discontent, particularly towards Ma Xiaosong. Lu Haoming calculated that if these colleagues could help him secure a passing grade, he would surpass the 50% threshold, nodding in agreement. Good. Lu Shirshan advised, since you have entered politics, do not adopt a scholar's demeanor. It is crucial to foster good relationships among colleagues. Remember, colleagues are steadfast while directors come and go. You must strengthen this aspect. Lu Haoming expressed his gratitude, saying, I appreciate your continued concern, old leader. The two engaged in light conversation before parting ways. It was only around 10 in the evening, and with time to spare before picking up Wan, he returned home to compile a list of the individuals Lu Shirshan had mentioned. Some could be excluded from socializing, as they would not mark him as unqualified, such as Chairman Tang, Old Mo, He Tian, and others. The remaining individuals were categorized, those who enjoyed playing cards and those who preferred fishing. He resolved to take action starting this weekend. Living in the bureaucracy was indeed challenging. If the leadership disapproved of you, one had to invest time or money to navigate through. However, the difficulty was temporary, as by the end of this year, he would transition to work under Lu Shirshan, making everything more manageable, with prospects for promotion. With this in mind, he decided to let Ma Xiaosong play the emperor for a few months. Whatever he demanded, Lu Haoming would comply, even if it meant making 10 revisions. Having formulated a strategy, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. After spending over an hour at home, he set out to pick up Wan. The streets had grown relatively quiet by this hour. He had traversed this route for years. Since marrying, he had frequently found himself picking up his wife at night. Familiar with the path, he opted against the main road and veered into a back alley nearby. Although the lighting in this alley was somewhat dim, it allowed him to save 1,000 meters. It was said that more than a decade ago, this street was bustling, primarily featuring snack stalls. However, in recent years, as the city center shifted southward, this street had become desolate. As Lu Haoming hurried forward, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure emerging from a massage parlor, hastily departing. Ma Xiaosong, indeed, it was him. Even reduced to ashes, Lu Haoming would recognize him, with his uneven gait. Moments later, Ma Xiaosong turned into another alley and vanished. He slowed his pace, not wishing to disturb Ma Xiaosong. His gaze fell upon the establishment, where a flickering red sign illuminated the darkness, Sana Beauty Salon. He drove slowly, attempting to discern the situation inside, when suddenly, a provocative woman emerged, swaying her slender waist, leaning against the doorway, beckoning to Lu Haoming. Handsome, come in and play, it's a new shop, I guarantee your satisfaction. Under the lights, the woman was undeniably alluring. Her ample bosom was partially exposed, and her skirt could scarcely be considered modest. She seemed like a magnetic vortex, likely capable of ensnaring even the most virtuous of individuals. Lu Haoming gritted his teeth, twisted the throttle, and surged forward, finally escaping the dimly lit street. Such establishments had not existed in the past. How had they suddenly appeared? The presence of such places was inconsequential. What truly concerned him was that Ma Xiaosong frequented such venues late at night. A glimmer of hope ignited within Lu Haoming. He wished for Ma Xiaosong to return. When Wan awaited him at the hospital's rear entrance. Upon seeing his chariot come to a stop, she said nothing but struggled to mount it. Lu Haoming urged her to settle in before driving onto the main street. When Wan inquired, why not take the shortcut? I think we should stick to the main road. It is brightly lit, and didn't you mention wanting our baby to experience beautiful things? Listening to lovely music and walking down the sunny avenue, isn't that preferable? Leaning against his back, when Wan replied happily, you are becoming increasingly considerate. Lu Haoming asked, what is the name of the alley behind your hospital? It is called Taiping Alley. Lu Haoming mused that Taiping was a name bestowed by someone harboring hopeful aspirations. He too wished for a life of tranquility. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaosong had created his own turmoil. Very well, if he relished such places, Lu Haoming would ensure that he would find little peace. In that moment, he felt the burdens of recent worries dissipate. A plan began to take shape in his mind. Chapter 24. A duel approached. The following day, Lu Haoming arrived at work and once again revised the document. After printing it out, he entered Ma Xiaosong's office. Director Ma, I worked overtime last night until 11 o'clock to meticulously revise it. Please take a look. If it still isn't satisfactory, I can make further adjustments. If we submit the materials too late, the organization department might perceive us as lacking seriousness in this matter, which would be detrimental to us. Ma Xiaosong stared at Lu Haoming in astonishment and after a pause, responded, this is the right attitude. Leave it here. If any changes are needed, I will notify you. Returning to the materials room, Lu Haoming dialed Ren Ziyuan's number. Manager Ren, do you have time for lunch? Brother, what's on your mind? I would like to meet with you during lunch. Please spare some time for me. Ren Ziyuan burst into laughter. Why not just come over for lunch? Let us skip lunch. I have something of great importance to discuss. All right then. Lu Haoming then called Hao Zifeng, instructing him not to mention their discussion from the previous night to Wan for the time being. With these two tasks accomplished, his mood lightened immensely. Finally enduring until the end of the workday, Lu Haoming decided against dining at the cafeteria. Instead, he rode his motorcycle to a small eatery to satisfy his hunger before speeding towards the Southern Country restaurant. Upon arriving at the hotel lobby, he once again called Ren Ziyuan. Ren Ziyuan chuckled, at least you possess some awareness. When my brother has urgent matters, I will indulge in a buffet. Ascending to the 15th floor of the electric building, he briskly walked toward the eastern end where the door stood ajar. Ren Ziyuan was busy brewing tea. Lu Haoming accepted the tea, and they both sat down. After catching his breath, he said, "This may take a little while, let me first lay out the circumstances for you."
Ren Ziyuan handed Lu Haoming a cigarette and lit one for himself. His plump figure sank into the sofa, exhaling a cloud of smoke, resembling a character straight out of a crime film. Lu Haoming detailed his current predicament, delving into Ma Xiaosong's questionable activities and his strategies in a thorough recounting. He concluded, "If we do not bring this villain down, I may end up being sent to some school to teach." Ren Ziyuan took a deep drag of his cigarette, blowing out smoke rings as if this matter bore no relevance to him. He possessed a remarkable ability to remain calm. He pulled out his phone and made a call. "Lao Lu, come over for a moment."
"You're calling him?" Ren Ziyuan replied, "You're merely an outsider. Lao Lu is well versed in such matters. By the way, what is Director Lu's surname?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Haoming replied, "Lu, of course. Lao Lu's surname is also Lu. They are cousins. I only called him after formulating a plan." Lu Haoming chuckled, "Manager Ren, you truly possess the makings of a great leader." Ren Ziyuan stood up, stepped outside to make another call, then returned to the sofa, stating, "Lao Lu may not recognize your director Ma, but he has his ways." Shortly thereafter, a woman entered, handing Ren Ziyuan a stack of cards before leaving. Ren Ziyuan explained, "You can invite others for fishing or card games. These 10 silver cards are worth 500 yuan each. Present them to colleagues and say I'm your good friend." Lu Haoming felt somewhat touched and remarked, "You've really thought this through." Half a minute later, Lao Lu arrived. Lu Haoming stood to shake his hand. The three took their seats, and Ren Ziyuan said, "Lao Lu, let us not engage in covert dealings. There is someone named Ma Xiaosong in the Education Bureau who constantly creates difficulties for my brother. This individual frequents the San Na Beauty Salon in Ping'an Alley. Please keep an eye on him and report back with any findings." Lao Lu patted his chest, "No matter if it's San Na or Sina, I'll keep watch on him every day. Wherever he commits misdeeds, I'll ensure he finds himself in the police station." Lu Haoming cautioned, "But do be careful, that person is quite cunning." Lao Lu chuckled, "Director Lu, don't worry, I'm just concerned others lack enthusiasm." Once Lao Lu accepted the task, he departed. Lu Haoming mused, "It would have been better had I left quietly. Letting Lao Lu know this matter relates to me could be problematic." Ren Ziyuan replied, "Brother, you're being too orthodox. In this society, you must dabble in various shades red, white, and black so that others fear you. Do you understand? As long as you don't engage in wrongdoing alongside Lao Lu, he won't have any leverage against you. Do you see me singing with the ladies?" Lu Haoming reflected that society truly is a crucible for individuals. Ren Ziyuan had become a seasoned player, untouchable and unbreakable by others. "Brother, you should head home early to rest. On the surface, maintain a facade of tranquility. I, too, need to take a break as there is something to attend to this afternoon." Exiting the hotel, Lu Haoming exhaled a long sigh. He returned to the materials room, just in time for 2 o'clock. During work hours, he commenced executing his first plan, opting to leave the office and visit other departments. He first approached Old Mo, who received him cordially, offering tea and cigarettes. He inquired if Old Mo enjoyed fishing. Old Mo replied, "Indeed, Old Zhang from the logistics department, Old Li from the construction department, and Old Wang from the continuing education department form a trio of anglers. They go fishing in the countryside every Sunday." As Old Mo spoke of fishing, his enthusiasm sparked, and he informed Lu Haoming that going fishing in the countryside not only costs nothing but often comes with a meal courtesy of some school principals or teachers. Lu Haoming replied, "Then I'll join you for fishing this week." Delighted, Lu Haoming walked into Old Mo's office, effectively inviting Old Li and Old Wang as well. He then visited Section Chief Zhu from the continuing education department, knowing Zhu had a penchant for card games. Upon hearing about playing cards, Zhu showed interest. Aware of Lu Haoming's less than stellar skills, he asked, "At your place or mine?" Lu Haoming replied, "Let us not play at home, let us go to the Southern Country Hotel instead. The boss is my brother. Will play and leave afterward without paying for the room. If you don't feel like going back, you can stay in the hotel, I'll cover everything." Section Chief Zhu was intrigued and mentioned inviting 2 others. Lu Haoming suggested, "It's best to invite those from the bureau." Zhu agreed, "Of course, we often play among ourselves. We can also invite Director Ning from the Physical Education and Arts Department." Lu Haoming added, "In case I'm unavailable, just give me a call. I have 4 cards here for you, 1 for each of you. They can be used for meals or accommodations." Zhu looked at Lu Haoming. "Director Lu, impressive." "What is impressive? This is merely a promotional tactic from Manager Ren. I am giving you a card so you can consider him for future business." Zhu stood to prepare tea while Lu Haoming waved his hand, saying, "I still need to write a report for Director Tao, so I won't stay any longer." After making his rounds, he realized that Lu Shishan was correct. The bureau was not as monolithic as he had presumed, and people were not as indifferent towards him as he had imagined. Truly, a change in perspective can open up vast horizons. Chapter 25. In the dead of night, Ma Xiaosong made his way step by step towards the precipice, while the scholar Lu Haoming became increasingly occupied this evening. He had arranged for a few friends to play cards. Tomorrow night he would invite some to sing, and the night after that, a small gathering for drinks. By the weekend, he planned an outing for fishing. He discerned that the Education Bureau was not a monolith, but rather riddled with flaws. Initially, people were somewhat restrained, but gradually they began to open their hearts, and their greatest disdain was directed at Ma Xiaosong.
Apart from maintaining a semblance of politeness in front of several deputy directors, he showed little respect even to the most senior, Director Zhu. During a fishing trip, Director Zhu, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "Damn it, when Director Tang was in charge, your office staff were all so humble. Now, aside from you, Director Liu, even that little Zhang speaks to us department heads with an air of authority." Old Wang remarked, "If that Ma Xiaosong were to ascend to the position of deputy director, it would be even more outrageous. I reckon we old-timers would be treated like grandchildren. Look at little Zhang, he seems to endure a daily scolding from him. Pathetic little Zhang is practically like a dog in front of Ma Xiaosong." Old Mo added, "At least Director Liu has the guts to argue with Ma Xiaosong. Good for him." Lu Haoming thought to himself, so everyone harbors a grudge against Ma Xiaosong. In truth, they also resent Tao Zhichuan, though they kept that to themselves. He remarked, "Fishing is fishing. Let us not dwell on meaningless matters. I only quarreled with him out of necessity. Who would dare offend him? He is the second director." Director Ning of the Physical Education and Arts Department interjected, "He is no longer the second director. Director Xia is not like Lu Shishan, who comes from an educational background and retains a certain scholarly demeanor. Director Xia is composed and meticulous, leaving no detail unattended. Just the other day, during an internal review of the county's artistic performance, when it hit 8 o'clock and Director Tao had yet to arrive, Director Xia inquired with Ma Xiaosong about the start time. Ma Xiaosong replied it was 8. Director Xia said, "It is already 8, let us begin." Ma Xiaosong countered that Director Tao had not yet arrived. Director Xia immediately adopted a stern expression and asked, "Are we to forego the review simply because Director Tao is absent? Hundreds of students have performed and must return home. There should be a system in place. Hundreds of teachers and students waiting for one person. Does that reflect well on Director Tao? You are not doing him a favor. You are tarnishing his reputation." Old Mo and Director Zhu applauded, saying, "We were unaware of this until you mentioned it." Lu Haoming merely listened, refraining from participation. He mused that Director Xia truly was commendable, delivering a much-needed reprimand to the arrogant sycophant Ma Xiaosong. Indeed, Director Xia was far more formidable than Lu Shishan, daring to speak and act with logical rigor. Even if Director Tao were to learn of this, he would likely concede to Director Xia's perspective. It seemed prudent for him to cultivate a closer association with Director Xia. After a month of such days, Lu Haoming felt as though he had returned to the era of Director Wang, where, apart from a select few, everyone was warmly engaging with him. However, there was still no news from old Lu. He hesitated to press the matter. After all, as long as he fostered good relations with his colleagues, he could essentially pass by the year's end. By the second half of the following year, he could transfer to Lu Shishan's side. One evening, when Wan remarked to Lu Haoming, "This is much like the former you." "How was I in the past?" he inquired. "During Director Wang's tenure, you were this busy, brimming with vigor. But after failing to become director, you seem to deflate. Now that you are busy again, it's delightful. If you didn't become director, after a few years, you would adapt to a life of ease and be unable to endure any setbacks." Lu Haoming reflected that she was unaware of his predicament. It was not merely a matter of failing to ascend to the directorship, rather, he felt constantly bullied. When Wan continued, "Now, you are living quite well, disinterested in the directorship, enjoying card games and fishing with colleagues. Your complexion has improved significantly." Lu Haoming chuckled, "You are indeed correct, my dear. I am grateful to have found you. You are so virtuous. Alas, what initially drew you to me? Was it not Aunt Yu's flattery? She said you were handsome, well-educated, a graduate of a prestigious university, skilled in writing, and the deputy director in the office. She painted a picture of you becoming either director or deputy director, a sure thing, elevating you to the heavens." Lu Haoming laughed. "If I feel deceived, it is not too late to return to sender." When Wan shot him a disapproving look and said, "Go to bed early. You can't spend all your time reading." Yet, Lu Haoming found it difficult to sleep. Almost every night, he harbored a sense of anticipation. For the sake of this expectation, his phone was never turned off. Tonight, he felt a peculiar premonition, as a delegation from another province had arrived for an inspection study. Whenever such delegations visited, Director Tao was exceedingly courteous, insisting on drinking and preparing local specialties as gifts. Since Director Tao frequently traveled to other places for study and inspection, indulging in lavish feasts, his car's trunk was often filled with various study gifts. This kind of blissful learning brought him immense satisfaction. If a month passed without such an outing, he would feel unwell. Reciprocity was essential. If you visited others, they would surely return the favor. This inspection delegation had faxed a formal notice to the office just yesterday. Ma Xiaosong was quick to get busy, drafting a detailed inspection plan that included visits to the municipal No. 1 high school to observe certain projects and attending an open class at a local middle school. This particular open class was a recent novelty, drawing numerous educational groups from other regions. The teacher giving the class was named Wang Yame, a strikingly beautiful woman. The subject of her renowned public lesson was reproductive systems for second-year students. The allure lay in the stark contrast, a single, attractive female teacher continuously uttering terms like sperm and egg, piquing everyone's interest. The visiting study groups essentially had two main objectives: to observe the beautiful teacher's lecture on reproductive systems and to indulge in drinking. Tonight, would Ma Xiaosong overindulge again and seek to unwind? Lu Haoming recalled that the last time he encountered Ma Xiaosong was also during a visit from an external study group. When Wan urged him, "Go to sleep. Don't stay up late," Lu Haoming replied, "This book is particularly captivating." Ren Ziyuan's intuition proved remarkably accurate. While he awaited developments, a grand spectacle was unfolding on Ma Xiaosong's end. Ma Xiaosong was entertaining Director Tao in the Dream Jiangnan Hotel, and though he had not consumed much alcohol that night, he appeared somewhat inebriated. After dinner, the next order of business was to accompany the guests for a foot massage.
Once that was completed, Director Tao departed, and Ma Xiaosong booked another room. He often did this, claiming he had drunk too much to return home, yet he was far from intoxicated. He was quite alert. Around 11 o'clock, he could no longer contain himself, recalling the enchanting Yunzi from the San Na hair salon. Occasionally passing through that alley, he noticed several new hair salons had opened. Just a fleeting glance inside led to a fair, voluptuous woman emerging to beckon him. At that moment, he felt as though his soul had left his body, transforming him into a puppet, and he drifted inside step by step. After their encounter, the woman introduced herself as Yunzi, offering her services and providing him with her phone number should he wish to meet again. At this moment, Ma Xiaosong was in a frenzy. He contemplated using a public phone booth to call Yunzi and invite her to the hotel, yet feared she might remember the room number. If she recorded her earnings, noting the date in room 304 at Dream Jiangnan Hotel, and something were to go awry, it could implicate him. Thus, he resolved to visit her at the salon instead. At 1 in the morning, he finally took action, dialing Yunzi from a public phone booth and inquiring if she was still awake and if anyone remained at the salon. The response delighted Ma Xiaosong. Yunzi informed him she was currently not at the salon but in a rented room 500 meters ahead and gave him directions. Overjoyed, Ma Xiaosong rushed through the night, arriving at Yunzi's rented accommodation 15 minutes later. Half an hour later, Ma Xiaosong found himself in utter despair, as he and Yunzi had unwittingly entered a police station. By 2 in the morning, Lu Haoming's phone rang loudly. Fearing he might wake Wan, he quickly answered and stepped into the bathroom to take the call. After shutting the door, his heart raced. "Big brother, the matter has been resolved." "Elaborate, please," he urged. Ren Ziyuan recounted the details of the situation and concluded, "You should rest now." Lu Haoming had not slept well throughout the night, envisioning how he might witness the unfolding drama the next day. Chapter 26 The Global Commotion. Ma Xiaosong's curtain call at 7 in the morning. The alarm clock rang punctually. Lu Haoming freshened up and rode his motorcycle to work, stopping at a nearby breakfast shop for rice noodles. To his astonishment, news of Ma Xiaosong's arrest had spread like wildfire, and everyone seemed to be discussing it. The patrons surrounding him were engaged in a cacophony of theories, each more fanciful than the last. Fortunately, none of them recognized Lu Haoming. After finishing his breakfast, he hurried to the archives room. Once he closed the door, he realized he was the first to arrive that day. He sat quietly for a while until the sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor. To avoid inquiries from those outside, he turned off his phone. After sitting for half an hour, someone knocked on the door. Upon opening it, he found it was Xiao Zhang. Zhang Yiping said, "Director Lu, there's an urgent document that needs to be submitted to the municipal party committee. They've called several times for an update. I've prepared it. Could you please sign it so I can get the director's signatures?" Lu Haoming scrutinized Zhang Yiping, making him feel uncomfortable under the gaze. "The office has its divisions of labor. I am only responsible for drafting materials. You should consult Director Ma." With this, he prepared to close the door. Zhang Yiping blocked the entrance, saying, "Director Ma's phone is unreachable." "Unreachable or not, that is not my concern. He has assigned these duties. I handle the writing. If I sign this, he might come back and cause me trouble. You know the situation well. When Director Ma was here, which document have I ever signed?" Zhang Yiping's face flushed crimson. "I consulted Director Xia, and he requested your signature." "Then I shall seek out Director Xia." Lu Haoming's voice was raised, attracting the attention of several colleagues from the second floor who peeked out into the corridor. He strode into Director Xia's office with the document in hand. Director Xia was on the phone, so Lu Haoming waited patiently at the door until the call ended before stepping inside. "Director Xia, I need to bring something to your attention. Since Director Ma took office, the division of labor was established, and I only draft materials and none of the reports submitted have required my signature. If you want me to sign, you must assure me that Ma Xiaosong will not come back to create trouble for me. He is quite unreasonable, and I have a temper. I wish to avoid any arguments." Director Xia regarded Lu Haoming with a slight smile. "Indeed, it is I who require your signature. When he returns, I will have a word with him. I am still new here and not fully aware of the circumstances. Please assist me with this matter." Lu Haoming then approached the large office, reviewed the document carefully, and made a minor correction. Zhang Yiping promptly handed him a pen. Lu Haoming signed, "For Director Xia's review. Lu Haoming, acting." Zhang Yiping expressed his gratitude profusely as he took the materials to Director Xia's office, visibly relieved. Director Xia signed, approved for submission, then told Zhang Yiping, "Director Tao has matters to attend to and won't be here for a while. Please deliver this to the municipal party committee." As Lu Haoming returned to the archives room, Lao Imo slipped in, closed the door, and whispered, "Director, you're unaware that Ma Xiaosong is in trouble?" "What? What has happened? You may find yourself implicated." "Me?" Lu Haoming felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be that the actions of Lao Lu had drawn suspicion onto him? He feigned calmness on the surface. Ma Xiaosong was caught red-handed soliciting services from a prostitute by the police at Chase Street. The news has spread widely, and only the title of the Education Bureau's office director remains attached to his name. "Director Lu, you are also one of the directors. Early this morning, people were calling me, asking whether it was Ma Xiaosong or Lu Haoming." Lu Haoming burst into laughter. "I hope you haven't tarnished my reputation." Lao Mo chuckled. This man brought it upon himself, believing he ruled without consequence. At that moment, Deputy Chief of the Infrastructure Department, Lao Zhu, knocked and entered. "Director Lu, do you have signing authority today? After our last meal together, I need your signature. After all, Director Ma is currently missing, and no one knows where he has gone." The three exchanged knowing smiles. Lu Haoming remarked, "I genuinely had no idea." It was only when Lao Mo came in that I learned of this. No wonder Director Xiao wanted my signature. Lao Mo replied, it's good that such a person has been apprehended. It spares the Education Bureau a great calamity. At that moment, Director Ning from the Physical Education and Arts Department also knocked and entered. This has severely damaged our bureau's image. If he had chosen a mistress, it might have sounded better, but to solicit a prostitute is a disgrace to the entire bureau. I am embarrassed to admit I work in the Education Bureau. Deputy Chief Zhu said, Haoming, you should smoke. Lu Haoming retorted, this is hardly a commendable incident for our office, why should I smoke? Director Ma certainly cannot continue in his position. It will surely fall to you next, you should smoke in advance. Absolutely not, the leadership will accuse it of being a bribe, an attempt to curry favor. Lao Mo stated, I will smoke. Director Ning added, the top brass hasn't even come to work. They must be off trying to smooth things over. Lao Mo scoffed, he can't escape responsibility either, at the very least, he has not enforced discipline. Deputy Chief Zhu warned, let us move, the walls have ears. There could very well be another Ma Xiaosong among us who might report us for gathering here. Laughter erupted among them as they dispersed. The bureau was now in disarray, with each office discussing Ma Xiaosong's scandal in hushed tones, each version more sensational than the last. Meanwhile, the bureau leaders, from Director Xia to Chairman Tang, remained ensconced in their offices, undisturbed and issuing no directives throughout the morning. The bureau felt fragmented. At this time, Tao Zhichuan was personally driving to coordinate the response to the Ma Xiaosong incident. He had only learned of the situation early that morning and sought out the police chief, who summoned Director Liu from the Che Street police station. Director Liu affirmed that everything had been thoroughly investigated, with both parties acknowledging the facts and signing documents. The owner of the massage parlor had also been apprehended, admitting to illegal activities. Director Liu stated, Director Tao, please trust us, we will not mishandle this case. The investigation was initiated by a public tip-off. We must reach a conclusion, and all evidence, including any incriminating items, has been preserved in a refrigerator. We will not wrong an innocent person. The police chief added, Director Tao, trust that we are handling this case with integrity. Tao Zhichuan felt a profound sense of frustration. His intention was to seek leniency from the police department, to downplay the situation, but they were adamant about their thoroughness. In truth, the news had already spread like wildfire, and safeguarding Ma Xiaosong was no longer feasible. He needed to devise a response immediately. As Tao Zhichuan left the police station, he sat in his car for a moment, then pulled out his phone, instructing Xiao Zhang in the office to draft a notice. A party committee meeting will be convened at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Chapter 27. Hidden intrigues. Lu Haoming's uncertain position. Conducting a meeting is an art form of those who are truly adept at leadership. Engage in communication prior to the gathering. The voting during the meeting is merely a formality. Tao Zhichuan arrived at the conference room at 2:30, engaging in individual discussions with the members of the party group. His first conversation was with the discipline inspection team leader, Zhang Xiuru. Zhang Xiuru stated that, according to relevant regulations, the appropriate disciplinary action for Ma Xiaosong was expulsion from the party and removal from his position. If the circumstances were severe, he could also be dismissed from public office. Tao Zhichuan remarked, the situation is not particularly grave. Firstly, he did indeed lose control after drinking, and secondly, he did not resist at the police station, admitting his mistakes candidly. Zhang Xiuru replied, then let us proceed according to the first two measures. Tao Zhichuan found himself powerless in this situation, resigned to preserving the position of the incompetent Ma Xiaosong. The second discussion was with Tang Huaid, during which he requested that Tang temporarily assume responsibility for the office. Unexpectedly, Tang Huaid refused, asserting, I have repeatedly suggested that Lu Haoming be appointed as the director. If we do not promote him this time, it would be untenable, leading to discontent within the bureau. Tao Zhichuan, visibly dissatisfied, firmly stated, we will discuss this next time. For now, you shall manage temporarily. I have not said that Lu Haoming cannot be the director. Their conversation did not yield favorable results. The third discussion, of course, was with Xiaowei. Tao Zhichuan proposed his plan to discipline Ma Xiaosong, assigning him to work at the municipal No. 1 middle school library, while suggesting that Tang Huai temporarily act as office director. Xiaowei did not object but insisted that the office must recruit someone. Tao Zhichuan responded, let the personnel department find someone capable of writing. Unexpectedly, Xiaowei said, as I oversee the office, I believe it would be best to conduct an open recruitment. Neither the personnel department, nor I as the supervising leader, nor you as the bureau chief should recommend anyone. This way, it appears fair and reasonable. Originally, Tao Zhichuan intended to appoint a trusted ally, as section chief Guo from the personnel department was his confidant and could easily carry out his wishes. Now, Xiaowei's suggestion caught him off guard. While they were conversing, the deputy mayor in charge of education and health called. After a brief conversation, Tao Zhichuan hung up and remarked to Xiaowei, let us convene a meeting immediately. In the conference room, the bureau leaders were present. Due to the confidential nature of the matter, no official record was taken by the office, with Tang Huaid assuming the role of recorder. Tao Zhichuan addressed the group of comrades, I had initially planned to consult each of you individually, but time is of the essence. The relevant leaders from the city have contacted us, expressing that public opinion is rife with speculation, and we must promptly devise a handling plan for external announcement. Zhang, please share your thoughts on the matter concerning Ma Xiaosong. Zhang Xiuru replied, I only arrived at the bureau in October, and upon taking office, I encountered this issue. To uphold discipline, my recommendation is to remove him from his position and expel him from the party.
Tao Zichuan concurred, saying, I support Zhang's suggestion regarding Ma Xiaosong's future. I propose he be assigned to the municipal No. 1 middle school library as an ordinary staff member.
I invite everyone to share their opinions.
The first motion was swiftly passed, no one opposed, nor did anyone speak in Ma Xiaosong's favor. Several deputy directors silently applauded. Tao Zichuan continued, now, let us consider the second item. I have discussed with Director Xia, and we propose that Tang Huai temporarily act as office director. The office is currently understaffed and requires an open recruitment. Please share your thoughts.
Tao Zichuan was completely unprepared for Deputy Director Qin Xingsuan's vehement opposition.
Qin stated, I am nearing retirement. To speak candidly, why can't Lu Haoming be promoted? Why must Elder Tang take on this role? If that is the case, we might as well have not promoted Ma Xiaosong and let Elder Tang handle it.
Tao Zichuan responded, I never claimed that Lu Haoming is unqualified. The city demands results. Is it not feasible for Elder Tang to manage temporarily for a few months? Tang Huai interjected, let us allow Xiao Lu to step up fully. Tao Zichuan's expression darkened.
Xiao Wei remarked, Director Tao makes a valid point, let Elder Tang manage for a few months. Elder Tang felt somewhat disillusioned, a standing deputy director without a voice in matters. He ceased to speak further. Tao Zichuan concluded, we will revisit the selection of the office director after the Lunar New Year. If there are no other objections, we shall adjourn the meeting. The others refrained from offering further opinions and dispersed. The meeting's contents swiftly circulated within the bureau. Lu Haoming, aware of the meeting taking place, was taken aback to learn that Tang Huai would continue in his acting role. Very well, Tao Zichuan, you have chosen to stand against me. I shall see how long you can maintain this stance. Meanwhile, discussions among colleagues were rife, pondering Tao's intentions and whether he would appoint someone from another department as the office director after the Lunar New Year. The most uncomfortable was Tang Huai, who had dedicated over a decade to the office and was weary of the myriad trivial tasks. Just as he had finally gained respite, he was once again summoned to manage. This was a most unenviable situation. His first order of business was to convene a meeting in the office. He stated, Director Lu will move back to the larger office. The office cannot function without someone present. Should there be any need to draft materials, we cannot rely on the archives. Director Lu will oversee both aspects. The bureau will be researching the recruitment of a clerk. I urge Director Lu to expedite the proposal for implementation, ensuring personnel are in place before the Lunar New Year. Furthermore, if anyone has matters to address, please consult Director Lu first. After he has given his approval, then bring them to me. I will not move to Ma Xiaosong's old office.
I shall remain on the third floor.
Everyone immediately grasped Tang's intent. All office matters would now fall under Lu Haoming's jurisdiction. The driver, Xiao Li, remained indifferent, as he was merely tasked with driving. With Ma Xiaosong gone, he returned to his routine. Tian was pleased, while Zhang Yiping wore an awkward expression. Upon returning home, Lu Haoming found Wan already aware of the developments regarding Ma Xiaosong.
She inquired, so, are you now the director or the deputy director?
Lu Haoming recounted the situation honestly. Wan remarked, it seems Director Tao indeed harbors some grievances against you. Perhaps in a few months, he will seek someone else for the position.
You should consult your uncle's opinion.
After dinner, Lu Haoming knocked on Hao Zifeng's door once again. Hao Zifeng welcomed him into the study and, after listening to Lu Haoming's account, advised, in that case, proceed steadily, observing as you go. Keep the chairman, Tang, informed of your work. After the new year. If you can be promoted to director, pursue it. If not, consider moving to Lushishan. This Tao fellow has an overly narrow mindset. Lu Haoming agreed, I share your sentiments. Hao Zifeng cautioned, be vigilant in your actions.
Do not allow him to find any incriminating evidence against you.
Lu Haoming nodded and departed from the Hao residence. With a decision made, Lu Haoming invigorated his management of office affairs, drafting a recruitment plan for clerks according to his vision, which he submitted to Tang Huai. He did not relocate to the larger office, instead remaining in the archives as a deputy director. No one objected. Everything continued as usual, with Zhang Yiping approaching Lu Haoming for guidance whenever necessary. Matters within Lu Haoming's purview were delegated to Zhang Yiping, while those requiring higher authority were signed off for Tang Huai's attention. After 10 days of this arrangement, an unforeseen comment from Tian during a visit to Lu Haoming's archive made him acutely aware of a looming threat. It appeared that Tao Zichuan was indeed plotting against him. To uncover the nature of Tao's insidious scheme, one must await the next chapter's unfolding narrative. Chapter 28. Astonishing news. It turns out Director Tao had long set a trap. The date had reached December 28th, and in just a few days, the new year would arrive. Lu Haoming was currently occupied with drafting the duty roster for the New Year holiday. For such holiday duties, the leadership merely held nominal positions, while in reality, the office staff took turns fulfilling the responsibilities. Lu Haoming summoned Tian and inquired which day she would be available for duty. Tian replied, perhaps the second. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lu Haoming recorded her name and said, please deliver this to Chairman Tang.
Once he has signed it, send it to Director Xia and Director Tao.
Tian accepted the duty roster but did not leave immediately. Instead, she quietly asked, Director Lu, this year's assessment of middle-level leaders is to involve the leaders from the subordinate schools, correct?
Traditionally, the assessment of middle-level cadres was conducted solely by the bureau staff.
This year, however, there seemed to be changes, and she wondered why she had not heard any rumors. With an impassive expression, Lu Haoming inquired, where did you hear such news?
My uncle is the vice principal at the third high school in the city.
He mentioned that this year the Bureau intends to implement reforms, requiring not only all Bureau cadres but also the principals and vice principals of several directly managed schools, as well as the heads of secondary units, such as the Adult Education Center and vocational technical schools, to be evaluated.
My uncle complained that as they do not usually work together, and he is not thoroughly acquainted with them, how could he possibly assess them? He felt it was unnecessary. He only shared this with me as a caution not to spread it. Tian, you absolutely must not mention this to anyone else. This matter has not even been discussed by the party group. If it is confirmed that you leaked this information, it will reflect poorly on you and could also implicate your uncle, leading to severe consequences. Tian nodded earnestly. I was merely curious, I would never inquire of others. You should also advise your uncle not to speak of it to anyone else. My uncle has a very good relationship with Director Tao. He won't speak indiscreetly. Ah, then you may go to Chairman Tang. After Tian departed, Lu Haoming engaged in logical reasoning. Since Director Tao took office, he had replaced all the heads of the subordinate secondary units with his own appointees, and he was also hastily changing the vice positions. This meant that Tao had a tight grip on this cohort. When the time came, he could imply to them who should receive unfavorable evaluations, and those individuals would be deemed unqualified. In his first year at the Education Bureau, Director Tao had already employed this method to remove the position of the disobedient deputy head of logistics, Old Mo. Despite Old Mo's complaints, it was to no avail, as more than half of the Bureau's cadres had given him unsatisfactory ratings. Naturally, Old Mo had his own faults, promoting his wife's tutoring materials at various schools. As a result, he now held a mere staff position, enjoying only the benefits of a deputy role. Using this strategy, Director Tao firmly controlled the middle-level cadres, rendering them immobile, and now, he was casting a wide net, broadening the scope of participants in the evaluations. Even if one had good relations within the bureau, the principals and vice-principals of the subordinate units would undoubtedly obey him. Thus, he could eliminate anyone's position at will. Lu Haoming found himself ensnared in this web. Tao was merely waiting to reel in his catch at year-end. It was no wonder he had Chairman Tang act in an interim capacity for a few months, postponing the selection of the office director until the following year. The depths of his scheming were truly concealed. Had it not been for Tian's subtle hint, when the time for evaluations approached, Director Tao could have convened a meeting to announce the expansion of evaluators to include principals and vice-principals from secondary units, leaving other bureau leaders with no grounds to oppose. Director Tao was adept at justifying his actions. He could argue that the leaders and teachers from secondary units reported difficulties in accessing certain departments within the bureau, facing unpleasantness and complications in the tasks that could be completed in a single visit often required multiple trips and the provision of gifts. Only by empowering the masses could the bureaucratic culture be transformed. With such reasoning, who would dare to oppose him? Over the past 2 years, Lu Haoming had experienced the formidable prowess of Tao Jichuan, who could shift the tides effortlessly. At this juncture, Lu Haoming felt disinclined to seek a confidant. Discussing matters with his uncle would only burden the elderly man further. How could Lu Haoming be so ungrateful? Venting to Rin Ziyuan would lead to the latter pondering why misfortunes continually befell him. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, Lu Haoming, you must confront this yourself. Others may assist you temporarily, but they cannot sustain you indefinitely. You must face the grim realities of life and acknowledge the stark bloodshed. The path you tread must be forged by your own efforts. How could he confront this? Should he seek to unite the leaders of those secondary institutions? That was impossible. People would not accept his minor favors. He pounded his fist on the table. Even Tao Jichuan could not be entirely devoid of flaws. He must possess some minor vulnerabilities I could exploit. After all, I am no longer the old Lu Haoming. I am now the deputy director managing office affairs, and everything must pass through my hands. Surely, there must be something amiss. After pondering for a while, a plan began to form. He resolved to find a way to exploit the financial discrepancies. Time passed, and it was now January 2nd of the new year. On this day, Lu Shirshan had originally invited him to go hiking, but he declined, suggesting they gather another time. After breakfast, he rode his bike to the office. One office staff member was working overtime, and no one suspected anything amiss. Tian was on duty, and there was not a single person in the bureau. Lu Haoming conducted a thorough inspection of the 4th floor before entering the office. Tian seemed surprised. Director Lu, aren't you supposed to be resting? Lu Haoming smiled. If I were not this director, it would be one thing, but as the acting director, any issues that arise are my responsibility. Furthermore, Director Tao has gone to Shenzhou on business and instructed me to complete the year-end summary promptly. Tian replied, you have your own burdens to bear. You bear even greater burdens, Lu Haoming retorted. Tian found his statement puzzling and asked, why is that? Lu Haoming explained, Tian, the office environment is far from normal. As you are aware, I need not elaborate. First, I must express my gratitude for your concern. Your assistance that time was truly a timely help. Tian merely admired Lu Haoming. She had never contemplated any romantic implications, as her life was already quite fulfilling. Her affection was pure and innocent. After work, she enjoyed a comfortable life, and seeing a handsome man like Lu Haoming at work brightened her spirits. Now, hearing him speak of office matters put her at ease. He was not discussing emotions but rather work. Lu Haoming continued, because the office life is abnormal, we each need to learn to protect ourselves. I have a slight concern for you. Do tell. Since Ma Xiaosong took office, even though I do not oversee office finances, I have a premonition that expenditures on public vehicles, public receptions, and office supplies are excessively high. The higher-ups are strictly monitoring 3 public expenses. I am unsure how you manage the accounts. If you record the expenditures truthfully, Director Tao will not agree and will require you to falsify the accounts. However, should an investigation arise, Director Tao will not leave a written note for you, claiming he never instructed you to falsify accounts, thus cleanly shifting the responsibility. Therefore, I must caution you regarding this matter. He Tian stepped outside to glance around before returning to say, Director Liu, previously under Director Wang, we recorded everything truthfully. However, under Director Tao, the expenses have become exorbitant. Both Aijia, the accountant, and I are somewhat apprehensive. We have prepared 2 sets of accounts. We've photocopied the larger meal invoices, fearing that should there be an audit, we would be accused of falsification. Who is keeping the photocopies, you or Aijia? Each of us has a set. I will also retain a set. Please bring it to me for photocopying. When the time comes, I can vouch for you. He Tian nodded, saying, you, as the future office director, must exercise control, otherwise, issues will arise. A vehicle worth over 200,000 yuan has incurred repair costs amounting to 100,000 yuan in a year, which could purchase a new vehicle. Director Ma is pushing us to charge these expenses to other funds. Lu Haoming, not being an accountant, asked, what are the other funds? He Tian replied, expenditures for purchasing items, for instance, if we bought a few extra computers, who could verify? As long as we claim the old computers were no longer functional, we can manage it. For instance, during the annual county cultural performance, we could say we purchased a certain amount of bottled water and paid for meals and clothing, slipping several thousand into the accounts, and it would be nearly impossible to trace. This area is a bottomless pit. Lu Haoming's heart raced, but he maintained a calm exterior, saying, let us address this now, keeping records will help you protect yourselves, and I can testify on your behalf. He Tian advised, once you take over as office director, you must keep a tight rein. Even though it is public money, it pains me to spend. Upon finishing her statement, she went to make photocopies. Chapter 29 Holding evidence, confronting at the critical moment. Lu Haoming returned home with the photocopies. As he examined them one by one, he noted that only 2 individuals had affixed their signatures, or the office director and Director Tao, while Director Tang had signed numerous invoices. The ones signed by Ma Xiaosong after his appointment were truly alarming. The repair costs for 2 vehicles amounted to 150,000 yuan, and the unit's hospitality expenses surprisingly reached 510,000 yuan. Aside from Meng Jiangnan, nearly all the hospitality expenses originated from a single establishment, the Yada Grand Hotel. In that moment, Lu Haoming comprehended why Director Tao had previously opposed his appointment as the office director and continued to do so. Lu Haoming was not one to take risks. He felt a pang whenever money was spent and lacked the flexibility to navigate such matters. Simultaneously, he realized that the Yada Grand Hotel's ability to attract such frequent and substantial expenditures from the Education Bureau indicated the presence of a magnetic force within. This magnet was no ordinary one. If we were to adhere to the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization stipulation, whereby individuals who have made indelible contributions to humanity may have planets named in their honor, then this hotel ought to be dubbed the Taojichun. It was undoubtedly a hotel covertly controlled by Song Shishir. Although Lu Haoming had heard of this establishment before, he was unaware of its connection to Director Tao, as the latter typically hosted out-of-town guests at Meng Jiangnan Grand Hotel. It could also be inferred that other subordinate units within the educational system were also racking up considerable expenditures there. The more one consumed at Yatu, the more secure and prosperous their position as principal became. Lu Haoming sighed deeply. Ever since Tao Jichun arrived at the Education Bureau, he had exhibited a bold and decisive demeanor. Rumors circulated that he dared to remove the inept and indolent, replacing them with a cohort of doers. It turned out he merely used the guise of revitalizing education to eliminate rivals, suppress dissenters, and promote allies. After 2 years of wielding significant power, his grip on the institution was as solid as a fortress. In his hands, principles became a dazzling rapier, capable of dazzling and disorienting its opponents. He needn't truly strike, the blade could merely threaten to pierce one's throat, leaving them voiceless and unable to seek redress. Lu Haoming mused that there were 2 kinds of people in the world who evoked pity. Those who were utterly despondent and those who were filled with ambition. Tao Jichun belonged to the latter category. Had he not pried open the door on Ma Xiaosong, one could only speculate how far Tao Jichun might have run rampant. Very well, if you seek my demise, I shall ensure your path is not an easy one. Having devised a strategy, Lu Haoming prepared to test it, controlling the timing of his actions in his own hands. After resting for 2 days, he returned to work on January 3. He sat in his office for an hour when a woman entered, inquiring, "Are you Director Lu?" Lu Haoming remained seated, casting a sidelong glance at her as he replied, "Yes, is there something you need?" The woman responded, "The invoices need your signature. Director Tang said to find you first." After saying this, she rummaged through her small bag. Lu Haoming was taken aback. Even if each invoice were merely 100 yuan, this stack must total over 10,000. Yet, from this petite bag emerged a substantial collection of invoices. After producing a heap, she even revealed 3 additional sheets. Once finished, she sat across from Lu Haoming, appearing quite at ease, and remarked, "Back in Director Ma's time, he signed off on everything himself. Have the rules changed now?" Lu Haoming chose not to engage her, scrutinizing the invoices one by one, all from Yatu, and noted the signatures were quite haphazard, the majority being those of Ma Xiaosong, alongside some from the head of the personnel department and others. This clearly contradicted regulations. According to office protocol, only the office director had the authority to sign, while other departments lacked the right to approve invoices unless accompanied by a dining voucher issued by the office. As he examined the prices of the dishes, he was appalled. While others charged 280 yuan per jin for turtle, Yatu demanded 420 yuan. Lu Haoming pondered whether he could sign invoices that he had not processed himself. However, he soon reconsidered. This was indeed a significant opportunity presented to him, and he inquired, "What is the total amount?" "Over 116,000 yuan. Lu Haoming smiled and suggested, how about this, there has indeed been a slight change. Director Ma made a minor error and has since left, but he signed most of these invoices to I will discuss the situation with Director Tang, since you've made the effort to come here, I'll sign for you, and you can give me a call later. Upon hearing this, the woman exclaimed, Director Lu, you are truly wonderful. Next time you visit our establishment, I'll ensure you have a delightful experience, dining and massages all in one. I'll arrange for the most beautiful attendant to attend to you. Lu Haoming thought to himself, of course, I will treat you well. You have delivered the evidence right to my doorstep. He jested, please provide me with your number so I can save it. The woman recited her phone number, adding, my name is Chui Ying. After she departed, Lu Haoming organized the invoices, meticulously documenting each day's expenditures and making a photocopy. Finally, he affixed his signature and delivered them to Tang Huaid on the third floor. Chairman Tang, these invoices are primarily from Ma Xiaosong's tenure, each bearing his signature, so I have signed as well. Tang Huaid sighed, the expenditures are quite excessive. However, with 2 signatures and the responsible parties indicated, I feel somewhat reassured. With that, he signed each invoice, his hand pained from the repetitive motion, and instructed, you go and deliver these to her. Lu Haoming returned to his office and locked the invoices in his drawer. In the afternoon, he called Chui Ying. She expressed her gratitude profusely, stating she would come to collect them shortly. Approximately half an hour later, she appeared at the door of Lu Haoming's office, leaning against the doorframe, breathless. After regaining her composure, she asked, Director Lu, do you think this top looks nice on me? The woman indeed possessed a certain charm, and the proprietor favored hiring such attractive individuals for collection duties. These alluring women often leveraged their looks to navigate challenges with ease, employing flirtation and coy glances as their customary tactics. Not just nice, but incredibly beautiful. What about exceptionally beautiful? Extremely, exponentially beautiful. The woman chuckled, placing her hand over her heart, and remarked, Director Lu, you are both handsome and straightforward. After saying this, she entered the room, rummaging through her small bag to produce a pack of high-end cigarettes, proclaiming, here, for you. Lu Haoming handed her the invoices. She flashed him a flirtatious smile, and as she reached the door, turned back, saying, remember to come again next time. After Chui Ying sought Director Tao's signature and learned he was away on business in Shangzhou, she returned to Lu Haoming's office, stating, the director is not at home. I will come back another day. You're welcome, Lu Haoming replied, feeling a surge of joy with this gift from Chui Ying. He found it sufficient, deeming it unnecessary to retrieve anything from Tian. Protecting Tian and Aijia was also his responsibility. At that moment, Zhang Yiping approached, saying, Chairman Tang asked me to inform you to attend the afternoon party group meeting. Lu Haoming coldly responded, please provide complete details. The time and the meeting's agenda. Zhang Yiping's face flushed slightly as he replied, at 3 o'clock, the agenda was not mentioned. Lu Haoming inquired, isn't Director Tao at a provincial meeting? Zhang Yiping explained, he is dining en route and will come directly to the office afterwards. After Zhang Yiping left, Lu Haoming consulted his calendar, deducing they would likely discuss the year-end evaluations, given that the Lunar New Year was merely 20 days away. Very well, if Tao Zhichun intends to make a sacrificial offering of me, then after the meeting, I shall deliver my final ultimatum. Let us see who fears whom. I shall pose the question to you, Tao Zhichun. How does one account for a daily expenditure of 13,000 yuan at Yadu? Chapter 30. It turns out that Xiao Wei is a powerful figure. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone had gathered. Leaders such as Tao Zhichuan, Xiao Wei, Chen Xingsuan, Ding Yi, Tang Huaid, and Zhang Xiuru took their seats around the oval conference table. Lu Haoming occupied the corner of the table. Director Tao stated, with only 20 days until New Year's Eve, we have barely over 10 working days left. There will be no more meetings before the year ends, so we must conclude all matters this afternoon. Individual and unit year-end summaries must be submitted to the office by this Friday. The year-end bonuses will be distributed according to fiscal regulations. The cultural scores for the newly recruited clerks have been released. Interviews will take place next Monday. Matters of this sort require no further discussion. We shall wrap this up in half an hour. The next agenda item concerned evaluations. Director Tao asserted that we must make full use of this evaluation mechanism. The performance of a cadre and their ability to fulfill their duties are measured by public perception. I have already reported to Vice Mayor Zhou, who oversees this area, and he has approved my evaluation method, which involves 2 tiers. Separating the assessments of leadership cadres from those of middle-level cadres, this aspect remains unchanged. The only alteration is the expansion of the participant pool for evaluations. In addition to the cadres within the bureau, the leaders and deputies from subordinate institutions will also partake in scoring the bureau's leaders and middle-level cadres. As Lu Haoming had anticipated, Director Tao's rationale was, many leaders from secondary units have expressed that the bureau's doors are difficult to enter, faces are hard to approach, and matters are hard to resolve. It is only by granting scoring rights to the wider public and the numerous cadres that such unhealthy tendencies can be altered. Lu Haoming, merely an observer and recorder, had no right to speak. Director Tao had made it clear that his proposal had already been reported to the overseeing mayor, wielding the authority of a mandate. This was something Lu Haoming had not foreseen. Director Tao Zhichuan cast a stern glance over the attendees. As long as no one voiced dissent, he was poised to make a decision. It should be noted that this evaluation system had been in place for many years in Hehe City. What purpose does it serve? Essentially none. We are all colleagues. When the forms are distributed, everyone picks up their pens and marks a tick under excellent, good, or satisfactory. All is well, so it becomes a mere formality. However, since Director Tao's arrival, following his example of using old MO to set an example, evaluations have transformed into a noose in Director Tao's hands, tightening around the necks of cadres above the middle level. He can tighten it if he wishes, loosen it if he chooses. Those who fail to comply will find themselves secretly undermined, stumbling at every turn. Even the bureau leaders fear this tactic. Although Director Tao cannot remove the deputy's position with an unsatisfactory evaluation, such results submitted to the organizational department would severely impact the futures of the deputies. As for the middle-level cadres within the bureau receiving an unsatisfactory evaluation, Director Tao could easily ensure they no longer hold the position of section chief or deputy section chief. Lu Haoming's heart raced as he discreetly assessed the others. If no one opposed, Director Tao would promptly make his decision. It was likely that no one would object, given that the overseeing vice mayor had already consented. To his astonishment, amidst the many deputies intimidated by Director Tao's oppressive presence, no one dared to voice dissent. The meeting room was as silent as a morgue, the air seemed to solidify. Director Tao raised his left hand and declared, "If there are no objections, this matter is considered approved. I do not agree with this proposal." It was as though a thunderclap had suddenly erupted from the sky. The pen in Lu Haoming's hand fell onto the table. He looked up in disbelief to find that the first to oppose was none other than the discipline inspection team leader, Zhang Xiuru. Director Tao coldly replied, "What is your reasoning?" Zhang Xiuru responded, "As the discipline inspection team leader, I am in the most thankless position. I have no objections to the bureau's cadres evaluating me. But what qualifications do the leaders of subordinate units have to assess me? They do not work with me daily and have no understanding of what I have accomplished. Giving them the power to score me undermines my oversight. If I supervise a certain unit more rigorously, they may give me a low score. Is that fair?" His remarks ignited a spark, prompting Chen Xingsuan to immediately chime in. "I mentioned previously that I am nearing retirement and have nothing to fear, so I will speak my mind. Just as team leader Zhang stated, what qualifications do the personnel from secondary units have to evaluate me? I work overtime, yet they do not witness that. Sometimes I am busy, and when they come to report, I ask them to wait a moment. Based on that alone, they claim my attitude is poor and give me a low rating?" Director Chen had his own thoughts. He was set to retire in the first half of the following year and did not wish to leave his career with an unsatisfactory mark. Chairman Tang remarked, "Let us adhere to the old rules and not expand the scope of evaluations, especially since other units have not done so." Vice Director Ding Yi, meanwhile, continued to smoke without a word. Director Tao Zichuan had not anticipated any opposition and glanced at Director Xia with a look that seemed to implore for support, for as long as he had the backing of the second-in-command, he could overlook the opinions of others. After all, the city as supervising leader had approved this proposal. Xia Wei began to speak. "Since Director Tao has reported to the supervising mayor, failure to implement this is a sign of defiance against leadership." Lu Haoming's heart sank. This person was even less useful than Lu Shirshan, except for Ding Yi, who regarded Xia Wei with encouraging eyes. The other bureau leaders ignored him, as though they deemed him utterly ineffective as the second-in-command. Director Tao quickly responded, "Director Xia's attitude is commendable." He was about to finalize the decision when unexpectedly, Director Xia smiled faintly. "I have not yet finished." Director Tao, unsure of what Xia Wei would say, did not dare to interrupt and laughed. "Very well, please continue along that line of thought." Director Xia continued, "The supervising leader has made a decision. Opposing it is futile. Our sole responsibility is to comprehensively and accurately understand the leader's intentions, ensuring that everything is transparent, fair, and just." Everyone was captivated by his words, raising their gazes toward him. Director Xia continued, "The concerns raised by team leader Zhang have merit, particularly as his role is inherently contentious. If the scoring is left in the hands of those with ulterior motives, irrespective of right or wrong, personal grievances will emerge. If Comrade Xiuru is not rated as the worst leader this year, it is only a matter of time before such a situation arises." Lu Haoming felt a surge of joy. He had misjudged Director Xia, who was indeed opposed to this proposal. Director Tao interrupted. "Xia Wei, your statements are contradictory. You acknowledge the need to follow the supervising leader's directives while simultaneously agreeing with the dissenting opinions." Xia Wei smiled at Director Tao. "Allow me to fully express my views." Director Tao, clearly impatient, replied, "Very well, please be concise." Xia Wei stated, "Regardless of who it is, everyone must accept the oversight and evaluation of the cadres and the public. This principle is non-negotiable. However, evaluators must also be held accountable for their assessments. How can we ensure that evaluators take responsibility for their scores? This is where the real name system comes into play. If 50% of the votes deem me, Xia Wei, unsatisfactory, I have the right to appeal. I deserve to know from those who rated me poorly what my shortcomings are. Thus, if 10 individuals declare me unsatisfactory, let them point out my faults. If it is a misunderstanding, I can clarify. If it is a mistake, I can rectify it." Lu Haoming thought to himself, "Genius. This logic is flawless, irrefutable." Zhang Xiuru remarked, "Director Xia's proposal is the best. If I am rated poorly without understanding my specific errors, what purpose does the evaluation serve? I would be clueless about how to improve." Chen Xingsuan took up the conversation. "I wholeheartedly support Director Xia's suggestion." Ding Yi remained silent. Initially, he had followed Director Tao's lead, but seeing the overwhelming opposition, he chose to smoke quietly instead of speaking. Tang Huai commented, "Evaluations should serve to enhance our work, not become a tool for personal vendettas or tainted by personal grievances. For example, if the bureau-level team is deemed competent, that is a collective victory. However, if any individual is rated unsatisfactory, we should be able to identify the source of that dissatisfaction and address it openly. Director Tao's expression darkened with anger. Isn't this a form of intimidation against the public? If names are recorded, those tallying the votes will see the names. Who would dare to speak the truth? Director Tao's words held a semblance of truth. Who would dare to put their name to it? Lu Haoming momentarily paused in his writing, caught off guard by this rhetorical question. Suddenly, a voice broke through. There is a solution. Lu Haoming looked up to find it was still Director Xia. Chapter 31. A bold gamble, success or failure lies in this night. Xiao Wei remarked. Director, this issue can be resolved quite easily. It is imperative to implement a real name system. We could design the form akin to a college entrance examination paper, with names placed outside the binding line. Once the forms are collected, we shall add a blank sheet on top and staple them together. No one will be able to see the names, and upon completion of the statistics, they will be sealed and stored. As long as there are no disqualified candidates, the evaluation will proceed smoothly. However, should there be any unsatisfactory individuals, such as Group Leader Zhang from the Discipline Inspection Group, we can then retrieve the box to identify who rated him poorly. Group Leader Zhang can appeal directly. We must ensure that everyone participates in the evaluation while also guaranteeing that the results are relatively fair and just. Otherwise, who will undertake the role of discipline inspection? Tao Zichuan had not anticipated that Xiao Wei, who often spoke of being a diligent assistant to the director, was in fact the most concealed and perilous adversary. This formidable opponent had garnered support from everyone except Ding Yi, and every one of Xiao Wei's responses was flawless, logically sound and devoid of any loopholes. Tao Zichuan countered. Doesn't this suppress democracy? With a real name system in place, who would dare to give negative feedback to a leader? Xiao Wei replied, this is a test of each party member's and every cadre's loyalty to the party and the organization. If you believe others to be unqualified yet refrain from providing negative evaluations, then you are a coward. If you cannot point out others' mistakes or shortcomings, where has your party spirit gone? This question rendered Tao Zichuan speechless. Tang Huai chimed in, a real name system suppresses the truth, while anonymity breeds personal grievances. If we have such party members, I believe we should reconsider their positions. Tao Zichuan, smoking a cigarette, could hardly fathom this turn of events. Ever since Ma Xiaosong was reassigned, he sensed something amiss, which prompted him to preemptively report his thoughts to Vice Mayor Zhou, who oversaw cultural, educational, and health matters. Vice Mayor Zhou had endorsed his initiative, hoping the Education Bureau could provide some insights. Now, this group, especially Xiao Wei, was not opposing the initiative but rather offering a framework for a comprehensive and fair evaluation. Their arguments were impeccable, with not a single flaw present. His own ideas were met with their reasoned resistance. In usual circumstances, he would have slammed the table and given them a stern reprimand. However, standing on moral high ground, they were beyond reproach. If he did not express agreement, the evaluation would surely falter by year-end. With Ma Xiaosong's previous failure, and now even a simple evaluation activity proving unfeasible, the repercussions for him would be dire. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses, the future stretches long ahead. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced to the proposal, unable to act against the heads of the bureau, but he was determined to eliminate the most disagreeable figure, Lu Haoming. Consequently, Tao Zichuan stubbed out his cigarette with resolve and said, the discussions we've had indicate a commendable democratic atmosphere. I believe the suggestions put forth are quite reasonable. Therefore, we shall adopt a real name system for the evaluation of bureau-level leadership. Haoming, please take note. Lu Haoming quickly jotted it down. Tao Zichuan continued, the assessment of mid-level cadres need not be so convoluted. What authority do a section chief or director have to critique the heads of secondary units? Personal grievances are relatively minimal. The main issues arise from inadequate moral character or poor work attitudes, which elicit dissatisfaction among the ranks. Thus, we shall employ anonymous voting for the evaluation of mid-level cadres. Lu Haoming felt a tightening in his chest. It seemed that Director Tao was preparing to ensnare him, and he raised the suggestion without any dissent. The bureau leaders were primarily concerned with their own interests, indifferent to whether evaluations were conducted with or without names. Ding Yi was the first to speak up. I concur. Xiao Wei added, I support Director Tao's opinion. Let us proceed this way for the time being. As for future improvements, we shall determine them after a year of practice. I must make a self-reflection as the leader overseeing the office. Ma Xiaosong erred, and I bear the responsibility for insufficient oversight and lack of stringent education. If we are to evaluate disqualified cadres, it would be Ma Xiaosong from our office. As for other colleagues in the office, I deem them qualified. These words, neither soft nor hard, struck a nerve with Tao Zichuan. He aimed to rate Lu Haoming as unqualified. Lu Haoming felt grateful towards Xiao Wei but dared not meet his gaze, instead casting his eyes toward Tao Zichuan, awaiting his stance. In this matter, Tao Zichuan would not yield. He stated, let the evaluations be based on the opinions of the masses. 1 count as 1, 2 counts as 2. Purifying the organization and the team is the focus of our bureau's party committee. Having made his position clear, he ceased to speak. Tang Huai moved his lips but remained silent. To everyone's surprise, the soon-to-retire Qin Xingsuan declared, I also agree. Tao Zichuan decisively announced, then this item is approved. Haoming, please document this. We shall convene an evaluation meeting next Tuesday. Chairman Tang, please ensure the office is notified accordingly. We will now adjourn. After the meeting, Tao Zichuan kindly told Lu Haoming, Haoming, please take a moment to organize the meeting minutes and draft a summary. I will be waiting for you in the office. Lu Haoming returned to the document room, his thoughts tumultuous. Should he confront Director Tao now or consult with Xiao Wei first? Xiao Wei had clearly indicated that if anyone were to be deemed unqualified, it would certainly be Ma Xiaosong this year. Adding Lu Haoming to the list would undoubtedly meet with Xiao Wei's disapproval, as it would tarnish his reputation. If both the head of the office and the deputy director were found unqualified, the leader in charge would face inevitable consequences.
Considering this, Lu Haoming resolved to report to Xiao Wei first, believing him to be a resourceful individual. With his thoughts organized, he began compiling the meeting minutes, a task he executed with ease, completing it promptly. After printing, he delivered it to Director Tao's office. Director Tao greeted him with a warm smile. Have a seat. If not, you might as well brew some tea yourself. Lu Haoming responded with a smile. Sure, take your time to savor the director's fine tea. Once Lu Haoming finished his tea, Director Tao, having reviewed the document, said, please make the necessary corrections and have it signed by Director Tang and the other bureau leaders before returning it to me. Emerging from the office, Lu Haoming glanced at the document. Director Tao had only amended 2 punctuation marks. After printing the final version, he ascended to the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Tang Huaid looked at Lu Haoming with a fond expression, signing, for the attention of Xia, Chen, Ding, Zhang, and other leaders, for review, to be submitted to Director Tao. After signing, Director Tang remarked, you must visit Director Tao's home in the next few days. Lu Haoming nodded, then sought out Chen, Ding, Zhang, and others, who all signed promptly. As Lu Haoming descended from the 3rd floor to the 2nd, he contemplated how to approach Xiao Wei. He realized that being overly verbose would be impractical. A few well-chosen words would suffice to capture Xiao Wei's attention. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he suddenly heard, hey, Lu Director, don't trip. He looked up to find Tian teasing him, as he had been lost in thought and nearly stepped off the edge. He steadied himself and laughed, rest assured, I won't fall. Xiao Wei sat there reviewing documents. Lu Haoming handed over the meeting minutes, then took out a piece of paper and wrote at Director Xia, I have something particularly important to report to you. Do you have time this evening? After reading it, Xiao Wei signed, approved, please submit to Director Tao. Lu Haoming remained silent, taking the minutes in one hand while passing the note to Xiao Wei with the other. Xiao Wei glanced at it, crumpled the note, and tossed it into the wastebasket, nodding at Lu Haoming before returning to his work. Lu Haoming stepped into Director Tao's office, smiling, all signed. Director Tao replied, good, as he took the minutes and placed them on the desk. Lu Haoming then exited the office. Back in his own office, he called Wen Wan to inform her that he would not be home for dinner. He also called Rin Ziyuan to arrange a room for him, preferably on the top floor, the 23rd. With these 2 matters settled, he awaited the end of the workday. This evening was crucial. He prepared to have an open and honest conversation with Xiao Wei. Whether it led to success or failure, this moment would define everything. He was uncertain whether Xiao Wei would support him, but he knew that dreams must be pursued. What if they came to fruition? Chapter 32 Lu Haoming's successful probe. After work, Lu Haoming satisfied his hunger at a small eatery. Around 6:30, he received a call from Director Xia, instructing him to wait in room 2301 on the 23rd floor of the Nangua Grand Hotel. Director Xia responded succinctly, stating he would arrive by 7. Upon entering the hotel lobby, Lu Haoming approached the front desk and said, I'm a guest of Mr. Rin, room 2301. The attendant handed him a room key. He ascended to the top floor in the elevator. Opening the door revealed a spacious business suite, impeccably arranged, with 2 plates of fruit and 2 packs of cigarettes laid out on the table in front of the sofa. This was the standard for VIP reception, and he mused that Mr. Rin attended to every detail with care, an admirable quality worthy of emulation. He explored other rooms and discovered a mahjong room and a small bedroom on the left, while on the right was a large bedroom. He contemplated that since Wen Wan was working late tonight, he could either pick her up or stay at the hotel for the night, otherwise, it would be a waste. Subsequently, he began boiling water. After brewing a cup of tea, he engaged in a mental simulation. Xiao Wei was a man of profound depth. His public denial of Tao Zhichuan's anonymous voting proposal today illustrated his adeptness at conflict. Unlike Zhang Xiuru, who acted recklessly, he first deemed the proposal necessary before dismantling it from the specifics of its execution. This was a brilliant maneuver that forced Director Tao into retreat. In other words, Xiao Wei exploited the flaws in Tao's anonymous voting to undermine his authority, thereby enhancing his own standing within the leadership ranks. According to the timeless principle that 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, this signified the formal rupture in their relationship, plunging them into a phase of overt and covert contention. Director Tao would undoubtedly seek to oust Xiao Wei, who in turn desired to eliminate Tao to ascend to power. Thus, Xiao's agreement to meet was likely an attempt to gather compromising evidence against Director Tao. Following this mental exercise, Lu Haoming resolved to test Director Xiao's stance tonight. After sitting for a while and glancing at the clock, noticing only a few minutes remained until 7, he positioned himself at the elevator entrance. With few guests reaching the top floor, the elevator ascended briefly before descending again. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the elevator doors opened, revealing Xiao Wei. Just as Lu Haoming was about to address him as Director Xia, he hesitated, sensing the potential for eavesdropping, and merely smiled at Xiao Wei instead. He led the way, and once Xia had entered the room and closed the door, he prepared the tea and brought it over. Xiao Wei, hands on his hips, surveyed the surroundings. Isn't it a bit extravagant to book such a room? Lu Haoming placed the tea on the small round table and replied with a smile, please have a seat, Director. This hotel is owned by a high school classmate of mine. Oh, Mr. Rin is your classmate? Indeed, that is why I often come here to enjoy some perks. We must strive for wealth equality, after all. Xiao Wei sat down, chuckling, then you should learn from your classmate. Young and accomplished. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Haoming formally broached the subject. Director Xia, although you are relatively new to the Education Bureau and may not know me well, Director Xia interjected with a grin, not know you well? Am I such a bureaucrat? Lu Haoming, one of the esteemed talents, I was already aware of your situation before I arrived, and you've married a beautiful wife, a flower of the municipal hospital. Lu Haoming felt a bit awkward. You may not fully grasp my predicament within the bureau.
I do understand an upright individual thriving under Director Wang, yet struggling to find common ground under Director Tao. After this exchange of probing remarks, Lu Haoming felt completely at ease. Just a few simple sentences confirmed his connection with Xia, akin to a secret handshake, validating that they were on the same side. Lu Haoming stated, Director Xia, you are the leader I admire most. Currently, I find myself in grave danger and wish to share some heartfelt thoughts with you. Xia Wei chuckled, is that so? Lu Haoming recounted the difficulties imposed by Ma Xiaosong, Tao Zhichuan's favoritism towards Ma, and the deepening misunderstandings between both parties. Xia Wei merely nodded in response. Lu Haoming continued, Director Tao is inclined to selective listening, often criticizing me indirectly due to Ma Xiaosong. Just days ago, he Tian advised me to broaden the range of evaluators, which alerted me to the fact that he may intend to label me as inadequate. When did he Tian inform you of this? Before National Day. This indicates he had premeditated intentions. Last year, he used this method to demote old Mo from deputy section chief to a general staff member. Since my rapport within the bureau surpasses that of old Mo, he expanded the evaluation scope, with all second-tier leaders under his command. Xia Wei encouraged him, continue speaking. Share any thoughts you have. Expanding the evaluation scope is essentially a trap. He can tarnish anyone's reputation at will. Fortunately, today's meeting was presided over by you, ensuring fairness. Should this become a precedent, next year, or the year after, he could label anyone as an inadequate leader or staff member simply by convening a small meeting. At this point, Lu Haoming recalled Xia Wei's occasional smoking habit and offered him a cigarette, lighting it for him. As Xia Wei pondered while smoking, he recognized Lu Haoming as a thoughtful individual, capable of discerning the bigger picture and thinking ahead, prompting him to say, go on. The real name system you proposed has made some individuals cautious. However, the plan still harbors flaws. While bureau leadership may implement a real name system, middle-level cadres do not. He can ensnare middle-level officials, ensnaring those who defy him. For instance, if he targets me this year, it could lead to a tyranny where the entire bureau becomes subject to his whims, undermining even the bureau leadership's ability to function. Explain why he would want to eliminate you this year. The position of office director has been vacant for several months. If he cannot identify any faults in me, then I must remain. However, by leveraging public opinion to label me as inadequate, he can wield the knife of betrayal. Subsequently, he could effortlessly appoint his confidants to the office, thereby controlling the entire bureau as Ma Xiaosong does. Xia Wei inquired, what is your plan? My strategy can be summed up in 4 words. A counter-offensive from the brink. He may rally a group to besiege me, but I have kept a watchful eye and possess certain evidence. What evidence? Lu Haoming, not yet wishing to delve into Tian, simply stated, after Ma Xiaosong took office, he racked up over 110,000 yuan in expenses at a place called Yada Hotel, all for dining and entertainment. Xia Wei remarked, dining and entertainment alone aren't overly problematic. It's merely a matter of education, and he hasn't pocketed the money. Lu Haoming replied, that Yada should be covertly controlled by Director Tao's wife, otherwise, why would they always dine there? You need to have evidence for such claims. Reluctantly, Lu Haoming revealed his trump card on August 27. The expenses for that single day reached a staggering 14,567 yuan. I verified that it was a Sunday, with no significant events or external guests present. I intend to confront Tao Zhichuan directly and demand clarification on how this money was utilized. Xia Wei asked, has the money been withdrawn? Lu Haoming scratched his head and said, I'll check. He stepped into another room to call Tian. Upon returning, he reported, it hasn't been collected yet. Xia Wei remarked, this is precisely where your impulsiveness comes into play. Since it hasn't been collected, if you question him, he will allege you are slandering him. I have made copies. Lu Haoming responded, pulling out the photocopies from his bag and indignantly stating, he may instruct the finance department to destroy evidence and replace it with other invoices, but these photocopies are irrefutable proof that cannot be obliterated. Unexpectedly, Xia Wei shook his head, causing Lu Haoming's heart to sink, as he asked, does this not constitute evidence? Xia Wei replied, it does not. Let me explain. Chapter 33 Perilous Situation. Suddenly, Tao Zhu requested to meet with Lu Haoming. Xia Wei proactively extracted a cigarette from the box on the table, igniting it with a crisp crack, as he meticulously perused the receipts. He then remarked, even if you made copies, they would be of no use. If you confront him, he can simply claim that some of these are personal expenses of Ma Xiaosong, and that the hotel mistakenly assumed that signing Ma Xiaosong indicated expenses for the Education Bureau. Lu Haoming could not help but admire Xia Wei's meticulousness. Xia Wei continued, the crux of the matter lies in finding evidence that Tao Zhichuan instructed the finance office to fabricate accounts. If it were legitimate expenses, there would be no need for falsification. If there is falsification, it indicates guilt. Upon hearing this, Lu Haoming was elated and declared, I have a trump card. Through Tian, I learned that the bureau has been fabricating accounts year after year. I even made copies of those accounts. He then elaborated on the facts Tian had shared with him, producing the photocopies of the 510,000 yuan, stating, these accounts are nowhere to be found in the bureau's financial ledgers. Xia Wei flipped through the pages, and upon finishing, he said, so, this means the comrades in the finance office are keeping their guard up to protect themselves? Precisely, Lu Haoming affirmed decisively. Xia Wei pondered, Haoming, let me think this through. If we are to act on this matter, we must do so thoroughly and without alarming the serpent. You need not confront Tao Zhichuan with a loud uproar. I will conduct an investigation first, even if I have to give you an unsatisfactory evaluation next Tuesday. That would not matter. As long as we can bring him down, you will become the director, and subsequently, the deputy bureau chief. Do you understand? Lu Haoming's blood surged with excitement as he replied, I understand. Xiao Wei stood, clasping Lu Haoming's hand, and said, give me some time, I need to undertake certain tasks. Lu Haoming exhaled deeply, feeling that he had finally won over Director Xia to his side, and that the astute Xiao Wei had promptly pointed out the flaws in his action plan. Truly, wisdom comes with age. Rising to shake hands with Director Xia, Lu Haoming prepared to see him off before contemplating further, intending to pick up when one later. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly, and upon glancing at the screen, he was struck with fear. It was a call from Tao Zichuan. He asked, Director Tao is calling, should I answer? Xiao Wei instructed, answer it, put it on speaker, I will write down instructions for you. It turned out that Director Tao wanted Lu Haoming to visit his home. Xiao Wei scribbled the word OK on a piece of paper. After Lu Haoming hung up, Xiao Wei added, after your visit, return here, I will wait for you. Lu Haoming hurriedly departed. Xiao Wei fell into contemplation. His appointment as the executive deputy director of the Education Bureau had been entirely serendipitous. The newly appointed party and mass work deputy secretary, Tan Junjie, had once visited the Municipal Cultural Bureau for an inspection. It was commonly believed that newly arrived leaders would tour various units under the guise of research, but in reality, they merely met with the team members for introductions, which led the Cultural Bureau to make little preparation. To their surprise, Deputy Secretary Tan expressed a desire to hear their work report. Consequently, a meeting was convened in the conference room. The bureau chief boasted about the great achievements of the bureau, but as Tan listened, he posed several probing questions, leaving the chief and deputy chief either unable to respond or veering off topic. Fortunately, Xiao Wei was present to rescue the situation, preventing significant embarrassment. Later, during the formation of an investment inspection team, the bureau did not attach much importance and sent Xiao Wei to handle the situation. This time, Deputy Secretary Tan led the team, allowing for more interaction between them. Xiao Wei not only performed excellently throughout but also successfully introduced a cultural project. At the conclusion of the inspection, Deputy Secretary Tan jokingly remarked, you are overqualified for the position of union chairman at the Cultural Bureau. Within a month, Xiao Wei was transferred to the Education Bureau. Although somewhat baffled, he sensed that this must have been recommended by Deputy Secretary Tan, yet their interactions had been limited to that. Now, facing a potential fallout with Tao Zichuan, he realized that without support from superiors, he would be unable to create significant waves. To gain that support, he needed to gather evidence. This was a highly risky offensive maneuver. If things went awry, not only would he be in jeopardy, but Lu Haoming would also face consequences, and the two colleagues from the finance office could become collateral damage. If Tao Zichuan insisted that the finance office acted independently, Tian and the others would be unable to prove they were acting under Tao's instructions. As he pondered this, a sudden thought struck him. His cousin, Zhang Jianwei, the director of the General Affairs Office at City No. 1 Middle School. Did Tao Zichuan truly meddle in the promotion of educational materials? Time was of the essence. He promptly called his cousin, requesting him to meet at the Southern Country Hotel without any pleasantries. Zhang Jianwei arrived within 10 minutes. Xiao Wei cut straight to the chase, inquiring about the situation. Zhang Jianwei spoke candidly, revealing a lot of alarming information. It was indeed shocking. Song Shishir was pulling strings, with dedicated sales personnel, and initially, the teachers were at their wits' end, often having to ask students to request money from their parents for purchasing supplementary materials. Generally, parents did not question this, believing that more education was beneficial, and if they lacked funds, they would still strive to meet their child's demands. Now, however, teachers had discovered that there were kickbacks involved in promoting these supplementary materials, shifting from a passive to an active role in sales, which increased exponentially. Zhang Jianwei lamented, today's students can hardly bear the weight of their backpacks, their backs are bending. Now that you're at the Education Bureau, I hope you can take charge of this. It all depends on your courage. Xiao Wei replied, gather some evidence, enlist a few teachers who share your sentiments, no need for too many, and compile a written report of the specifics. I will discuss this with Director Tao, but it must be done swiftly. Ensure you deliver it to me in the next couple of days. Zhang Jianwei agreed. Alright, today is Wednesday, I will have it ready by Friday. After seeing off Zhang Jianwei, Xiao Wei awaited Lu Haoming's return, contemplating what scheme Tao Zichuan was concocting. Chapter 34 Tao Zichuan devised a plan to stabilize Lu Haoming. This evening, Tao Zichuan was busier than ever before. He was engaged in social obligations and did not return home until 8 o'clock. Song Shishir placed a stack of invoices on the table and remarked, Chueying has had over 110,000 yuan signed by your office, but couldn't find you. You can sign it, and I'll deliver it to her tomorrow. Tao Zichuan sat there, momentarily stunned, and after a while reprimanded, why did you not inform me in advance about the invoices? I had stated that I would only submit them after the new year, when the new office director was appointed. Song Shishir retorted, what difference does it make who the director is? Although Ma Xiaosong handled it, he was the office director at that time. Even if he has erred now, does that mean your Education Bureau won't acknowledge its responsibilities? Tao Zichuan, incensed, exclaimed, all you care about is money. You understand nothing. Quickly call Chueying, I need to speak with him. Seeing that Tao Zichuan was genuinely furious, Song Shishir dialed Chueying. Your uncle Tao wants to talk to you. Tao Zichuan composed himself and inquired, Xiao Chui, who signed off on the invoices for you? Chueying replied, I approached Director Tang on the 3rd floor. He mentioned that they have changed the rules and that 2 signatures are now required. So, I sought the deputy director from below, the one surnamed Lu, who was rather handsome. He said it would be fine as long as it was with him. Once signed, he would call me to collect. Good, under no circumstances should you disclose our acquaintance. That hotel has nothing to do with your Aunt Song. Understood. Tao Jichuan immediately called Tang Huaid. After exchanging pleasantries, he said, Old Tang, Ma Xiaosong has poor character, and I too have been deceived by him. I have heard he signed numerous invoices at Yato Hotel in his personal capacity. If invoices arrive from Yato, do not approve them. Ensure you distinguish between personal expenditures and legitimate official receptions. Director, I was unaware of this situation beforehand. I followed the old protocol and signed alongside Haoming. Regardless, I will not sign. He is causing chaos. His third call was to Ma Xiaosong, which he made from his study. After explaining the gravity of the situation, Ma Xiaosong could only stammer that he would take responsibility for the majority. Song Shishir, standing nearby, was pale with fright. It was her first time witnessing Tao Jichuan in such a state of turmoil, resembling a startled bird. At this moment, Tao Jichuan picked up the phone to call Lu Haoming. After hanging up, he explained the stakes to Song Shishir, for if any incriminating evidence fell into Lu Haoming's hands, it would be a ticking time bomb. Song Shishir was greatly alarmed. They then awaited Lu Haoming's arrival. Over 20 minutes later, he arrived at Tao Jichuan's residence. For the first time, Lu Haoming felt a warmth from Director Tao, akin to that of a father or elder brother. His smile was radiant, approachable, and sincere. Madame Tao, Song Shishir, was excessively enthusiastic, praising Lu Haoming for his strong work capabilities and handsome appearance, then thrust a perfectly sliced mango into his hand, exclaiming, such a fair complexion, a hand befitting great wealth. She insisted he try the tea, asking, have a sip and let me know how it tastes. After taking a sip, Lu Haoming replied, not bad, very sweet. Take another sip. It's both sweet and fragrant. Tao Jichuan watched this scene with immense contentment, as if Lu Haoming were his own godson. After another sip, Lu Haoming remarked, indeed, it is both fragrant and sweet. Madame Tao, satisfied, stood up and said, you should have a chat with your uncle Tao. Lu Haoming was taken aback. When did Director Tao become my uncle? Truly, the weather in July can change in an instant. Tao Jichuan began, Haoming, I have long wished to have a thorough discussion with you, but I have been perpetually busy, often unaware of the nature of my busyness. Lu Haoming observed that the director before him resembled a benevolent elder. He feigned earnestness, listening intently to Tao Jichuan. That he knew that Tao Jichuan was aware he had seen the invoices from Yato and that tonight was an attempt to win him over, urging him not to make an issue of the invoices. In essence, this was a conversation of reconciliation. Director Tao would surely commend him, perhaps even pour him some rice soup. However, instead of praise, Director Tao incisively pointed out several critical weaknesses in Lu Haoming's character. Lu Haoming could not help but admire Tao Jichuan's keen insight and ability to see through to the truth. At this juncture, Director Tao shifted the conversation, stating, Haoming, regardless of your perspective on me, I have offered you criticism, imposed pressure, and even prevented you from becoming the office director. Some believe I have undermined you. Lu Haoming replied, I believe you have acted in my best interests, intending to hone my abilities. Hearing this, Tao Jichuan burst into hearty laughter. Haoming, you finally understand me. I would rather you harbor resentment towards me than allow you to remain unrefined. I see great potential in you. At this, he suddenly sighed deeply. When I was young, I was just like you. Lu Haoming was taken aback, his eyes widening as he stared at Tao Jichuan. Tao Jichuan continued, in my youth, I was arrogant and ambitious, disdainful of others yet inwardly lonely. Later, I encountered a leader. My situation at the office was similar to yours. When I performed well, no one praised me, and when I faltered, I faced daily rebukes from my superiors. There were times I even contemplated ending my own life. Lu Haoming felt a stirring of emotion. It seemed Tao Jichuan was not as he had imagined. Moved, he said, I previously held some misunderstandings. I apologize for the disrespect shown to you, Director. Tao Jichuan appeared not to have heard Lu Haoming's confession, instead tapping the table as he remarked, some people indeed harbor grievances against you, but I have consistently defended your character, stating that Haoming is simply true to himself. The bureau is quite complex, and some may privately incite you to oppose me. I can assure you that I take issue with anyone who opposes me, but with you, Haoming, I understand it is a momentary lapse. I will not hold it against you. After the new year, I intend to arrange for you to become the office director. Lu Haoming found it difficult to process the sudden turn of events, as if he had slammed on the brakes of a speeding vehicle, nearly toppling from the sofa. He steadied himself and said, thank you so much, Director. Tao Jichuan's expression turned serious. Lastly, I would like to impart a few words. One must learn to be adaptable. For instance, certain meals are not consumed solely by me, Tao Jichuan, or by Xiaowei. Some leaders partake, and their relatives as well, yet these expenses must be attributed to my name. Should I refuse, certain gifts must be given. Can I simply label them as gifts? They must be included as dining expenses for reimbursement. The world is not a pristine white cloth, Haoming. Lu Haoming felt as though he were being subtly swayed to align with Tao Jichuan's perspective, promptly responding, rest assured, Director. I am not merely a bookish scholar. I have spent several years in the office. 2 years, indeed. I have been refining you into a gem during your time in the Education Bureau. I shall forever be grateful for your immense kindness. Tao Jichuan instructed, you should return now. If you delay, Wan will reprimand you. Lu Haoming chuckled, that one tea happened, she has already urged me to learn from your teachings. Chapter 35 A Twist of Fate. After leaving Director Tao's residence, Lu Haoming rode for 2 miles before coming to a halt, dialing a number for Xiaowei. Xiaowei replied, let's discuss it in person. Lu Haoming responded, all right. He raced along the route, feeling busier, more anxious, and more like a secret agent than ever before. Upon entering room 2301, he was so warm that he removed his coat. Xiao Wei inquired, "What's the situation over there?" Lu Haoming replied, "Allow me to boil a kettle of water and brew you a fresh cup of tea first." Once the water was boiling, he placed the tea on the small round table and recounted in detail the meeting with Director Tao. Xiao Wei asked, "Were you moved?" Lu Haoming said, "I truly cannot fathom his character. At times, he appears exceptionally astute, employing ruthless tactics, while at other moments, he seems remarkably affable." Xiao Wei remarked, "Old Tang just called to inform me that Tao Jichuan has stated he will not sign off on the last invoice, claiming part of it was for Ma Xiaosong's personal expenses. This implies he is already aware that you signed the invoice and may even suspect you of making copies, hence, he summoned you, projecting warmth and painting a rosy picture. Ultimately, tonight's objective is to seal your lips. Once he orchestrates these matters, he will turn the tables, accusing you and Old Tang of carelessly signing invoices, ultimately seeking to hold you accountable." Lu Haoming sighed deeply. It should be straightforward, but he is far too formidable, maintaining a composed demeanor while engaging in such heartfelt discussions. Xiao Wei cautioned, "Haoming, you are still inexperienced in dealing with such individuals. He merely aims to keep you silent for a few days, preventing any outcry or complaints to the disciplinary committee. Then, come next Tuesday, he will ensure you receive an unsatisfactory rating in the anonymous voting. At that point, he will approach you, lamenting your poor impression among the public, claiming he is helpless against the negative reviews you've received. He may even earnestly advise you that you are unsuitable for work in the bureaucracy, suggesting a career in teaching, allowing you to choose any school. I assure you, he will personally escort you to the institution. Haoming, please consider this carefully. He began as a recruiting officer, having defeated countless adversaries. How could he not be formidable? What should we do then? Such individuals, when not investigated, can be quite harmless, but once scrutinized, they can reveal a plethora of scandals. Of course, we may face failure, but rather than allow such people to prosper and turn the education system into chaos, we must rise to the occasion. His influence in the Education Bureau has tainted the environment. If basic survival relies on personal connections, favoritism, and betrayal of conscience, how can we educate a generation of students with integrity and principles? If everyone must rely on bribery to survive in the education system, treating officials like family to secure their positions, it undermines the very foundation of cultivating a new generation of upright citizens. Thus, we must expose him. However, we must remain composed for now. I am also gathering evidence. This is a strategy for future action. Tomorrow at work, act as if nothing has transpired. We aim to meet with leadership on Saturday or Sunday to report in person." Lu Haoming replied, "Understood." Xiao Wei stood, their hands clasped firmly together. Lu Haoming escorted Director Xia to the elevator, remaining there long after the doors closed before returning to his room. He did not wish to spend the night in this hotel. The revolution was not yet successful. Restful sleep was a luxury he could not afford. He resolved to rest briefly before picking up Wan, for a peaceful sleep was still preferable. The following day, Thursday, Lu Haoming arrived at the office early. All was calm and quiet, akin to the stillness before dawn. There was only one document. Tang Huai requested Lu Haoming to deliver it to Director Tao. Lu Haoming knocked on Tao's door, but he was not present. He decided to return in the afternoon. As the afternoon unfolded, astonishing news spread through the bureau. Xiao Wei had been summoned by the disciplinary committee. Lu Haoming felt as though the world had turned upside down. How could Xiao Wei be in trouble? Shortly thereafter, two staff members entered the document room, displaying their work identification, stating they were from the disciplinary committee and requested Lu Haoming accompany them. He composed himself for a moment, contemplating what to say, but the staff gestured for him to remain silent. Under the watchful gaze of his colleagues, Lu Haoming entered the car waiting downstairs. In the vehicle, he repeatedly reassured himself, "I have not embezzled public funds or engaged in any illicit affairs. What could possibly be the issue? Perhaps they discovered that Ma Xiaosong had set me up. Yet that was not a setup, it was Ma Xiaosong who ensnared himself. I was not involved at all. It cannot be this matter. It is too airtight, and besides, I did not orchestrate it. I did nothing, absolutely nothing." Lu Haoming continued to console himself in the car. Upon arriving at the disciplinary committee, the officials were surprisingly amiable, asking him to clarify a certain incident. This incident pertained to the evening Xiao Wei and he had visited Jixian for an inspection and attended a dance. Lu Haoming felt relieved and recalled. Indeed, this occurred shortly after Director Xia joined the bureau. Director Tao arranged for Ma Xiaosong and me to accompany Director Xia on visits to various counties. The purpose was twofold: to familiarize ourselves with the situation and to meet the leaders in charge of education in those counties. In Jixian, they arranged for karaoke, and we all attended. That was the extent of it. Please take a look at this photograph. The individual in the back, is that not Xiao Wei? One of the staff members handed Lu Haoming a photograph. As he took it and glanced at it, he thought to himself, Ma Xiaosong is truly malicious. The angle of this photograph is insidiously crafted, making it appear as though Xiao Wei is in an intimate pose with a dancer. He returned the photograph to the staff member and explained, "The person dancing is indeed Xiao Wei, but I must clarify the actual circumstances. While dancing, Ma Xiaosong approached our colleague, Zhu, and said, 'Let me take a picture for you.' However, the photograph does not capture Zhu. Instead, it was taken from a despicably angled perspective of Director Xia. The atmosphere while dancing was entirely appropriate. If you do not believe me, you may consult Lu Chuanwan, the chairman of the city's photographers. The inappropriate angle can distort the image. Furthermore, you may also investigate with the Education Bureau of Jixian." The staff replied, "We mean no harm, we merely wish to understand the situation. You may go."
After exiting the door, Lu Haoming reflected on how astute Xiao Wei was, recognizing that Director Tao was untrustworthy, while Ma Xiaosong was despicably cunning. He likely recorded your words or took your photo at an opportune moment, which could later serve as a weapon against you. He trusted that Xiao Wei was innocent because he himself had not lied. He hailed a taxi and returned directly to the bureau, eager to inform his colleagues that he, Lu Haoming, was unscathed. Upon reaching the second floor, he heard a loud commotion in the large office and walked in to find 7 or 8 people standing around discussing something. As they spotted Lu Haoming's sudden appearance, everyone fell silent. Tian was the first to ask, "Director Lu, you're back?" She then proceeded to make tea. Lu Haoming replied, "Yes, just checking if I have contracted HIV." Laughter erupted from everyone. Tian brought him a cup of tea, remarking, "You're becoming increasingly humorous." Lao Mo inquired, "What exactly happened?" Lu Haoming replied, "I prefer not to divulge details, all I wish to convey is this: those who laugh last, laugh best." The others deemed Lu Haoming slightly eccentric and gradually dispersed. He returned to the document room, and his phone rang. It was Tang Huai's number. Upon answering, he heard, "You need to head to that card house from last time." Lu Haoming, having matured, no longer rode a motorcycle. Instead, he stepped outside, hailed a taxi, and instructed, "To Juhua Street." Chapter 36, Is Lu Haoming about to jump from the building? Lu Haoming alighted from the car and made his way directly to the second floor. Tang Huai stood in the corridor, waving him over. The two entered a small private room. Tang Huai remarked, "Make a call home, we'll have dinner here shortly." Lu Haoming replied, "No need to call. Wan is dining at the hospital cafeteria." Tang Huai inquired, "Do you know how to access Director Xiao's office?" Lu Haoming shook his head, fixing his gaze on Tang Huai, awaiting his explanation. Tang Huai handed Lu Haoming a cigarette, lit one for himself, took a puff, and said, "Someone has reported 3 allegations against Director Xiao. First, there are economic issues, claiming he has been inflating figures and embezzling public funds while at the Cultural Bureau. Second, he is said to be keeping a mistress. During his last business trip to Jixian, he became involved with a dancer. This dancer has now arrived in Wuhan and claims that Director Xia has rented a place specifically for her. Third, he is accused of forming cliques and fostering factions within the bureau." Lu Haoming scoffed, "That was quick. The informant has a knack for this. He relies on Ma Xiaosong, who collects various materials. You think this was compiled just yesterday? Nearly all of us have had our dirty laundry aired by Ma Xiaosong. Once the timing is right, it gets thrown out there. Do you believe these allegations hold any merit? The aim is to bring someone down, regardless of the truth or the semblance of truth. They can investigate for half a year, even if no wrongdoing is found, the reputation is already tarnished." Lu Haoming felt a tightening in his chest. If an investigation were to last 6 months, it would indeed be troublesome. Previously, with Director Xiao's guidance, he had support, but now he was left to fend for himself, with Tang Huai only able to offer suggestions from the sidelines. "Chairman Tang, I wish to share the situation with you candidly." "Go ahead." Lu Haoming detailed the evidence he had gathered, how he met with Xiao Wei last night, and how Tao Jichuan had sought him out for a discussion. He disclosed everything. Tang Huai exhaled deeply, saying, "Haoming, I did not expect you to become so mature. This evidence is like a blade." Lu Haoming responded, "I believe if Director Xia is detained, he will also report me. The disciplinary committee will come looking for me." Tang Huai said, "You need to make a copy for me." "Why?" Tang Huai explained, "Secretary Meng De of the disciplinary committee is Tao Jichuan's cousin. Tao Jichuan's audacity stems from having someone backing him." Lu Haoming was taken aback. Tang Huai continued, "Thus, some matters are exceedingly intricate. If your evidence is seized or destroyed, I will still have a copy. My younger brother, Tang Shang, works at the upper prefecture daily. I will entrust him with this information, and he can advocate for us when the time comes." Tang Shang, Prosperous Tang, is that the implication behind the name? Indeed. Lu Haoming suggested, "Let us go find a place outside." Just as he stood up, Tang Huai gestured for him to stay, saying, "Call from Director Tao." Lu Haoming halted, standing aside in silence. Tang Huai answered the call, and Tao Jichuan said, "Chairman Tang, come to the office immediately, issue a notice tonight. We will conduct evaluations tomorrow morning. There is much to do at the end of the year. Let us hold this meeting early." Tang Huai replied, "But Director Xia, it's fine, even in his absence, others can still assess him should he remain absent for 6 months. Shall we wait 6 months? Send out the notice immediately." Understood. After hanging up, Tang Huai turned to Lu Haoming and said, "He has made his move early." Lu Haoming gritted his teeth and declared, "Let them act. I'm all in." The following morning, the democratic evaluation took place. People soon noticed that Xiao Wei was not present. Tao Jichuan opened the meeting with a preamble. "Comrades, today we will assess the bureau leaders and mid-level cadres. We are honored to have the leadership of the City Party Committee's Organization Department and the Party Building Group here. Let us extend a warm welcome." The conference room erupted into enthusiastic applause. Perhaps you have noticed that Director Xiao Wei is absent. He is under investigation by the disciplinary committee due to certain issues. Of course, not all investigations imply absolute wrongdoing. Let us refrain from speculation, just be aware that it is occurring. Now, I invite Director Chen Xingsuan to announce the evaluation rules and methods. After Director Chen finished his announcement, the formal voting commenced, followed by the tallying of votes.
The results were as anticipated. Among the leadership cadre, Xiao Wei was deemed unqualified, while among the mid-level cadre, Lu Haoming also fell short. The leaders from the organization department departed. Tao Jichuan escorted them to the door and returned to the podium. To summarize, the eyes of the masses are discerning. They know who works and who does not. It is clear who possesses good character and who is morally bankrupt. Those who present one facade in public and another in private are easily seen through by the populace. There are those who do not contribute, but instead form small cliques. There are those lacking competence yet consider themselves the best. We shall scrutinize as many of such individuals as necessary, and we will not show leniency. We must purify our ranks and establish an outstanding, incorruptible, and efficient organization that adheres to rules and unites in purpose. At that moment, Lu Haoming stood up and walked out. The crowd was taken aback. Tao Jichuan, seemingly unfazed, remarked, "Since we will not hold another meeting this year, I will outline the year-end tasks for the leaders of the secondary units." The attendees took out their pens to record the instructions. Approximately half an hour later, Tao Jichuan's phone rang. "What? Someone is about to jump. All right, I'm on my way." The meeting room descended into chaos as people began to exit, seeking information. Tao Jichuan appeared flustered as he hopped into a vehicle, which sped out of the bureau's gates. Upon arriving at the City Party Committee building, Tao Jichuan found no one attempting to leap from the building. He quickly called the Deputy Director Ning, who had initially contacted him. Deputy Director Ning said, "You should come to the City Party Committee office first." Tao Jichuan hurriedly made his way to the office, where Deputy Director Ning led him into a room and said, "Lu Haoming from your unit barged in here wanting to see Secretary Chow, but Secretary Chow is busy receiving leaders from the provincial department. He declared that if Secretary Chow would not meet him, he would jump from the building. Consequently, Deputy Secretary Tan Junjie has had to step in to receive him." Tao Jichuan asked, "Could you inform Secretary Tan that I will bring him back? This individual is quite impulsive and might act out." Deputy Director Ning replied, "All right, I'll ask." After a while, Deputy Director Ning emerged and told Tao Jichuan, "Secretary Tan wishes for you to return. He wants to hear Lu Haoming's report in detail." Frantic as an ant on a hot pan, Tao Jichuan pleaded with Deputy Director Ning, "Please go in again and let me in. This person is genuinely volatile." Deputy Director Ning, looking troubled, said, "You know how Secretary Tan is, he is firm in his decisions. I don't have the courage to press further. I advise you to return." Chapter 37. Although only 10 minutes were permitted, he spoke for half an hour ago. Tan Junjie heard Deputy Director Ning mention that a cadre from the Education Bureau wished to report matters to Secretary Chow. If Secretary Chow refused to meet with him, he threatened to leap from a building. Deputy Director Ning stated, "Secretary Chow is currently preoccupied, his directive is to have you received." Tan Junjie nodded. After a brief moment, Deputy Director Ning ushered in a young man, saying, "This is Lu Haoming, the Deputy Director of the Education Bureau's office." Tan Junjie scrutinized the young official and said, "Please, have a seat." Deputy Director Ning exited the room, closing the door behind him. "Greetings, Secretary Tan. My name is Lu Haoming, and I am a cadre of the Municipal Education Bureau, here specifically to address issues concerning our director, Tao Jichuan." Tan Junjie inquired, "Are you a party member?" Lu Haoming affirmed, "I am indeed a party member. Concerns regarding your director can be brought to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission." "Why is it imperative to meet with Secretary Chow?" "Because Secretary Meng Di of the Discipline Inspection Commission is a cousin of Tao Jichuan. I fear my words may fall on deaf ears." "Very well, you have 10 minutes to elucidate your issues." Lu Haoming, clearly a skilled writer, promptly distilled his concerns into 4 words. Greed, suppression, factionalism, and hubris. Greed, in the sense of insatiable avarice. The Tao family monopolizes business within the education system, from instructional materials to indulgences, and even meddles in infrastructure projects. For instance, hospitality expenses alone amounted to 620,000 yuan in a year, with one day incurring a charge of 14,567 yuan despite no meetings or guests. The repair costs for 2 vehicles reached 100,000 yuan. Suppression refers to the stifling of dissent. An ethically compromised Ma Xiaosong was appointed as office director, secretly gathering compromising information on other officials, and even fabricating accusations against the virtuous. This led to Director Xiao Wei's current investigation by the Discipline Inspection Commission. Factionalism denotes the formation of cliques. In just 2 years, he replaced all heads of subordinate units to ensure absolute loyalty. He unilaterally expanded the scope of year-end evaluations, subjecting subordinate leaders to assessments by middle-level officials. This morning, both Xiao Wei and I were deemed incompetent. Hubris describes his brazen arrogance, proclaiming that he fears no one, even daring to confront the newly appointed deputy secretary, claiming he would stand resolute for the sake of the people's educational endeavors, dismissing all so-called ignorant individuals. It is worth noting that Lu Haoming intentionally combined these statements. Tao Jichuan has indeed claimed, "I fear no one," and has also stated, "I do not fear the ignorant." These phrases, when juxtaposed, highlight his defiance against Deputy Secretary Tan. Tan Junjie remarked, "As a party member, you may report issues to the party organization, but you cannot threaten to jump off a building." Lu Haoming offered a bitter smile. Tao Jichuan's utter disregard for others, his rampant behavior, stems from his formidable backing and extensive network of connections. "If I do not threaten to jump, will you, Secretary, still receive me? Moreover, even if you listen to my grievances, there may be no resolution. Ultimately, my fate may still lead to that leap. I am prepared to sacrifice myself for the sake of education, and for the shattering of ideals. Director Xiaowei has confided in me, expressing that having someone like Tao Jichuan in charge of the Education Bureau jeopardizes the very survival of the education system, which must rely on personal connections, betrayal of conscience, and subservience. How can we educate a generation of conscientious individuals with integrity, if everyone must resort to bribery, frequenting establishments like Yadu, treating people like Song Shishir as if they were their own kin to secure a foothold in the education system? How can we hope to cultivate a new generation that stands tall? If virtuous individuals like Xiaowei face imprisonment while Tao Jichuan remains comfortably in his position, I cannot rule out the possibility of jumping myself. After all, I am an intellectual, and I hope to awaken more people through my demise. Who is Song Shishir? Tao Jichuan's wife, the shadow queen of the education system. What did you study? I graduated from Shangzhou Normal University, majoring in Chinese. Regardless of whether your statements hold truth or are exaggerated, I must criticize you on one point. Shangzhou Normal University is a key university, whether for your family or the state. Nurturing a university student is no simple feat. To casually speak of jumping is misguided. First and foremost, you must have faith in the party organization. Secondly, you owe it to your family. Therefore, refrain from making such declarations publicly. Your concerns will be taken seriously, investigations will ensue. Return to your duties and do not disseminate disparaging comments about the Education Bureau in society. You may report to the organization, but do not propagate unverified conclusions or your personal assumptions indiscriminately. Understood? Understood. I did not anticipate your patience in listening to my account. Lu Haoming stood and bowed to Secretary Tan before departing. Upon exiting the municipal party committee office, he descended to the expansive courtyard below. Tao Jichuan unexpectedly emerged from an obscure corner, berating Lu Haoming. You have tarnished the reputation of the Education Bureau and brought shame upon us. Threatening to jump, return to your post immediately. Lu Haoming cast a cold glance at him and replied, You possess the authority to penalize me, but given that my rank has already been nullified, you still retain one power. To expel me from my position. With that, he mounted his motorcycle and returned home. By the time he arrived home, it was already 11 o'clock. Wan had yet to finish work. He intended to call her, but realized he had turned off his phone. Upon restarting it, he discovered that Wan had made over 10 missed calls. Additionally, the screen displayed a flurry of notifications from Hao Zifeng, Tang Huaid, Ren Ziyuan, Lu Shuan, all marked in red. He first dialed Wanjuan's number, but she did not answer. However, the door was ajar. Their eyes met, and Lu Haoming felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Wanjuan's eyes were already swollen from crying. She shut the door and embraced Lu Haoming tightly, tears streaming down her face. Lu Haoming sighed and reassured her, Do not worry, I will not jump. What if you do, you heartless man, willing to do anything for yourself? I can endure, but what about our baby? She exclaimed, angrily patting her own belly. Lu Haoming grasped Wanjuan's hands. Please, let us converse calmly. I am at my wit's end. Today's threat was merely to ensure that I do not resort to such an act in the future. Wan wiped her tears and pressed, What exactly is happening? You always keep things from me. Speak, tell me everything. Even if you have erred 100 times, I can forgive you. Lu Haoming poured 2 cups of tea, placing one before Wan to ease the tension. Let me have a sip first. In the secretary's office, he would not have offered me tea. My lips were parched from speaking. Wan ignored him. Lu Haoming blew gently on the tea and took a small sip, saying, Do not be agitated. I shall recount everything. Wan responded, The more detailed, the better, my agitation has subsided. Excluding his involvement in the Ma Xiaosong incident, Lu Haoming recounted everything candidly for 40 minutes. As he spoke, there was a knock at the door. His Aunt Wen, the teacher. Lu Haoming opened the door. Startling her, rumors had circulated that Lu Haoming had jumped, and she had even gone to the party committee office to inquire. Upon learning he had not, she had been searching for him. After a moment of silence, she finally said, Haven't you cooked yet? Come to my house for a meal, your uncle wishes to speak with you. Wan chimed in, Good, let uncle give him a lesson. Chapter 38. Tao Jichuan's swift maneuvering to minimize major issues. At noon, Tao Jichuan did not return home. Instead, he called Old Li from the cafeteria to deliver a meal to his office. After dining, he officially commenced his work. He procured a sheet of paper and outlined the tasks at hand. Throughout his career, he had only ensnared others in his traps. He had never found himself in a passive position. However, this time, he felt a distinct sense of vulnerability. Firstly, he had not anticipated that Xiaowei, a newcomer of merely a few months, would begin to subtly vie for power against him, revealing himself to be a cunning old fox. Secondly, he was taken aback by Lu Haoming, this scholarly individual, who audaciously dared to confront him and demanded a dialogue with the party secretary. Although he had not approached the top leader, Tan Junjie had entertained Lu for a full half hour. At present, he believed he had overestimated his own capabilities. He had initially thought that by fabricating a pretext and leveraging the photographs that Ma Xiaosong had deliberately taken, he could summon Xiaowei to intimidate him with the threat of the Discipline Inspection Commission, only to release him afterward, while also marking him as unsatisfactory in the evaluations. This strategy would not only dampen Xiaowei's spirit but also provide a pretext to have him reassigned next year. According to internal sources, Xiaowei had entered the Discipline Inspection Commission, where he not only refuted all the allegations in the complaint but also insisted on meeting with the principal leaders of the municipal party, asserting that he would only speak after such a meeting. Currently, he found himself unable to concoct new incriminating evidence in a timely manner, compounded by the fact that Xiaowei possessed no substantial weaknesses to exploit. Undoubtedly, his greatest frustration lay in having underestimated Lu Haoming. He had intended to use the evaluations to first strip him of his deputy director position and then play the benevolent figure by offering him a vice principal role at the third high school in the city. He had planned to engage Lu Haoming in conversation after the meeting, but he had not anticipated Lu's audacity to openly challenge him and rush to the municipal committee to relay his concerns. In searching for Lu Haoming's faults, he found himself at a loss. After much contemplation, he devised a plan of firstly, he would announce that everyone must sign in and out punctually, with no unauthorized departures. Zhang Yiping, a trusted individual, would oversee the inspection of each office. Secondly, he would establish a regulation stipulating that a day's absence would warrant criticism and education, while 3 days would result in being classified as a standby personnel. He estimated that Lu Haoming would resist and not report for duty. Thirdly, he would promptly convene a small meeting with the relevant personnel at home to eliminate any traces of wrongdoing, ensuring that Song Shishir would distance herself from matters concerning educational assistance, infrastructure, and catering, while forming a defensive alliance with other involved parties. Having clarified his thoughts, he began to call his subordinates, insisting they arrive at his home by 5 o'clock that afternoon. Subsequently, he contacted his cousin, Meng Di, remarked, "Do you not possess any common sense? Why call, discuss matters face to face?" Tao Jichuan descended the stairs, opting not to take the office vehicle, and hailed a taxi on the street, heading towards Meng Da's residence. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Haoming was seated promptly in his office. This was a strategy imparted by his uncle, emphasizing the importance of being present in the office at all times, regardless of the circumstances. Upon entering, Lu found no one in his office, save for Zhang Yiping, who occasionally passed by the door. Within Tao's office, various bureau leaders were seated. He lamented, "As the year draws to a close, the bureau faces numerous troubling issues. First, I must reflect on our lack of educational outreach, as my eagerness for development has led to hasty actions that compromise the integrity of our team, allowing malicious individuals to infiltrate. At this juncture, further self-criticism is futile. We must unite and weather this storm together. Therefore, I propose a few requirements." His proposals were swiftly approved unanimously, and the meeting was brief, dispersing shortly thereafter. Tao Jichuan retained Tang Huide after the meeting, pouring tea for both of them. "Huide, I never expected someone would report Xiaowei. He is a commendable comrade. I also did not foresee that certain individuals within the secondary institution and the bureau would give Xiaowei and Haoming poor evaluations. I rushed to Secretary Meng's office at noon, vowing that Xiaowei had done nothing wrong and urging them to release him soon. While Xiaowei may have some shortcomings in his methods, the party group can assist him." The secretary concurred, stating that the contents of the complaint were largely ambiguous. "Tomorrow, Xiaowei shall return to work. As for Haoming, you must persuade him. He possesses both talent and virtue, yet he is intolerant of any criticism. While the results of this evaluation remain unchanged, he has indeed contributed to the bureau. I intend to assign him to the third high school for a year, after which I will promote him to vice principal, also at the deputy section level. He holds you in high regard. Please negotiate with him, and I assure you, based on our mutual integrity, that he will be promoted to vice principal in the future. What do you think?" Tang Huide replied, "I will give it a try." Tao Jichuan said, "Go now. The municipal leaders have some matters to discuss with me, and I may not return this afternoon. I entrust this to you." Rising, he extended his hand firmly to grasp Tang Huide's, stating, "Time reveals the strength of a horse, and prolonged acquaintance unveils a person's heart. Regarding your deputy bureau chief position, I have made a request to the organizational department." Tang Huide shook hands with Tao Jichuan with conviction before departing. Tao Jichuan hastened down the stairs, needing to return home swiftly for another small meeting. All offices received the notice of punctual clocking in and out was mandatory, and explanations were required for any official outings. While personal leave was strictly prohibited, everyone remained in their offices, refraining from discussions about Lu Haoming, though they were all aware that he was doing well and would return to work in the afternoon. Tang Huide entered the document room and closed the door. Lu Haoming stood up to brew tea. Tang Huide took the tea and remarked, "I shall first convey Director Tao's earlier remarks to you. I have never engaged in corruption, and I certainly dare not do so with the director's words." Lu Haoming offered a wry smile. After Tang Huide conveyed the message, he gazed at Lu Haoming, who stated, "My task is complete. As for the investigation, I am powerless. I have never aspired to be an official. For now, I wish to remain an ordinary cadre in the Education Bureau." "Very well, I shall relay that last sentiment to him," Tang Huide said, choosing not to linger and turning to leave. Lu Haoming and Tang Huide had long agreed to speak only superficial pleasantries within the bureau, fearing that Tao Jichuan might have installed listening devices in the office. Tian entered, casting a glance at Lu Haoming, seemingly wanting to speak, but upon seeing Lu engrossed in his reading, she withdrew. Shortly thereafter, as it became apparent that Director Tao was absent from the bureau, Lao Mo, Director Zhu, Director Ning, and others entered. Lao Mo jested, "No jumping today?" Lu Haoming, with a stern expression, retorted, "Do not spread false rumors. Who is jumping? My baby has yet to meet me." Laughter erupted among the group. Director Ning chimed in, "A jump from the first floor is inconsequential, but the fourth floor is out of the question." More laughter ensued. Director Zhu remarked, "One must be magnanimous. We merely gave you a poor evaluation to encourage you to correct your course sooner rather than later. Why do you resist our oversight and good intentions?" The laughter grew louder. Zhang Yiping approached, standing at the doorway. "Director Tao has emphasized repeatedly that during work hours, you are not to wander. As mid-level cadres, your awareness should surpass mine. I will only state it once." Lao Mo fixed Zhang Yiping with a peculiar gaze, retorting, "Oh, are you the director's assistant or something?" The provincial and state daily reporters have come, and others from different units are discussing it. Is it not permissible for us to concern ourselves with our own bureau's matters? Zhang Yiping departed. Lu Haoming inquired, Lao Mo, how are you so well informed? Lao Mo replied, it was you who mentioned a jump, prompting the reporters to arrive, otherwise, during the new year, they would not be aware that they should rest. At that moment, the atmosphere grew even more spirited, with everyone unabashedly discussing the incident. Of course, none were aware of the source of the leak to the reporters, only Lu Haoming understood that it was old Tang's doing. This year was destined to be tumultuous and far from tranquil. Indeed, at this moment, Xiao Wei rejected Secretary Meng Da's counsel from the Discipline Inspection Commission, insisting that he would only leave once the principal leaders agreed to meet with him. Chapter 39 Lu Haoming expands his horizons. After finishing work, Lu Haoming returned home, only to find that Wen Wan was still at her evening shift and not present. Thus, he resorted to preparing a bowl of noodles. As he was savoring his meal, a mysterious phone call interrupted him. The caller introduced himself as Zhang Jianwei, a cousin of Xiao Wei, and expressed a desire to meet Lu Haoming regarding an urgent matter. Lu Haoming, feeling cautious, replied, all right, I will return your call shortly. He then contacted Tang Huide, inquiring, are you available to talk now? Tang Huide responded, I was just about to call you. My cousin Tang Sheng has arrived. You should come to the Anjuhua Street. Okay, I'll be there shortly. Is Zhang Jianwei a trustworthy person? You should know him, he is the Director of General Affairs at the first high school. I recall. He mentioned he is Xiao Wei's cousin and has something important to discuss with me. Tang Huide remarked, he is indeed his cousin, but I cannot confirm that detail, just meet with him and act accordingly. Understood. After finishing his noodles, Lu Haoming returned Zhang Jianwei's call, stating, Director Zhang, please come to my residence at Building 17, Unit 2, Room 301 in the old compound. Sure, came the response before the line went dead. In the year 2001, Wuha City was not particularly large. Driving a sports car, one could not speed excessively. A few presses of the accelerator and he found himself speeding towards the outskirts. 15 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Lu Haoming opened it, exclaiming, ah, Director Zhang, we meet again. Zhang Jianwei replied, to cut to the chase, a few nights ago, my cousin Xiao Wei called me, inquiring about the educational auxiliary business at school. I vented some grievances, and he asked me to gather some materials. Lu Haoming interjected, what night was that? A few nights ago at the Nangua Grand Hotel. Sensing reassurance, Lu Haoming asked, how is the collection coming along? Many individuals were afraid and refused to put anything in writing, but I recorded everything. Here is the USB drive. Some people did write materials and sign them. These are the signed documents. Xiao Wei has been taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission, and I heard about your fallout with Tao Jichuan. Director Lu, I implore you to ensure these materials reach the commission. Lu Haoming replied, rest assured, I have no qualms about confronting this corrupt individual. It is either his demise or mine. I have already placed my life in jeopardy. Zhang Jianwei remarked, the situation is dire. If he continues in power, he will do a disservice to the millions of residents of Wuha, corrupting the moral fabric. If an investigation begins, those who sign may turn unreliable and falsely accuse me, claiming I forced or bribed them into signing. They have heard about Xiao Wei's predicament, and some have approached me seeking to file complaints. Luckily, I recorded everything. The darkness will eventually pass, and dawn will surely arrive. You have my word, Lu Haoming reassured him. Zhang Jianwei said, I must take my leave now, and with that, he swiftly exited. Lu Haoming stowed the materials into his briefcase, descended the stairs, placed the briefcase in the toolbox of his motorcycle, securing it with safety ropes before riding towards Juhua Street. Upon arriving, he drove straight ahead, veering into a narrow alley, and then circled back to the rear entrance of the entering through the back door. He ascended to the upper floor and called Tang Huide again. It was the same private room as before. Should the revolution succeed, it would indeed be fitting to commemorate this space as the former site of the Lu Haoming and Tang Huide activities. Tang Huide introduced both Lu Haoming and Tang Sheng to one another. There were no elaborate pleasantries exchanged, not even a cup of tea, only bottles of mineral water were placed before each person. Tang Sheng began, Director Lu, let us proceed methodically. My brother has outlined the preliminary context. Now, we shall focus solely on the evidence. Lu Haoming stated, the first piece of evidence is the expenditure of 510,000 from last year. I have photocopies, but the finance department only recorded over 200,000, while the rest has been offset against various expenses. If there is no fear, there would be no need for offsets. The second piece of evidence is what I just received regarding Tao Jichuan's wife, who secretly instigated the sale of over 2 million in educational materials at the first high school. With approximately 4,000 students enrolled, it equates to an average forced expenditure of 500 yuan per student. As for the third piece of evidence, although there are photocopies, since Tao Jichuan discovered the lack of signatures, they were not submitted for reimbursement and thus hold no weight. With that, Lu Haoming produced the evidence and placed it on the table. Reporter Tang scrutinized the materials one by one. After reviewing them, he took a sip of mineral water and inquired, what are your personal thoughts on this matter? Lu Haoming replied, Secretary Tan received me. Today marks the second day I am awaiting his response. If I have not heard back by next week, I will personally take these materials to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. Reporter Tang contemplated for a moment and said, I am familiar with both Secretary Chow and Secretary Tan.
They will likely need to discuss this matter, which inevitably involves Secretary Meng as well. Therefore, there is bound to be some difficulty. However, you could create some buzz, suggesting that several media reporters have arrived in Wuhan and are conducting interviews in the community. Lu Haoming remarked, "It would not be appropriate for me to create such buzz. Rather, I suggest you, reporter Tang, make a phone call to Tao Jichuan, indicating that there is someone from the Education Bureau threatening to jump off a building and wishes to interview him."
Tang Huai clapped his hands together. "That is an excellent idea.
Firstly, it will disrupt Tao Jichuan's plans, compelling him to intensify his activities. Secondly, it will indirectly inform Secretary Meng. Only by applying psychological pressure will we cause them to act in haste and make mistakes." Reporter Tang agreed. "Indeed, I will not engage directly with the authorities. Let them seek me out, thereby allowing me to maintain the upper hand." The trio deliberated on other details and then commenced their actions. Tang Shang promptly placed a call to Tao Jichuan.
After a prolonged ringing, the call was finally answered.
"Tao Director, hello, I am Tang Shang, a reporter from the Shangzhou Evening News. Yes, not the provincial paper but the city paper. I would like to meet with you tomorrow for an interview regarding the truth behind Lu Haoming's alleged suicide attempt. Yes, an interview with the director would be sufficient, regarding the matter of Lu Haoming's intent to jump off a building. You suggest I reach out to the publicity department? That is fine. I will write that the Education Bureau director refused to be interviewed and will publish it tonight for tomorrow's edition. What, meeting is acceptable as well? Very well, I would like to hear your opinions to provide a more comprehensive report. Listening to both sides leads to clarity. What, meeting tonight is also feasible. It would be more convenient if you come to my hotel. Dream Jiangnan Hotel, room 1508. You are still in the countryside, you should be able to arrive in 40 minutes. Good, I will be waiting in the room." Tang Huai cautioned, "Be wary of him attempting to bribe you or, after leaving, arranging for a woman to come to your room.
He may record the encounter and later accuse you of extortion."
Tang Sheng chuckled, "He can record his side, I will record mine. I have been in this profession longer than he has." Tang Huai warned, "He may bring someone along and, when you are distracted, slip money into a place you won't notice, such as under the mattress or inside the wardrobe. He might then rush to the police to report you, claiming you concealed the money there, and he would have taken photos of the bill's serial numbers. I heard of another reporter who fell into such a trap." Reporter Tang stated, "At that time, I will make those remarks in his presence.
If the police search, I will have my evidence."
Lu Haoming pondered, had it not been for this upheaval, he might have remained oblivious. No wonder Xiaowei remarked that he, Lu Haoming, was still too inexperienced to contend with Tao Jichuan. After concluding their discussions, the group parted ways. Chapter 40. A disturbed night. Location 1. Dream Jiangnan Restaurant. The doorbell of room 1508 rang, and Tang Sheng opened the door to find two individuals standing outside.
One of them smiled and said, "You must be reporter Tang." Tang Sheng nodded and inquired, "Are you Director Tao Jichuan?"
The other party nodded, replying, Indeed. I was out in the countryside today and initially planned to discuss this with you tomorrow. However, considering the approaching new year and your busy schedule, I decided to come over."
Tang Sheng then asked, "And who is this person behind you?" Tao Jichuan chuckled, "This is our office's Xiao Zhang.
He can provide some testimony regarding certain matters." Tang Sheng replied, "Director Tao, if we are to have a discussion, it shall be solely between us, otherwise, I will not engage." Tao Jichuan paused for a moment, then smiled, saying, "All right, he merely brought some fruit and will leave after delivering it to your room. I do not wish for the fruit either. Please have him leave first, and then we shall proceed inside." Reporter Tang, "There's no need to be so formal. After all, familiarity breeds comfort. Let him come in and pour you a glass of water."
Tang Sheng shook his head, stating, "This is my principle.
I can compose a report that sends someone to prison, just as easily as I can write one that clears an innocent person's name after 10 years of unjust suffering. People may say I sleep with a knife under my pillow, and while that is an exaggeration, I do keep a knife at home." With that remark, Tao Jichuan turned to Zhang Yipling and said, "Then you may return." Once the two were inside, Tang Sheng graciously prepared tea for Tao Jichuan, placing it on the coffee table in the center of the sofa before saying, "Director, please take a seat." As they settled down, Tao Jichuan remarked, "It is a pleasure to welcome you, Reporter Tang. In truth, this is a minor issue, one so trivial it could be disregarded. The background is quite simple. Xiao Lu, or Lu Haoming, aspires to be the office director. This ambition is understandable. After all, a young person wishing to advance is not a bad soldier. However, he lacks experience from the school gate to the office door. I intend to hone his skills before promoting him. I wish for him to mature a bit more. For this, he harbors resentment, and I have had several heartfelt discussions with him, during which he admitted to his lack of experience. I plan to promote him in a year or two. His weakness lies in being easily provoked. Once someone stirs him up, he becomes increasingly convinced that I, Tao Jichuan, am deliberately suppressing him, leading him to scour for so-called evidence against me. Frankly, he even found some so-called evidence, claiming that the reception expenses in our bureau are excessively high. I do not conceal this. Under the previous director Wang, our work was commendable. Since I took over, I have continued to enhance our efforts, resulting in a significant influx of visitors from various regions seeking to learn from us. While the expenses have indeed increased somewhat, none of it has found its way into my own pockets. To this end, he has replicated some dubious evidence, such as counting the personal expenses of the former office director as public expenditures. This is a misunderstanding, a mistake made by the establishment, which mistakenly believed that the former office director, Ma Xiaosong, represented the Education Bureau. I did not sign off on that. As for Lu Haoming, he believes he has grasped some form of evidence against me. When he is in a good mood, he performs well.
However, when things do not go his way, his attitude becomes unpleasant, causing him to offend many. At the year-end evaluations, over 50% of the staff and the public gave him poor ratings. Consequently, he brought these so-called evidence to the leaders. Among his claims is that he wants to jump off a building, which is merely an exaggerated expression of frustration. He would not actually jump. Therefore, I kindly ask the media not to sensationalize this statement. All levels of media should serve to maintain stability, especially during this crucial time of year. We are also in communication with your superiors. Tang Shang responded, as far as I know. He mentioned that in addition to the account you just described, there is still 510,000 unaccounted for.
What is the situation regarding that?
Tao Zichuan chuckled. That is an issue with the finance office. As accounting personnel, they possess an instinctual desire to protect themselves, fearing that such substantial funds might attract scrutiny from above. I did not instruct them to do so. They balanced the accounts on their own. I have even met with them and given them a stern reprimand. What is there to fear? Just maintain accurate records. If the expenses are high, it is I, Tao Zichuan, who will be held accountable. Tang Shang nodded and said, Director Tao, the media's role is merely to understand the situation. Since you've elaborated so much, clarity is all that's required.
Reporter, let me speak candidly. Grassroots work is challenging.
Tang Sheng smiled at Tao Zichuan and continued, I intended to forge a friendship with you, but it seems you genuinely fear that I am a corrupt individual, refusing even a simple offering of fruit. I understand completely. Once this matter is settled, I will visit you in Suzhou. I shall not disturb you any further at this late hour. If I speak too much, you may think I am feeling guilty. With that, he stood up, and Tang Sheng followed suit to see him off. After bidding farewell to his guest, Tang Sheng scanned the surroundings, feeling that ever since Tao Zichuan entered, he had not left his line of sight. Once he confirmed that Tao Zichuan had not left anything behind, he called Tang Huaid. Tang Huaid said, Step outside for a moment, we need to discuss this face-to-face. Tang Sheng departed. At this moment, however, Tao Zichuan did not leave. Before the Yato establishment commenced operations, he frequently patronized Dream Jiangnan, and he had long since established a connection with the hotel's general manager, Haoming. At this moment, he was in Haoming's room, explaining his strategies to her. The housekeeping manager can access guest rooms. Tao Zichuan's request was for Haoming to discreetly place 30,000 yuan beneath Tang Sheng's mattress. This task was relatively straightforward. All Haoming needed to do was enter the room under the pretext of checking after the room was cleaned. Placing it under the mattress posed some difficulty, but putting it in the wardrobe would be effortless. She could simply check for cleanliness as an excuse and inspect the wardrobe. Moreover, there were no surveillance cameras in the room. This step was to be executed the following morning. Once they concluded their discussion, Tao Zichuan contacted his nephew, Zhao Yong, from the Dongyuan police station, requesting a meeting. Location 2 South Country Restaurant. Liu Haoming had been summoned to South Country Restaurant by Ren Ziyuan. They had already been conversing for half an hour. Liu Haoming recounted the current situation in detail.
Ren Ziyuan remarked, we cannot afford to be complacent.
Just as he finished speaking, a phone rang. Liu Haoming said, I need to take this call. Yes, I Haven T returned home. Please come to the 15th floor of South Country Restaurant. Meanwhile, Zhang Yipeng, who had been monitoring Tang Sheng from the hotel's coffee lounge, noticed Tang Sheng exiting and immediately followed him. He rode a motorcycle and kept a close distance as Tang Sheng hailed a taxi. The nighttime traffic was relatively sparse, and the taxi sped along. He made every effort to keep up. The taxi drove into South Country Hotel and came to a halt. Zhang Yipeng maintained a careful distance behind. When Tang Sheng reached the elevator, he entered, and Zhang Yipeng quickly followed. Unfortunately, the elevator stopped on various floors, and he could not keep pace. At that time, any hotel with a hint of sophistication boasted a coffee lounge, and he found a seat that provided an excellent view of the hall while remaining concealed from others. He ordered a cup of coffee and sipped it leisurely. After Tang Sheng entered, Liu Haoming introduced him to Ren Ziyuan. The two newly acquainted friends exchanged pleasantries before settling into the main topic. After listening to Tang Sheng's recounting, Liu Haoming stated, the challenges have intensified. It now hinges on whether the finance office's Dan Ailing and he Tian dare to speak the truth. If they admit to having fabricated the accounts, Ren Ziyuan interjected, exactly.
If they claim it was solely their doing, we are in trouble. At that moment, Liu Haoming realized that Tao Zichuan was not an ordinary opponent but rather a formidable adversary.
Liu Haoming continued, it's too late to contact he Tian now. I will reach out to her tomorrow morning. Tomorrow is Saturday, and I am confident she will speak the truth. Tang Sheng asserted, it is imperative to record the conversation.
Liu Haoming replied, moreover, I still possess materials provided by Zhang Jianawei.
Tang Sheng agreed, right, you can hold that back for now.
Do not reveal it just yet.
The three parted ways, and Ren Ziyuan said, I won't see you off.
Liu Haoming and Tang Sheng descended the stairs. By this time, it was already past 11 at night.
As they reached the exit, they pretended not to know each other and went their separate ways. All of this was observed by Zhang Yipeng, who took it all in chapter 41. A case within a case, enigmatic. On Saturday morning, in the municipal party office building, Deputy Secretary Tan Junjie was seated in his office. As the new year approached, the leaders remained diligent and did not take a break. Ever since Liu Haoming had approached him, he had reported the matter to Secretary Chao of the Municipal Party Committee. At that time, Secretary Chao was preparing to attend a meeting at the provincial level and, considering the involvement of Meng De, instructed Tan Junjie to ensure he returned by noon on Saturday to deliberate on the issue in detail. While reviewing the materials, a call from Tao Zichuan interrupted him, stating he wished to convey significant information. Tan Junjie replied, I am in the office, please come over.
Tao Zichuan hurriedly arrived at Deputy Secretary Tan's office.
Secretary Tan, I wish to report two matters to you. One concerning our bureau's finances, and the other regarding Lu Haoming. Tan Junjie nodded, clasping his hands across his chest as he gazed attentively at Tao Jichuan. Tao Jichuan reiterated his conversation with Tang Shang, emphasizing that the expenditures for the reception fees at the Education Bureau were indeed excessive. The 510,000 yuan that Lu Haoming had photocopied was an attempt by two financial staff members to cover up their mismanagement, fearing scrutiny over their inflated expenses. He clarified that he had not instigated this, and all original invoices could be verified. He was willing to accept responsibility for the excessive expenditures and insufficient savings, but he firmly denied any misconduct akin to personal gain under the guise of public service. Tan Junjie nodded silently. A bead of sweat trickled down Tao Jichuan's brow, but he continued, the second matter concerns Lu Haoming. He is talented and initially performed well, but after failing to secure the position of office director, he harbored resentment against me. Subsequently, his animosity intensified, leading to instances of absenteeism, refusal to complete assigned tasks, and a poor attitude towards others. Consequently, in the year-end evaluation of mid-level cadres, he was deemed unqualified. He came to the municipal committee to voice his grievances and even threatened to jump off a building. When I attempted to counsel him, he refused to acknowledge his faults. Even more disgraceful, during this critical period, he privately summoned a journalist named Tang Shang to gather information on the Education Bureau, intending to create turmoil for Wowa City. Secretary, I will admit I have been somewhat uncouth in my past exchanges with you, a reflection of my own lack of cultivation. However, I genuinely pour my heart and soul into the development of education in Wowa, often sacrificing my rest and focusing entirely on my work. Tan Junjie replied, it is quite normal to have disagreements over work matters. I do not hold it against you. Your report on the bureau's situation allows me to gain a clearer understanding. As for how to address this issue, the municipal committee will take a stance. You may return for now. Tao Jichuan rose, respectfully bowing before departing. Within the hour, Secretary Chao called to inform him that he would return to the municipal committee in half an hour, allowing for a meeting between the three of them. No sooner had he hung up when the Secretary of Politics and Law, Xiao Nianqing, burst in, visibly agitated. Secretary Tan, we have a serious situation. Tan Junjie perked up and inquired, what is the problem? Xiao Nianqing stood and explained, the Public Security Bureau reported to me that the Dongyuan police station received a tip-off alleging that a journalist named Tang Shang was extorting 50,000 yuan from Tao Jichuan under the pretense of an investigation. Tao Jichuan feigned compliance and managed to gather 30,000 yuan to give to the journalist, promising to collect an additional 20,000 today. In an effort to address this extortion, Tao Jichuan filed a report. Upon receiving the complaint, the police searched Tang Shang's hotel room and discovered the 30,000 yuan. Tao Jichuan had documented the transaction, noting some of the bill numbers at now. The bill numbers from the 30,000 yuan match those provided by Tao Jichuan, yet the journalist denies it, claiming that Tao Jichuan is framing him, causing a scene at the police station. Tan Junjie remarked, this journalist is quite notorious throughout the province and is formidable. You should go to the police station to calm his emotions and instruct them to treat him with due respect, then return promptly. Secretary Chao has returned, and the three of us need to meet to discuss this matter. After finishing his call, Tan Junjie immediately reached out to Secretary Chao. Upon hearing the situation, Secretary Chao said, let us fork myself, you, Mayor Ding, and Xiao Nianqing hold a small meeting first and notify the standing committee members at home to convene at 2:30 p.m. At 11 a.m. on Saturday, in the Secretary's conference room, the meeting thoroughly listened to the reports from Xiao Nianqing and Tan Junjie. Mayor Ding commented, from what I understand, Comrade Mengde has acted somewhat inappropriately. It is reasonable for the Discipline Inspection Commission to inquire about the situation of a deputy director of the Education Bureau. However, 2 days have passed without any findings reported to the primary leadership, which is abnormal. If there is to be double regulation, it must first be reported to the supervising leaders. Secretary Chao turned to Tan Junjie and asked, what are your thoughts? Tan Junjie replied, the issues within the Education Bureau are quite serious. Both the deputy director and the director are under scrutiny. On the surface, it appears to be a power struggle, but I sense it goes deeper, and now, it even involves a journalist. It seems to be a case within a case, a web of schemes. Therefore, I propose two recommendations. First, an immediate investigation should be launched into both the director and the deputy director. Both should be subjected to scrutiny as swiftly as possible. Particularly, the matter involving the journalist must be clarified urgently. If it drags on, major media outlets will descend upon Wowa, creating an uncontrollable situation. Second, various channels indicate that Tao Jichuan is related to Mengde. Should there be a genuine investigation, it is imperative to designate a specific individual to manage this, ensuring that Comrade Mengde is informed to avoid any conflicts of interest as a form of protection. Secretary Chao replied, I will consolidate everyone's opinions. The cases of Tao Jichuan and Xiao Wei will be comprehensively overseen by Comrade Junjie, with the specific handling by Deputy Secretary Zhang Dawei of the Discipline Inspection Commission. The journalist case will be managed by Comrade Nianqing, employing various investigative techniques to swiftly uncover the truth. The afternoon's standing committee meeting will be postponed. We should not concentrate our efforts on meetings but rather on taking action. As for Comrade Mengde, I will speak with him individually right away. This concludes our meeting. As the meeting adjourned, everyone returned to their tasks. Xiao Nianqing, as an experienced criminal investigator, immediately summoned the head of the Municipal Public Security's Criminal Investigation Team, outlining 3 points for him before the team leader swiftly drove to the Dongyuan police station.
At this moment, Lu Haoming and Rin Ziyuan were also summoned to the station. Lu Haoming, initially anxious about another matter, had risen early and was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, having called He Tian numerous times to no avail. Just as he contemplated visiting He Tian's home, he received a call from Tang Huide, informing him that Tang Shang had been taken by the Dongyuan police station. Shortly thereafter, a call from the police station urged him to rush over immediately. The situation had indeed devolved into chaos. Chapter 42. The invisible struggle. Captain of the criminal investigation team, Old Li, interrogated Tao Zichuan, who confirmed that he had indeed given the money to Tang Shang, though he was unaware of where Tang Shang placed it thereafter. Old Li inquired about a specific detail. Did Tang Shang accept the money? Tao Zichuan replied, he accepted the money.
With this knowledge, Old Li instructed the technicians to extract the latest fingerprints from the money.
Although the banknotes bore numerous fingerprints, they conspicuously lacked Tang Shang's. Meanwhile, another team of investigators accessed surveillance footage from Meng Jiangnan and discovered multiple individuals had entered room 1508, leading them swiftly to interview the staff. The room manager, Haoming, was found to have entered 1508, and before long, she too was brought into the police station. A comparison revealed that Haoming's fingerprints were indeed on the money. Tao Zichuan believed the evidence was nearly flawless, while in Old Li's eyes, it was riddled with discrepancies. After Qian Yanqing reported to Tan Junjie, Tan remarked, we should report to Secretary Chao together.
Tao Zichuan is undoubtedly involved.
As this intense confrontation unfolded, another individual felt overwhelming fury. Xiao Wei. A few days prior, Xiao Wei received a call instructing him to explain a matter to the Discipline Inspection Commission. To his astonishment, upon arriving, he was taken to a location several dozen kilometers away. Xiao Wei had been residing in this seemingly ordinary roadside eatery for 2 days, while the restaurant continued its usual operations below. The third floor was occupied solely by 2 personnel from the Discipline Inspection Commission and Xiao Wei. The staff maintained a courteous demeanor, urging Xiao Wei to contemplate issues regarding economic matters and personal conduct. He was to articulate his thoughts in writing or present them directly to the staff. As for forming cliques, they deemed it insufficiently problematic to categorize. This was the so-called double regulation, wherein an individual must clarify their issues within a designated timeframe and location. For a deputy division chief like Xiao Wei, the double regulation measures could be enacted merely through a session of the municipal committee's standing committee,
ideally with a report to the key leaders of the municipal party committee.
Mengde did not share this sentiment. He believed he had not violated any principles and thought it possible to find some fault in anyone who came under scrutiny. However, Xiao Wei was as unyielding as a hard copper ball, impervious to corruption or coercion. He spent his days in silence, and the staff periodically entered to inquire whether he had reached any conclusions. Xiao Wei would respond that he had not. The staff then presented photographs to provide hints. Xiao Wei recounted the details of the dance, dismissing the notion of maintaining the dancer, or renting her a place, as ludicrous. His succinct reply was, other than dancing once, I cannot even recall her name. Regarding the economic issues, Xiao Wei was genuinely at a loss, asserting that aside from the wages disbursed by the finance office at his previous workplaces, he had received no bribes. The staff were at an impasse. Investigators sent to locate the dancer showed her Xiao Wei's photograph, but she claimed not to recognize him. The inquiry into the rental arrangement yielded similarly absurd results. The dancer shared her accommodation with another. When questioned, the landlord confirmed that the 2 dancers were quite proper and that he would never rent to anyone who misbehaved. At this juncture, the staff began to feel that the directive from Secretary Meng was rather hasty. They had encountered numerous individuals subjected to double regulation. Some would kneel in the vehicle en route to distant locales, pleading to confess before even reaching their destination. Others would feign composure while isolated for interrogation, only to become agitated once the staff departed, pacing restlessly. Alternatively, some would remain seated for an hour, appearing dazed, but were in fact contemplating their strategies. Given that the room was under surveillance, every movement of the subject was monitored by the staff. Xiao Wei, however, merely ate and slept, exhibiting an arrogant demeanor or maintaining silence. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, the staff received orders to return Xiao Wei to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. There, he encountered Deputy Secretary Zhang Dawei. Upon entering, Zhang addressed Xiao Wei, a comrade. Xiao Wei, based on the municipal committee's decision, I am specifically tasked with the case involving the Education Bureau. There are allegations against you, as well as against Tao Zichuan. Consequently, the municipal committee has resolved to investigate both cases concurrently. We will thoroughly examine your issues. Although you are under investigation, you may also report on others. Hearing that Tao Zichuan was also under investigation quelled Xiao Wei's previously simmering rage. He stated, I am grateful to the organization and hope for a clear and thorough inquiry into both my case and Tao Zichuan's. If I am at fault, I accept punishment. If Tao Zichuan is guilty, I ask for equal treatment. Zhang Dawei reassured him, rest assured, if you have anything to express, now is the time. Xiao Wei replied, first, regarding myself, that photograph was taken by Ma Xiaosong. At the time, he was the sole individual with a camera, and I wish to confront him. Should Ma Xiaosong be the one who wrote the report, I believe he is framing me and must be held accountable. Secondly, if he did not write the letter, then to whom did he give that photograph? Ma Xiaosong must clarify this matter. As for the economic issues and personal conduct, I hope the Discipline Inspection Commission will conduct a thorough investigation to restore my reputation. This is my primary request. Regarding the inquiry into Tao Zichuan, you must engage Lu Haoming for investigation. He possesses evidence. Additionally, you may consult Zhang Jianwei from the first middle school, who also holds incriminating proof. Zhang Dawei said little more and left. Thus, this case, rumored by outsiders to be the total collapse of the Municipal Education Bureau, entered a substantive phase of dual investigation. The municipal committee appointed Chen Xingsuan to temporarily oversee the Education Bureau's operations.
Individuals directly related to the case, including Lu Haoming, Ma Xiaosong, Song Shishir, Cui Ying, Tang Huaid, He Tiantian, Tan Ailing, Zhang Yiping, and Haoming, were intermittently summoned by the Discipline Inspection Commission. Those with indirect connections to the case were far too numerous. Nearly half of the Bureau's personnel were called to assist with the investigation. The leaders of various secondary units, many previously in supporting roles, surfaced as primary subjects of assistance, with several ultimately detained. Tang Sheng published an article titled 3 Days of Being Detained on My Experiences Before and After in the Shangzhou Evening News, becoming a topic of conversation throughout the streets of Wuhan. Officially, the case was not assigned a name, but the public dubbed it the mutual accusation case, implying that the Bureau had accused his subordinates, while the subordinates retaliated against him. Some even composed rhymes that circulated widely. If one were to select the top 10 news stories in Wuhan for the year 2001, the Municipal Education Bureau would undoubtedly take the lead by a significant margin. The Municipal Education Bureau was effectively paralyzed. In summary, an unseen struggle unfolded, investigations and counter-investigations, earnest case handling amid multifaceted obstructions, with various parties continuously vying for dominance over the situation. Within the Bureau, Lu Haoming oscillated between the two offices of the Discipline Inspection Commission, having lost interest in his current position. However, he was keen to visit the commission, relentlessly supplying newly gathered evidence. Consequently, he did not rest until New Year's Eve. Despite his intentions to shield Wenwan's emotions from the turmoil, he found himself failing miserably. Lu Haoming genuinely worried. For the past 6 months, Wenwan had endured a life devoid of joy, trapped in a cycle of anxiety, despondency, and helplessness, occasionally punctuated by fleeting hope. He pondered over the books, contemplating that a child conceived in such a tumultuous emotional environment would either be a genius or a fool. He frequently experienced nightmares, often feeling an unseen weight pressing down on him, causing him to awaken with a start, gasping for breath, murmuring, "If only I had chosen to teach back then." Chapter 43. Turning a new leaf. This case first instilled genuine fear in Tao Zichuan. Firstly, seasoned detective Li was adamant that the details were inconsistent. Secondly, under immense pressure, Haoming unexpectedly implicated him, Tao Zichuan. Thirdly, his mobile phone was confiscated, severing his ties with the outside world. He pondered how Meng De would find a way to rescue him. Thus, he resolved to endure in silence. It was not until the end of February 2001 that the staff brought news. Meng De had been reassigned from Wuhan to the Provincial Local History Office as a deputy director. It was at this moment that Tao Zichuan's defenses finally crumbled. This mutually destructive case, spanning 2 years and involving dozens of individuals, was not concluded until March 2001. Tao Zichuan faced continued detention due to massive amounts of embezzlement and bribery, along with various other charges, awaiting prosecution by the judicial authorities. Ma Xiaosong was directly dismissed from his position. After thorough investigations, Xiao Wei was confirmed to be an upright official and appointed as the director of the Wuhan Education Bureau. As for the others, the ramifications were extensive. Some would accompany Tao Zichuan to prison, while others faced penalties from their organizations, too numerous to detail. Even a few public recruitment candidates who had passed the written exam years prior were affected, as the Bureau had yet to interview them. Thus, the era of Tao came to an end in the Wuhan Education Bureau, ushering in the era of Xia. Upon assuming office, Xiao Wei undertook 3 significant initiatives. The first was to organize interviews, inviting the top 5 candidates from the written exam, among whom a young man named Chen Bin emerged victorious and was retained for office work. The second initiative involved convening a party group meeting, in which Lu Haoming was appointed as the office director, and Zhang Yiping was assigned to teach at the city's 3rd middle school. The third initiative was to hold a grand assembly. Aside from all bureau officials, every member of the leadership teams from subordinate second-level institutions participated. The meeting was brief, during which Xiao Wei delivered a report entitled United in Looking Forward, Recreating the Glory of Wuhan Education. He stated that all those who had committed crimes while working under Tao Zichuan had been imprisoned. For those present at the meeting who had, out of fear of Tao Zichuan's tyranny, committed minor infractions, the party organization would grant forgiveness. He emphasized that the responsibility lay chiefly with Tao Zichuan. In that environment, he too had erred, blindly following Tao's lead without resistance. Following this declaration, the hall erupted into prolonged applause, with some attendees shedding tears. He posed the question, where does Wuhan education go from here, and answered that it must strengthen institutional construction. With a robust foundational system and a supervisory framework, Tao Zichuan could not have interfered in infrastructure or educational support, nor could he have secretly invested in a restaurant, drawing comrades to dine there. Any form of personal reliance breeds corruption. Therefore, he pledged that the education department would commence with himself, ensuring fairness in operations and transparency in personnel selection. This meeting, which previously would have stretched to midnight with everyone indulging excessively at restaurants, concluded just 1 hour later, with everyone dispersing to their homes, each to their own families, without even a bottle of mineral water being distributed. Previously an obscure figure, Lu Haoming suddenly became prominent in Wuhan, yet, he felt no particular distinction within himself. After taking charge of the office, he assigned Chen Bin to draft materials. When there were no materials to write, Chen would be on duty. When materials needed to be prepared, He Tiantian would assist with duty. The bureau maintained its old structure, with Xiao Wei as the director, and Shen Xingsuan as the second in command, who would soon retire and was less involved in daily affairs. Following them were Ding Yi, who had previously aligned himself with Tao Zichuan but now spoke in a markedly lower tone, and Lao Tang in 4th place, with the discipline inspection group Zhang as 5th. Due to Xiao Wei's trust in Lu Haoming, the office director effectively occupied the 6th position of authority. Lu Haoming learned from Ma Xiaosong's lessons, resolutely avoiding any form of personal dependency. The driver remained merely a driver, and he would not be driving for Xiaowei. The catering was strictly managed, requiring all departments to report to the office and provide justifications for any need to entertain guests. Everything adhered to established protocols. This did not imply a lack of flexibility, though such instances were indeed infrequent. In April, when Wan gave birth to a son, he named his child Lu Chao, hoping his son would surpass him and lead a life even more fulfilling. Lu Haoming found comfort in this new routine. However, the path to becoming deputy director was still long, for such decisions fell under the purview of the organizational department for positions above deputy section chief. For now, the focus remained on performing well in his duties. With the singular pursuit of generating income, the purchase of a house relied on borrowed funds, and with the arrival of Chao, there would be expenses for formula. Such costs could not be managed by the salaries of just two people, not to mention the financial burden of renovating the new house. The question of how to generate money became a significant dilemma for Lu Haoming. The educational system held boundless potential for profit. Engaging in even a single venture could yield substantial gains. Ma Xiaosong and Tao Jichuan had once held the education bureau firmly in their grasp, primarily for financial gain. But what of the current situation? Was the intent behind their downfall simply to replace them for the same purpose? He contemplated covertly enlisting help to open a restaurant, which would inevitably require daily coaxing of friends to patronize it. How was this different from Song Shishi's venture into the restaurant business? Lu Haoming felt a flush of embarrassment. Chapter 44 of the decision to engage in poverty alleviation. Lu Haoming had served as the office director for 6 months when Xiaowei appointed Zhang Jianwei, the general affairs director of No. 1 High School, as the deputy office director. This seemed like a routine transfer, yet Lu Haoming sensed something amiss. This was due to the familial ties between Xiaowei and Zhang Jianwei. As Lu Haoming continued to grow amidst the struggles, the one individual he truly admired was Chairman Tang. This man was devoid of factionalism and approached matters with fairness, which is why Lu Haoming enjoyed confiding in Tang Huai. Now, their conversations no longer required the secrecy of clandestine operations as in the past. Therefore, they arranged to meet at the Lutianyu tea house. Lutianyu was arguably the finest tea house in the area, adorned with an antique charm, yet it was Lu Haoming's first visit. Arriving early, he sat for a while until Tang Huai joined him. After exchanging pleasantries, they delved into the core of the conversation. Lu Haoming remarked, "Recently, certain developments in the bureau have left me perplexed. Xia has appointed his relative as the deputy office director, when there are numerous capable young individuals within the bureau who could be promoted." Chairman Tang chuckled. Everyone harbors a sense of insecurity. Surrounding oneself with familiar faces is an undeniable political strategy. Lu Haoming continued, "I can't shake off this feeling of unease. It is an instinct rather than a concrete issue. Besides bringing in his own relative, there are also matters concerning budget approvals. While it is reasonable for the office to oversee certain reimbursements, Xia insists that I sign off on expenses that do not fall within our management purview, specifically, funds allocated for various departments. I have no involvement in these matters and am unaware of the circumstances. What am I to sign?" Chairman Tang responded, "Haoming, in this world, only two individuals can truly understand you: Director Wang and myself." Tang Huai. "Having worked under me for over 6 years, I know you well. You are upright, kind, and intelligent, yet others may not perceive you in the same light." Lu Haoming inquired, "What image do others hold of me?" Tang Huai smiled, "It's better not to ask who is judging you, alright?" Lu Haoming nodded in acknowledgement. Tang Huai continued, "When you approach the city committee leadership to voice concerns, threatening to jump off a building is seen as audacious. Your acquisition of financial evidence against Tao Jichuan is deemed skilled. Therefore, you are capable of undertaking various tasks, but you are also perceived as somewhat cunning. Xiaowei certainly has reason to be wary of you. By appointing his relative, he establishes a firewall. As for requiring your approval on invoices, it is merely a safeguard. Should you wish to lodge a complaint later, it would be futile, as all financial matters would bear your signature." "Haoming, my analysis is quite astute, is it not?" Lu Haoming offered a wry smile and replied, "I suppose I have underestimated the complexities of human nature." Tang Huai sipped his tea and stated, "Haoming, human nature is indeed intricate. Do not assume that just because we and Xiaowei once shared the same trench, we are allies. That was merely a fleeting alliance. All things evolve, and if, in the future, no second Lu Haoming emerges to oppose Xiaowei, we may very well become his targets." Lu Haoming asked, "Are you suggesting that Xiaowei could become another Tao Jichuan? That he might engage in business ventures within the education system for personal gain?" Tang Huai replied, "It is hard to say. Holding power without exploiting it requires immense self-discipline. Therefore, do not envision a smooth path ahead. Approach situations with prudence. I am merely offering a reminder, not asserting that my words will necessarily manifest into reality." They discussed various topics until parting ways at 10 o'clock that evening. Upon returning home, Lu Haoming pondered the necessity of becoming more diplomatic in his bureaucratic role. If Xiaowei sought to engage in minor business ventures, he resolved to turn a blind eye. However, months passed, and Lu Haoming found no evidence of Xiaowei running a restaurant or meddling in any business affairs. It was only on the first day back to work after the National Day holiday that Xiaowei summoned Lu Haoming. "Haoming, there is an opportunity for rural poverty alleviation work. Would you be willing to participate? If you perform well in the countryside, it could resolve your deputy department status, as stipulated by the organizational department, which would undoubtedly benefit you." Lu Haoming mused that this was likely a premeditated maneuver by Xiaowei, who had first brought Zhang Jianwei in while remaining firmly in his position as director. "Thus," he said, "let me think it over. The rural air is refreshing. Perhaps after a year or two, you could return with achievements, allowing the Poverty Alleviation Office to recommend you for the deputy position." Xiaowei continued.
This indeed had precedent. Every couple of years, a group of officials would take this shortcut known as curved promotion. Lu Haoming replied, "I'll discuss it with my wife, she manages the children, and it would be challenging for her to handle everything alone." As he exited Xiao Wei's office, he had already mentally agreed to the proposal. Leaving this environment for a new setting for 2 years would help to dilute the negative impressions associated with threats of jumping off buildings and photocopying receipts. He hoped to lessen those memories, bit by bit. When he returned home and discussed the matter with Wan, she too agreed, sharing that their hospital's head of medical affairs had engaged in 2 years of poverty alleviation work and was subsequently promoted to deputy director. Upon returning, he became the vice president. As for the poverty alleviation work, it did not require constant presence, providing adequate funding to the village and completing a few commendable projects would suffice to qualify as an effective poverty alleviation official. With a decision made, Lu Haoming took a few days before finally reporting back to Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei responded, "Very well, I will submit your name for the program by mid-December." Chapter 45. Everyone unanimously supported his venture into poverty alleviation, which is quite thought-provoking. A few days later, Director Xia informed Lu Haoming that the party committee had collectively agreed to assign him to assist in poverty alleviation in Jixian County. As for which town or village he would be placed in, that remained uncertain for the time being. Director Xia further mentioned that this month, he could come to work flexibly. To put it plainly, it meant he could come and go as he pleased. If he chose not to, he could remain at home to rest. This outcome was hardly ideal. The collective sentiment suggested that everyone wished for him to be as far away as possible. Lu Haoming had no choice but to analyze each individual's perspective, striving to discern the reality from the murky fog. First was Wan, whose reasoning was straightforward. There were 3 significant benefits to engaging in poverty alleviation. Firstly, he would receive an additional stipend of over 200 yuan each month for his rural assignments. Secondly, her mother was currently looking after the children in a cramped space. If he spent 2 years alleviating poverty and then returned, they could move into the hospital's accommodations. The nature of poverty alleviation allowed for relative freedom, enabling Lu Haoming to manage the renovations during that time. Thirdly, there was the possibility of resolving a deputy section chief position. Such an opportunity, which seemed to benefit all parties involved, was indeed rare to find. His wife's rationale was quite pragmatic. However, the unanimous agreement from the party committee was worthy of contemplation. Chen Xingsuan had stepped down from his leadership role in August, so he was not included in this deliberation. The current first deputy director was Ding Yi, who had previously aligned himself with Tao Jichuan and had no financial concerns. Nevertheless, Ding Yi, as the executive deputy director, was not enjoying his current position. Hence, it was only natural for him to wish for Lu Haoming to be as far removed as possible. Then there was old Tang. He hoped to be assigned to a location with fewer controversies, which was a matter of self-preservation. As for Zhang Shouru, why did he desire for Lu Haoming to be distanced? They had once been comrades in the same trench. What had transpired to create this rift? After much contemplation, Lu Haoming finally realized ordinary teachers had begun to regard him as the discipline inspection team leader. Any grievances or issues from their unit were directed to him. Uncertain of the contents of these letters, since they were addressed to him, he opened them. The first letter was a complaint, and upon opening another, he found yet another grievance. Consequently, he forwarded all of them to Zhang Shouru, which displeased Zhang Shouru immensely. Not only did the party committee members unanimously agree on his poverty alleviation assignment, but even Ren Ziyuan believed that, if executed well, this move could ultimately benefit Lu Haoming substantially. Ren Ziyuan had a lengthy discussion with Lu Haoming, stating, "Thus far, we have made 3 strategic moves. Dealing with Ma Xiaosong was executed adeptly, gathering financial evidence was also commendable, but seeking assistance from city leaders appeared less than astute. The threat of jumping off a building was merely a way to intimidate the leaders. This strategy has left the current city leaders reluctant to employ him." Ren Ziyuan implied that any thoughts of recommending Lu Haoming to the leaders as a secretary should be shelved. As for his upcoming rural assignment, Ren Ziyuan clarified why this was a proactive move. Xiao Wei was also cautious about utilizing him within the bureau, even hesitant to propose him as a deputy director due to the presence of a senior cohort of section chiefs. If they were not appointed to deputy positions, they might follow Lu Haoming's example and oppose Director Xia.by relocating to engage in poverty alleviation. If Lu Haoming achieved tangible results in 2 years, the deputy position could be secured. This deputy role would not count against the leadership quota of the Education Bureau. Inwardly, he could return to the Education Bureau as a deputy director, and outwardly, he could be transferred to other units. Thus, if Lu Haoming capitalized on these 2 years to accomplish something significant, his future remained promising. Lu Haoming found Ren Ziyuan's analysis quite astute. He decided to refrain from attending work, allowing himself a 10-day respite until he received notification. A meeting was scheduled at the municipal auditorium on December 10. The Education Bureau sent Tang Huaid as the representative leader, while Lu Haoming attended as a team member, listening to a report delivered by the leaders. After the meeting, he learned that he was appointed as the leader of the Poverty Alleviation Task Force from the city's education system, with 6 representatives from secondary units under his leadership. This meant that, including himself, the poverty alleviation team comprised a total of 7 members. The following day, Tang Huaid escorted the 7 individuals to their destination, Jinzego Township. Upon arrival at the township, Lu Haoming began fulfilling his responsibilities as the task force leader, selecting the most impoverished village, Xiaohu Village, as his focal point for poverty alleviation, while the others formed pairs to oversee 3 villages each. These 3 villages were situated at a similar distance from Lu Haoming's assigned Xiaohu Village. In essence, the 6 members were working in relatively better-off villages, while Lu Haoming ventured into the most challenging, core impoverished village. Such high-minded leadership left no room for criticism. That evening, after dinner, Tang Huaid returned to the city, leaving Lu Haoming and his team at the township government, awaiting the local officials to guide them into the villages the following day. After dining in the township government's cafeteria, Lu Haoming made his way to the guest house. Jinzega township featured only a single old street, alongside a so-called development area that was still in its nascent stages. Thus, the guest house was situated on the old street. He led the 6 team members into the guest house, where those who had come from the city were still adjusting to the simplicity of their surroundings, joking about how long it had been since they last stayed in a guest house. Lu Haoming remained silent, empathetic to the sentiments of his colleagues, understanding that adapting to rural life would require time to witness the hardships faced by farmers and truly integrate into the local lifestyle. He ascended to the second floor and entered his room. Uniquely, he had been assigned a single room. After sitting for a while and preparing to boil water, he discovered that the guest house lacked water boiling facilities, adhering to the most primitive method, calling the front desk, and a staff member would bring hot water. The room was equipped with a telephone. Glancing at the service guide, he dialed the front desk, which assured him that hot water would be delivered shortly. After 5 minutes, a woman entered, and Lu Haoming was taken aback. Wasn't this the same woman he had collided with at the Nanchina restaurant? She said. Sir, you don't need to call the front desk. The second floor has a duty room, just inform them there. Lu Haoming inquired. You seem familiar to me. The woman smiled. Is that so? He asked. More than a year ago, did you visit the Nanghua Hotel in the city? The woman pondered for a moment, shook her head, and appeared somewhat distrustful of Lu Haoming, preparing to leave. Realizing that it was inappropriate to engage her in idle conversation during work hours, he merely smiled. As she departed, he felt a sense of melancholy wash over him. These emotions were intricate and difficult to articulate. It felt as though life was on a downward trajectory, and the beauty once encountered now seemed illusory. Perhaps that day, he had not truly collided with anyone at all. Perhaps, if someone had indeed collided with him, they had long since forgotten the incident. Chapter 46, Fundraising in the Upper City. He realizes the benefits of horizontal. The following day, the village cadre escorted Lu Haoming to Xiaovu village. The village secretary, surnamed Li, was named Li Biao. Secretary Li was quite hospitable, stating, You may stay at my home. My son and daughter both work away, so the conditions are decent. After this, he led Lu Haoming upstairs to view the accommodations. Observing the room's tidy arrangement, Lu Haoming remarked, That works. I shall trouble you and your wife in the future. Once settled, he learned from past experiences not to act impulsively. He began by taking leisurely strolls around the village, visiting the homes of the villagers to gather insights and understand the local situation. After conducting inquiries for over 10 days, he discerned the following realities. The villagers were not particularly invested in his arrival, nor did they exhibit a pressing eagerness for economic development. The scenery here was unremarkable, and the notion of developing tourism seemed far-fetched. There were no distinctive local products that could be exploited. Having convened 2 meetings with the village committee and party group leaders, he sought their suggestions and ideas. However, the villagers had little to contribute. The only notion proposed was that if Captain Lu could secure 250,000 yuan within a year, and 500,000 yuan over 2 years for road construction, the villagers would express their gratitude. Furthermore, if he could clear the obstacles at Yashizui that hindered access to the village, the villagers were willing to blast through, even if it meant carrying materials on their shoulders or using small carts. In the year 2001, securing 500,000 yuan for road construction in a village was indeed a formidable task. Nonetheless, Lu Haoming readily agreed. His rationale was clear. Without road construction, he would struggle to achieve any noteworthy political accomplishments in Xiaovu village. Only through road development could he create some momentum. After his agreement, Lu Haoming resolved to act with greater composure, contemplating how to procure funds and identifying his advantages. He pondered throughout the night and then approached Secretary Li to discuss his ideas, adopting the local custom of referring to him as Brother Biao. Upon sharing his thoughts, Brother Biao responded, All right, you may return first. On New Year's Day, Lu Haoming returned home and rested for 2 days. Brother Biao then arrived in the city with a young girl, arranging for their accommodations and meals at a modest guest house. He first went to the bureau to report on the situation in Xiaovu village to Director Xiaowei remarked, Haoming, we support the village, but the bureau cannot provide such a large sum all at once. This year, we can only support 100,000 yuan, with another 100,000 for the next year. That is the extent of our efforts. Since Xiaowei had expressed this stance, prompt action was essential. Lu Haoming inquired, Is it possible to secure this amount before the Lunar New Year? Once we have the funds, we can commence work. Xiaowei readily agreed and called in accountant Dan Ailing, instructing her to ensure the funds were secured. With 100,000 yuan confirmed from the bureau, Lu Haoming proceeded to the Poverty Alleviation Office. Intentionally, he brought along the poorly dressed girl. Upon entering Director Su's office at the Poverty Alleviation Office, Lu Haoming sensed an unusual atmosphere. Although he did not know the officials personally, it appeared they recognized him. As he walked through the corridor holding the girl's hand, the officials stood aside as if he were a leader, allowing him to pass before they dared to move. In that moment, Lu Haoming understood that there was a certain apprehension towards him. He was the one bold enough to directly enter the office of the municipal party secretary, insisting on a meeting, and the one who had sent his direct superior to prison. The unacquainted officials indeed seemed somewhat intimidated by him. This notion was soon validated as he entered Director Su's office. Su immediately approached him with a warm handshake, exclaiming, Director Lu, your involvement will surely improve the village and bring glory to our Poverty Alleviation Office. He then personally brewed tea. Pointing to the girl, Lu Haoming said, There are many children like her in the village. I brought her along to expose her to the working conditions here: air conditioning, printing, copying, swivel chairs, everything. I hope to encourage her to study hard and aspire to become someone like Director Su in the future. These words left Director Su feeling somewhat embarrassed, and he promptly declared, I am aware that the village you visited is particularly impoverished. We will provide support. Lu Haoming insisted, Director, your support for Xiaovu village should be prioritized. The conditions there are dire and isolated. To achieve prosperity, we must first construct a road. This poverty alleviation effort must include road construction for their village. Director Su replied, road construction is a long-term plan. It cannot be accomplished without a budget of at least 1 million yuan. I have been there. Lu Haoming acknowledged, indeed, to complete it will require over 1 million yuan, but for now, could you allocate 200,000 yuan for this year? We can strategize for the next year gradually. Director Su countered, with such a significant funding gap, where do you propose to secure the remaining amount? Lu Haoming responded, if securing 200,000 yuan from your end is unfeasible, I will take this girl and approach the mayor and the secretary. Since I began working, I have never aspired to hold an official position. My only goal is to accomplish the tasks at hand. This statement startled Director Su, who quickly said, wait a moment. He exited and returned after a short while, sitting down to inform, I checked with the finance team about the fund allocation and found there are some funds available at Director Lu. I will allocate 200,000 yuan to you. Lu Haoming expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Director, the girl has some vision issues. I need to take her to see an ophthalmologist. In the afternoon, he took the girl to the Municipal People's Hospital for an eye examination. Upon returning home that evening, Lu Haoming contemplated the need to reassess his position. Whether it was Tang Huai or Rin Ziyuan, both had advised him to steer clear of controversy and spend 2 years in the countryside to diminish his fearless image. But should he truly dilute this persona, given today's encounter, where poverty alleviation officials stood aside for him, it was evident they held a certain fear. Director Su wielded the power of poverty alleviation funds and assessments, and every unit related to poverty alleviation sought to curry favor with him. Today, a single remark had prompted Director Su to allocate funds immediately. Thus, what did Lu Haoming have to fear? Why dilute this image? He resolved to establish a brand fearless in all endeavors. Consequently, he determined to meet with the principal of the Municipal No. 1 High School the following day. The principal had changed. His surname was Deng. Principal Deng was rumored to be a formidable character. Lu Haoming prepared to gauge the situation. The next morning, he led the girl toward the Municipal No. 1 High School. Directly entering the principal's office, Principal Deng greeted him. Director, what brings you here to inspect our work? Lu Haoming replied, what brings me here, one of your team members, Xiaoqin, is under my guidance for poverty alleviation. I came to visit you and request your support for his work. Principal Deng's face flushed as he hurriedly prepared tea and water, saying, indeed, you are the overall leader of poverty alleviation in the education system. I should have visited you long ago. There is no need for a formal visit. There are many girls like her in the village. On top of supporting your own poverty alleviation site, I ask you to allocate 100,000 yuan for my village. Upon hearing this, Principal Deng's expression shifted, and he chuckled, Director Lu, while it's true that the No. 1 high school falls under the Bureau's jurisdiction, each has its own poverty alleviation site. If the Bureau requires me to fund it, I have no choice, but if Director Xia does not issue directives, Lu Haoming interjected, Director Xia may not necessarily issue directives. This tests the camaraderie between us. Poverty alleviation is a collective responsibility. I also plan to report to the mayor and the secretary. You may get busy. If it were any other mid-level official who spoke of approaching the mayor or the secretary, it would be met with laughter, but Lu Haoming's words instilled conviction in Principal Deng. He swiftly approached, placing his hands on Lu Haoming's shoulders, half pleading, half reproachful, Brother, I never said I wouldn't provide funds. Please do not claim I oppose poverty alleviation efforts in front of the mayor or secretary. I will contribute a portion. When Xiaoqin returns, I will ensure the funds for both our villages are addressed. Lu Haoming replied, now that sounds like something Principal Deng would say, firm and decisive. I am not approaching other units because everyone knows the No. 1 high school has funds. If you allocate your resources wisely, you will make fewer mistakes. This made Principal Deng's face turn various shades of red and white, and after a moment, he assured, rest assured, Director Lu, we will not err economically. I am merely offering a precautionary warning. In just 3 days of activities in the countryside, Lu Haoming had initially secured 400,000 yuan in funding. He recognized that while the village's request was for 500,000 yuan, it would ultimately be insufficient to construct a proper road. His vision was to build a more substantial and respectable pathway. 3 days later, he returned to Xiaovu village with Secretary Li and the girl seeking eye care. Chapter 47 was extraordinary skills. Lu Haoming, having faced off against Tao Jichuan, understood that some individuals could speak pleasantly to one's face only to reverse their stance the moment they turned away. He did not return to the village. Instead, he accompanied Secretary Li to the township finance office to obtain 3 invoices before parting ways with Li Biao. He advised Li Biao to mention only the efforts made to secure funding when he returned, cautioning that until the funds were deposited in the township's finance account, it was unwise to announce that money had arrived from above. Secretary Li returned to the village with the girl, while Lu Haoming took the invoices back to the city. After spending 3 additional days delivering these invoices to the Education Bureau, the first high school, and the Poverty Alleviation Office, all 3 entities assured him that the funds would be available by the end of the month. Lu Haoming, feeling restless and unproductive in the village, where he lacked the skills to care for children, decided to return after a 2-day stay. Secretary Li's wife remarked, Captain Lu, with the year-end approaching, there isn't much to do. Many of the work team members have returned to the city for vacation, yet you seem unable to stay in the city? Lu Haoming replied, staying at your home is far more comfortable.
I can read a book each day, your cooking is delightful, and the scenery of lush mountains and clear waters captivates me. I truly relish this idyllic lifestyle. By the way, sister-in-law, calling me Captain Lu feels rather distant. I prefer you address me as Haoming, while I shall call you sister-in-law. The secretary refers to me as Captain Lu only during meetings for professional purposes.
Secretary Li responded, that sounds good. I hope you find it agreeable to stay here. If you enjoy conversation, I can invite someone who is quite the talker to keep you company.
What sort of person? Lu Haoming inquired. Mr.
Song, a quintessential intellectual. He used to work in Shanghai and insisted on returning to his hometown upon retirement. He is well versed in a myriad of subjects, from the mundane to the profound.
That sounds wonderful, Lu Haoming said.
Li Biao made a phone call to his nephew Erwa, who promptly arrived. Lu Haoming and Erwa were already acquainted. Sometimes, Erwa would ride a motorcycle to escort him to the township government. Li Biao instructed, go to the pond, catch a turtle, and grab a couple of fish, then call Mr. Song over for dinner.
As Erwa began to undress, he replied, this is my responsibility. Lu Haoming remarked, isn't it too cold?
Erwa, now clad only in shorts, stood in the shallow water at the pond's edge and smiled back at Lu Haoming, saying, I'm not cold. With a sudden dive, he submerged, and bubbles rose to the surface, leaving no trace of him.
Lu Haoming asked, are you really going to catch turtles and fish barehanded?
Li Biao chuckled, he has his own methods. Whether to believe it or not, Lu Haoming pondered. Moments later, Erwa resurfaced, hands raised high, feet splashing in the water as he swam back and forth. Suddenly, like a hound catching the scent of prey, he plunged his head back into the water, disappearing once more. When he emerged again, he triumphantly held a turtle aloft. Clambering onto the bank, he tossed the turtle into a bucket. Lu Haoming conceded that catching a turtle was indeed easier than catching fish, for snakes have their paths, and turtles have theirs. The turtle concealed itself in the mud, but fish proved more elusive. As he mused, he heard Erwa let out a long whistle, and the fish on the water's surface seemed to heed his call, swimming eagerly towards him like cherished pets. They approached his feet, and he swiftly grasped one, tossing it into the bucket, then another, repeating the process until he declared, that's enough.
Lu Haoming watched in astonishment.
The simplicity of life here, where one could witness a fish-catching performance before a meal, stood in stark contrast to the intricacies and subtle rivalries of office life, a world of complexity versus one of simplicity, tension versus ease. This poverty alleviation was indeed a blessing. As Lu Haoming contemplated this, Erwa had already cleaned the mud from his hands and feet, donned his shoes, and handed the bucket to Secretary Li's wife, who began to prepare the fish and turtle with deft hands. Li Biao suggested, let us move to the second floor. Erwa will go fetch Mr. Song. The two ascended to a small reception area on the second floor, a space Li Biao had arranged specifically for Lu Haoming to conduct meetings and work. The decor was modest, yet furnished with a sofa, coffee table, and desk, complemented by a few potted plants on the balcony.
What kind of person is Mr. Song, really? Lu Haoming inquired.
Li Biao explained, his history is quite intricate. Born in 1932, he comes from a lineage of wandering performers. He began to accompany his father on the road at the tender age of 10. Near the time of liberation, his father passed away, leading him to enlist in the military, where he fought in Shanghai. After transitioning to civilian life, he worked in a transport company in Shanghai and later became a manager at a subsidiary food company. This is all according to his own account. Upon retiring in 1992, he exhibited a peculiar inclination to return to his hometown instead of remaining in Shanghai. He is a good person.
Many children in this village bear names he has given them. Is his wife from this area?
Not at all, she hails from the Nanjing region, though we are unsure of the specifics.
Does she willingly accompany him to live in the countryside?
Sometimes she stays here, and at other times, she returns to Shanghai to reside with their son. Oh, I've been here for over a month, yet this is the first time you've mentioned him. He returned to Shanghai in November and has only been back for 2 or 3 days. When at home, he often visits me.
Lu Haoming nodded thoughtfully, just then hearing someone outside shout, has a distinguished guest arrived at the secretary's house?
Secretary Li stood up, announcing, Mr. Song has arrived.
Lu Haoming also rose.
Erwa opened the door, and Lu Haoming turned to see an elder standing at the threshold, tall and slender, with a wispy white beard and an ethereal demeanor that suggested he was touched by the heavens. Chapter 48 Master Song's unassuming nature. Without further ado, this esteemed individual is indeed Master Song. Lu Haoming stepped forward, clasping his fists in greeting, good day, Master Song.
Master Song gazed at Secretary Li with a look of utter bewilderment.
Li Biao introduced, this is Director Lu Haoming from the Municipal Education Bureau, assigned by the organization to assist with poverty alleviation in our village. Master Song returned the gesture, it is a blessing for Xiuhu village to have a leader come to guide the villagers in their pursuit of prosperity.
We are indeed fortunate.
After exchanging a few pleasantries, Erwa descended the stairs to assist in the kitchen. The three of them settled down and engaged in a conversation that traversed various topics. Lu Haoming mused that, having graduated from university and being well-read, he could usually discern others' levels of knowledge and perspective through conversation, yet, he realized that reading thousands of books could never compare to traveling countless miles. In chatting with Master Song, he had yet to uncover any flaws in his discourse. For instance, Master Song mentioned that their village was named Xiuhu village. Strangers often mispronounced it as Shuehujuan, reading as H, but only after hearing the locals did they learn to pronounce it as X.
This is because, when used as a geographical name, should be pronounced as X.
Lu Haoming initially found this perplexing, thinking the locals were misreading, yet he conformed to the common pronunciation of Xiaoshu village. From the discussion of the village's name, Master Song elaborated on the character, explaining that it signifies a fertile area near the river, conducive to agriculture.
This indicated that historically, Xiaohu village had thrived on farming and fishing, leading to a relatively affluent lifestyle. The arrival of Captain Lu for poverty alleviation was a stark reminder that the agrarian society had become synonymous with poverty amidst the rise of industrial civilization. The songs of fishermen at dusk and the formations of wild geese in the chill of evening, such poetic imagery only highlighted their backwardness. Captain Lu's potential aid for Xiaohu village stirred within him a sense of obligation to assist in any way he could.
Master Song's opening remarks astonished Lu Haoming. He had assumed that Tao Zichuan could speak eloquently in any setting, yet compared to Master Song, Tao seemed to lack depth. Master Song's introduction was not only intellectually stimulating but also engaging, striking a balance of humility and respect while welcoming Lu Haoming and illustrating Xiaohu village's historical significance as a land of abundance. Upon hearing this, Lu Haoming smiled and remarked, "Master Song, you are indeed a wellspring of knowledge, well-versed and experienced. You have introduced me to the village's history right from our first meeting. With a sage like you in our midst, I shall strive earnestly for the development of our village."
Master Song inquired, "What will be your primary focus?" Lu Haoming replied, "Transportation. Xiaohu village was once a desirable location due to its reliance on waterway transport.
Historically, great cities were established along rivers, as waterways served as vital arteries of transportation. Areas lacking water access often required canal construction. For instance, Emperor Yang of Sui excavated the Grand Canal. Xiaohu village once boasted fields, mountains, and rivers, serving as a bustling port. However, in contemporary times, waterways have diminished while land routes have ascended. Former thoroughfares have now become isolated locales."
Master Song did not offer praise for Lu Haoming's remarks.
Rather, he was concerned about the feasibility of road construction and queried, "Captain Lu, the crux of road construction lies in funding. The entry of small vehicles is inconsequential. It is the larger trucks that truly matter." Secretary Li interjected, "Captain Lu is quite adept in this regard." Lu Haoming glanced at Secretary Li and chuckled, "Brother Biao, please do not exaggerate. We shall progress step by step."
Master Song fixed his gaze upon Lu Haoming and asked, "Were you born during the Z hour?"
Lu Haoming responded with a smile, "Indeed, under the bright moon, hence the name."
"Do you also practice fortune-telling?" Secretary Li chimed in, "I have mentioned to you that Master Song is knowledgeable in many fields."
Lu Haoming had no desire to delve into fortune-telling, for if a person's destiny were foretold by a fortune-teller, proclaiming them destined for wealth and honor would be delightful, but a prediction of mediocrity could cast a shadow of despair. Thus, he refrained from inviting Master Song to predict his fate. True fortune-tellers never offer their services unbidden, except in two instances, one being a charlatan, and the other, still a charlatan. Therefore, they did not pursue this topic further. Master Song stated, "If there is any way I can be of assistance to you in the road construction efforts, please do not hesitate to call upon me.
In my remaining years, I wish to contribute to my hometown."
Lu Haoming replied, "Your reputation in the village is paramount. Your support in this matter is essential."
Secretary Li added, "Master Song is deeply committed to philanthropic endeavors.
Just last time, he donated funds for 50 sets of desks to the village primary school." Lu Haoming was taken aback. He realized there was a primary school in the village, and as a member of the education sector, his failure to visit was a dereliction of duty. He quickly stated, "As a representative of the Municipal Education Bureau, I must express my gratitude to Master Song for his respect and support for education. Furthermore, I must reflect on my own shortcomings.
I have not yet made a visit to the school."
Secretary Li reassured him, "You need not blame yourself. The village primary school is overseen by the township and county, and our school is quite unique, being located in Teacher Ma's home."
"Are there not many students?" Lu Haoming inquired.
Secretary Li explained that the primary school had once flourished with 7 or 8 teachers, but as birth rates declined, the number of students dwindled. Additionally, many families engaged in business outside the village and sent their children to schools elsewhere. The primary school was left with only a handful of students across the first 3 grades. Each class had only a few students, and most of the teachers had left. Only Teacher Ma, a local, remained steadfast, believing that the children were too young to attend the neighboring village's school, which required traversing mountains. He felt comfortable allowing them to move on only after they had reached the 3rd grade and were around 10 years old. Last year, the school, having fallen into disrepair, collapsed overnight, prompting him to relocate classes to his home. Master Song praised, "Teacher Ma is a conscientious educator. It is unfortunate that the township and county do not prioritize his efforts. Some even accuse him of being lazy, unwilling to travel to the neighboring village's school." Upon hearing this, Lu Haoming felt a thought take root in his mind. However, recognizing that the timing was not yet right, he changed the subject. "I must make it a point to visit him. After all, we are colleagues in the same profession." Secretary Li and Master Song urged, "You must go. It would serve as a great encouragement for him." Erwa then approached, announcing, "While it may not be a grand feast, at least there will be chicken, fish, duck, and turtle soybean soup to enjoy." The 3 men rose and descended to savor the delicacies. Chapter 49 is Machu and Sheshi. During a meal, Lu Haoming remarked, "Sister-in-law's cooking is exceptional. If she were to open a restaurant in the city, I guarantee it would be profitable." The secretary's wife replied, "I have always wanted to open a restaurant right at my doorstep."
Lu Haoming thought she was joking and chuckled lightly.
The secretary's wife, however, spoke earnestly, "I am serious. My family has been in the restaurant business for generations." Li, the village head, interjected, "Haoming, later on, we will have Song Yi continue with the introductions." After their meal, the 3 ascended the stairs, where Li brewed a round of fresh tea for everyone. Song Yi began, Captain Lu, please, just call me Haoming. Such formality creates a distance. Lu responded. Song Yi smiled and continued, very well, Haoming. What Chun Yi just mentioned was heartfelt. Her family has been running a restaurant by the Wushui River for generations.
It was then that Lu Haoming learned the secretary's wife's given name was Chun Yi, prompting him to inquire, could you elaborate on the circumstances surrounding the Wushui River? I currently have little impression of it.
Song Yi proceeded to explain, the river flows through the county town of Tongji, cascading forth until it merges with the upper province. Xiaowu village is merely one of the 100 docks lining the Wushui River. At that time, the shops near the dock were abundant oil shops, rice shops, shoe stores, blacksmiths, bamboo weaving shops, pharmacies, and eateries. Chun Yi's family originally ran a restaurant, proudly displaying a flag 3 Shanghai with the character Song inscribed upon it. Traveling boatmen and merchants, upon spotting the Song flag, felt as if they had arrived home, eager to savor the exquisite dishes crafted by Chef Song. Upon hearing this, Lu Haoming remarked, ah, I see. So, the people of Xiaowu village hardly engage in farming, they are either involved in transportation or running shops. Song Yi confirmed, indeed this situation persisted until the 1970s when it began to decline. Li added, what my wife expressed about wanting to open a restaurant at home is essentially a longing for the bustling vibrancy of Xiaowu village from the past. However, that is merely a dream. In my role within the village, I have reviewed relevant documents. The city government has proposed plans for the revival of Wushui River navigation, yet we await month after month, year after year, only to hear thunder but see no rain. Lu Haoming hesitated to reveal the truth to Li. He knew that during the annual city government conference, certain plans in the reports were merely filler. He suggested, Diago, let us take it slow. The restoration of water transport is a protracted process. First, let us focus on repairing the roads. It is not far from the town, and opening a farmhouse could be a delightful venture. Li responded, exactly. In truth, it is not the profit that matters. The villagers simply enjoy the liveliness of having visitors. If people come to stroll, to observe, to play, tidying up the entire village could be quite delightful. As the conversation turned to leisure farmhouses, Song Yi expressed interest, given his extensive experience. He began discussing the situation outside, stating, in fact, we could develop some small-scale tourism here. Lu Haoming, whose thoughts were primarily on road repairs and who had not considered tourism during his brief stay, replied, I am not well acquainted with the circumstances.
Could you inform me about the requirements for tourism?
Song Yi elaborated, allow me to explain. The Wushui River could offer bamboo raft rides akin to those in Guilin. The water level was once high, but it has since receded, allowing bamboo raft rides to enjoy the scenic beauty along both banks. The second activity is fishing from the banks. The two could attract visitors. Lastly, there is Lion Mountain nearby, which once served as a bandit stronghold. Remnants of the fortress walls still remain. Li added, moreover, the villagers possess a talent for singing mountain songs. Teacher Ma's daughter, Ma Chuanxia, is particularly skilled and has even won awards at the county level. Despite their enthusiasm, Lu Haoming felt little interest in pursuing tourism, as it lacked distinctive features. Furthermore, such matters fell under the purview of the local government. He suggested, let us explore the village tomorrow to familiarize ourselves with the environment and also visit Teacher Ma.
After some more conversation, Song Yi took his leave.
The next day, after breakfast, Li and Song Yi led Lu Haoming on a tour of the village. After a morning of exploration, Lu developed a more intuitive understanding of the village. Xiaowu village indeed possessed a certain charm. The Wushui River was crystal clear, ideal for bamboo rafting and singing mountain songs, creating a unique allure. The village also boasted several grand residences constructed by wealthy merchants during the Qing dynasty in the Republic of China, which were well preserved and still inhabited. If these old houses were restored and connected into a trail named the last courtyard of agricultural civilization, there might be potential for development. However, Lu Haoming kept this thought to himself, knowing that if he engaged Li and Song Yi in such discussions, they would place their hopes upon him. As he was set to leave after just 2 years of work, he felt ill-equipped to undertake such significant endeavors. Generally, when hopes are placed upon someone who cannot fulfill them, resentment may arise. Thus, he chose to listen and compliment the fine architecture of the residences, avoiding any mention of tourism. As they completed their tour of the village, Li stated, now, let us visit Teacher Ma. They walked along a stone path, navigating the uneven trees and flowers lining the sides, ascending a few steps, until another old residence came into view before Lu Haoming. This particular house was even larger and better preserved. Song Yi explained, Xiaowu village has been primarily commercial since the Ming dynasty up until the Republic of China. There were 3 prominent merchants in the village. The residence we just viewed belonged to the Lu family, and the one we are now observing is the largest and best preserved, belonging to the Ma family. It houses over a dozen families, and Teacher Ma resides in the adjacent courtyard. Li gestured, please, to the left.
Lu Haoming followed Li into the adjoining courtyard.
Just then, a girl emerged, pushing open a wooden door with a creaker. Upon seeing Li standing in the courtyard, she turned back and called into the hall, Father, we have guests.
Lu Haoming felt as though he might faint.
Regardless of the girl's change of attire, he instantly recognized her as the woman he had bumped into at the South China Tavern. His heart raced. This was indeed Ma Chuanxia. The girl smiled, come in quickly.
I will fetch some vegetables from the garden. At that moment, a tall man in his 50s approached them quickly, asking, which one of you is Captain Lu? Lu Haoming stepped forward and shook hands with Teacher Ma. The latter grasped Lu's hands tightly, exclaiming, you truly are my leader. Lu Haoming felt his face flush with embarrassment. I sincerely apologize. I assumed there was no school in the village, and given that I have just arrived and have been busy with meetings and securing funding, I have not had the chance to visit you. Teacher Ma replied, you are too kind. You have been here for several years, we will have plenty of time to get to know each other. Come, we must celebrate with a few drinks today. They all moved further inside. The grandeur of this residence shattered Lu Haoming's preconceived notions about housing. In terms of sheer area, it was evident that not even the wealthiest capitalists possessed a home as expansive as Teacher Ma's. Upon entering through the wooden door, they were greeted by a small courtyard, followed by a corridor designed for relaxation, leading to a larger courtyard. Teacher Ma welcomed them through the corridor adjacent to the main courtyard. Now, Teacher Ma guided them deeper into the rear courtyard, where even more structures awaited. In the center stood a grand hall, flanked by side rooms. Teacher Ma suggested, "Let us sit here." At that moment, a woman emerged from the left side room. Teacher Ma introduced her as his wife. Liu Haoming quickly rose to greet her. Casting a glance at the woman, he noted her rather ordinary appearance and thought to himself that while Ma Chuanxia was strikingly beautiful, her mother resembled her father. Seated there, Lu felt a twinge of anxiety, worried that Ma Chuanxia might recognize him, as their previous encounter had been rather sensitive. Had Ma Chuanxia indeed recognized him? To be continued. Chapter 50, Renaming the Beauty. The host and guests settled into the living room, while Ma Chuanxia and her mother busied themselves in the kitchen preparing a meal. Liu Haoming inquired about Ma Laoshi and learned that her name was Ma Guihai. At the age of 53, she had graduated from a normal school and had been teaching in her hometown for over 30 years. She had 2 daughters. The elder was married in Guangzhou, while the younger, also a graduate of a teacher's college, taught at a primary school in a neighboring village. Lu Haoming harbored a plan in his heart, but deemed it inappropriate to disclose at this moment, so he remarked, "Your unwavering spirit over the decades is truly commendable and something I aspire to emulate." Secretary Li added, Ma Laoshi's reluctance to leave is partly due to the fact that this house has been passed down through her family. Although it was distributed to the community after liberation, many have since moved away, and she has remained here to safeguard the old residence. Lu Haoming responded, "Preserving it is meaningful, it is both a relic and a guardian of family culture." Ma Laoshi interjected, "While safeguarding a relic is tangible, I do not feel the weight of family culture, for this is not the heritage of my ancestors." Her words shocked both Song Yi and Secretary Li. Song Yi exclaimed, "What secret lies within this? I am unaware, please enlighten us." Thus, Ma Laoshi began to recount her true lineage. The narrative transported them back to over a century ago, to the year 1864, when Nanjing was besieged by the Siang army, and the Taiping army was making its final stand. One evening in June, a quartermaster from the Taiping army hurriedly entered Ma Chun fabric shop with a 3-year-old child in tow. The quartermaster, who regularly procured fabric from the shop, had a good rapport with Ma Chun. He informed her, "I have received word that starting tomorrow, the Siang army will allow the citizens to flee the city for 3 days before launching an assault. My family has only this one descendant. I implore you to help me smuggle him out, and I will ensure he is fed in the future." Ma Chun suggested, "Why not shed your disguise and disguise yourself to escape with me?" The officer replied resolutely, "I vow never to ally with the Qing demons. I will fight them to the bitter end." With that, he entrusted the 3-year-old boy, bearing the surname Lin, to Ma Chun. Upon finishing her tale, Ma Laoshi revealed her true surname. She was not Ma, but Lin, a descendant of the Taiping army. Secretary Li lamented, "Your ancestors have endured little hardship, yet your father's lineage has suffered its share of misfortune, affecting you as well. It was not until the late 1970s that you were able to attend normal school and marry in your 30s. Ma Laoshi responded, "The white cloth embroidered with my family south name and place of origin has been passed down through generations and still exists. Hence, I wish to present this evidence to the Public Security Bureau to change my surname." Song Yi remarked, "Every Chinese person has a cultural tradition of seeking their roots. One must ascertain whence they came." Lu Haoming recalled a classmate who had transitioned to the local Public Security Bureau a few years prior and said, "Shall I make a call to inquire?" Ma Laoshi replied, "That would be much appreciated." Lu Haoming stepped outside to make the call. His classmate chuckled, "You've come to the right person. I am now the head of the Household Registration Division. As long as there is evidence, citizens have the right to change their surname. For instance, in certain areas where reservoirs are constructed, when relocating, if the receiving party mishears a name, or if someone is adopted and wishes to revert to their original surname after their adoptive parents pass away." His old classmate was quite enthusiastic, sharing a wealth of information. Upon returning, Lu Haoming informed Ma Laoshi that the process would not be difficult. She exhaled a sigh of relief, saying, "Others claim it is challenging, but it appears they simply did not seek the right person." Secretary Li noted, "Today is Saturday. Tomorrow is Sunday, and the day after, I will accompany you. I will have Captain Lu assist you in making the change in the county." Ma Laoshi asked, "Director Lu, would you be willing to help me with this?" Lu Haoming replied, "I have come to the village to serve all its residents." Everyone laughed. At that moment, Ma Chuanxia entered and announced, "Dinner is ready." Ma Laoshi introduced her, "Chuanxia, this is Director Lu Haoming from the City Education Bureau, working on poverty alleviation in our village." Ma Chuanxia smiled, "I have heard about you. A handsome gentleman has arrived." Song Yi joked, "The handsome gentleman arrived too late. Had he come a few years earlier, you could have been Ma Laoshi's son-in-law." Ma Chuanxia laughed, "Song Yi, you do enjoy jesting. Director Lu is a high-ranking official. Had he arrived earlier, he would have surely sought someone from the city." Secretary Li added, "Even locals can be transferred." Ma Chuanxia, displaying a cheerful demeanor, unabashedly stated, "Director Lu, if you had come a few years earlier, would you truly have transferred me to the city?" This left Lu Haoming blushing, attempting to deflect. "There are no ifs in life." Ma Laoshi admonished, "Chuanxia, be mindful of your address. The office director from the city education bureau is someone our county's education bureau chief must regard with utmost respect. Ma Chuanxia stuck out her tongue playfully. The meal laid before them was delectable, and as Ma Laoshi poured out fine wine, they toasted back and forth. To everyone's surprise, Song Yi, despite his age, proved to have a remarkable tolerance for alcohol. With a hint of inebriation, Ma Laoshi turned to her daughter and said, "Thanks to Director Liu, a single phone call has resolved my surname change. Chuanxia, we shall proudly bear the surname Lin from now on." Raise a glass to Director Liu. Ma Chuanxia filled a glass for Lu Haoming and poured herself one, saying, "Big brother, I toast to you." Ma Laoshi interjected, "Mind your manners. He is the director." Ma Chuanxia retorted, "I am not part of his office. Calling him big brother is entirely appropriate, isn't it, old man?" Song Yi chimed in, "Ma Laoshi, you are far too serious." Lu Haoming stood to clink glasses with Ma Chuanxia and took a sip. Ma Chuanxia continued, "Since we are changing our surname, I would like to change my name as well. You have a knack for naming, so please help me choose a good one." Song Yi replied, "Secretary Li informed me that the director graduated from Shangzhou Normal University, so you should consult him about the name. My role will be to conduct a ceremony for your father after the name change. That is my expertise." Ma Chuanxia gazed at Lu Haoming with bright eyes. He felt a flutter in his heart but maintained a composed exterior, saying, "Let us ponder this for a moment." After finishing their drinks, he lifted his bowl, ready to eat, but suddenly set it down and declared, "I have thought of a name." Everyone looked at him with anticipation. Lu Haoming continued, "Ma Chuanxia, from your name, we can derive a new one. From the character Ma, we can extract Lin for the surname. From Kun, taking the left side gives us Jun, and from Xia, the top part presents you. Thus, your name shall be Lin Junyu." The table fell silent momentarily before erupting in exclamations of delight. "What a splendid name!" Song Yi spun his finger in the air and said, "Lin Junyu, raise a glass to Captain Lu. This name could change your fate." Lu Haoming initially thought Song Yi was jesting, but to his surprise, upon hearing those words, Ma Laoshi and her family stood up. Lin Junyu poured 4 glasses of wine. Lu Haoming glanced from person to person, and Ma Laoshi urged, "Drink, we are sincere in our gratitude." He then realized the depth of Song Yi's influence. A mere suggestion had inspired such conviction. After downing the drink, he felt that this experience of poverty alleviation was far more rewarding than a year of mundane work, walking, observing, feasting, and living joyfully. Chapter 51 End of Year Ingenious Strategies. As the lunar year drew to a close, Lu Haoming bid farewell to Secretary Li, Teacher Ma, and others, returning to the city. Wan, on maternity leave, had organized the household affairs meticulously, even procuring the New Year's goods in advance. Her mother had also returned to the countryside. The following morning, Wan remarked, "Director Xia, Chairman Tang, and General Ren, you should pay them a New Year visit in advance. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. I have prepared gifts of wine and cigarettes for you." Lu Haoming nodded, "I will make the rounds tomorrow. Don't procrastinate. It's the new year, and they are busy. You should go today," she urged. Lu Haoming felt the greatest trepidation at the thought of presenting gifts. While visiting Chairman Tang and General Ren was relatively manageable, he had never been to Director Xia's home. After a moment's contemplation, he devised a plan. Stepping outside, he dialed Director Xia's number, saying, "Director, although it is a holiday, I have something of utmost importance to report to you. I fear that discussing it in a crowded setting would be insufficient, so may I meet you at your office?" Director Xia replied, "I have many matters to attend to. I am still in the office. Please come over." Lu Haoming returned home to fetch a bag and took a taxi to the office. Upon knocking on Director Xia's door, he found him indeed at work. Director Xia did not notice the gift he had brought. He merely gestured for him to take a seat and made him a cup of tea. Lu Haoming stated, "This will take some time. I believe this matter is of great significance for you, for me, and for the entire education bureau." Director Xia appeared somewhat taken aback, responding, "I have time. Please proceed." Lu Haoming then recounted everything he had learned about Ma Guihai in Xiaohu village. He concluded, "This Ma Guihai, now also known as Lin Guihai, has remained steadfast in Xiaohu village since graduating from Normal University. His classmates and colleagues either left the area or ascended to principal-level leadership positions, yet Lin Guihai continues to root himself in the mountain village for the sake of the children, especially after the village primary school dwindled to merely a few dozen students. Fearing accidents for the younger children traversing the mountains, he teaches 3 grade levels single-handedly. His dedication is truly commendable." Director Xia nodded slightly, acknowledging, "Indeed, it is rare and commendable. After the new year, let us pay him a visit." Lu Haoming shook his head. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. Director Xia stepped into the outer room and inquired, "Who is it?" The voice from the other side replied, "It is I, Zhu Daoyu." Director Xia gestured, prompting Lu Haoming to retreat into the inner room and close the door. Zhu Daoyu was the section chief. Lu Haoming, curious, pressed his ear against the door but could not discern their conversation. After a while, when the visitor departed, Lu Haoming emerged. Director Xia remarked, "It is better to keep things simple. Everyone rushes to my home, so I come to the office only to find them delivering gifts here. What use do I have for such trivial gifts? Accepting them only shortens my hand and softens my resolve." Realizing that colleagues had come to present gifts, Lu Haoming felt a slight flush on his cheeks. Director Xia urged, "Please, continue." Lu Haoming said, "You should temporarily refrain from visiting Lin Guihai. Instead, we should establish him as a model. In the first half of the year, I will approach journalists to reflect on this, encouraging them to write a feature article about him.
This would spotlight a decades-long commitment to rural education, and once the report is published, you can elevate him as a citywide exemplar. Every year during Teacher Day, our city's 4 top leaders are in attendance. Make this year's celebration particularly special. Before the accolades, let Lin Guihai share his journey. The desired outcome is for the entire audience to be moved to tears, even the leaders. This way, we can cultivate an atmosphere of respect for teachers and education throughout the city. Consequently, teachers will feel a sense of honor, and leaders will develop a deeper affection for educational endeavors, leading to greater support in the future. Director Xia proactively retrieved 2 boxes of cigarettes from the inner room, handing one to Lu Haoming, and remarked, "Haoming, Tao Jichuan simply does not know how to utilize talent. If he had employed you back then, he would not have ended up in prison. Here, have a smoke." Not only did Director Xia offer Lu Haoming a cigarette, but he also made an exception to light it for him. Lu Haoming took a puff, finding the cigarette distinctively pleasant. With a hint of fragrant sweetness, Director Xia continued, "Haoming, you are a person of thought. As you engage in poverty alleviation, some may sow discord, suggesting I seek to sideline you. Truth be told, I aim to help you find a pathway for advancement through this initiative. If you remain within the bureau, you saw how Zhu Daoyu, an experienced section chief, came to present gifts. Isn't that a plea for progress? Your relative inexperience means that even with effort, you will be subject to seniority. Poverty alleviation is different. If you establish a successful endeavor there, I will have justification. After hearing your insights today, I see that you are not being swayed but are genuinely aligned with my goals. Your proposal is excellent. I too wish to find a reason to consolidate the disarray caused by Tao Jichuan and demonstrate to the city's leadership the new spirit within the education system. We will proceed as you suggested. Furthermore, regarding poverty alleviation, expedite the road repairs. After the new year, I will allocate more funds to you. Next year's Teacher Day will feature a conference where you can discuss your poverty alleviation efforts." Lu Haoming felt a swell of emotion upon hearing this. It appeared that his stance had been precarious, and the analyses of Lao Tang and Rin Ziyuan were misguided. He replied, "Teacher Day should still honor the educators, but I will ensure the poverty alleviation work is executed well." Considering that more visitors might come knocking, he decided it prudent to take his leave early, stating, "Then I shall take my leave and extend my New Year's greetings in advance." Seeing Lu Haoming rise without mentioning the bag at the side of his chair, Director Xia inquired, "What is that?" "Oh, it's nothing, just 2 packs of cigarettes." Director Xia responded, "If you were to offer me 2 packs and I were to refuse, that would be ungracious of me. However, I too must gift you 2 packs, and you must accept." With that, he returned to the inner room and produced a gift bag, saying, "I want to keep you, hurry back and assist Wan with more chores." Upon returning home, Wan remarked, "Oh, great scholar, is it true that you can only write articles and cannot even part with 2 packs of cigarettes?" Lu Haoming replied, "Take a look." Wan opened the gift bag, gasping in surprise, "Did he return 2 packs to you? The packaging looks exceptionally high-end." Lu Haoming replied, "Don't touch it, I'll save it for Chairman Tang, as he has been quite helpful to me." At that moment, Lu Haoming's phone rang. Upon hearing Secretary Li's voice, he said, "All right, wait for me at the entrance of the office, I will come to fetch you." Chapter 52. The beauty unexpectedly joins the dinner party. Lu Haoming arrived at the entrance of the agency courtyard, glancing around but finding no one in sight. "Captain Lu, over here," a voice called out, revealing Erwa standing under the shade of a distant tree. Lu Haoming jogged over, only to discover that Erwa and Secretary Li were each riding a motorcycle, parked by the roadside. He was taken aback and inquired, "You both rode motorcycles here?" Erwa chuckled, "What's so surprising about that? It's merely 80 kilometers. Lu Haoming felt a bit embarrassed by Erwa's laughter. Secretary Li explained, "We brought 4 gifts, 3 from the funding units, and yours. We were hoping to meet your director in person to express our gratitude." Lu Haoming nodded and dialed Xiao Wei, relaying the situation. Xiao Wei requested that Lu Haoming arrange a place for dinner, promising to arrive promptly at 11:30. Lu Haoming first called Rin Ziyuan, asking him to reserve a small private room. He then went home to retrieve his motorcycle, bringing back the gift meant for himself. When Wan opened the large snakeskin bag and began rummaging through it, chickens, fish, meat, beef, ducks, vermicelli, and more, all meticulously cleaned and packed in plastic bags. She mused that this must have either been under the guidance of Master Song or involved Teacher Lin. Secretary Li typically delivered live goods to the township head and secretary. Upon returning to where they had been waiting, Lu Haoming said, "Follow me." At the Nangua Grand Restaurant, only 3 gifts remained. Lu Haoming helped carry one as the 3 of them ascended to the 2nd floor. Were it not for Lu Haoming's presence, Secretary Li and Erwa would not have had the courage to bring that course bag into such a high-end establishment. Upon reaching the entrance of the 2nd floor hall, a waiter inquired, "May I ask who you are?" Lu Haoming replied, "Arranged by Director Ren." "Oh, 8th room," the waiter responded. Upon entering room 8, the waiter came in to serve tea. Lu Haoming washed his hands in the restroom and called Director Su of the Poverty Alleviation Office and Principal Deng of the middle school, informing them that Secretary Li had come to express their thanks. They both confirmed they would arrive on time. Just as Lu Haoming was about to order, Secretary Li interjected, "Captain Lu, there's someone who would like to join us for dinner, may she come?" Lu Haoming looked at Secretary Li, who awkwardly smiled, "It's Teacher Ma, or rather, she prefers us to call her Lin Jinyu now. She is quite fond of that name." Lu Haoming couldn't help but laugh. "Did she come up with you? Where is she now?" Erwa replied, "At her cousin's place. She said if she couldn't come, she'd just eat there." Lu Haoming told Secretary Li, "Let her come alone. There's no need to bring her cousin along. By the way, there's a restroom to the left when you exit, you two can wash your hands there."
Once they left, Lu Haoming called the waiter to take their orders. Since becoming the office director, he no longer needed to consult others for meals or room bookings. He intended for this dinner to be of higher quality. Alcohol was a must, but fearing that the two might have an accident on their motorcycles if they drank too much, he ordered just one bottle. For beverages, he chose hot drinks, specifically corn juice. He opted for dishes that were not overly expensive but ensured they were plentiful, adding a few plates of dim sum. After placing the order, Secretary Li and Erwa led Lin Junyu into the room, where she stuck out her tongue at Lu Haoming.
Big brother, I've come to mooch a meal.
Lu Haoming replied sternly, Junyu, I have a request. Since there will be leaders present, you cannot call me Big Brother. The same goes for Secretary Li and Erwa. You all should address me as Director Lu, and refrain from calling me Captain Lu. Lin Junyu nodded in agreement.
Secretary Li asked, isn't Captain Lu and Director Lu the same position?
Lu Haoming explained, position aside, the title Captain reminds me of scenes from movies where soldiers report to the captain, saying, report, Captain, no signs of the 8th Army ahead. The three of them erupted in laughter. After a while, Xiaowei called. Lu Haoming went downstairs to greet him, noticing Xiaowei had arrived in a small agency vehicle. He then called Erwa to bring down a bag of gifts. Erwa, quick on his feet, dashed down the stairs. Lu Haoming said, a little something from the village, chicken, fish, and meat, all tidied up. Xiaowei opened the trunk, and Erwa placed the items inside before quickly running back upstairs, presumably to wash his hands.
Upon entering the private room, Lu Haoming introduced, this is our Director Xia.
Secretary Li shook Director Xia's hand warmly, saying, thank you, Director Xia, for your support. I've always wanted to visit you. Director Xia held Secretary Li's hand, but his gaze was drawn to Lin Junyu, her beauty radiating brightly. Lu Haoming gestured for Lin Junyu to approach. She confidently stood before Director Xia, showing no signs of shyness. This is Lin Junyu, the daughter of the teacher I introduced you to this morning.
She teaches in the village next door to the poverty alleviation point.
Lin Junyu extended her hands, and Director Xia took them, saying, following in your father's footsteps, doing the most noble work under the sun, well done.
Lin Junyu smiled, I've only met our county's director. When Brother Lu mentioned you were coming today, I decided to join.
Xiaowei smiled at Lu Haoming. Haoming, you've only been here a short while, and already you've integrated so well with the community. Lu Haoming felt his cheeks flush as he replied, the folks in the village are quite genuine. If you stayed there for a week, they wouldn't call you director, but Big Brother. Xiaowei laughed heartily. In that case, after the new year, I'll stay for a week. Lu Haoming, wanting to acknowledge Erwa, introduced him to Xiaowei. This is Li Erwa, Secretary Li's nephew. The village is inaccessible by road, and he is the one who picks me up on his motorcycle whenever I visit the township government.
Xiaowei assessed Erwa and shook his hand, asking, is your formal name also Li Erwa?
Lu Haoming explained, their family names are preordained. The first child was named Li Yua, only to turn out to be a girl, so they continued with Hua for the second, naming him Li Erwa. Xiaowei burst into laughter. There is such a custom in the countryside, boys given girls' names are easier to raise. Secretary Li added, the director understands our customs.
That is how it is in our area.
Just then, Principal Deng entered, suddenly halting in the doorway upon seeing Director Xia. Director Xia remarked, what is this, now that I'm here, you want to sneak away? Principal Deng hurried over, shaking Director Xia's hand, and said to Lu Haoming, you didn't inform me that the director was here. I would have at least dressed neatly before coming in. He then smiled at Director Xia, explaining, I was working overtime in the office, drafting next year's work plan. Director Xia nodded, and Lu Haoming introduced Principal Deng to Secretary Li and the others. Principal Deng was quite adept at navigating social situations. With Director Xia present, he made an effort to minimize his own presence, merely smiling as he shook hands with Secretary Li, Lin Junyu, and Erwa. Lu Haoming pulled Principal Deng aside to ask if he had driven here. Principal Deng nodded. Lu Haoming exchanged a glance with Erwa, and the three descended the stairs. While walking, Lu Haoming called Director Su, who informed him that he was on his way. Erwa placed the gifts in Principal Deng's car, and Lu Haoming said, make one more trip. Principal Deng went upstairs to keep Director Xia company. Lu Haoming waited downstairs for Director Su. After a while, Director Su's car entered the parking lot. Lu Haoming and Erwa approached, and Lu Haoming grasped Director Su's hand, saying, a little local fare. Director Su understood and pressed the car key with one hand while shaking Lu Haoming's hand with the other, saying, I trust you, right?
Lu Haoming replied, I've never doubted your words. To me, one of your words is worth 1,000.
Director Su patted Lu Haoming on the shoulder, smiling, before I knew you, I was a bit apprehensive. Now that I know you, I see you're actually a good brother.
Lu Haoming chuckled, those who say they fear me are slandering me.
What is there to fear? If you, as director, didn't give me a single penny, would I stop helping the impoverished? It would merely mean the villagers would voice their grievances, accusing me of incompetence.
Chapter 53.
The wind carries a hint of sweetness. As they journeyed along, he introduced Director Su to the company they would dine with today. Director Su was quite pleased with the invitation extended to Director Xia. Upon entering the private room, Director Xia immediately approached Director Su for a handshake. In terms of authority and influence, the Director of Education undoubtedly held a higher status than the Director of the Poverty Alleviation Office, yet the Educational Bureau's poverty alleviation efforts relied significantly on Director Su's support. Thus, Director Xia's enthusiasm was entirely fitting. Director Su felt a sense of pride as he shook hands with Director Xia, remarking, your esteemed Director Haoming is not only a renowned figure but also highly capable.
I shall offer him my unwavering support.
Director Xia replied, your support extends not only to him but also to me, showcasing your utmost concern for our education system. You are acquainted with Principal Deng, and the lovely Xiao Lin over there is also a teacher. We have at least 4 representatives from our education system here to express our gratitude. Director Su was captivated by Lin Junyu. However, in such a setting, he maintained his decorum and remarked, the director is handsome, and the teachers below are quite beautiful as well. As for myself, I am rather unremarkable. Among the 5 or 6 female colleagues in my office, none are particularly striking. Laughter ensued. Principal Deng quipped, Director Su is far too humble. If you are unremarkable, then I would have to burrow into the earth. Lu Haoming realized he had yet to introduce Director Su to Secretary Li and interjected, this is our village's Secretary Li. Director Su and Secretary Li exchanged a brief handshake and nodded to one another. Noticing Director Su's perfunctory demeanor, Lu Haoming refrained from introducing Erwa, instead pointing to Lin Junyu and saying, that lady is a teacher from the village, unmarried. I asked Director Su to play matchmaker. The group erupted in laughter. Please, take your seats, urged Xiaowei. Director Su, you shall sit at the head of the table. Our colleagues from the bureau and the village shall rally around you, for only by uniting around Director Su can our poverty alleviation efforts bear fruit. After some modesty, Director Su could not resist Director Xia's insistence and took his place at the head, with Director Xia seated to his left. As they settled in, Lu Haoming occupied the seat to Director Su's right. At this moment, Xiaowei pointed at Lin Junyu and declared, I will arrange the seating, Xiao Lin shall sit over there. Director Su must have a beautiful companion while drinking. Laughter ensued once more. Lin Junyu protested, Director, I do not drink. Xiaowei replied, just supervise him. When he drinks, you shall watch him, he will tilt his head back and down a glass in one go. Lin Junyu seemed a bit hesitant, prompting Lu Haoming to chime in, as a teacher, if you do not listen to the director, how can you aspire to be a principal in the future? The laughter intensified. Lin Junyu complied and moved to the designated seat. Lu Haoming arranged for Principal Deng to sit next to Lin Junyu and placed Secretary Li next to Director Xia, before taking his own seat with Erwa beside him. The waitstaff began serving dishes, pouring drinks and beverages. For the first toast, Director Xia raised his glass and proposed a toast to Director Su, and everyone drank wine. For the second toast, Director Xia proclaimed that this one was to welcome the comrades from the village, and again they lifted their glasses, still filled with wine. Following this, the toasting commenced, centered around Director Su and Director Xia. Lu Haoming stepped outside to instruct the server to bring another bottle and prepare 2 jugs, specifying who should pour real wine and who should pour mineral water. He discreetly advised Secretary Li and Erwa that the first toast should use real wine for the 3 leaders, but for subsequent toasts, they should drink from the nearby cup filled with the fake wine. Secretary Li approached with a wine jug, standing beside Director Su and saying, I am not very skilled at drinking, I raise this glass as a token of goodwill, please forgive me, Director. Director Su glanced at Lin Junyu and replied, if the leaders do not drink, then the villagers shall. With that, he downed the glass in one go. Secretary Li then toasted to Xiaowei and Principal Deng, who readily accepted, sparing Secretary Li any embarrassment. Once Secretary Li had completed his round of toasts, Lu Haoming took his turn. Lu Haoming, possessing a modest tolerance for alcohol, primarily targeted Director Su. He proceeded to drink 3 consecutive glasses with him. Following him, Principal Deng stepped up and shared another 3 glasses with Director Su. With a beautiful companion by his side, Director Su was quite lively. As others toasted him, he reciprocated, and soon had consumed a bit too much, swaying slightly as he walked. Fortunately, Lin Junyu was present to assist him by pouring drinks, moving chairs, and offering damp towels, which elevated Director Su's spirits immensely. When he took his seat, she provided him with a gentle hand. In a moment of excitement, Director Su turned to Lu Haoming and said, Director Haoming, rest assured in your road repairs, if funds fall short, come to me. Lu Haoming then instructed Lin Junyu, Lin, please help Director Su to his feet. Lin Junyu genuinely assisted, and Director Su, after some reluctance, stood up and declared, do not think you can drink. Another 3 glasses would be a no. No problem. Lu Haoming approached, waving his hand, and said, you need not drink anymore, I will express my respect by drinking 3 glasses myself. With that, he indeed drank 3 glasses. Director Su insisted on drinking, so Lu Haoming poured mineral water into his wine glass. Director Su, oblivious, believed it to be wine. At this juncture, Director Xia interjected, let us cease the drinking here. Xiao Lin, please serve Director Su some food. Lu Haoming took the opportunity to step outside the private room and dial Ren Ziyuan. Hello, are you at the hotel? Yes, just finished eating. 2 matters. First, hurry over to raise a glass and toast. Second, please ensure you escort Director Su home afterward. Moments later, Ren Ziyuan appeared before everyone, clasping his hands in greeting, Director Xia, Director Su, Principal Deng, greetings to you all. I raise a glass to everyone. Director Su remarked, you are late, we have already dined. Ren Ziyuan responded, if you are not drinking, I shall drink with Director Xia. He then jovially raised a glass with Xiaowei and Principal Deng. Finally, he approached Director Su and said, no wonder, with a beauty seated beside you, if you are inebriated, I shall refrain from toasting you. I will ensure you get home safely later. He then turned to toast Secretary Li. Lu Haoming interjected, that won't do, Secretary Li and the others arrived on motorcycles and need to return home. Ren Ziyuan, not wishing to press, addressed everyone, Director, Principal, Secretary Li from the village, and Haoming is my good friend. His poverty alleviation work depends on the support of all you leaders, allow me to treat you to this meal.
Applause erupted. Director Xia expressed gratitude. Thank you, Director Ren. Lu Haoming silently thought, such generosity is unwarranted.
The Education Bureau does not lack for dining funds. After a hearty meal, Ren Ziyuan took it upon himself to drive Director Su home, supporting him as they departed. Director Xia shook hands with Secretary Li and reminded him to look after Lu Haoming, particularly to supervise him since his wife, Wan, was exceptionally talented and virtuous. They must not let such an excellent wife have any regrets. Laughter filled the AIR.as. Everyone descended the stairs to bid farewell to Director Xia and Principal Deng. Lu Haoming suggested, let us book a room. Rest for an hour before departing. Secretary Li insisted there was no need and was determined to leave. Lin Junyu announced her intention to return to her cousin's house and would leave the following day. Lu Haoming could not dissuade them but cautioned both riders to be careful. Chimed in, Director Lu, you may not know, but my uncle can handle 2 gin of liquor with no issue. Reluctantly, Lu Haoming allowed them to depart. Ultimately, only Lin Junyu remained. Lu Haoming inquired, will you take a taxi home? She replied, Big brother, I worry you might get drunk. Lu Haoming shook his head, I haven't had much. Are you truly not intoxicated? In such a setting, how could I become inebriated? I must ensure everyone is well taken care of. Lin Junyu suggested, then let us share a taxi, I will take you home first. Lu Haoming countered, I have a motorcycle, how about I take you home instead? Lin Junyu agreed, and Lu Haoming mounted his motorcycle, with Lin Junyu climbing aboard, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Lu Haoming felt a delightful warmth spreading through him. He asked, where to? Wherever you wish to go. Have you had too much to drink? Hee, I was just joking, drop me off at the entrance to the cuckoo market. Lu Haoming accelerated, the wind rushing past them as Lin Junyu clung to his waist, her head resting on his shoulder. He felt as though the breeze that swept by carried with it a hint of sweetness. Chapter 54. Some people's concern is not self-serving, they genuinely care for you. Upon returning home, Lu Haoming felt somewhat unsettled. Just moments ago, Lin Junyu had wrapped her arms around his waist, her chest pressed against his back. It seemed there was still a lingering warmth upon him. When Wan inquired, why is your phone turned off? It isn't, he replied. Zhang Jianwei and Chen Bin from your office came to the house. I tried calling you, but your phone was off. Lu Haoming took out his phone and chuckled, it ran out of battery. When Wan remarked, look at them, Director Zhang is an elder, but young Chen, in his 20s, bought you a pipe, saying that Director Lu shouldn't smoke too much. Feeling a pang of guilt, Lu Haoming reflected on his usual aversion to giving gifts. Hearing when Wan relay Chen Bin's thoughtful gesture, Director Lu shouldn't indulge in excessive smoking, touched him deeply. He said, I must learn from the younger generation and cultivate a greater concern for others. Director Zhang brought some eggs, a box of baby formula, and young Chen gifted 2 fish and a chicken, all prepared. When Wan added, Lu Haoming placed his phone on the sofa to charge and said, once it's charged, I'll call to express my gratitude, and then I'll visit Chairman Tang with the cigarettes. When Wan advised, take the fish and chicken with you. Chairman Tang has been so good to you. A truly caring person is one who stands behind you during your difficult times, ensuring you don't falter. That is genuine concern. Her words deepened Lu Haoming's sense of guilt, as he rarely visited Tang Huai's home. Aware of Chairman Tang's concern for him, he felt too shy to voice it, replying, 1. You possess a discerning eye. When did I become your angel? I'm merely your caretaker, she jested. A nurse is indeed an angel. One cannot be a nurse without compassion, Lu Haoming countered. When Wan replied, that is true, I believe we nurses embody more purity and camaraderie than you officials. Lu Haoming chuckled, I consider myself quite pure as an official. When Wan responded, whether you are pure or not is for others to judge. Hesitant to continue, Lu Haoming recalled how someone had just embraced his waist. What if someone had witnessed him escorting Lin Junyu home? Perhaps a colleague had called when Wan, did you just arrive at the cuckoo market? No, she would respond. Oh, I must have seen wrong. I saw Haoming and thought you were with her. Having had a drink, he decided to take a nap in the small bedroom, waking up at 2 in the afternoon. He opened his phone and called Zhang Jianwei and Chen Bin to express his gratitude. Then he called Tang Huai, asking, Director, are you home? Yes, when are you coming back? I'll come over now to report in person. Taking his phone, when Wan handed him 2 bags. He went downstairs, placed the items in his toolbox, and rode his bike to the new government compound. He ascended to the 3rd floor and knocked on the door. Anshin, Chairman Tang's wife, opened the door and exclaimed, Haoming, you've brought so much. What is all this for? Lu Haoming handed the chicken and fish to Anshin, saying, these are all prepared, just put them in the fridge. He then presented the cigarettes to Chairman Tang, stating, it's nothing much, just 2 packs. Chairman Tang replied, your salary is low, and you have many places to give gifts. You needn't be so polite here. Lu Haoming explained, to put it bluntly, it's just for Director Xia, I won't bother with others. Anshin returned with 2 cups of tea, setting them on the coffee table. Haoming, you have no idea how much old Tang cherishes you. During that time when you had disagreements with Director Tao, he worried about you every day, saying, we can't let this Haoming fail, that would be a tragedy. Hearing this, Lu Haoming felt a lump in his throat and dabbed at his eyes with a tissue before saying, Anshin, I feel uncomfortable calling him Chairman Tang. I prefer to call him Director Tang. Since I began my career, he has always been my director and will forever remain so. Anshin brought out some washed fruits, saying, it's good to call him director. I prefer it. He is just a servant to the leadership, this Chairman Tang is quite pretentious. Chairman Tang smiled quietly, watching Lu Haoming with a gaze akin to admiring a treasured piece of art. How are things in the village, he inquired. Currently progressing smoothly, Lu Haoming replied, taking a sip of tea before sharing updates about the village conditions, securing funding, and the lunch gathering that day. Chairman Tang remarked, this attitude is commendable. Youth should charge into the fray. Xiao Wei may not compare to Director Wang, but at least he ensures your backyard remains safe from fire. You must focus on building a road that is broader than others. In life, opportunities are scarce. Being born is one opportunity, a fortunate rebirth, the college entrance exam is another, fundamentally determining one's starting point, marriage is yet another, a good partner benefits you for a lifetime. In the workplace, opportunities are particularly rare, especially in administrative units where it's all routine. You nearly missed an opportunity, failing to become the office director, yet, you defied the odds, ousting Tao Zichuan, seizing the opportunity to succeed instead of falling into obscurity. This poverty alleviation mission is a true opportunity. Your strength lies in the freedom to excel when unmonitored. When someone oversees you, you cannot showcase your talents. Lu Haoming responded, Director, you will always be my director, my life mentor, who sees straight to the core of my being. When someone manages me, it depends on the situation. Not if it's you, I'll wholeheartedly accept. If it's Ma Xiaosong, I wouldn't last a day. Chairman Tang chuckled, you possess a certain pride within you. In the future, don't be overly rigid. Here is a piece of advice. A petty person often resembles a gentleman, while a gentleman occasionally behaves like a petty person. Director, you ought to elaborate on this statement, Lu Haoming requested. A petty person resembling a gentleman refers to someone like Tao Zichuan, who appears to be a modest gentleman, speaking and acting impeccably, yet is truly petty. A gentleman occasionally acting like a petty person refers to you. Your inner self is that of a modest gentleman, but occasionally you may act pettishly, gathering evidence or engaging in underhanded tactics. One cannot accomplish anything by constantly being a gentleman, and therefore, in rural work, it's beneficial to share a drink, play cards, and engage in light-hearted banter to facilitate your work. The countryside isn't like the bureaucracy. Lu Haoming smiled, Director, thank you for your concern. I will gradually adapt to rural life. Exiting Chairman Tang's home, Lu Haoming felt a warmth envelop him. He sensed that Chairman Tang regarded him with the affection of a father or an elder brother, embodying genuine concern. Lu Haoming, if you achieve anything in the future, the first person you should thank is Chairman Tang. Although Director Wang once cared for me, that warmth has gradually faded. Only Director Tang, my esteemed director, has consistently shown concern like a shadow following me. He reminded himself in his heart as he glanced back at the third floor once more before riding home. Chapter 55 of the reason behind Ren Ziyuan's success. In just a couple of days, it would be New Year's Eve. Ren Ziyuan called, requesting Lu Haoming to join him for a round of drinks. He rode his bicycle to the South China Grand Hotel, pondering whether he should invite Lao Lu to share a meal. Though it was primarily for Ren Ziyuan's sake, he had indeed lent him a helping hand in the past. Upon arriving at Ren Ziyuan's office, Lu Haoming proposed this notion. Ren Ziyuan shook his head, remarking, do not underestimate him, do not assume he is merely a petty criminal. He would not go out of his way for a simple meal. Is it not about considering the long-term benefit, that I might assist him in the future? Precisely. He cultivates vegetables in greenhouses, aspiring to grow produce year-round. Meanwhile, he specializes in ginseng, which requires a decade of patience before it can be harvested. What if someone were to steal it? He is not merely cultivating a single ginseng plant. Upon hearing this analogy, Lu Haoming burst into laughter, exclaiming, Lao Lu possesses such admirable character? Ren Ziyuan replied, do not underestimate individuals from the streets. You have attended university, which has broadened your perspective. Those like Lao Lu, who may seem to lack a respectable occupation, are often dismissed as lower-class. In truth, a gentleman must nurture those beneath him. What do you mean by a gentleman must nurture the less virtuous? A gentleman speaks, while the less virtuous act. For instance, I, Ren Ziyuan, once faced obstacles when attempting to establish a hotel here, with the village chief continually extorting me. I hosted the chief for drinks, toasting him, yet he refused to drink. Lao Lu then intervened, delivering a slap and rebuking him for his lack of gratitude. Could I, Ren Ziyuan, strike another? I merely mediate. After Lao Lu's intervention, should the village chief wish to retaliate, Lao Lu would ensure he experiences unrest daily. Consequently, all my ingredients are supplied by Lao Lu, who has established chicken farms, fish ponds, and vegetable bases. Lu Haoming chuckled, I truly am a mere scholar. Ren Ziyuan laughed, my dear brother, you saved my life. This is our destiny. I intend to assist you. Naturally, once you achieve success, you should also lend me a hand. Do not allow your education to ensnare you. You must extract wisdom from your studies. Believing that adhering to a few principles will suffice for a good life is misguided. The realities of the world do not stem from principles. Rather, true interests and relationships prevail. Lu Haoming countered, I disagree with your perspective. For instance, Director Tang has always treated me well. Ren Ziyuan roared with laughter, respected Director Lu, are you unaware of the rumors surrounding you? I have rumors? Indeed. One such rumor suggests that you heed only two voices at the Education Bureau. Director Wang and Director Tang. Once Director Wang departed, you listened solely to Director Tang. If you do not treat Director Tang well, will he care for you? There is no such thing as unconditional affection. For instance, just the other afternoon, Miss Lin embraced your waist. Why did she do so? Simply because you, Brother Lu, are quite handsome. Lu Haoming was taken aback, realizing that if one wishes to keep a secret, they must refrain from wrongdoing. He awkwardly replied, she is a primary school teacher from my poverty alleviation village.
Who she is matters little to me, be it a primary school teacher or the daughter of the Queen Mother, it holds no significance. I merely caution you, do not involve Lao Lu in your troubles. While he buries ginseng on the mountain, he will focus on its growth.
Did Lao Lu inform you?
Of course.
Lu Haoming broke into a cold sweat, insisting, there truly is nothing else between us. Ren Ziyuan remarked, did I claim there was a connection?
Your defensiveness reveals your guilt. Lu Haoming chuckled softly. At the Bugu market, on the 23rd, at Qianqian Hair Salon, the owner Lu Qianqian is a cousin of your village's Miss Lin. They bear an uncanny resemblance. After you left, Lao Lu conducted a thorough investigation.
Lu Haoming's thoughts froze as he realized he had previously encountered Lu Qianqian at the hotel entrance. Were the women in their family also similar?
Was the woman at the town's guesthouse also a sister of Lin Junyu or Lu Qianqian? Ren Ziyuan commented, a handsome official does not seek trouble, rather, it is those with outstanding qualities who unwittingly attract it. There was once an official from your family who, after being imprisoned, famously stated that he did not wish to pursue a mistress. It was the mistress who sought him.
An official from my family? Indeed, his surname was Wu, while yours is Lu 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A lineage of numbers.
Lu Haoming laughed until his stomach ached. Ren Ziyuan continued, brother, I worry not about your other matters. Since you were able to bring down Director Tao, you are indeed a formidable individual. My only concern is those young women who may develop feelings for you. They are unwavering in their affections to I. In this regard, Tao Zhichuan and Ma Xiaosong have placed their boundless hopes upon you. Lao Lu and I, being the less virtuous, hope to reap the rewards of that ginseng in 10 years.
Lu Haoming assured him, I will be cautious, rest easy. Ren Ziyuan stated, with the new year approaching, I have not prepared any gifts. I have asked the cafeteria to prepare a batch of braised pork and steamed meat. Please deliver some to Director Xia and Director Tang, and take a portion home for yourself.
Since riding a motorcycle is inconvenient, I shall drive you to accomplish this task. Lu Haoming felt warmth in his heart, exclaiming, Ziyuan, you are as kind to me as Director Tang.
I am fully aware of your intentions.
Spare me the displays of gratitude. Those who are easily stirred by emotion often fall prey to misconduct. For instance, if a woman treats you well once, you may resist. If she does so twice, you may feel touched, and if it happens thrice, well, let us move on.
Ren Ziyuan instructed the server to place 8 boxes of gift-wrapped food in the trunk of the car.
Lu Haoming led the way, first delivering to Director Xiao's home. Upon arrival, Director Xia was absent, but his wife, Sister Ding, remarked, Haoming, you have brought something delightful. This braised pork and steamed meat is something old Xia enjoys, yet I do not know how to prepare it. Upon reaching Director Tang's residence, Anshin stated, Haoming, I must accept this.
You are truly thoughtful.
On the way back, Lu Haoming relayed this feedback to Ren Ziyuan, who replied, when giving gifts, they should be distinctive. Presenting a gold watch to a leader is less impactful than offering a set of beauty products to their wife.
Lu Haoming sighed deeply. Ren Ziyuan, it is no wonder you navigate life with such ease. Ren Ziyuan remained silent, continuing to drive towards Lu Haoming's home.
I still have my motorcycle at your place, Lu Haoming reminded him.
Ren Ziyuan replied, you can ride it back later. By the way, you should take some time in the coming years to obtain a driver's license. Without a vehicle now, it would be beneficial to drive leaders around in the future. Lu Haoming acknowledged, that is a good suggestion.
I need not remain in the village every day. I shall register for classes and ensure I master it. Ren Ziyuan did not respond, continuing to drive until they reached Lu Haoming's building, at which point he said, I have one last piece of advice. Lu Haoming prepared to rise, then sat back down, gazing at Ren Ziyuan.
Ren Ziyuan spoke slowly, you must also present a gift to your mother-in-law, whether it is Director Xiao's mother-in-law or Director Tang's, they are both work-related connections. It is your true mother-in-law from the Wen family who deserves your attention. Lu Haoming chuckled, Ziyuan, you are quite the character. Chapter 56.
Startle Principal Deng, and he immediately begins to stutter. The unit resumes work on the 8th day of the new year. Lu Haoming makes a round at the bureau, first visiting the offices of various leaders, and then stopping by other departments. Everyone exchanges traditional New Year greetings with a nod and a handshake. After completing his rounds, Lu Haoming returns to Director Xiao's office, mentioning that he will be going to the countryside on the 10th day and requests Xiaoli to accompany him. Director Xia ponders for a moment and replies, I will accompany you to meet with the village's party branch and 2 committees.
Should we notify Director Li of the County Education Bureau? Xiaowei shakes his head, saying, it's merely a casual visit for a better understanding of the village. We can also take a look at the teacher Lin you mentioned and have Chen Bin take some notes.
Lu Haoming suggests, let's bring Yi Tian Tian along, she has expressed a desire to visit the countryside.
After considering it, Xiaowei says, then inform the County Education Bureau.
This afternoon, we will hear about the usage of funds for the renovation of dangerous buildings. In addition to Yi Tian Tian, take Chief Xu from the construction department with you.
Upon returning to his office, Lu Haoming contemplates the situation.
Bringing along a female colleague must have left Xiaowei quite wary after his previous encounter with Ma Xiaosong. He calls Zhang Jianwei over. He could have issued a notice in his capacity as the office director, but he has become more tactful. Zhang Jianwei is now effectively in charge. Thus, he adopts a collaborative tone, saying, on the 10th, Director Xia intends to visit the village where I am stationed. You know how he values efficiency. We will head to the village in the morning, have lunch, and then return. He also plans to visit the county to inquire about the usage of funds for dangerous buildings.
Therefore, please arrange transportation and notify Director Li to be at home in the afternoon, due to the funding issues. Inform Chief Zhu and take He Tian Tian along. How does that sound? Zhang Jianwei is taken aback, responding, just give me the arrangements, and I will execute them. That won't do. You are in charge now, and I am merely offering a suggestion. You will always be in charge, I am just your assistant, Zhang Jianwei says, his plump face breaking into a smile reminiscent of the Buddha. With the Bureau's communication established, Lu Haoming calls Secretary Li. Secretary Li asks, Director Lu, how should we prepare for the reception? Please outline what needs to be done, and I will implement it immediately. Lu Haoming replies, just inform the comrades of the village's party branch and 2 committees to participate. There is no need to call others. Prepare a brief report. Time is limited, so allow only a few words for other speeches. They should not elaborate. As for lunch, please ensure a decent meal. The stewed yellow beans with turtle should be in ample portions. When we leave, let's send some fish, but not too much. 2 fish per person, 4 portions should suffice. Should we notify Secretary Chang from the township? No need. Director Xia is merely visiting for a casual inspection and to meet the members of the village's party branch and 2 committees. Additionally, please inform Teacher Lin Guihai to expect a visit from Director Xia. Understood. At that moment, He Tian Tian enters with a beaming expression. Are we going to the countryside the day after tomorrow? You will be accompanying Director Xia to the countryside. Please understand the hierarchy. She pouts slightly, then remarks, Director Xia is only going to have lunch in the village and is supposed to listen to a report about the county's situation. It's the new year, and he is already back to work. People may not be too keen on this. We still need to prepare the report materials. Lu Haoming refrains from contradicting her, smiling, it's not far. You have a vehicle, so choose a Sunday and invite a few friends for a visit. Weren't you saying that there is no transportation? We can drive to the nearby village's primary school. I'll ask the teachers there to help look after the vehicle, and I'll come to pick you up. That sounds good. This time, I will familiarize myself with the route. By the way, may I ask if there is a particularly beautiful female teacher in your village? Lu Haoming becomes alert, asking, how do you know? I transferred from number 1 high school, and Principal Deng visited my home, mentioning that Director Lu has a beautiful assistant whose eyes speak volumes. Principal Deng is just talking nonsense. There is indeed a female teacher. Her cousin runs a hair salon in Bugui Market, and she accompanied Secretary Li to the city the other day. Secretary Li brought her along for a meal. Director Lu, having an assistant is not a bad thing. If you are dealing with funding and coordinating work with other units, it would be convenient to have her accompany you to enliven the atmosphere. He Tian Tian, I must say, I have detected a change in you. Firstly, I am not qualified to have an assistant, and secondly, I am unable to take her along. She is not under my jurisdiction. He Tian Tian laughs joyfully, saying, how beautiful is she? Principal Deng claims she is simply ethereal. Do you believe Principal Deng's words? If she were indeed that stunning, she would have been snatched away long ago. Compared to He Tian Tian, one is a refined lady, while the other is a petite beauty. He Tian Tian asks, will we get to meet her then? Lu Haoming casts a glance at her, stating, Ms. He Tian Tian, I must reiterate, she is just an elementary school teacher and has no authority to participate in the meetings of the village's party branch and 2 committees. School hasn't started yet. She can come to serve tea. Alright, since the beautiful He Tian Tian wishes to meet her, I shall arrange for her to come serve tea. Oh, you are making me laugh. When did I become a great beauty in your eyes? I must have misspoken. You are a petite beauty. He Tian Tian rolls her eyes at Lu Haoming and leaves. Lu Haoming thinks to himself, indeed, Director Xia is quite proactive about visiting the village. He must invite Lin Junyu to serve tea. He calls Secretary Li again. If Junyu is available, please ask her to come serve tea. She dined with Director Xia once before, so it might create a more pleasant atmosphere. Secretary Li responds, no problem. After finalizing several tasks, Lu Haoming rides his bicycle home. Upon entering the compound, he does not go upstairs. Instead, he takes out his phone and calls Principal Deng. Principal, joking about me having a female assistant is not appropriate. You can jest about me, but it could be detrimental to Director Xia. If Director Xia wishes to transfer Teacher Lin to the bureau, people might speculate that he is looking to pair up with a female assistant. Upon hearing this, Principal Deng is greatly alarmed, saying, Director, you are right to remind me. I will not make such jokes again. I have also reprimanded He Tian Tian. As a principal, you must be mindful of your words and actions. I am merely offering a small suggestion. Principal Deng assures, certainly, brother, I will be more cautious next time. Also, do not complain about He Tian Tian. The more you emphasize something, the more it resembles the truth. Since Director Xia will also visit Teacher Lin's father on the 10th, according to your speculation, that means, Principal Deng's voice becomes slightly stammered, Lu. Director Lu, I apologize, I was indeed joking after having a bit too much to drink. I will certainly be careful. Thank you for your reminder. Hanging up the phone, Lu Haoming sneers, such a display. 3 sentences and he is terrified. It seems Ma Xiaosong's tactic of using a big flag to scare people is still quite effective. Chapter 57 The joyous journey of bridging distances. On the 10th day of the first lunar month, the sun shone brilliantly. As the vehicle departed from Wowo, a sense of relaxation enveloped everyone. There is a saying, the farther a leader is from the office, the more amiable and approachable they become. When you accompany a leader on a distant trip, you soon realize that the greater the distance traveled, the more congenial the leader becomes. If you are astute, you might even forge a brotherly bond with them. Lu Haoming was aware that Xiaowei had some reservations about He Tiantian's presence, so he lightened the mood with a jest. He remarked, in the countryside, the most courteous way to welcome guests is by serving them braised pork. He Tiantian quickly retorted, I absolutely detest braised pork, it's so greasy, it's quite frightening to behold. Lu Haoming countered, you must prepare yourself mentally. Country folk are polite, and if you refuse to eat, they will insist on serving you, often piling on 2 pieces at once. I will not eat it under any circumstances. Director Zhu, familiar with the tale, chimed in, refusing is impolite. You could always hide it beneath your rice. He Tiantian agreed, yes, I will hide it under my rice. Lu Haoming added, hiding it beneath your rice has been attempted before, there was a female village chief who did just that, and when the village head saw it, he thought she enjoyed it and promptly consumed it all, then offered her another piece. The village chief was left dumbfounded, exclaiming, no, I still have 2 pieces beneath. The entire vehicle erupted in laughter, save for He Tiantian, who took a moment to comprehend the joke before playfully pinching Lu Haoming's shoulder. In just 3 days in the countryside, you've turned utterly wicked. She then addressed Director Xia, Director, a person like this should not be allowed back into the bureau in 2 years. He will lead everyone astray. Director Xia chuckled, it would be simplistic to label him as having gone astray, he is merely adapting to local customs, striving to connect with colleagues at the grassroots level. Director Zhu affirmed, indeed, the director speaks the truth. During my tenure in the countryside, I often joked with the locals, if you don't drink with them or share a laugh, it's challenging to get any work done. Is that so? He Tiantian questioned. Lu Haoming suggested, Director Xia, let us assign He Tiantian to teach in the countryside for 2 years to bolster her resilience. Xiaowei concurred, that's a splendid idea. He Tiantian feigned an attempt to pinch Lu Haoming again. Director Zhu laughed, I thought you were quite demure, turns out you enjoy a bit of roughhousing. He Tiantian retaliated by pinching Director Zhu playfully. Lu Haoming remarked, He Tiantian only resorts to pinching when the target is suitable. She wouldn't dare pinch Director Xia. He Tiantian shot a scathing glare at Lu Haoming. Xiaowei shifted the conversation, inquiring, who was preparing the meals today? Lu Haoming replied, it's rather peculiar in the countryside. All the cooks are men, however, today, it is the wife of Secretary Li who is in charge, as he is preparing for a report. At this point, he suddenly recalled catching fish and pulled out his phone to call Secretary Li. Biaogu, have you started catching fish yet? Yes, we've caught both fish and turtles. Please wait for us to arrive before you catch any more. I need a couple of fish and a turtle to gift to a friend, remember, only catch them once we get there. After concluding the call, Lu Haoming began to share stories of Erwa's remarkable skills with the group, igniting even more excitement within the vehicle. Xiaowei inquired, is this truly the case? Would I dare deceive you? Lu Haoming replied. The driver, Xiao Li, added, Director, there are indeed talented individuals in the countryside, my uncle is one such person. If someone has a fish bone lodged in their throat, he can drink a bowl of water, and the fish bone will vanish. Director Zhu interjected, in our village, Dr. Chang is known for his expertise in pulse diagnosis. He has countless women lining up daily for his treatment. He Tiantian asked, what is pulse diagnosis? Director Zhu replied, you'll understand once you try it yourself. Laughter erupted once more in the vehicle, and He Tiantian sensed an undercurrent of mischief in their mirth, remarking, traveling with you all feels like engaging in a game of charades. Xiaowei reassured her, Tiantian, as long as Ma Xiaosong is absent, everyone feels free to speak openly. This atmosphere is delightful. As for the charades, it merely indicates you are still a sheltered flower, having had little contact with the world, you will gradually come to understand. I can understand Director Zhu, but I don't comprehend you, Director Lu. You rarely joke around. Director Zhu noted, it could be that you have only witnessed one facet of Lu Haoming, perhaps he enjoys presenting himself as innocent in your presence. Lu Haoming remarked, that is a saying of Director Xia's. A cup is round, and water takes on a round shape, a cup is square, and water becomes squared. A person like He Tiantian, I cannot bear to jest with. He Tiantian fixed her gaze on Lu Haoming, what type of person am I? Lu Haoming retorted, Director Xia has defined you as a flower in a greenhouse. He Tiantian declared, Director Xia, next time you conduct an ideological reformation in the bureau, ensure to address individuals like Director Zhu and Lu Haoming. They never speak in earnest. Xiaowei chuckled, that can certainly be arranged. Driver Xiao Li stifled a laugh. Xiaowei advised, Tiantian, focus on your work during working hours, and allow yourself to relax a bit during breaks. It is unwise to work even during your downtime, much like Ma Xiaosong. Laughter ensued. The journey was filled with joyous banter, and after traversing 50 kilometers, they arrived at the county town of Jixian. Continuing onto the provincial road for over 20 miles, they reached the township government. At this juncture, Lu Haoming cautioned Xiao Li, the mountain roads are rather treacherous, proceed slowly. Since Xiao Li had never been there, Lu Haoming intermittently directed him. After half an hour, they finally arrived at the adjacent Dahu village primary school. Classes had yet to commence, and only a duty cook was present to oversee the school. Lu Haoming approached the cook and informed her that this was a vehicle from the Municipal Education Bureau, requesting her to keep watch. The cook assured, rest assured, I will sit here and guard. Lu Haoming expressed his gratitude, thank you so much.
No need for thanks. Secretary Li from the neighboring village contacted our principal, who is currently in Shangzhou, and specifically dispatched someone to inform me about the arrival of a high-ranking leader's vehicle, instructing me to keep watch. With that, Lu Haoming felt entirely at ease, leading the group along a riverside path downstream. As he walked, he explained that the future road would follow the alignment of this path, carving a route along the mountainside. Xiaowei commented, this shouldn't be too challenging. Once the excavator gets to work, the project won't be extensive. Lu Haoming replied, Director, the soil at the mountain's base appears loose, but that is merely an illusion. Below 2 feet, it is all solid rock. Xiao Wei responded with a thoughtful oh. While they conversed, Director Zhu, He Tian, and Xiaoli were busy pointing and gesturing at the beach. After a while, they paused to wait for Xiao Wei and Lu Haoming. Director Zhu suggested, He Tian proposed that we come here to swim in the summer, the water is quite clean. Xiao Wei added, in the summer, let us organize a swimming competition for everyone in the bureau. He Tian exclaimed, Director, how progressive of you. Lu Haoming mused that while Xiao Wei was now a director, there was a romantic spirit within him that had been somewhat subdued by the likes of Ma Xiaosong. He remarked, as long as Ma Xiaosong is absent, life feels so much lighter. Director Zhu responded, there shall never be another Ma Xiaosong. A cup is round, and water is round, a cup is square, and water is square. With Director Xia around, we shall forever live freely and joyfully. Xiao Wei, moved by the sentiment, stated, indeed, it is best to live authentically. As Lu Haoming noted they had arrived at the Yazi stone, he pointed to the prominent stone ridge extending into the river, saying to Xiao Wei, the challenge lies here. We will need to detonate several charges to break through. Xiao Wei gazed at the imposing stone formation ahead and nodded, nothing is insurmountable in this world, as long as we unite our efforts to conquer it. On the other side of the stones, a lively crowd could be heard. It turned out that Secretary Li had come to welcome them. Chapter 58 The unintentional tea-picking of the sister. Just to see the young man from the Lu family. Secretary Li brought village head Yu Jiejun to welcome the guests. After everyone met, Lu Haoming introduced them to one another. Secretary Li arrived on a long bamboo raft. The raft, adorned with several rows of chairs, was unique in its construction. Beneath it lay bamboo, while a layer of wooden planks covered the top, complemented by handrails on either side. Sitting upon it was both safe and comfortable. Secretary Li remarked, Director Xia, spend an afternoon experiencing the charm of the waterway. Our village's 2 committees deliberated for an entire night yesterday, deciding to develop some small tourism projects once the roads are repaired. Today, we are attempting to host our first group of guests. With that, he deftly maneuvered the bamboo pole, steering the raft downstream. Xiao Wei commented, this bamboo raft is quite innovative, it doesn't take in water and offers a stable ride. At that moment, village head Yu Jiejun proposed, let us sing a mountain song for everyone. Applause erupted. Jiejun began to sing at the front of the raft, it's time for the tea-picking rush before the grain rain. Secretary Li echoed from the back, the tea-picking rush. Jiejun continued, the sister is indifferent to tea-picking, only wishing to see the young man from the Lu family. Laughter ensued among the crowd. He Tian called out, hey, young man from the Lu family, the village girls are thinking of you. Secretary Li chimed in, the Lu family has a handsome young man. Jiejun added, the sister dreams of him day and night. The two sang in unison, the Lu family has a handsome young man, the sister dreams of him day and night. Zhu Kechang playfully urged, Tian, it's your turn to sing. He Tian's cheeks flushed, and she replied, let the young man sing himself. Zhu Kechang insisted, I'll sing. The Tian family has a lovely daughter, and the brother dreams of her day and night, dreaming of her. The crowd erupted in laughter. Xiao Wei mused, what a splendid place, with beautiful mountains and rivers, and delightful mountain songs. Zhu Kechang remarked, the scenery here is not inferior to Guilin. The Li River is no better. He Tian said, Director, let me stay here for poverty alleviation, I don't want to go back. Xiao Wei chuckled, you've already married, otherwise, you could marry into this village and enjoy the view every day. Amidst their laughter, they arrived at the downstream dock, where dozens of people were already waiting to greet them. Lu Haoming queried Secretary Li, isn't it just a meeting with the village committees, why have you gathered so many people? Secretary Li replied, I couldn't help it, the villagers heard that Director Xia was coming and insisted on coming to welcome him. Xiao Wei feigned a stern expression, Secretary Li, I must criticize you. This is an unnecessary show of force, disrupting the villagers. Secretary Li chuckled sheepishly, I'll do better next time. As the bamboo raft docked, Erwa and Lin Junyu stood by the edge of the dock, extending their hands to assist the guests ashore. Erwa pulled at Director Xia and Zhu Kechang, while the driver, Xiaoli, needed no assistance, having already jumped onto the dock. It seemed Lin Junyu was primarily there to assist He Tian. Lin Junyu stepped onto the raft, taking He Tian's hand, and said, Sister, don't worry, come with me. He Tian glanced at Lin Junyu and asked, you are a teacher, aren't you? Lin Junyu affirmed, yes, I am in charge of the sister's education. He Tian turned back to Lu Haoming and remarked, no wonder Director Lu can't stay at home for long. He is always thinking of coming to the countryside. Lin Junyu, evasively, said, next time, let Director Lu gift you a pair of flat shoes, high heels aren't suitable for walking. As everyone disembarked, someone set off firecrackers, creating a scene of sound and light. Once the smoke cleared, Secretary Li introduced the other attendees to Xiao Wei, including Teacher Lin, and Women's Director Gui. Among others. Xiao Wei, his face glowing, walked while complaining, Secretary Li, this is too extravagant, far too extravagant. Please don't do this next time.
Lu Haoming thought to himself how Brother Biao always knew how to make a scene. He initially expected merely a brief meeting, but Brother Biao had orchestrated such a grand reception. The crowd surrounded Director Xia as they made their way to Secretary Li's home. Secretary Li suggested, "Director, with the sun peeking through, let's sit outside." Xiao Wei agreed, "Yes, this is the perfect time to bask in the sunlight." The villagers brought out stools, and everyone gathered around, centering their attention on Director Xia. Women's Director Gui Gui and Lin Junyu served tea and fruit. Xiao Wei invited Lin Guihai to sit beside him, inquiring about his situation. Meanwhile, the other officials from the bureau held tea and wandered about, taking in the surroundings. Lu Haoming called Secretary Li and Jiajun aside to discuss. "Your use of the bamboo raft to greet us has sparked a brilliant idea in my mind." He then shared his thoughts, and Secretary Li and Jiajun were filled with excitement. Lu Haoming instructed, "Secretary Li, you will primarily present the situation, and let Jiajun address any demands." Jiajun nodded in agreement. Lu Haoming then asked, "Why has an elder song come?" Jiajun explained, he returned to Shanghai for the new year and won't be back until after the Lantern Festival. Once their plans were settled, Lu Haoming stepped to the center of the courtyard, clapped his hands, and announced, "Let the meeting commence." The crowd gathered and took their seats. Lu Haoming stood, stating, "Director Xia has a tight schedule and will leave after lunch. We shall report our work to Director Xia here. First, I invite Secretary Li to introduce the village's circumstances." Secretary Li began with a brief introduction, before detailing the fundamental aspects of Xiuhu village. Chen Bin, who had been somewhat inconspicuous throughout the journey, opened his notebook and began to take notes. After Secretary Li finished outlining the basic situation, he continued, "Our plan is to first repair the roads and then develop some small tourism projects, focusing on water activities. Of course, this will take time. The village committee's intention is to ensure that Director Lu does not feel hindered in his career while allowing him to stay for another 2 years." The crowd chuckled in agreement. Lu Haoming calculated the time. It seemed unwise to allow everyone to speak freely, so he suggested, "Let us select 2 representatives to speak, one being the village head and the other being teacher Lin Guihai." Village head Jiajun, in his 30s and a former soldier, stood and saluted the crowd. He said, "Upon hearing that Director Xia was coming, I was so excited that I couldn't sleep a wink all night. The development of Xiuhu village relies heavily on guidance. We have previously had poverty alleviation teams visit, directing us to plant watermelons, which did not sell well, and to plant mulberry trees, which fetched low prices." Laughter erupted from the crowd. Since Director Lu's arrival, he immediately spoke of road repairs, and within 2 months, we secured 400,000 yuan in funding. "We are grateful that Director Xia has sent a person who gets things done to assist us. On behalf of all the villagers, I bow to Director Xia." With that, he bowed deeply to Director Xia, who received applause from the crowd. He continued, "We hope the Bureau will enhance its support for us. It doesn't necessarily need to provide funds, simply encouraging every teacher from the schools to take a bamboo raft ride in Xiuhu village, charging a reasonable fee for each trip, would suffice. Given the size of the city, this would accumulate to a substantial amount, which we could invest in construction, transforming Xiuhu village. Thus, the Education Bureau's efforts in poverty alleviation surpass those of any other unit." With Director Xiao's attention, Xiuhu village could see changes within 2 years and significant transformation within 3, potentially becoming a model village for poverty alleviation in the city and province. The village head's words resonated with Director Xia, who nodded approvingly. Lu Haoming then said, "Next, we invite Lin Guihai to speak." Teacher Lin stood up and declared, "I am even more excited than the village head at Director Xiao's visit to Xiuhu. First, Director Xia is the leader of our teaching staff. In my 30 years of work, this is the first time a municipal leader has come to the remote Xiuhu village. Second, I am also a villager of Xiuhu, yearning for change in this place. Director Xiao's visit on the 10th day of the first month demonstrates his heartfelt concern for us. Without further ado, as a teacher, I wholeheartedly support Director Lu's work and hope that Director Xia can visit whenever possible." The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause. Lu Haoming declared, "Now, let us welcome Director Xia to address us with the warmest applause." The applause was thunderous, with Lin Junyu clapping the longest, even after others had stopped. Xiao Wei, inspired by the fervor, stood to begin his speech. Chapter 59. A more grandiose farewell ceremony today. Xiao Wei's spirits were particularly elevated. Clearing his throat and taking a sip of tea, he remarked, "It brings me great joy to be in Xiuhu village. Having just listened to the secretary's introduction, the village head's vision, and teacher Lin's affirmations, I sense a profound collective aspiration among both the villagers and the village committee to advance the economy and transform their surroundings. Not only is this desire present, but there is also a commendable clarity of thought. The village head's proposal to organize teacher excursions to Xiuhu village seems feasible, provided safety measures are assured. If each person spends 100 yuan, with 10,000 participants, we could amass 1 million. Such innovative thinking demonstrates that everyone is engaging their minds. This is an exceptionally forward-thinking village leadership. Let us ponder this initiative carefully and devise a practical plan." Enthusiastic applause. As for Comrade Haoming, whether he remains for 2 or 3 years will depend on his performance. Should he cultivate an exemplary village, one that stands as a model, it would be impossible to retain him, as the municipal party committee would undoubtedly assign him to economic development. Comrade Haoming, work diligently, and the several of us who have come, including the bureau leadership, will wholeheartedly support you. I won't elaborate further. We hope to witness Xiuhu village transform year by year, with significant changes in 2 years. Thank you all, that is all I wish to express. A storm of applause erupted across the square. Lu Haoming said, "Thank you, Director Xia, for your guidance regarding my work and that of the village. We shall prioritize road construction to prepare for the bamboo raft tours this summer. To ensure that the bamboo raft experience is engaging, I have conferred with the secretary and the village head. We plan to incorporate some performances during the event. Now, I invite everyone to the pond to witness Shohu's first program, The Tortoise and the Fish, who is the most obedient. Laughter erupted as everyone rose and made their way to the pond. There, Urwa tied a pair of shorts and splashed a few times at the water's edge, causing several bubbles to surface. With a swift dive, he emerged moments later with a turtle, tossing it onto the shore. The officials from the bureau were left in astonishment, rushing to where Urwa stood. At that moment, Urwa clapped his hands again, and the fish, as if responding to a summons, swam towards him in droves. He caught one, tossed it, caught another, and threw it again. Xiao Wei exclaimed, "Remarkable, truly remarkable." Director Zhu commented, "I might as well stay here, mastering this skill could provide for my entire family." Laughter ensued. At noon, 5 tables were set up in the square, and the villagers continually raised toasts to Xiao Wei. Unable to reciprocate each one, Lu Haoming intervened on his behalf, filling a cup and toasting with a dozen individuals. Lin Junyu approached with a glass, saying, "Director, I toast to you." Xiao Wei feigned a stern expression, replying, "You need not drink for others, but for me, you must. I have a request. Learn from your father, and dedicate yourself to the countryside for a lifetime." Lin Junyu laughed, "Your expectations are too high, Director. What if I find a partner in the city? I would hope you could assist me with a transfer." The group erupted in laughter. Xiao Wei chuckled, "Perhaps you lack your father's resolve." The meal was particularly lively and joyous. Director Xia remarked on the villagers' warmth, assuring them he would return frequently. After the meal, Secretary Li insisted on sending Director Xiao off on a bamboo raft. Upon reaching the riverbank, Lu Haoming was taken aback to see 5 or 6 bamboo rafts. He inquired of Secretary Li, "How come there are so many rafts?" Secretary Li smiled mysteriously, "I'll tell you later." With Secretary Li guiding the raft, Urwa acted as safety officer. Director Xia and 3 colleagues from the bureau boarded one raft, while the village head navigated another with Lu Haoming, Lin Junyu, and others aboard. The remaining rafts were manned by villagers, each carrying 3 to 4 passengers. Once everyone was settled, Secretary Li announced, "Director Xia and esteemed leaders from the municipal bureau, due to Shohu village's prolonged lack of road access, we have devised this method to receive brides. Whenever a girl marries into our village, we welcome her with a bamboo raft. Likewise, we bid farewell to the guests of the bride using the same vessel. Today, we extend this grand gesture to send off Director Xia and his party." With that, he thrust his pole, prompting the other 4 rafts to do the same, and all 5 bamboo rafts glided away from the shore amid a cacophony of firecrackers. Secretary Li began to sing a folk song, paddling, "Oh oh oh, to send off loved ones. In my heart, I truly do not wish to, send away." At this, Lin Junyu stood at the front of the raft and echoed, "I only wish for guests to stay long, past Grain Rain and Dragon Boat Festival." Oh, a voice from another raft picked up the refrain, "After Dragon Boat Festival, I still wish to retain, to the following year when flowers blanket the slope." All joined in together, "To the following year when flowers blanket the slope." The enchanting folk song floated across the river, a delightful exchange of verses, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The group accompanied Director Xia and his party all the way to the elementary school in Dahu village. Before boarding the vehicle, Director Xia shook hands with everyone individually. He spoke with genuine emotion, "I will definitely return. You have all been so wonderful." Lin Junyu grasped Director Xia's hand, saying, "Director, please remember me." Director Xia replied, "I will remember, I will indeed. You are beautiful, and you sing the folk songs splendidly. The education system is rich with talent." Before boarding, he Tian turned to Lu Haoming, saying, "Director Lu, you must promise to come back." As she spoke, her eyes blinked continuously. Lu Haoming smiled, "Rest assured, I shall never lose my way." As Xiao Wei boarded the vehicle, he slightly closed his eyes, appearing to be napping, though he was wide awake, his mind swirling with thoughts of Lu Haoming. Prior to his arrival at the Education Bureau, he had heard tales of Lu Haoming's arrogance, believing only in the leadership of the former director Wang and Chairman Tang. However, upon his arrival, he sensed that Tao Zichuan had been excessively harsh on Lu Haoming. Eventually, he and Lu Haoming cooperated to overthrow Tao Zichuan, yet he felt unable to repay Lu Haoming immediately due to his own lack of seniority. Thus, he recommended Lu Haoming for poverty alleviation work, believing it would hasten his growth. Now, it appeared that Lu Haoming possessed strong independent working capabilities. Should he excel in poverty alleviation and make a name for himself across the province, it would benefit not only himself but also the Education Bureau and Lu Haoming. Consequently, he opened his eyes and glanced at the back seat. Noticing the 3 looking drowsy, he remarked, "What's this? Have you all had too much to drink?" He Tian replied, "If you don't speak, we wouldn't dare to. I have only heard the song women are tigers. I have not heard men are tigers." The 3 burst into laughter. Director Zhu commented, Tian is quite upset. Lu Haoming deceived her, claiming there would be fatty meat, yet there were scarcely any morsels of fat, just lean meat. He Tian shot Zhu director a glare. Xiao Wei interjected, "Today, the village head has indeed demonstrated foresight by organizing for the teachers to visit Shohu village in summer, with the union funding it. Do you all think this is agreeable?" He Tian eagerly responded, "Absolutely. It would be best if families were allowed to join." Xiao Wei replied, "Bringing families is inconvenient, especially with young children." Director Zhu suggested, "Those who wish to bring family can organize themselves. Besides, the river is shallow, just a thin layer, and with safety gear, there shouldn't be any major issues." Xiao Wei added, "We could also establish a recreational pool." He Tian chimed in, "Indeed, the director has great ideas." Xiao Wei pondered for a moment, then said, Tian, please return and coordinate with accountant Dan to reassess the budget. Let us allocate an additional 200,000 yuan to support the village this half year. If we are to do this, let us aim to create a model village for the entire province. Understood. In truth, with some effort, we can certainly squeeze out the funds. Director Zhu remarked, having a woman in charge is advantageous, no matter how much men try to squeeze, little comes forth. Chen Bin broke into laughter. Tian retorted, Director Zhu, Chen Bin isn't married yet, don't lead him astray. Xiao Wei remained silent, contemplating the prospects of establishing a model village, which would mean significant progress for the bureau. Thus, he excitedly dialed Lu Haoming's number. Haoming, work hard, I will allocate another 200,000 for you this half year. At that moment, Lu Haoming was in a meeting with the village committee. Upon receiving the call, he clenched his left fist and raised it high, exclaiming with enthusiasm, I have great news to share. The room fell silent, and all eyes turned to Lu Haoming. Chapter 60 A visit to the enigmatic Master Song. When Xiao Wei made a phone call, Lu Haoming was engaged in discussions with the village's two committees about road repairs and ways to stimulate the local economy. Upon announcing that Director Xiao would invest an additional 200,000 yuan in the first half of the year, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. They collectively decided to commence work after the Lantern Festival. Jia Jun remarked, we shall determine the specific start date after Master Song returns, and choose an auspicious day. Although Lu Haoming was skeptical of such beliefs, he acquiesced, saying, very well. Secretary Li began arranging the preparations for the construction. After spending 3 days in the village, Lu Haoming returned to the city. As the Lantern Festival was approaching, a time traditionally marked by festivities, the celebrations were held in Yingtai Mountain Village, featuring a grand lighting ceremony. While others reveled in the spectacle, Lu Haoming discerned its deeper significance. After the Lantern Festival, he returned to the village, unable to contain his eagerness, and summoned Secretary Li to bring Jia Jun over. Once seated, Lu Haoming declared, I have conceived a splendid idea. He recounted the lighting ceremony at Yingtai Mountain in detail, leaving Secretary Li and Jia Jun perplexed, both asking in unison, are we also going to have a lighting ceremony? Lu Haoming shook his head and replied, we will draw inspiration from our surroundings. Let's design a bamboo raft launching ceremony to inaugurate our summer bamboo rafting tourism. Secretary Li slapped his thigh in approval, saying, Master Song has returned. He is well versed in these customs, let us consult him. Jia Jun volunteered, I will fetch him. Lu Haoming suggested, let us pay him a visit instead. After all, I have yet to go to Master Song's home. Without hesitation, the three set off for Master Song's residence, which was not far, about a mile away, located in a large courtyard housing around 10 families. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by several villagers who were seated, all of whom exchanged pleasantries with them. This commotion caught Master Song's attention, and he emerged to greet them with clasped hands, saying, the three swordsmen of Xiaovu village have graced me with their presence. I await you here. Laughter erupted as everyone returned the gesture, and Master Song led them to the living room. At that moment, a woman in her 60s emerged, dressed in a manner befitting city dwellers. She was well-groomed and possessed a pleasing appearance. The visitors rose to address her as Song Yang. She regarded Lu Haoming with a scrutinizing gaze and exclaimed, ah, this is my first encounter with Director Lu. He is indeed a remarkably handsome young man. Jia Jun teased, he is still unmarried, perhaps Song Yang could play matchmaker for him. Song Yang chuckled, there is no need for matchmaking, he has already been snatched away. After serving tea and offering sweets, Secretary Li stated, Master Song, we have come to pay our respects. I have informed you about Director Xiao's visit to the village, and now Director Lu has devised an idea, let him share it with you, and we seek your counsel. Master Song nodded, smiling as he invited, please, speak, little Lu. Lu Haoming recounted the lighting ceremony, then added, I believe that developing bamboo rafting tourism necessitates a ceremonial launch. If there is none, we must create one. This should become an annual tradition. Master Song's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he responded, little Lu, you truly possess the spirit of a visionary. Let us design the ceremony with reference to the raft god launching. The mention of the raft god intrigued Secretary Li and Jia Jun, who had only heard of it in passing. Thus, Master Song began to elaborate on the historical significance of the raft god in Wushui. Xiaovu village was originally a shipping dock, where, prior to liberation, goods such as textiles, shoes, and daily necessities were transported upstream from various regions. Conversely, coal, grains, and other materials flowed downstream. Among these, timber was not transported by boat. During the spring flood season, villagers would bind several logs into rafts and float them downstream to the larger docks for sale. Standing atop the rafts were two individuals, navigating the tumultuous waters while avoiding submerged rocks and riverbanks, a task requiring skill and expertise. Beyond mere technique, divine protection was paramount. Battling the raging waters was akin to wrestling with death itself. Thus, like coastal dwellers who worship Mazu, the raft operators invented the raft god ceremony. As he spoke of this, Master Song rose, gesturing dramatically. At times he resembled a ceremonial performer, at others, an ecstatic shaman, captivating his audience. Lu Haoming grew increasingly exhilarated and thumped the tea table, exclaiming, Master Song, that is it, let us modify the process slightly. You shall be the chief officiant, and I will serve as your assistant. We shall present a grand spectacle for all to witness. Secretary Li and Jia Jun shared in the excitement, with Jia Jun declaring, heaven is aiding us. With Director Lu's arrival, it's as if we have unearthed a hidden treasure. The earth transforms to gold at his touch. Lu Haoming felt a flush of modesty at Jia Jun's praise. Master Song remarked, "Little Lu, you are indeed impressive. If I can encounter you in my lifetime, I wish to impart some true skills to you." Secretary Li, brimming with excitement, turned to Lu Haoming, saying, "Master Song is a man of great skill. He rarely shares his wisdom with us. Director Lu, you are fortunate, he wishes to teach you, which speaks volumes of his fondness for you." Unsure of Master Song's exact skills, Lu Haoming, encouraged by Secretary Li's words, stood and clasped his hands in salute, saying, "I humbly wish to become your disciple, Master Song." Jia Jun added, "He is not only a national official but also possesses remarkable abilities. I predict that you will ascend to greatness." Lu Haoming could only smile at the thought. Master Song responded, "Do not be deceived by my age, I still possess the agility to wield iron rods." Secretary Li and Jia Jun exclaimed in unison, "Perform for us." Master Song retreated to the inner room, and Secretary Li whispered, "The technique of catching fish that Erwa possesses was taught to him by Master Song." Jia Jun replied, "Master Song has an abundance of skills." Lu Haoming felt a surge of warmth, contemplating how astonishing it would be to master the art of fishing and perform it for others. Emerging with 2 3-foot-long iron rods, Master Song demonstrated a skill that Lu Haoming had never seen before. The rods, crafted from iron and resembling flat rulers, danced in his hands as if alive. He spun them with finesse, the rods appearing to glide between his palm and the back of his hand like a dragon in flight. The spectacle was as mesmerizing as the legendary staff of Sun Wukong. Lu Haoming clapped enthusiastically. A crowd began to gather outside, joining in the applause and cheers. Master Song danced with increasing fervor, and with a resounding shout of "Rise!" he tossed the iron rods into the air, where they collided with a clang. Swiftly, he caught them again, chuckling, "I have embarrassed myself." Applause erupted once more as onlookers attempted to replicate his movements, each one fumbling and creating a comical display. Laughter echoed throughout the house. Lu Haoming remarked, "Master Song, while I may struggle to master this, I can gather a few young people for you to teach. It could become a wonderfully entertaining program." Master Song chuckled, "You are a scholar, and I shall not teach you these tricks. Rather, I will impart some literary arts to you." Secretary Li laughed, "In any case, as you assist with poverty alleviation and the village flourishes, you will acquire a wealth of skills. Xiaohu village will not neglect you." At that moment, Song Yang entered, addressing Master Song, "Why not catch a fish from the pond in front? I am preparing lunch." Lu Haoming chimed in, "Watching Erwa's master catch fish will surely be more impressive than Erwa's own attempts." The group followed Master Song to the pond in front of the courtyard. Master Song clasped his hands together and murmured a few incantations, then crouched by the water's edge, performing several gestures. Miraculously, fish began to surface. He clapped his hands 3 times and commanded, "Turn over." Indeed, several fish flipped onto their sides, revealing their bellies. Master Song instructed a young boy of about 10, "Catch the 2 largest ones." The boy kicked off his shoes, leaped into the water, and playfully poked a plump fish, teasing, "Come on." The fish remained stubbornly still. The boy pressed again, saying, "Go find your mother." The fish still did not budge, prompting roars of laughter from the crowd. Song Yang's cooking was exceptional, and the meal was lively. Secretary Li urged Master Song to set a date for the commencement of work. Master Song replied, "March 8th at 8:08 a.m. Jia Jun inquired, "Why choose this date?" Master Song explained, "We are working at Duckbill Rock, and there is a saying that a duck's bill is the hardest. Thus, we must strike with great force to cut through the duck's bill, which consists of 8 strokes." Lu Haoming interjected, "I see, March 8th at 8:08 is a metaphor for strike, strike, strike." Master Song chuckled, "Your understanding is commendable." Jia Jun remarked, "This disciple possesses keen insight. Master, you should accept him." Laughter filled the room as Secretary Li declared, "A fortuitous day, come, let us raise a toast." Chapter 61. Encountering a stubborn obstructionist. The news that Xiaohu village was to construct a road spread throughout the village like wildfire. Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang, a villager in his 60s and a feng shui master, was decidedly displeased. Renowned for his ability to interpret feng shui, he was well known across the surrounding villages. As the most senior member of the Jiang clan in Xiaohu village, he had a son, Jiang Chun, who held an official position in the provincial capital, and a daughter, Jiang Yan, who served as the deputy township head. His son-in-law, Lu Depeo, owned a lumber processing factory in the neighboring Lu family village, and was quite affluent. Elder Jiang had always walked with an air of authority in the village. Previously, the village committee would consult him on every matter. However, since the new leadership of Li Biao and Yu Jejun took over, only a semblance of respect remained. The newly appointed work team leader had yet to pay him a visit. Frustrated with Lu Haoming, Li Biao, and Yu Jejun, he summoned his nephew, Jiang Baogua, instructing him to notify every Jiang family member to send one representative to his house for a meeting. He even called Lu Depeo to join, despite him living in a neighboring county, as Xiaohu village lay on the border of 2 counties, with their homes less than half a mile apart. Once everyone had gathered, Elder Jiang declared, "I consent to the road construction, but it must not pass through Duckbill Stone. That mountain is the resting place of our ancestors. The Duckbill is akin to the mouth of our ancestral tomb extending towards the Wushui River. It draws in water and breath. They cannot sever the lifeline of our forebears. This I shall not permit. If they wish to proceed, let them construct a winding mountain road behind Duckbill Stone. Baogua, you shall take the lead in obstructing their efforts. I want to see whether the Li family or the Jiang family holds more sway." As a feng shui practitioner, Elder Jiang believed that the road construction would disrupt the feng shui of the Jiang lineage. The Jiang clan, fueled by indignation, asserted that Li Biao and Yu Jejun had been incited by the likes of Lu, and they resolved to address this matter decisively. Lu Depeo proposed to hire someone to break Lu Haoming's leg, confident that a generous reward would inspire bravery. Jiang Bagua suggested a more diplomatic approach, advocating for a strategy of courtesy before conflict. Following the meeting, the Jiang clan spread the word in no passage through ductile stone. If a road were to be constructed, it should be the winding mountain road. Upon learning of this development, Li Biao promptly informed Lu Haoming. The latter was taken aback, realizing that even with funding, constructing a road faced such formidable opposition. He inquired about the feasibility of the winding mountain road. Secretary Li stated, that is a deliberate attempt to complicate matters. Dreaming of a winding mountain road is futile. With that ductile mountain, it would take 2 hours just to reach Xiaohu village. Lu Haoming replied, then let's gather more people for a meeting. We should invite more young supporters of the road construction. That afternoon, over 10 individuals assembled for the meeting. Once seated, Lu Haoming remarked, do they not desire a road in the village? This is a tremendous opportunity. Secretary Li interjected, Elder Jiang is a notorious obstinate figure in the village. The previous committee had to heed his opinions. If they did not, he would find various methods and excuses to oppose them. Yu Jejun added, it is challenging to manage rural affairs nowadays. Whether constructing roads, bridges, or factories, if one person objects, the project cannot proceed. You cannot legally harm him, reasoning does not resonate with him, and negotiating with him is akin to dealing with a lion demanding a high price. Elder Jiang simply wishes to undermine the authority of the village committee. Lu Haoming questioned, are there any Jiang family members whose land the road would cross? Yu Jejun replied, the road runs along the mountain's base, so there is no issue of encroaching on private land. Elder Jiang's argument is that blasting ductile stone would sever the energy flow from the Jiang's ancestral tomb on the mountainside. Lu Haoming retorted, will they really come to obstruct the work? Indeed, came the reply. When the school was built, a throng of elderly villagers showed up, making it impossible to commence work. Lu Haoming suggested, let us deliberate. Erwa proposed, for every obstructor that comes, we will drag one away. For 2, we will drag 2 away. Lu Haoming replied, we shall not resort to dragging, this is a legitimate undertaking. We will file a report and have the police handle it. Laughter erupted among the others. Lu Haoming queried, why do you find my suggestion amusing? Surely the police will respond, won't they? Will they not apprehend those obstructing the work? Secretary Li remarked, Director Lu, the primary issue involves these elderly villagers. If you apprehend one today, educate them for a few days, they will return tomorrow. They do not commit serious offenses, merely sitting there. This was the case with the school construction, arrested, released, and then arrested again. They cling to you like leeches. Then what is the point of apprehending them? Lu Haoming inquired. Erwa proposed, let us call Womengzi back. Who is Womengzi? Lu Haoming asked. Erwa explained, he is a man named Li, someone who has been through the system and fears no one. Currently, he is working outside. He is unafraid of death. Should those elderly villagers obstruct the work, he would dare to confront them, knowing the consequences are merely a return to the system. Lu Haoming chuckled, that would lead to anarchy. After all, there is still a government. Therefore, let us first attempt to communicate with Elder Jiang, explaining our rationale. The others laughed, saying, Director Lu, that might work. Let us see if your eloquence can persuade him. Lu Haoming said, if persuasion fails, we will consider other options. Secretary Li added, I have had my share of altercations with Elder Jiang. Jejun, you should accompany him to pay a visit. Thus, guided by Jejun, Lu Haoming headed westward towards the village. After walking 2 or 3 miles, Jejun pointed to a small Western-style building on a slope, detailing the Jiang family's circumstances. The daughter worked in the township government, the son was the director of the street office in the provincial capital, and the son-in-law was a prominent businessman from the neighboring county. Lu Haoming nodded in acknowledgement. Upon reaching the slope and standing in the yard, Jejun called out, is Elder Jiang at home? A voice responded from within, and a plump man in his 60s emerged, exclaiming, ah, the village chief has arrived. Jejun introduced, this is Director Lu from the poverty alleviation team. Elder Jiang scrutinized Lu Haoming and nodded, Director Lu, which department do you oversee? Lu Haoming clasped his hands in greeting, Elder Jiang, I serve as the office director at the Municipal Education Bureau and came to the village for poverty alleviation last year. Elder Jiang did not invite them inside but instead brought out 2 bamboo chairs, saying, let us sit outside. The air is fresher. Once seated, he surprisingly did not offer tea but inquired, what brings you 2 to my humble abode? Lu Haoming replied, Elder Jiang, Xiaohu village has much to offer, yet it lacks a road to prosperity. Since my arrival, I have secured some funding to construct a road and have come to seek your support. Elder Jiang let out a hearty laugh, who says I do not support you? Jejun interjected, the road is proposed to pass through ductile stone. It has been said that you believe this would disrupt the feng shui of the Jiang family tombs, and thus you oppose it. I indeed oppose it, but if you wish to construct it, I find myself powerless. However, over 100 members of the Jiang family are against it. As for a detour, I have heard that Director Lu is adept at securing funding, perhaps he could secure more. If not this year, then next, if not next, surely within 3 years, it can be accomplished. Jejun responded, the project for a winding mountain road is immense, it is not feasible, Elder Jiang. I implore you to assist in persuading the community to support this initiative for the benefit of the villagers. Disrupting the feng shui of others, how can you, village chief, speak so casually? Would it be acceptable if I disrupted the feng shui of your ancestral tomb? Lu Haoming countered, Elder Jiang, your assertions lack foundation, what feng shui? If Xiaohu village thrives, that is the greatest feng shui. Elder Jiang retorted, then proceed with your plans. You, an outsider, so young, come here to lecture me, depart, you are not welcome. Suddenly, Lu Haoming stood up, declaring, I hope you reconsider your stance. With a spirit of defiance, he faced yet another confrontation, having already clashed with Tao Zhichuan. He turned to Jejun, saying, I will visit Secretary Cheng Kaming at the township government tomorrow. His daughter is the deputy township head. I will ask her to speak with him. Jejun replied, that sounds good. There are still a few days left. Chapter 62, reporting to the village, Secretary Cheng expresses support. Captain Lu, we will certainly take your concerns seriously. I will inform Jiang Yan to come over right away, Secretary Cheng Kaming stated, promptly dialing the phone to the deputy village head, Jiang Yan. Shortly thereafter, a strikingly beautiful woman in her 30s entered the room, and Secretary Cheng introduced her to the others. Ah, Captain Lu, I've heard of you, welcome to my family village for poverty alleviation efforts, Jiang Yan remarked. Without indulging in pleasantries, Lu Haoming recounted his visit to her father regarding road construction. Jiang Yan responded, I see the elder holds somewhat conservative views, I will certainly engage in proper ideological work with him. After Jiang Yan departed, Secretary Cheng advised, Captain Lu, rural work can be quite intricate. It's essential to conduct more ideological work. Should you require anything, feel free to contact me directly. As they parted ways, Lu Haoming grasped Secretary Cheng's hand and implored, please lend your continuous support. Cheng Kaming replied, it is my duty. I am merely inconveniencing you. With only a day remaining until March 8, approached to report that Lu Depeo, the son-in-law of Jiang Bei, was loudly declaring in the Jiang family courtyard, whoever touches the duckbill stone will face my wrath. Lu Haoming remarked, what right does he have to meddle in our affairs, being merely a son-in-law from a neighboring county? Secretary Li interjected, he is wealthy and commands a group of followers, often coming to Xiaohu village to assert his dominance. Declared, do not wait for Wu Mengzi's return. I will make rounds through the production teams. With that, took up a hoe and boldly proclaimed to each group that anyone who obstructed the work would face dire consequences. He even ventured to Jiang Bei's home, standing before the old man's door, shouting, is Jiang Bei at home? Upon seeing brandishing a hoe, Jiang Bei disdainfully asked, are you here to dig the earth or to dig into people? Replied, you are the one obstructing the road construction, and I've heard it's all you're doing. I am here to warn you, whether it's you or anyone else, anyone who obstructs the work will not be treated kindly. This hoe is not for show. A crowd had gathered around them. Jiang Bei retorted, I know that hoe is not for show, but I also know that the people's government bullets do not discriminate. Since you have the audacity to come here, go ahead and dig. Responded, if you do not obstruct the work, I will not dig at you. If you do obstruct it, I will strike you down with my hoe. At that moment, many villagers came to mediate the situation. Insisted, there is no need for mediation, just issue a statement, and I will leave. With that, he hoisted his hoe and returned home. Soon, the entire village was aware of the situation. Hearing of Erwa's defiance, Lu Depeo rushed over, pounding his chest and boasting, the tables have turned, who does Erwa think he is, I'll pay to cripple him. The villagers, incensed by Lu Depeo's arrogance, murmured their discontent. While he might be wealthy, he had no right to act like a hero in their county. Lu Haoming called Secretary Cheng to inform him of Jiang Bei's continued arrogance. Cheng reassured him, Jiang Yan has gone to the county for a meeting this morning, I will ensure she properly addresses the situation this afternoon. That was acceptable, as construction was not set to commence until the following day, allowing time for Jiang Yan to carry out her ideological work. The next day, Secretary Li and Jejun organized a group of over 100 villagers to gather at the duckbill stone for a groundbreaking ceremony. Old Song officiated the ceremony, sacrificing a chicken, while Secretary Li held 3 incense sticks to pay homage to the land. Suddenly, a group of elderly men and women clambered atop the duckbill stone, vociferously challenging, let us see who dares to dig. Ignited a firecracker and tossed it up the slope, the loud bang sending the elderly running in fright. Pursued them, throwing firecrackers as he went. The timid fled far away, while the bolder ones retreated several meters but remained steadfast. At that moment, Lu Haoming raised a loudspeaker and proclaimed, Dear villagers, today marks the commencement of road construction, which is a wonderful endeavor. I kindly ask for your support. We shall now break ground with the first shovel. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhang Bagua and several women charged forward, the women sitting on the ground and shouting, dig us, go ahead. The Jiang family atop the hill began beating a drum, and more elderly villagers surged forward, some crying, some shouting, and others cursing. The construction workers hesitated to dig, allowing this group to occupy the site. Lu Haoming, brimming with frustration, called Secretary Cheng. Cheng replied, Captain Lu, we must contain the situation without resorting to violence. I will send officers from the police station immediately. Lu Haoming instructed, everyone take a break, the police will be here shortly. Half an hour later, indeed, 4 to 5 police officers arrived, led by Director Zhang, who announced the rules. Obstruction of work would result in arrest. To their surprise, the elderly villagers boldly stepped forward, declaring, arrest me, go ahead, you dare to dig up our ancestors' graves? Several defiant women approached Director Zhang, clapping their hands, arrest me. I have nowhere to eat anyway, take me, you heartless ones, for digging up our ancestors' graves. Secretary Li retorted, what have we dug from your graves, your ancestors' resting place is still on the hillside. A few women then lunged at Secretary Li. Director Zhang bellowed, arrest those two. Two officers advanced and dragged the two women away. This ignited chaos, as dozens of people from the slope rushed down, shouting, "The police are beating people." They charged toward the officers. Director Zhang drew his firearm and fired 2 warning shots into the air, shouting, "This lawlessness must end." The crowd halted in their tracks. Standing atop the hill, Director Zhang declared, "Anyone who dares to obstruct construction will be taken away like these two." The 2 women cursed loudly as they were led away by the officers, while the other Zhang villagers stood nearby. Lu Haoming ordered, "Commence digging." The workers began to wield their hoes, determined to clear a path to drill into the stone. At last, construction commenced in the morning. By afternoon, as the stonemasons prepared to drill into the massive duckbill stone, they found Zhang villagers already seated atop it, forbidding any work. Upon hearing this, Lu Haoming conferred with Secretary Li and Jejun. Jejun suggested, "Delay them, just stall." Lu Haoming countered, "We can't just delay, we should call the police station." Secretary Li remarked, "We can't keep relying on the police. They will eventually tire from our calls and may not always respond. In rural matters, reasoning often falls on deaf ears." Jejun added, "Director Lu, you need not go, as a state official, let us handle this. You may rest at home." Lu Haoming insisted, "I will still make the call." He dialed Chang Kaming. Upon hearing the situation, Chang replied, "I will come over." It would take half an hour to reach Xiaohu village from the township, plus another 10 minutes to walk to the duckbill stone. Lu Haoming addressed the group, "Let us wait for Secretary Chang before proceeding, do not engage in conflict with the villagers." Secretary Li's face was clouded with concern. Jejun discreetly pulled Lu Haoming aside, revealing, "Secretary Chang is having an affair with Jiang Yan." Lu Haoming replied, "Hand me a cigarette." After finishing the cigarette in the courtyard, Lu Haoming said, "Let us go, and we'll see what he has to say." Chapter 63. Secretary Chang's deceptive diplomacy. Lu Haoming formulates a strategy. Secretary Chang Kaming did not attend the gathering in person but rather instructed Lu Haoming and the village officials to convene at the residence of Old Master Jiang. Lu Haoming had long harbored dissatisfaction. Upon their arrival at Zhang's abode, Chang Kaming and Jiang Yan awaited them in the courtyard. Lu Haoming approached Chang Kaming and extended his hand for a handshake. Jiang Yan remarked, "Let us sit outside." She brought forth several stools and served tea to Lu Haoming. Secretary Li and Jejun. Chang Kaming stated, "Just now, Jiang Yan and I conducted a session to address Old Master Zhang's concerns. The elder has firmly declared that he will not interfere with the road construction. Therefore, you may proceed with your work in peace. Furthermore, I would like to emphasize, including you, Director Lu, that rural affairs are now far more intricate than in the past. The village committee must engage in patient and meticulous persuasion. Superstitious beliefs still hold significant sway in our countryside. We cannot adopt a heavy-handed approach, we must proceed gradually, particularly avoiding the exacerbation of conflicts, prioritizing stability above all else. We shall convene another meeting to align our thoughts." Secretary Li and Jejun nodded in agreement, acknowledging Chang Kaming as their superior. Lu Haoming found Chang's remarks to be overly timid and interjected, "Secretary, while meetings are beneficial, should there remain a minority opposing and obstructing our efforts, I urge you to take decisive action. Those who need to be apprehended must be apprehended, and those who should be detained must be detained." "I have heard that several individuals apprehended a few days ago were released yesterday," Chang Kaming replied. "First, we must engage in dialogue. I will certainly support you. As for the individuals detained, we cannot simply keep them locked away. After all, they have committed no crimes. Tonight, there will be a meeting in the township, so I shall not linger with that." Chang Kaming and Jiang Yan departed. Back at Secretary Li's residence, Jejun remarked, "He speaks incessantly of stability and shows no resolve. I would gladly attend 10 meetings if it would unify our thoughts." Lu Haoming, feeling somewhat helpless, reassured him, he and Jiang Yan have indeed made efforts with Old Master Jiang. "We shall assess the situation tomorrow. Should obstruction arise again, we will follow Secretary Chang's advice, reconvene, and rally our efforts once more." On the morning of March 9th, construction had to be halted as the village summoned all party members and villagers for a meeting, instructing everyone to return to their respective groups for further discussions. Lu Haoming specifically urged group leader Jiang Gufeng to conduct a thorough meeting with the Jiang family. On the morning of March 10th, while the stonemasons were at work, 4 or 5 women occupied the site, refusing to budge despite Lu Haoming's entreaties. Frustrated and feeling disregarded as an outsider, he was left with no choice but to abandon the site. Infuriated, he returned to Secretary Li's house, where he dialed Chang Kaming, his voice tinged with indignation as he recounted the efforts made during the meeting and the continued resistance faced that day. Chang Kaming responded, "Director Lu, as I have mentioned, rural work is quite complex. Old Master Jiang has indicated he will not intervene, yet the sentiments of other villagers remain unresolved. You must continue to engage in dialogue without acting impulsively. If you please, it would be best for you to directly address the concerns of the community." Lu Haoming found himself at a loss for words, realizing he was dealing with a slippery secretary, much like Tao Jichuan, full of rhetoric but lacking in action. It became evident that Chang Kaming was indifferent to whether the road was built. He appeared intent on dragging out the situation, potentially using it against Lu Haoming later. The situation was indeed treacherous. If he failed to take action, Chang Kaming would likely accuse him of being ignorant of rural affairs and disconnected from the populace, displaying a simplistic and heavy-handed approach. If he did engage, it seemed that the villagers had resolutely decided to oppose him. After much contemplation, Lu Haoming called Secretary Li and Jejun to discuss. "Accompany me tonight to hold a meeting in Group 10." Secretary Li replied, "The Jiang family is predominantly located in Group 10. We shall inform the few others to join us there." Lu Haoming continued, "After the meeting, if they still obstruct work tomorrow, I have a plan." He then shared his strategy, to which Secretary Li enthusiastically responded, "This plan sounds promising. Jia Jun, gritting his teeth, added, "Indeed, we must take decisive action against them." That evening, Lu Haoming, along with Secretary Li and Jia Jun, convened at Group 10. Lu Haoming addressed the gathering. "The road construction is a beneficial endeavor. Why must there be opposition? The concerns about disturbing your ancestor spirits are mere feudal superstitions. In the cities, people of surnames Zhang, Li, and Wang are buried together in communal cemeteries. What significance does feng shui hold in such cases? If feng shui were a factor, then it would affect everyone equally, yet some thrive while others struggle. How do we explain this disparity? The village is developing, and everyone stands to gain." He spoke passionately for half an hour, but no one echoed his sentiments. Even group leader Jiang Gufeng merely went through the motions, urging the attendees, "Please express your opinions. Director Lu is genuinely concerned for all of you." The gathering consisted primarily of men, some stating they would persuade their elders at home, others claiming they would convince their wives. Many remained non-committal, refusing to speak regardless of how Lu Haoming pressed them. Frustrated and unable to vent his anger, he returned to Secretary Li's residence, where Mr. Song, a staunch advocate for the road construction, had arrived. Mr. Song asserted, "The root of the issue lies with old Master Jiang. He professes not to obstruct the work, yet he is the hidden orchestrator. I have heard that his son-in-law has gathered a group of ruffians to continue the obstruction tomorrow." Lu Haoming replied, "Then I shall eliminate the root cause. What method do you propose to remove it?" Mr. Song inquired. Lu Haoming recounted the plan he had devised with Secretary Li and Jia Jun. Mr. Song considered it and concurred, "This indeed seems like a viable approach. I will summon Wu Mengzi back. He is notoriously tough." Lu Haoming was taken aback, exclaiming, "This we must avoid any harm." Mr. Song laughed heartily. "This man may appear brutish like Zhang Fei, yet he is quite astute. He is my nephew, and I have already given him a thorough briefing." Jia Jun added, "Wu Mengzi follows only Mr. Song's directives. You need not worry." Director Lu Secretary Li explained, "Wu Mengzi's previous incarceration was due to a setup orchestrated by old Master Jiang during Mr. Song's absence from the village." Mr. Song concluded, "I have even prepared recording equipment for you." The four of them deliberated carefully and resolved to proceed with their plan the following day. Chapter 64 Finding Evidence. Lu Haoming goes to the county town to lodge a complaint on March 11th. Lu Haoming, Secretary Li, and Jia Jun, accompanied by construction workers and a road protection team, set out. Lu Haoming had only just met Wu Mengzi, who indeed proved to be a formidable man, resembling the legendary warrior Zhang Fei, with a dark visage and a robust physique, approximately in his 40s. Lu Haoming cautioned, "Brother Wu, do refrain from using excessive force. Resorting to violence will land you in jail." Wu Mengzi chuckled heartily, "Comrade Lu, I possess the skill of subtle strength." With that, he extended his hand to shake Lu Haoming's. Good heavens, when Wu Mengzi exerted a little pressure, Lu Haoming cried out in agony, pleading, "Let go, let go." Grandpa Song scolded, "How dare you be so presumptuous, using such strength against Director Lu?" Wu Mengzi, still grinning, replied, "This is permissible, isn't it?" Lu Haoming jested in return, "You are like an old tiger. Your claws are far too fierce." Upon reaching Yazui Stone, they found 5 or 6 women already seated. Lu Haoming climbed atop the stone and began to expound on policy, but the women paid him no heed. Secretary Li, incensed, ordered, "Drag them away." At that moment, Wu Mengzi suddenly appeared before the group of women. Without a word, he seized one of them by the hand and barked, "Get lost." The woman screamed for her parents, and the others, aware of Wu Mengzi's fearsome reputation, though intimidated, took advantage of their gender and the presence of reinforcements to weep, shout, and curse. Old Jiangba stood on a high slope, proclaiming, "I do not oppose road construction, but your violence is unacceptable. You cannot resort to violence." Wu Mengzi, seizing a pole, dashed towards Jiangba's home, shouting, "I've had enough of this. I am merely a pole looking to smash you, you old beast." Fearing Wu Mengzi would cause a scene, Lu Haoming urged the road protection team, catch up to him and prevent him from truly harming anyone. Several members of the road protection team, along with Secretary Li and Jia Jun, pursued him. Meanwhile, Lu Haoming and the construction workers deliberately shouted, "Wu Mengzi, do not strike, killing someone carries a heavy price." Wu Mengzi charged ahead like a lion, roaring with abandon, while led the road protection team in pursuit. They traversed mountains and rivers, racing towards Jiangba's abode on the high slope. Wu Mengzi's notoriety echoed throughout Xiuhu village, and soon, a crowd gathered to witness the commotion. Lu Depeo awaited with a group at Jiangba's house. Upon seeing Wu Mengzi approach, Jiangba trembled in fear and bellowed at Lu Depeo, "Quickly, let us retreat to your home." Lu Depeo, equally terrified of Wu Mengzi's wrath, directed his group to carry Jiangba away. Jiangba's legs turned to jelly as he was lifted by one burly man, with another supporting him, and they fled at breakneck speed, leaving behind 7 or 8 stragglers. Having served in the military, Jia Jun sprinted alongside shouting, "Wu Mengzi, do not kill anyone." Wu Mengzi roared back, "I intend to kill a few." The remaining young men, hired by Lu Depeo and hailing from neighboring Lujiakan, were so terrified by Wu Mengzi's ferocity that they wished they had been given 2 more legs, fleeing en masse back to Lujiakan. Jia Jun, and the others finally caught up to Wu Mengzi. Jia Jun whispered, "Stick to the plan, we only need to capture one." The group had dispersed like frightened birds, some taking small paths, others scrambling up the mountain, creating utter chaos. Wu Mengzi caught up with one individual, grabbing his clothing and easily toppling him. Jia Jun stepped forward, declaring, "Do not strike him." He positioned himself between Wu Mengzi and the fallen youth. Wu Mengzi growled, "You son of a, I'll smash you." And the road protection team swiftly lifted the young man and returned to the village. The 5 or 6 women, upon hearing that Wu Mengzi was truly furious, fled in a panic, disheveled and terrified of his potential wrath with the pole. They scattered in all directions, rushing home. One woman, moving too quickly, slipped into a puddle, splattering mud everywhere. She stood up, covered in muck, and began to run frantically. Onlookers erupted in laughter, with someone shouting, "Aunt Lu, hurry up! Wu Mingzi is right behind you." Aunt Lu, crying for her parents, stumbled again but quickly got back up, looking like a mudball. Lu Haoming cast a disdainful glance and told the stonemason, "You may proceed with drilling the holes." The group escorted the captured youth back to Secretary Li's home. Lu Haoming conferred with Secretary Li and Jia Jun before entering the room, where the young man was already trembling in fear. "If you tell the truth, I can assure you that no one will harm you," Lu Haoming said, gesturing for Jia Jun to take notes. He then inquired, "What is your name, and which village do you hail from?" "Lu Yongxiang, from Lijiakan." "Since you are from a neighboring county, what brings you to our Xiuhu village to stir trouble?" Silence ensued. Lu Haoming slammed the table, demanding, "Speak the truth." Wu Mingzi stepped forward, grasping the young man's hand and applying slight pressure, causing Lu Yongxiang to cry out in pain, his face paling as he exclaimed, "I will tell you, I will tell you." He then recounted how Lu Depeo had summoned them to Jiang Ba's house for a meeting, offering 100 yuan per day to those who caused a ruckus, and 200 yuan per day to the women who stirred up trouble on the stones. Lu Haoming asked, "Was this Jiang Ba's idea or Lu Depeo's?" "It was Jiang Ba's idea. Lu Depeo was only responsible for gathering people and distributing money." "When was this discussed?" "Last night." Lu Haoming exchanged glances with Secretary Li and Jia Jun, stating, "You must take responsibility for your words." "I swear to heaven, everything I said is true." Lu Haoming signaled to Jia Jun, who remarked, "I have recorded your statements. I will read them to you, and you can sign before leaving." After reading it aloud, Lu Yongxiang affirmed, "That is correct, I will sign." Lu Haoming warned, "Do not deny your statements once you leave. Jia Jun will play a recording for you." Upon hearing it, Lu Yongxiang stood frozen in shock. Wu Mingzi approached, causing Lu Yongxiang to retreat in fear. Wu Mingzi queried, "Did I hit you?" Lu Yongxiang shook his head vigorously. Wu Mingzi continued, "Don't you have a mouth?" Lu Yongxiang replied, "No, you did not hit me." Wu Mingzi spread his fingers, grabbing at the air, his joints cracking ominously, then added, "If you speak nonsense or contradict yourself after you leave, this will be your fate next time." Lu Yongxiang, terrified, lost control of his bladder, soaking his pants. Wu Mingzi scolded, "Cowardly scoundrel, get lost." Lu Haoming addressed the group, "You all continue your work at home. If they attempt to obstruct your efforts, do not resort to violence. I will ensure that Chen Kaming, Jiang Yan, and the others are dealt with. Jia Jun, accompany me to the county town to lodge a complaint." Secretary Li interjected, "Let us have lunch first." Lu Haoming replied, "Of course, I intend to eat before we leave. For now, spread the word that I am heading to the county town to lodge a complaint." Within less than half an hour, the entire Xiuhu village was aware of Lu Haoming's intentions. News spread rapidly as one person informed another. At that moment, Chen Kaming received the news and called Jiang Yan, saying, "Put down your bowls and chopsticks, head out immediately to block Lu Haoming." Chapter 65. The illusion of reality. Jiang Yan in tears. After lunch, Lu Haoming advised Jia Jun, "It would be best if you refrain from reporting me, let Erwa accompany me instead." Secretary Li concurred, "Indeed, Erwa is more suitable." Erwa rode over on his motorcycle, and Lu Haoming, carrying the necessary documents, mounted the motorcycle to head towards the township government located in Wushuwei town. "Please ride slowly," Lu Haoming instructed. Erwa, puzzled, inquired, "Why should I ride slowly?" Lu Haoming explained, "I have no intention of filing a complaint, I merely wish for the township to agree to my terms. The purpose of my maneuver is to attract Secretary Cheng's attention. They might be on their way to find me." As anticipated, upon passing Daho village, a jeep approached them from the opposite direction, stopping at a distance and waving frantically for Erwa to pull over. Erwa complied, and Chen Kaming along with Jiang Yan stood in the middle of the road. Upon seeing Lu Haoming, Chen Kaming swiftly approached, grasping Lu Haoming's hand, and said, "Captain Lu, is there something that cannot be discussed? Why do you need to go to the county to consult the leaders? Come, let us take our vehicle and talk at the township." This was precisely the outcome Lu Haoming desired. He replied to Chen Kaming, "Discussing matters at the township is acceptable, but I will not be riding in your vehicle, I prefer Erwa's motorcycle." Chen Kaming, eager to please, urged, "Captain Lu, it would be more comfortable in our car." Lu Haoming firmly stated, "I have no intention of escaping. I wish to engage in dialogue with you. If we cannot reach an agreement, then we shall see. You may proceed first." With a sigh, Chen Kaming turned to enter the vehicle. Lu Haoming climbed onto the motorcycle and instructed Erwa, "Drive to the courtyard of the township government. I will speak with them, and you can wait outside." Erwa revved the engine, speeding past the jeep. Chen Kaming yelled at the driver, "Catch up to him, do not let him get away." On the rugged mountain road, the jeep stood no chance against the motorcycle, and soon, the motorcycle vanished from sight. Chen Kaming shouted at the driver, "Hurry up, did you not hear me?" The driver, frightened and sweating profusely, had no choice but to accelerate, causing Chen Kaming and Jiang Yan to jolt up and down in their seats. Strangely, Chen Kaming did not blame the driver at all. Upon reaching Wushuwei town, they failed to spot the motorcycle. Chen Kaming suggested, "Let us check the courtyard of the township government first." The driver made a sharp turn, entering the government compound, when Jiang Yan, with keen eyes, exclaimed, "Over there, over there." Chen Kaming finally broke into a cold sweat.
Lu Haoming was ushered into a small conference room by Chang Kaiming, while Jiang Yan busied herself with making tea. The room was stark and empty, with only the three of them present. Ever since learning that Lu Haoming intended to report him to the county, Chang Kaiming had been sweating nervously. It was well known that Lu Haoming had imprisoned his predecessor, Tao Zhichuan, and he was uncertain about what Lu Haoming intended to report. Regardless, filing a complaint was never a good sign, and if it led to other issues, it could spell disaster for him. Heaven be praised, they had managed to intercept him halfway. As long as they caught him, everything could be negotiated. Chang Kaiming let out a long sigh and smiled. Captain Lu, the township lacks sufficient support regarding the road construction issue. However, we are colleagues and friends. Please feel free to discuss your concerns with us instead of going to the county. Lu Haoming sneered. Secretary Chang, Mayor Jiang, I, Lu, am not one to engage in covert dealings.
I intend to file a complaint against Mayor Jiang.
Jiang Yan, with a forced smile, replied, Captain Lu, if you have grievances against me, please speak boldly. I will accept any criticism you may have.
Lu Haoming stated, then I shall not hold back.
Who opposes the road construction in Xiaohu village? It is none other than your father, Jiang Bei. As a leader of the township, did you fulfill your promise to persuade him? You misled me by claiming your father would not interfere with the road construction. That was nothing but deceit. He continues to secretly conspire, organizing personnel to obstruct the work, with women receiving 200 yuan a day and hired thugs 100 yuan a day.
Captain Lu, please listen to me.
Xiaohu village has always been complicated. You may have been misled by some ill-intentioned individuals. Chang Kaiming interjected. Yes, you have indeed been swayed by some people's provocations.
Lu Haoming crossed his arms defiantly. Continue your fabrications.
Jiang Yan retorted, my father would never do such a thing. Lu Haoming abruptly stood, pointing at Jiang Yan, I possess both witness accounts and physical evidence. Your father convened a meeting after your urging, organizing the women to occupy the construction site and coordinating thugs for support. I not only have signed documents from the participants but also recordings.
Jiang Yan dared not counter any further.
Lu Haoming continued, as a national official, you publicly engage in ideological work while secretly inciting opposition, appearing compliant but acting otherwise. I not only intend to bring you down, but I will also take down those who support you.
Jiang Yan's face drained of color.
Lu Haoming pressed on, if a cadre truly commits to ideological work, how could they fail? Does your father not care for your future? You speak sweetly in public while covertly aiding your father against us.
Do you think others are oblivious?
His anger mounted, and he deliberately dragged Jiang Yan's brother into the conversation. The people of Xiaohu village know well that you are a cadre in the township while your brother is a cadre in Shangzhou. It must be due to good fortune. If you fail to persuade, I shall go to Shangzhou and seek out your brother for assistance. Jiang Yan panicked, quickly saying, do not involve my brother.
He knows nothing of this.
I will meet with his superiors to request a leave for him to return and assist. Jiang Yan, her voice trembling, pleaded, Captain Lu, he truly does not know.
Please do not go.
Chang Kaiming, being seasoned, addressed Jiang Yan, you should step aside for a moment. Jiang Yan exited. Chang Kaiming then said, Captain Lu, Jiang Yan has indeed made an effort, though the results were lacking, and I did not give this matter the attention it deserved. Please feel free to state your conditions. If I, Chang Kaiming, fail to meet your requests, I will gladly accept your reprimand.
Lu Haoming replied, I have 3 demands. Chang Kaiming nodded eagerly, please, go on.
First, I request that you, Secretary, hold a village meeting in Xiaohu village to declare that no one may obstruct the work. Second, I ask that Jiang Bei publicly express his support for the road construction at the meeting and compensate the 3,000 yuan for the work delays over the past few days. Third, in the future, should anyone obstruct the work, the police must arrest them and detain them for at least 15 days. There must be a clear example set. They cannot be arrested and then released, only to be arrested again. Otherwise, I will truly report the township government for inaction. I have nothing to lose. If I am removed from my position as captain, so be it, but I will not relent until several of them face consequences. Chang Kaiming conceded, Captain Lu, I agree to your 3 conditions.
However, regarding the second condition, requiring Jiang Yan's father to compensate, do you not think that is a bit excessive? How can there be no compensation for work obstruction?
Is there such a principle? Then I shall continue to file complaints. If there is the audacity to obstruct work, one must take responsibility for the consequences. My apologies, Secretary Chang, but I must take my leave.
Lu Haoming stood up and turned to leave.
Chang Kaiming called after him, very well, Captain Lu, do not head to the county just yet. I will discuss this matter with Mayor Xiao tomorrow, and we will ensure that it is addressed in the village the day after. Without looking back, Lu Haoming mounted Erwa's motorcycle and said, let us return.
Chapter 66.
He became a legend. The tale of Lu Santiao swiftly spread throughout Xiaohu village. Discussions erupted at both ends of the village, marveling at Captain Lu's audacity, as he managed to bring the slippery Chang Kaiming to his knees. Chang Kaiming did not enjoy a favorable reputation in the township, often shirking responsibility when challenges arose. In contrast, township head Xiao Qiuliang was a diligent individual, yet he found himself outmatched by Chang Kaiming. The following day, township head Xiao Qiuliang indeed called, Captain Lu, this is Xiao Qiuliang, the road construction in Xiaohu village is commendable, truly commendable, unless we eradicate the corruption and malevolence, Xiaohu village shall never prosper. Lu Haoming replied, thank you for your support, head Xiao. On the third day, a mass meeting convened at the Majia courtyard, the only venue capable of accommodating several hundred individuals. Head Xiao presided over the gathering. Chang Kaiming delivered a lengthy speech, followed by Lu Haoming, who asserted, to achieve prosperity, we must first pave the roads, this is the consensus of all. A small faction in Xiaohu village, under the guise of feng shui, has become a laughingstock throughout the township and county for obstructing construction. I, Lu Haoming, possess no extraordinary abilities, save for my courage to challenge the emperor. To those who oppose, I shall fight to the bitter end. To those who hinder progress, I shall see to it they find themselves in a cell.
A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience.
Not only do I aim to construct a road, but I also aspire to transform Xiaohu village into a tourist destination, providing the villagers with meaningful employment and generating income for the community. Let us unite and resolutely combat all who impede the village's development.
At that moment, Wu Mingzi stood up and shouted, I fear no death, nor a second trip to prison. To those who oppose, I shall strike them down with my hoe, one by one. Lu Haoming did not intervene, deliberately allowing him to speak. Wu Mingzi declared, I shall no longer seek work elsewhere, I will remain and fight against the few. The applause grew to a tempestuous roar. Lu Haoming continued, I hope the few will realize that the will of the people cannot be deceived, and they should not believe that a handful of money grants them the right to act unlawfully. Next, Jiang Yan expressed her stance. She acknowledged her shortcomings in persuading her father and the delays caused in the construction. Her family was willing to bear the costs incurred from the halt. Finally, Head Xiao summarized the meeting. With Captain Lu's arrival in Xiaohu village, we must all support him, and the township party committee must back him as well. I hope Xiaohu village will now experience tranquility. Should anyone dare to flout the law, let it be known we shall apprehend as many as necessary. The meeting was a resounding success. Jiang Bei did not attend. At noon, the village hosted a meal for the township leaders, but Chen Kaming declined, citing other obligations, and requested Head Xiao to represent him. After the meeting, comrades from the two committees, including Elder Song and Teacher Lin, accompanied Head Xiao to Secretary Li's home. Lu Haoming and Head Xiao engaged in a lengthy private discussion. It became clear to Lu that Chen Kaming was exceptionally domineering in all matters, yet in this instance, he had made a rare concession. Head Xiao's implication was to caution Lu about Chen Kaming's character. Lu Haoming replied, Thank you for the reminder, Head Xiao. I am both under his authority and independent of it. If he attempts to undermine me secretly, I, Lu, have never feared anyone. Head Xiao sighed, I fear that after you depart, he may make life difficult for Lao Li and Jia Jun.
Upon hearing this, Lu Haoming stated, if a leader prioritizes personal authority and reputation over economic development, such an individual is unworthy of their position. Even if I leave Xiaohu village, I will remain an honorary villager. Should Chen Kaming dare to act against me, I shall continue to contend with him.
Head Xiao extended his hand and said, We are allies. Let us shake hands once more.
After lunch, they bid farewell to Head Xiao. Elder Song remarked, in just 2 years, this Head Xiao will likely become the secretary.
Laughter erupted among the group. Secretary Li inquired, Elder Song, have you read Head Xiao's fortune?
Elder Song replied, it is my first encounter with Head Xiao. He possesses a full forehead, a square jaw, and a beauty mark between his brows, indicative of a cultured individual. He may not act unless provoked, but when he does, he can be devastating. Meanwhile, Secretary Chang is merely a facade of strength hiding fragility.
More laughter ensued. Jia Jun interjected, Director Lu opposes superstitions, yet you promote them. You are aligned with old age. Elder Song chuckled, let us wait and see. Secretary Li proposed, then why not assess Director Lu's fortune to discern how far he might ascend?
Elder Song smiled but refrained from responding. Lu Haoming merely smiled, aware that accusing Jiang Bei of superstition while seeking Elder Song's fortune-telling could be used against him. Internally, he hoped Elder Song's reading of Head Xiao would be accurate. If Chen Kaming departed, Head Xiao would take charge, and neither Secretary Li nor Jia Jun would have to endure any further difficulties. After the meal, they engaged in casual conversation.
Lu Haoming gathered everyone for a meeting to rearrange the road construction plans. He stated, I will stay for a few more days. Once everything is peaceful, I will return to Wuhi and enroll in a driving school to obtain my license. The next day, the stonemasons began drilling at Yazi Stone, and indeed, no one disturbed the site. Day 1 passed, then day 2, and day 3, all remained tranquil. Lu Haoming then bid farewell to Xiaohu village, with Erwa escorting him to the town, where he boarded a bus back to the city. Upon arriving home, he first visited Director Xia to report on recent developments. To his surprise, as soon as he entered the bureau, he was surrounded. It seemed the news of the road construction had transformed into quite the tale. Bureau staff claimed he had frightened the township secretary so much that he wet his pants. Moreover, they spread rumors that Jiang Yan had knelt before him, clutching his pant leg, pleading for him not to report her father. The tales escalated, suggesting he had confronted Jiang Bei's son in Shangzhou, entering with a slap and instructing him to persuade his father against obstructing the road construction, or risk losing his position as street office director. Lu Haoming shook his head repeatedly, insisting, that is simply not true and none of that happened. The more he explained, the less they believed him. Lu lamented, if you do not trust me, who am I to explain myself to? He entered Director Xia's office and recounted how he had managed to resolve the construction obstacles. Xia Wei remarked, well done, rural work is challenging, yet you have quickly adapted and connected with the people. It is only through the support of the community that we can accomplish our goals. Lu Haoming replied, this is the true situation. I hope the director can address it at the bureau meeting when convenient, for the rumors have become distorted and are detrimental to my reputation. Xia Wei assured him, I will ensure everyone is properly guided. He then visited Tang Huaid, who, after hearing Lu's account, chuckled, do not seek to suppress others. Sometimes, rumors serve as a protective shield. At the very least, they compel those who intend to challenge you to think twice. Having stories is not to be feared, just be mindful of your words and actions. Tian greeted Lu Haoming with a smile. Who washed your clothes? Was it that little teacher Lin? Lu Haoming responded with a grin. The secretary's wife did. The situation in the village remained stable, and Secretary Li reassured Lu Haoming not to worry. Thus, Lu enrolled in a driving school and diligently began his lessons. Chapter 67 is seeking counsel from the people. Lu Haoming was busy running back and forth, learning to drive while also making rounds in the village. After 3 months, he obtained his driver's license, and the road was finally completed. Although it was merely a gravel path, for the villagers of Xiuhu, it represented a grand thoroughfare to the outside world. The next endeavor for Lu Haoming was to develop tourism. First, he aimed to construct bamboo rafts, a task easily handled by the villagers of Xiuhu, which would be overseen by Erwei. Second, he intended to scout for scenic spots. Third, he planned to stage a ceremonial ritual for the raft god to inaugurate the tourism initiative. Starting with the exploration of scenic locations, Lu Haoming, accompanied by Secretary Li and Jiejun, embarked on a bamboo raft, drifting downstream to admire the picturesque landscapes along the way. The scenery was indeed splendid, prompting Lu Haoming to exclaim, "These beautiful mountains and rivers remain hidden treasures, unknown to the world." As they floated along, they began naming the various locales they encountered. Igradal, Lotus Flower Beach, Peach Forest Cave, Five Horse Stone, and Lotus Island, all spilling forth from Lu Haoming's lips. Jiejun remarked, "Names infused with culture can transform these ordinary landscapes into something extraordinary." Upon returning to the village, they convened a meeting of the village committee, inviting Elder Song and teacher Lin Guihai to discuss any ancient performances that could be revived. Jiejun began, stating, "Director Lu, 10 miles downstream from Xiuhu, there lies a place called Tanjiawan, which has a notably open history." Lu Haoming inquired, "What do you mean by open?" Jiejun recounted that over a century ago, the men of Tanjiawan were either engaged in trade outside or navigating boats, leaving most of them away for extended periods. Consequently, the women became the remaining force at home. With their husbands absent, these women, feeling lonely, inevitably succumbed to infidelity with itinerant merchants and seasonal laborers who visited the village. The tribal rules of that era were strict. If caught, the women would be drowned in the river. However, such measures proved futile, as the women continued to engage in clandestine affairs. The chieftain found himself powerless, knowing that the men outside often kept concubines and indulged in vice. Allowing these women to live in enforced solitude was contrary to human nature, so he turned a blind eye, leading to the emergence of the girls' gathering in Tanjiawan. Contrary to its name, the gathering was not for young maidens but for married women. On the 8th and 18th of each month, men from neighboring villages, including merchants and fishermen, were permitted to attend. Each man was given a piece of black cloth to blindfold himself and would then feel around for the women. Whoever he touched would be his partner for the evening. After Jiejun concluded this historical account, laughter erupted among the group, dismissing it as an anecdote of little relevance. Someone jested that Jiejun seemed eager to partake in such activities himself. Lu Haoming countered, "This does not seem to yield any tourism potential, let us continue brainstorming." Elder Song suggested, "Perhaps we could reimagine the red iron shoes tradition." The others, familiar with this tale, contributed to recounting the historical significance of the red iron shoes. The story unfolded as follows. Over a century ago, the villages of Dahu and Xiuhu, along with the surrounding areas, depended on the river for their livelihoods. Establishing a dock was essential for waterway commerce, making the competition over docks a focal point for various merchant groups. The struggle for control was primarily determined by physical strength. While the Wushui gang was formidable in combat, they were ultimately an outsider faction, whereas the Shangzhou gang enjoyed geographical advantages and sheer numbers. Year after year, the two gangs clashed, resulting in fatalities. Eventually, the Wushui gang devised a strategy known as the red iron shoes. They would heat 2 pairs of iron shoes until glowing red, placing them on the ground. Each gang would send forth a representative to step into the searing shoes and advance step by step. The last person standing would claim ownership of the dock. As the Wushui gang was known for their fearlessness, the Shangzhou gang had no choice but to acquiesce. The first to don the red iron shoes from the Wushui gang was the great-grandfather of Womengzi, who sacrificed his feet to secure a dock for his gang. After hearing this, Jiejun proposed, "While it is impossible to walk in burning shoes, we could create 2 iron shoes. Whoever takes a step further than the others would be exempt from raft fees." The group applauded, agreeing that this was an excellent idea. The discussion blossomed, inspiring further thoughts. People suggested that Jiao Bao's diving prowess could be developed into a performance. Lu Haoming inquired about Jiao Bao's identity. Secretary Li explained, Jiao Bao was a fisherman in the village, who daily rows a small boat to cast nets. Each year, some individuals, in despair, leap into the river to end their lives. His side job is to dive underwater to retrieve the bodies. Lu Haoming asked, how long can he hold his breath? Responses varied, some claimed half an hour, others 20 minutes, while only Elder Song provided a more realistic estimate of 6 or 7 minutes. Lu Haoming acknowledged, Elder Song's account is likely accurate, anything longer defies scientific reasoning. The perception of his underwater endurance stems from his sudden disappearance, leading others to gauge his time submerged based on their own limits. Thus, when he stays submerged for 5 minutes, it feels extraordinarily lengthy to you all. Secretary Li concurred, Director Lu makes a valid point. Lu Haoming proposed, let us find him tomorrow, if he is willing, this could be an engaging program. Jiejun remarked, do not underestimate our small village. We have quite a few remarkable individuals. Lu Haoming inquired, who else stands out? Jiejun chuckled, Elder Song, he can manipulate iron rulers and summon fish. If he trains a few apprentices, we could have a performance troupe showcasing iron ruler tricks, and his fish summoning would serve both as entertainment and a means of selling fish. Lu Haoming agreed that this was indeed a splendid idea. The women's director, Gui Gui, chimed in. Teacher Lin sings folk songs beautifully. Director Lu, why not compose some new mountain songs, gather the village girls, and have Teacher Lin teach them? A duet of folk songs could also be a performance. The conversation flowed, and they managed to outline several potential programs. Lu Haoming suggested, we should also construct a swimming pool. We can bring in an excavator to dig out the acre of wasteland by the dock to create a natural swimming area. With several projects established, they resolved to commence their efforts the following day. As the meeting dispersed, Lin Guihai grasped Lu Haoming's hand, exclaiming, Director Lu, you are indeed a man of action. Your presence is a boon for Xiuhu village. Lu Haoming replied, Teacher Lin, once these initiatives take shape, I will seek your collaboration to elevate your status as a prominent figure in Xiuhu village, making it a point of pride for all to be photographed with you. Lin Guihai shook his head. What is there to elevate? I am merely a humble schoolteacher. Lu Haoming countered, you are no ordinary educator, you are a beacon rooted in the mountains. It is now May, and once I make progress with these plans, I will bring journalists to interview you. Please do not complicate matters, Lin Guihai cautioned. It is not about complicating, but rather about sharing your remarkable deeds. Secretary Li has told me much about your contributions. A village thrives on the efforts of its doers, only then will change come. I, too, though a mere individual, harbor grand ambitions for transforming this land. Given the platform of poverty alleviation, I intend to treat this small realm as my stage and perform splendidly for these 365 days. Lin Guihai felt a swell of emotion. I was initially concerned for you, but after you triumphed over Jiang Bei and completed the road, I told my sister that this Director Lu is indeed a promising young man. Thank you for your encouragement. After bidding farewell to Teacher Lin, Lu Haoming reflected that the vast majority of Xiaohu's residents were reasonable individuals. He was determined to accomplish several noteworthy initiatives here, honoring Director Xiao's earnest intentions and fulfilling the heartfelt hopes of Old Tang. Chapter 68. Ignoring the fisherman, he took the initiative to take on a disciple the following day. Secretary Li was scheduled to attend a meeting in the village, so Jejun led Lu Haoming to pay a visit to the fisherman. They made their way towards the banks of the Wushui River. As they walked, Jejun began to introduce the fisherman. The fisherman's family had been engaged in fishing for generations, making the river their home, operating within a 10-mile stretch of the Wushui. He was a bachelor in his 30s, having never married. Lu Haoming inquired why the fisherman had not taken a wife, wondering if it was due to financial hardship. Jejun shook his head, explaining that the fisherman had a decent income but was a man of profound loyalty and sentiment. In his 20s, he had fallen deeply in love with a young widow downstream. Their love was passionate and fervent, yet one year, the widow tragically fell into the water, resulting in the fisherman never speaking of women again. He rejected all marriage proposals thereafter. Lu Haoming sighed, indeed, there are still men in this world who are so devoted. Jejun added, once he makes a promise, no matter how great the difficulty, he will fulfill it. If he disagrees with something, no amount of persuasion will change his mind. Lu Haoming asked, if he refuses to agree with us, then there's no need for persuasion? Jejun replied, exactly. He is quite obstinate. Lu Haoming continued, who is he closest to? Jejun chuckled, he gets along with everyone. He doesn't curry favor with anyone, he catches fish, rows to the town stock to sell them, and if he sells out along the way, that's fine too. As they conversed, they reached the sandy beach by the Wushui. Jejun cupped his hands into a horn and called out towards the river, fish for sale. A boat in the center of the river seemed to respond to the call, rowing toward the shore. As it approached, a man with a bare torso, clad only in shorts and with skin tanned to a deep shade, came into Lu Haoming's view. The fisherman rowed a few more strokes, propped the oars, bent to pass through the boat's canopy, and emerged at the bow. He picked up a pole, adjusted the boat, tossed an iron anchor onto the shore, and greeted, village chief. Jejun replied, this is Director Lu, who is here to assist with poverty alleviation in our village. The fisherman smiled. Jejun continued, let us sit on your boat and discuss something. The fisherman nodded and entered the cabin to boil water. Lu Haoming, having grown up by the water, knew that boatmen valued cleanliness. Following Jejun's lead, he removed his shoes and sat cross-legged on the deck at the bow. After a while, the fisherman emerged with a pot and set 3 cups on the deck, pouring tea into each. Jejun remarked, you've heard of Director Lu, I presume? The fisherman replied, I have heard, he repaired a road for us and mentioned developing tourism. Jejun said, that is right, I thought you might be oblivious to the outside world while fishing every day. The fisherman, with a simple grin, responded, developing tourism is excellent. I won't have to row to the town to sell my fish anymore. Besides, the river has been quiet for decades, a little liveliness would be wonderful. Lu Haoming and Jejun exchanged glances. Jejun asked, so, do you support Director Lu's initiative? The fisherman pointed to the tea, saying, drink up, this is Qingming tea, bought from the town, high-quality leaves. Of course, I support it. Lu Haoming took a sip and remarked, it's both sweet and fragrant. The fisherman chuckled, do you think I brewed it with river water? I use mineral water for cooking and brewing tea. Lu Haoming commented, Master Fisherman, you have quite the discerning taste. Jejun continued, since you support tourism development, I have something to discuss with you that you will surely back. The fisherman regarded Jejun attentively, who then explained their intentions. The fisherman asked, is there money involved? Lu Haoming laughed, there is definitely money. If there are few tourists, we'll perform once. If many tourists come, we'll perform multiple times. We'll settle the payment with you after each performance, and we can negotiate the amount later. Jejun added, we certainly won't let you suffer any losses. The fisherman queried, this one tea take place in winter, will it? Lu Haoming assured, absolutely not in winter. It will be concentrated between May and October. The fisherman said, Director Lu, I truly admire you. Several groups for poverty alleviation have come and gone, but they accomplish little. You are genuinely here to make a difference. Whatever you need me to do, I will do. I can be a bit stubborn. If I don't like someone, regardless of their position, I simply ignore them. Upon hearing this, Lu Haoming felt a surge of warmth in his heart and replied, rest assured, I am not here for mere amusement. I intend to make a meaningful impact. Whether I succeed or not, I cannot guarantee, but my heart is sincere. The fisherman said, as long as you have that heart, that is what matters. Some people speak beautifully, hold a villagers' meeting upon arrival, and then leave without accomplishing anything. Both Lu Haoming and Jiejun chuckled. Jiejun then asked, how long can you stay underwater? The fisherman replied, I've never timed it. When I dive, you can time me. With that, the fisherman, clad only in shorts, plunged into the water with a vigorous dive, disappearing from sight. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Not a single bubble surfaced on the river. Lu Haoming, glancing at his watch, grew anxious after 10 minutes had passed without a sign of him, exclaiming, could something have gone wrong? Jiejun laughed, he has his own method of breathing underwater. He'll be fine. Just as they were speaking, the fisherman's head emerged from the water at the bow, startling both men. He swam with one hand while wiping the water off his face with the other. Then, gripping the edge of the boat, he executed a graceful flip, landing back inside the cabin, where he changed into a clean pair of shorts and asked, how many minutes? Lu Haoming replied, 10 minutes. How did you manage to breathe underwater? The fisherman smiled, that's a secret, even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Jiejun stated, fisherman, let us confirm this arrangement. The fisherman said, I have another idea. Lu Haoming prompted, what is it? The fisherman explained, since we're developing tourism, I want to take on a disciple. If I catch a cold or feel unwell when tourists arrive, they would be disappointed if there is no performance to see. Both Lu Haoming and Jiejun were taken aback. Lu Haoming remarked, you've thought this through quite thoroughly. Jiejun suggested, how about letting Erwa be your disciple? He is a good swimmer. The fisherman replied, Erwa won't do, I can discern who is suitable for this line of work. Womengzi fits the criteria. I just need to teach him a bit, and he'll master it. Jiejun said, alright, I'll have a word with Womengzi. Having reached an agreement with the fisherman, the two stood to take their leave. On their way back to Secretary Li, Jiejun remarked, Director Lu, you've successfully accomplished something in the village, the villagers genuinely support you. The fisherman is not an easy person to deal with. His family has been diving for generations, and the method of holding breath underwater is a family secret. To support tourism development, he is even willing to take on a disciple. Lu Haoming reflected, it can only be said that the villagers of Xiuhu village hope for gradual change, for the better. I merely align myself with their aspirations. Jiejun added, after all, people like Zhang Bei are rare. His children hold positions outside, and his wealthy son-in-law has always overshadowed the village committee. After Bioj and I took over, we refused to adhere to his ways. Now that you've dealt with him, he is considerably less arrogant. Upon entering the house, Secretary Li had returned. Lu Haoming found it curious, saying, no lunch was arranged for the meeting in the township? Secretary Li replied, it was a trivial meeting. The township head and secretary couldn't agree, with Secretary Chang slapping the table and township head Xiao slapping even louder. The meeting couldn't proceed, this will surely be entertaining. Lu Haoming recalled what Elder Song had said and thought to himself that if Secretary Chang were to be ousted by township head Xiao this time, matters concerning Xiuhu village would become much easier. He exclaimed, the village should not concern itself with township affairs. As Secretary Li, let us open a bottle of wine, I feel like celebrating. Both Secretary Li and Jiejun understood the implication of his words and erupted in laughter. Jiejun concluded, with the fisherman's work settled, let us drink to our heart's content. Chapter 69 The Tale of Master Song's Little Arts. As June arrived, Xiuhu village bustled with activity, constructing bamboo rafts and excavating swimming pools. Master Song and Lu Haoming revamped the traditional ritual of the raft spirit, devising a new program that they rehearsed daily. A group of young villagers gathered to learn iron measurement from Master Song, while Jiayun Yulin organized a troupe of young women to sing folk mountain songs. In short, Xiuhu village was alive with exuberance. One evening, Master Song turned to Lu Haoming and said, young Lu, I wish to impart some knowledge to you, which you may later demonstrate. Lu Haoming replied, I have awaited this moment for quite some time. Does this require formal apprenticeship? Master Song shook his head, saying, no need for formalities. With that, Master Song led him upstairs to a small parlor where he began his demonstration. Before Lu Haoming's eyes, Master Song straightened several steel wool scrubbers, forming them into a circle and placing it on the table. He instructed Lu Haoming, dial my number. When Lu Haoming did so, Master Song did not answer. Instead, he placed the phone inside the steel circle. In an instant, sparks erupted within the circle, dancing along the steel fibers. Startled, Lu Haoming feared for his phone, but Master Song reassured him, do not worry, the distance ensures that the flames will only traverse the steel circle. The moment Lu Haoming hung up, the spark ceased. He inquired, what did you place on the steel wool? Master Song chuckled, nothing at all, this is a scientific phenomenon generated by the radiation from your phone call. Lu Haoming exclaimed, so what you teach is indeed science. Master Song nodded, stating, what is referred to as magic adheres to scientific principles. It is merely the performer who feigns mystery. Having said this, Master Song proceeded to teach Lu Haoming a second trick. He cracked an egg and placed the contents into a bowl, then effortlessly extracted the yolk with his hand. Lu Haoming watched in astonishment. Master Song explained, before retrieving the yolk, I coated my hand in garlic juice. Garlic contains disulfide bonds. This illustrates the function of disulfide bonds. Lu Haoming asked, is this also science? Master Song replied with a smile, indeed, this is everyday science. Next, he retrieved an old-fashioned padlock and said, you see no key, correct? Lu Haoming nodded. Master Song then took a box of matches, scraped the phosphorus from the match heads, and poured it into the keyhole. He inserted another match, ignited it, and with a resounding pop, the lock sprang open. Lu Haoming was taken aback. Continuing his demonstration, Master Song filled a cup with cooking oil, soaked a long toothpick in the oil, and after a moment, jabbed the toothpick into a balloon. The balloon neither popped nor leaked air, it remained inflated. Master Song then displayed another trick, extracting a ballpoint pen, removing the tip, and applying the ink to the lighter's nozzle. When he ignited the lighter, a flame floated in the air. He produced a cigarette and offered it to Lu Haoming, saying, please, smoke. Lu Haoming ignited the cigarette with the hovering flame, confirming the spectacle. Upon concluding his performance, Master Song remarked, these are not enigmatic phenomena. They are merely small scientific principles. The key lies in the preparation. For instance, by pre-coating the lighter's nozzle with ink, you ignite it, and although the nozzle itself is flame-free, the floating fire creates an illusion of wonder. Lu Haoming replied, I understand. It is akin to retrieving the yolk after coating my hand in garlic juice, appearing empty-handed before extracting it. Master Song smiled and affirmed, precisely, ensure that the groundwork is laid, and you will merely exhibit the astonishing segment. Lu Haoming inquired, who did you learn from? At this, Master Song excused himself to wash his hands and prepare tea. Setting the tea on the table, he took out a cigarette, lit it, and began to speak slowly. Since childhood, I have traversed the world alongside my father, who was a boatman. Secretary Li mentioned that you assisted your father in performing tricks. Master Song shook his head, merely a few magic tricks, nothing more. My grandfather hailed from a place 40 miles upstream on the Wushui River. Upon discovering that Xiaohu was a port, he settled here. Our family, the Songs, is the sole lineage of our surname in this area. To survive among outsiders, my grandfather had to learn some tricks, occasionally performing before the villagers. The people in this village grew somewhat wary of my grandfather, fearing his supposed mystical abilities, lest he cursed them in secret. Lu Haoming remarked, this is the survival tactic of the weak, shrouding oneself in mystery to deter others. Master Song concurred, indeed. However, constantly instilling fear in others is not viable. My ancestors also sought medicinal herbs to treat ailments among the villagers. They possessed knowledge of various skills, fortune-telling, selecting auspicious dates, and assessing feng shui, which helped them establish a firm foothold here. Did you absorb these lessons from a young age? Master Song replied, my curiosity surpassed that of my grandfather and father. Anything marvelous I encountered, I was determined to master. Just before liberation, I was engaged in freight transport with my father in Shangzhou when he fell gravely ill and passed away. My mother remarried, and I enlisted in the military. After Shanghai was liberated, I sought to join the transportation agency. Having experience as a boatman, the chairman of the agency's union was also skilled in magic, and I learned much from him. Intrigued by Master Song's experiences, Lu Haoming's interest peaked further regarding the healing abilities Master Song mentioned, prompting him to ask, can athlete's foot be treated? Master Song replied, it depends on the type of athlete's foot. Director Xia suffers from athlete's foot. His toes are particularly itchy, blistered, and peeling. Master Song chuckled, a minor ailment, purchase some aspirin, crush it into powder, mix it with toothpaste, and apply it to the affected toes for relief. However, ensure you use pure toothpaste, avoiding medicated types. Lu Haoming expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you so much, Master Song. Master Song replied, fortuitous encounters at Fangdu. You arrive in our village, dedicated to your work. I may not be of great assistance, but I will share what I know. While these insights may seem trivial for your political career, possessing minor skills can serve as a lubricant for interpersonal relationships. Young Lu, based on my decades of experience, I perceive that you exhibit strength yet lack gentleness. In crucial moments, be steadfast, but in daily life, remain gentle. After sipping his tea, Lu Haoming sighed, I hope Master Song will continue to enlighten me. My closest friend and leader, surnamed Tang, has expressed similar sentiments. Master Song stated, since you are here for a meal, I would like to engage in a lengthy discussion with you. Rising, he called down to Song Yang, young Lu will be dining here. From below came her cheerful reply, certainly. As Master Song sat down, he declared, everything in this world has its origins. You are young, a cadre, educated at a university, studying materialism. Perhaps you may not believe in my perspectives. I possess a rudimentary understanding of fortune-telling, yet it is not akin to the street-side tricks of charlatans. Everything has its cause and effect. Allow me to share my insights regarding you. Lu Haoming promptly retrieved a cigarette, offered it to Master Song, and lit it for him, saying, please, enlighten me, Master Song. Master Song inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, and began to articulate his thoughts. Chapter 70. Master Song's candid discourse on Lu Haoming's weaknesses. Master Song remarked, the appearance of a person is influenced by both innate and acquired characteristics, predetermined from the womb. For instance, the alignment of one's bones dictates height and facial structure. Additionally, there are acquired traits shaped by the environment, such as the patterns on your palm and the direction of wrinkles on your face. The presence of a chuan character wrinkle on your forehead at such a young age indicates a less than favorable upbringing. As he spoke, Master Song gestured to the area between his eyebrows, elucidating to Lu Haoming that the character refers to the vertical lines found there. Noticing no significant wrinkles in that area, Lu Haoming inquired, "Is it very prominent now?" "Currently, it is not overtly pronounced, but as a physiognomist, I discern the subtle signs. Once you surpass the age of 36, that character wrinkle will become quite apparent," Master Song replied. "What do you mean by a growing environment?" Lu Haoming asked. Master Song chuckled. "Typically, a character wrinkle is not innate but mostly acquired. This environment refers to you or your family being frequently bullied by those around you. The anger festers within, yet you feel powerless to retaliate, leading to such lines forming over time. Reflect on your own situation. Does it resonate?" Lu Haoming felt a jolt in his heart and replied, "Indeed, as you say, my family has a minor surname in the village, with only a few families bearing the surname Lu. Coupled with the discord among my uncle, my father, and my elder uncle, we often find ourselves at the mercy of the more prominent Ning clan, who regularly harass us. Ever since childhood, I have harbored a deep-seated resentment towards them. There was a time when my father purchased a piece of meat from a Ning family, only to find it short by 2 taels upon returning home. When he confronted them, they dismissed him, insisting he was merely trying to cause trouble, and struck him across the face. Our family, being outnumbered, received no support from my uncle or elder uncle, the latter even berating my father for not confronting them directly. In the end, my father could only urge me to focus on my studies." Master Song nodded in understanding. "Precisely, your resentment simmers within, while your inability to retaliate leads to pent-up frustration, often manifesting in a furrowed brow. When engaging with others, your first thought is whether you might be bullied again. To guard against such treatment, your demeanor often appears stern, a defensive posture that, over time, has etched that character wrinkle into your forehead." Lu Haoming sighed. "You have truly struck a chord within me." Master Song continued, "As time progresses, you will cultivate a unique character, aptly described by the saying, 'With the wind at your back, all is smooth sailing.' Against the wind, not a day of peace. What does this mean? When you encounter a capable superior, you can showcase your talents fully. In adversity, discomfort ensues, and you may perceive every action of others as a personal affront, akin to seeing a neighbor's lost axe and increasingly suspecting foul play, which can lead to impulsive reactions." Lu Haoming retrieved a cigarette and said, "Master Song, may I have another? Your insights are as clear as day, even to the punctuation." Taking the cigarette, Master Song lit it and remarked, "Is this not mere superstition?" Lu Haoming responded, "Regarding superstition, my father does not subscribe to such beliefs, which has influenced me. I am somewhat more open-minded, occasionally entertaining the idea, while he remains entirely dismissive." Master Song added, "Your father does not even honor the spirits of ancestors, rarely visiting their graves, correct?" Lu Haoming confirmed, "Indeed. In our household, there are no prohibitions. As for my grandparents' graves, he visits occasionally, but for those of my great-grandparents and beyond, he does not. My uncles take care of those. Typically, my father only performs rituals during the new year." Master Song shook his head. "That is insufficient. Rituals are not mere superstition, they are a means of honoring our forebears. Neglecting even the formality of it can lead to a loss of reverence. From this, I deduce that your father possesses a rather arrogant disposition." Lu Haoming nodded in agreement. Master Song continued, "This is the environment in which you grew up, shaping your acquired traits. Such a character cannot be deemed entirely good or bad. On the positive side, once you attain a position of authority, a mere frown can invoke fear and command respect, maintaining order. Conversely, in times of adversity, you may struggle to conceal your emotions, allowing others to easily perceive your anger. If you encounter ill-intentioned individuals who provoke you, you may act impulsively. These actions can yield mixed results, so it is wise to exercise restraint. Harbor your emotions inwardly, without revealing them outwardly." Master Song's reasoning struck deep chords within Lu Haoming, who felt an immense respect for him but refrained from overtly displaying his admiration, fearing it might expose the depths of his inner world. Instead, he simply smiled at Master Song, perceptive as ever, recognized the boundaries of their conversation. Lu Haoming inquired, "Is this art of physiognomy truly accurate?" Master Song replied, "Whether it be physiognomy or traditional Chinese medicine, it is a field rooted in experiential knowledge and comparative study. For instance, I learned from my father from a young age and continued to observe others as I grew, drawing conclusions through comparison. Everything in this world can be categorized and understood. If it were not so, chaos would ensue." Lu Haoming found some truth in Master Song's words. Master Song elaborated, "Because everything can be understood, scientists can calculate the distances between celestial bodies and their orbits from the comfort of their homes." Lu Haoming stated, "I believe what you say, as it is grounded in scientific principles, well-founded and objective. You mentioned that Director Xiao may become a secretary in the future. What leads you to that conclusion?" Master Song chuckled, "That is also a form of speculation. Firstly, Director Xiao has been in the village longer than many secretaries, having been promoted from deputy director. He possesses both capability and grassroots support, whereas Cheng Haoming was parachuted in. Cheng's demeanor is erratic, and he is known to be a man of loose morals, which bodes ill for his tenure." "What makes you think he is morally loose?" Lu Haoming asked. Master Song smiled, "I have dealt with him on several occasions. Each time he encounters an attractive woman, he becomes particularly animated, talkative, humorous, and his gaze unabashedly fixated on her. This form of lechery is the most base. Observe animals, like peacocks displaying their plumage or male lions rolling about when they see a lioness. Humans are evolved creatures, and civilization implies cultivation. While every man possesses lechery, many learn to temper their behavior. Cheng Haoming shows no such restraint, indicating a far greater proclivity for vice than the average man. Wealth can be hidden for a time,
but lechery is easily exposed and ancient adage rings true.
Lu Haoming interjected, Master Song, allow me to share my understanding of that saying. Master Song nodded.
Lu Haoming continued, regarding wealth, for instance, Chung Kaming might inflate invoices and engage in minor corrupt practices that typically go unnoticed. As for lechery, if he becomes enamored with a woman who attracts attention from others, particularly if she is married or under the watchful eyes of elders, his indiscretions become more likely to be revealed. My interpretation is that lechery involves two individuals, whereas wealth pertains solely to material gain. Am I correct? Master Song chuckled, your understanding is spot on. I have heard whispers regarding Cheng Kaming and Jiang Yan. When he brought her to the village for a meeting, the chemistry between them was palpable. Only those who have shared a bed exhibit such unspoken understanding. Hence, the discord between Cheng and Director Xiao. If Xiao were to gather just a bit of evidence, Cheng's downfall would be inevitable.
Lu Haoming felt a surge of excitement, asking, will he truly meet his downfall? Master Song replied, desire clouds judgment. This phrase is not trivial, the cause and effect are tightly interwoven. A person who succumbs to carnal desires will lose their rationality, consider the consequences. Lu Haoming laughed, I shall learn the art of physiognomy from you to avoid falling prey to such pitfalls, if you would permit it. Master Song smiled, certainly.
One must harbor no ill will but remain vigilant against others. Additionally, I shall teach you some practical, local remedies that will prove beneficial in daily life.
Lu Haoming declared, then I must take you as my mentor.
Master Song shook his head, Master Jiang Ba, Jiang Yan, and Lu Depeo are currently seeking evidence to tarnish your reputation. You may come by occasionally for a chat, but please refrain from formally calling me your master. Lu Haoming recognized Master Song's astuteness, understanding his prudent approach. He remarked, then you shall remain my esteemed mentor in my heart.
Master Song smiled.
Chapter 71 Ren Ziyuan reveals a startling news to Lu Haoming on June 15. Lu Haoming rose early in the morning, informing Secretary Li of his intention to return to the city for some activities. He urged him and Jejun to expedite their work. As no one in the village had yet purchased a vehicle, Erwa offered to ride him on his motorcycle to the township to catch a ride. Along the way, Erwa remarked, my brother-in-law has a second-hand car he plans to give me. Next time, I will drive you.
Lu Haoming inquired, do you have a driver's license?
Erwa replied, of course, I have driven large vehicles for my brother-in-law before. I possess a large vehicle license.
Lu Haoming suggested, start with the second-hand car, and later consider purchasing a new one.
Erwa said, Director Lu, if you could stay in our village for another year and pave the road with cement, I would buy an electric bike akin to the little train in the city park, to take tourists on a scenic tour.
Lu Haoming responded, that sounds wonderful. You certainly have a long-term vision.
The two parted ways upon reaching the township, and Lu Haoming headed straight to Wuwa. After resting at home for 2 days and spending time with Cao Cao, he commenced his activities on the third day, first visiting the bureau. Upon his arrival, he was greeted warmly by everyone, who vied to exchange pleasantries with him. He was the first to enter Tang Huaida's office, where Chairman Tang exclaimed, Haoming, you've tanned. As he spoke, he prepared a cup of tea for him.
Have I?
I hadn't noticed, Lu Haoming replied. Indeed, you have. It's always the onlooker who sees clearly, Tang observed. Having successfully repaired the road, Lu Haoming shared his plans for a small tourism initiative. Chairman Tang nodded approvingly, well done. Director Xiao mentioned this at the last party committee meeting. You should discuss it with him to organize a trip for everyone this summer.
Yes, that is precisely why I returned, Lu Haoming affirmed.
Chairman Tang then conveyed another piece of news. After Director Chen's retirement, the organization has not appointed a deputy director for the bureau. They are now considering Guo Ping from the personnel department for the role.
It is said she is second in line for the executive deputy director position. Lu Haoming was taken aback. She is being considered for deputy director, and is second in line?
Chairman Tang lowered his voice. Female officials have certain advantages. It seems they intend for her to eventually succeed Director Xia, therefore, it is imperative that you cultivate a good relationship with her. Lu Haoming felt displeased. To speak candidly, he believed Guo Ping barely managed her role as a section chief, and was utterly unqualified to succeed Xiao Wei. However, recalling Song Ye's advice to maintain a balance of firmness and softness, and to keep his emotions in check, Lu Haoming smiled and remarked, she certainly deserves a promotion after being a personnel chief for so long.
My stance is twofold. First, compliance, second, support.
Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked, Director Xia isn't leaving abruptly, is he? Chairman Tang shook his head, as long as you are aware, do not let any hints slip. Lu Haoming nodded and departed from Chairman Tang's office, reflecting on how fortunate he was that Chairman Tang frequently shared insider information. Otherwise, he would have only been focused on his own tasks. Upon returning to the second floor, he encountered Guo Ping in the hallway. Lu Haoming hastily approached her, extending his hand. Hello, Section Chief Guo.
Guo Ping offered a faint smile. Back already?
She briefly shook his hand before letting go. Lu Haoming thought to himself, though she had not yet assumed the role of executive deputy director, her demeanor exuded an air of superiority, as if she were already the second in command. Maintaining a cheerful faade, he said, indeed, I have some minor matters to report to Director Xia.
Guo Ping, displaying grace, nodded in acknowledgement. I have some errands to attend to.
Lu Haoming replied, all right, you carry on, and I shall see you later.
He knocked on Xiao Wei's door.
Upon seeing Lu Haoming, Xiao Wei warmly welcomed him into the office, brewed a cup of tea, and placed it on the coffee table, asking, is the road repaired?
Lu Haoming affirmed, yes, the road is complete, and preparations for the holiday tourism are well underway. Xiao Wei encouraged, please elaborate. Lu Haoming recounted every detail, from the ceremonial ritual for the god of the road to the picturesque scenery of Wushuai, from various performances to the construction of a swimming pool, providing a thorough report. Xiao Wei proposed, let's do this, hold the opening ceremony for the tourism initiative by the end of June. I will bring the colleagues from the bureau and the leadership from the secondary units for a trial run. This is not something that can be mandated, it requires advocacy. The colleagues from the secondary units should be mobilized to organize it. Additionally, I will call Director Li from Jixian County, and you should also extend an invitation to him. Jixian needs to take the lead to inspire other counties. By the way, you must also expedite the publicity efforts for Teacher Lin. Lu Haoming responded, your arrangements are excellent. As for Teacher Lin's matter, I returned this time specifically to connect with Tang Shang. He has transferred from the Shanzhou Daily to the provincial newspaper. I plan to invite him to the city first, then accompany him to the countryside. Very well, proceed with your plan, and just keep me updated on the progress, Xiao Wei instructed. After leaving Director Xiao's office, Lu Haoming typically stopped by his own office. It was, after all, his domain is Zhangjianwei, Chen and Tian gathered around him, engaging in lively conversation. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon recognizing Ren Ziyuan's voice, he waved to his colleagues to indicate his departure. Back in the city? How did you know? Every move you make is closely monitored by me, my brother. Lu Haoming chuckled, thank you, General Manager Ren. Come over now. Let's have lunch together. Do you have time? I do. I rushed back last time, but this time, I intend to stay a few more days. I was just thinking of chatting with you. 20 minutes later, Lu Haoming arrived at Ren Ziyuan's office. Ren Ziyuan, much like Chairman Tang, remarked, you've tanned, at this rate, you might as well be mistaken for an African. Lu Haoming quipped, perhaps I should pay a visit to Director Su, so he understands that while I, Lu Haoming, may lack merits, I certainly possess diligence. Ren Ziyuan brewed tea and served it, then offered Lu Haoming a cigarette. As he accepted it, Ren Ziyuan lit it for him and gazed intently at Lu Haoming, his eyes unwavering. Feeling somewhat awkward, Lu Haoming remarked, what else with the stare, I'm no beauty. Why are you gazing at me like that? Ren Ziyuan exhaled a plume of smoke, emitting a series of inexplicable chuckles before stating, I find your features quite unique, and your future appears promising, with great potential for development. Lu Haoming laughed heartily, General Manager Ren, when did you learn to flatter? How about offering some encouragement to your elder brother? Ren Ziyuan replied, brother, I have an uncanny ability to assess people. Lu Haoming retorted with a smirk, don't try to play games with me. Whether you encourage me or not, I will continue my work. Ren Ziyuan, gesturing with his fingers like a fortune teller, said, in 2 years, you will be promoted. Lu Haoming waves dismissively, between brothers, let us not discuss such nebulous matters. Not nebulous at all. I have a top-secret piece of news to share. What is this top-secret news? You must not disclose this to anyone, including your wife. Lu Haoming, intrigued by Ren Ziyuan's serious demeanor, fixed his gaze on him. Dean Wang will return to the city as the deputy secretary. Lu Haoming was taken aback, asking, you mean Wang Weiman? Chapter 72 Wan opposed the idea of a car. Ren Ziyuan solemnly nodded and remarked, the director of the Provincial Examination Institute is already at the deputy department level. He has served there for over 3 years, and now he is the deputy director of the education department as well as the institute's director, with remarkable achievements. The organization intends to promote him, allowing him to return to the city as the deputy secretary. Lu Haoming hurriedly inquired, what about the current deputy secretary Tan? The mayor has been transferred, and deputy secretary Tan will take on the role of mayor. Director Wang will succeed Tan as the deputy secretary, Ren Ziyuan explained. Lu Haoming felt a rush of excitement. If that were to happen, it would be a significant advancement for him. However, he remained skeptical of Ren Ziyuan's insider information, maintaining an expression of indifference as he said, you seem to speak as if you have the authority to decide. Ren Ziyuan replied, believe it or not, this winter and spring, you might as well call me master again. Lu Haoming was torn between belief and skepticism. In matters of politics, one often cannot afford to be too trusting, yet, Ren Ziyuan, being a businessman, was indeed well informed. The news of Deputy Secretary Tan's promotion to mayor had already circulated. On the other hand, one must also recognize that Ren Ziyuan was merely a businessman. Political affairs are infinitely changeable. What was proposed yesterday could shift dramatically by this morning. Lu Haoming remarked, let them manage their affairs, and we shall live our lives as common folk. As long as we can lead a comfortable existence, that suffices. Ren Ziyuan laughed heartily, brother, it seems you've become quite adept at speaking bureaucratic jargon. I shan't engage you in these discussions any longer. I am preparing to gift you a car. Lu Haoming was taken aback. Ren Ziyuan continued, as a business owner, it would be unbecoming to continue driving that old Santana. A boss ought to have an air of professionalism, hence I recently acquired a Passat. The old car is of no use to me, so I intend to give it to you. I heard you've repaired a road. With fewer vehicles on that route, it would be perfect for you to hone your driving skills. Consider this car as your training vehicle. Lu Haoming shook his head vigorously. What, are you afraid? What is there to fear? You are a poverty alleviation official, I have no intentions of bribing you. We are friends, and should anyone inquire, you can confidently tell them it was a gift from me, Ren Ziyuan. Lu Haoming secretly desired it, having a car would greatly enhance his convenience, yet. Ren Ziyuan added, many officials are purchasing second-hand vehicles nowadays. Whenever you head to the countryside, I'll drive you there, and the car can remain with you. Get accustomed to driving around the village before you bring it into the city. Don't overthink it. Lu Haoming hesitated further. Ren Ziyuan insisted, are you worried that once you are in a position of power, I might trouble you? To be frank, I could simply borrow your name, claiming that Director Lu is my classmate. If you rise even higher, I'd say Secretary Lu is my classmate. I won't lead you astray. If you err, I lose the chance to even borrow your reputation. Lu Haoming chuckled, you rascal, I couldn't possibly rise to the position of Director Lu, let alone Secretary Lu. Then that's even better. It signifies that our relationship is purely that of friends. What's wrong with a friend gifting an old car? Now, let us go have some dinner. After the meal, Lu Haoming returned home, took a nap, and in the afternoon, called reporter Tang, reaching him on the first try. Lu Haoming exchanged pleasantries with reporter Tang, congratulating him on his transfer to the provincial newspaper. Then he introduced the story of Lin Guihai, who had dedicated over 30 years to the rural community. Upon hearing this, reporter Tang asked, is he a party member? Lu Haoming replied, an old party member. Reporter Tang exclaimed, excellent, I've been searching for such exemplary figures, your lead comes at a perfect time. Around July 1st, we aim to promote individuals like him. How about this? I'll come over tomorrow. Lu Haoming responded, that sounds splendid, come directly to the city, I'll be waiting for you there and will accompany you to the countryside for the interview. Reporter Tang confirmed, it's a deal. I'll arrive before noon tomorrow. After hanging up, Lu Haoming called Secretary Li to inform him about the reporter's visit and asked him to prepare Lin Guihai for the interview, as well as to discuss the poverty alleviation initiatives. Finishing that call, he told his mother-in-law, I'm taking Chow Chow out to the park for some fun. His mother-in-law expressed her concern, are you sure you can take care of him? Lu Haoming assured her, it should be fine. He placed Chow Chow in the stroller and prepared to head out. His mother-in-law remarked, you clearly lack experience, you didn't bring a water bottle or a milk bottle, you might as well go out on your own. Feeling a bit ashamed, Lu Haoming acknowledged that he hadn't spent much time caring for his son. At home, Chow Chow wouldn't cry when held, but the moment they stepped outside, he instinctively began to wail. With his mother-in-law forbidding him from taking Chow Chow, he reluctantly stayed home to read. During dinner, when Wan returned, Lu Haoming said, I'd like to discuss something with you. When Wan replied, go ahead. Lu Haoming recounted Ren Ziyuan's intention to gift him the old Santana. When Wan stared at him for a long moment, indicating for him to follow her. The two entered the bedroom, and when Wan closed the door, saying, you need to clarify why he wants to give you a car. It's just an old vehicle, Lu Haoming replied. I understand it's an old car, but he could gift it to his own family, she countered. We share a good relationship, he defended. Director Lu, your good relationship is a fact, but a businessman always calculates his profits. What does he stand to gain from you? Lu Haoming couldn't bring himself to mention the matter of Wang Weiman becoming the deputy secretary, so he said, you must believe that genuine feelings exist in this world. Wan replied, I believe in the existence of genuine feelings. However, this is not the right time for a car gift. While it may be an old clunker, it is still a vehicle. How will others perceive you, Director Lu, driving a car while working on poverty alleviation? It could be seen as a privileged person's leisurely visit to the countryside. No matter how hard you work, a single remark could negate all your efforts, like, oh, that Director Lu, driving a small car to aid the poor. Lu Haoming smiled awkwardly. Wan stated firmly, I am resolutely opposed to this matter. Once you return to the city with a second-hand car, others may not gossip, but it is the present that poses an issue. How many families have cars nowadays? Driving a small car while working on poverty alleviation gives off an image of a wealthy scion. Lu Haoming pondered for a moment and admitted, you do have a point. I will take your advice more seriously in the future. Wan said, you've done remarkably well this past 6 months, it's crucial to keep it up and not falter halfway. Lu Haoming replied, a good wife is worth marrying only once. Wan playfully pinched his arm. Lu Haoming stifled a yelp, worried his mother-in-law would hear. Wan glared at him and said deliberately, I am the first person in this world who hopes for your well-being. Ren Ziyuan may not harbor ill intentions, but he has not thought this matter through. Lu Haoming remarked, I think it's a pity for you to be a nurse. You should enter politics. Wan responded, I've read the diary you keep in the drawer, written by my brother-in-law. Lu Haoming suddenly recalled that diary, which he had brought back from the office and left in his desk drawer, laughing, no wonder you've made such progress. You never inquire about my affairs, but I want to understand your field. I'll assist in any way I can, she said. Lu Haoming felt even guiltier and declared, I'll treat you better from now on. Wan remained silent and exited the room, leaving Lu Haoming standing there, his mind swirling in confusion. Chapter 73 Experience comes with age. Director Tang has advised against publicizing Lu Haoming for the time being. The following day, after having breakfast, Lu Haoming suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to relay the remedy for athlete's foot that Master Song had shared with him to Director Xia. He promptly called Director Xia and detailed the remedy. Director Xia sighed, saying, Haoming, you always show such concern for me, yet I feel I do not reciprocate adequately. Lu Haoming replied, please do not say that, Director. You have been very supportive of me. I receive allowances for my rural work, and as for the various subsidies from the Bureau, I have received my fair share. I truly appreciate your care. At 10 o'clock in the morning, he arrived at the South China Grand Hotel, having arranged to meet with journalist Tang there for lunch. He called Ren Ziyuan, who informed him, I have booked a room for journalist Tang, you can go and rest for a while, the room number is 1216, just collect the key from the front desk. Lu Haoming retrieved the key from the front desk, ascended to the room, and opened the door. Finding himself bored, he turned on the television and idly flipped through channels. After switching a few stations, he landed on the sports channel, which was broadcasting a diving competition. As he watched the divers, a thought struck him. Wouldn't it be delightful if the swimming pool in Shouhu village had a diving platform? It need not be too high, just imagine everyone taking turns to leap off, it would be quite entertaining. Inspired, he sought out paper and pen to jot down this idea. He envisioned constructing a diving platform at each of the four corners of the pool, each standing 2 to 3 meters tall. The scene of people diving from all directions would be amusing. Furthermore, he considered that the heights of the platforms should differ. There should be a lower platform for children, ideally not exceeding 1 meter. After a while, Ren Ziyuan returned with a plate of watermelon. Lu Haoming said, Ziyuan, after some thought, I still cannot accept that vehicle of yours. Ren Ziyuan frowned, brother, why do you view our relationship so superficially? Why would I have ulterior motives? Lu Haoming responded, in Waheshi, how many office workers possess a car, unless they come from wealthy families. If I drive a small car, even if I excel at poverty alleviation, it might all go to waste. Pray tell, how could it all go to waste? Lu Haoming shared his thoughts, echoing Wan's sentiments. After contemplating for a while, Ren Ziyuan remarked, brother, you are indeed a person of insight, your reasoning is sound. How about this, if the car is in good condition, I shall keep it for now. Once you have completed your poverty alleviation efforts, I will send it to the repair shop for a thorough overhaul and then gift it to you. By then, no one will speak ill of you. Lu Haoming chuckled, not declining the offer. To be honest, riding a motorcycle through wind and rain daily was quite inconvenient, so he said, do not gift it, instead, name a price, and I will purchase it from you. If I cannot pay the full amount at once, how about I write you an IOU? That works, Ren Ziyuan replied, not saying much more. After a leisurely chat, they received a call from journalist Tang, who announced his imminent arrival. Lu Haoming and Ren Ziyuan descended the stairs to greet him at the hotel entrance. Since journalist Tang was already acquainted with Ren Ziyuan from their previous meeting, no introduction was necessary. The three ascended to the room, where a server entered with fruits and brewed tea. Lu Haoming proposed, here is the plan. After lunch, Director Ren will drive us to the village. It should take a little over an hour to reach, and we can conduct the interview in the afternoon. After dinner, we can return here to stay the night, and you may head back to Shanzhou tomorrow. Journalist Tang replied, time is tight, you know the situation, let us discuss it right here. Lu Haoming reassured him, there is no rush. I will call Director Xia to join us for lunch. With a wave of his hand, journalist Tang expressed his disdain, I do not want any officials present, with their small talk and drinking, wasting my time. I detest that sort of thing. Lu Haoming chuckled, then how about inviting your cousin instead? Tang forced a smile and said, you must ensure he is the only one you invite, no other leaders, please. Lu Haoming called Tang's cousin, assuring him that only he would be invited for the meal. After hanging up, he informed Tang, your cousin has agreed. Tang stated, then let us begin, tell me what you know about Lin Guihai. Ren Ziyuan interjected, you two carry on, I will return shortly to invite you for dinner. Lu Haoming remarked, I do not know much, but I'll share what I can about teacher Lin's accomplishments. After half an hour of conversation, Lu Haoming concluded, that is the extent of my knowledge. Tang responded, that is already quite moving. I believe we will uncover even more stories as we delve deeper, I must establish this exemplary figure. At that moment, the doorbell rang, and Tang Huaida entered. Tang immediately stood, exclaiming, de gu. Tang Huaida nodded, please, have a seat. Lu Haoming hurriedly prepared tea, and Tang Huaida remarked, Tang Shang, Lin Guihai is indeed worth writing about, and so is Director Lu. He then began to enumerate the various accomplishments of Lu Haoming with great enthusiasm. Journalist Tang became intrigued, exclaiming, he is also an outstanding Communist Party member, having achieved so much in just half a year. Tang Huaida replied, however, we cannot write about it now. Lu Haoming was taken aback. Tang Huaida explained, if we write about it now, it will be overshadowed by Lin Guihai's narrative. It is confusing to have two exemplary figures from the same locality in the same time frame. Next July or August, you should come to write about Haoming, focusing on how he was inspired by the old party member Lin Guihai and resolved to contribute his talents to Shouhu village. He will pick up Lin Guihai's mantle, becoming the torchbearer for transforming the mountainous region. Lin Guihai illuminated the countryside with knowledge, while Haoming will pioneer wealth through knowledge. Their legacies will intertwine, creating continuity and mutual reflection. Lu Haoming could not help but admire Tang Huaida's sagacity, exclaiming, you are absolutely right, brother. In the past 6 months, aside from constructing a road, I have only entertained various ideas. Once tangible results are achieved next year, I have no objections to you writing about it then. Journalist Tang noted, he is an experienced bureaucrat and considers matters quite thoroughly. Lu Haoming seized the opportunity to excuse himself briefly, stepping outside to call Secretary Liu Biaogu, regarding the road construction in the village, I have reconsidered and believe it is best not to highlight it. We have not done enough, particularly regarding tourism, we haven't seen even a dime of profit. Secretary Li replied, you have accomplished quite a bit since your arrival. Lu Haoming interrupted, let us not discuss that now. We will revisit it in a year. For now, we will only speak of teacher Guihai's story. You must clarify this with the village committee members. Understood, I will proceed as you request. At noon, indeed, no one else joined them for lunch.
It was just the three of them. After the meal, they did not take a break, as journalist Tang urged them to head to the village. Ren Ziyuan drove the new Passat, joking, "I heard the village road has been newly constructed, so I thought I would take this new car for a spin."
Lu Haoming replied, "Do not underestimate the new road.
Although there is no money for cement yet, the villagers cherish it. The surface is laid with fine river sand."
At that moment, Lu Haoming's phone rang.
"What? Your cousin is coming over. You are quite well informed, and your timing is impeccable."
"We are just about to set off." After ending the call, Lu Haoming turned to Ren Ziyuan, "Could you do me a favor and pick up a lovely lady from Bugu Market?" Ren Ziyuan quipped, "Hey, where do you find so many lovely ladies?" "Teacher Lin Guihai's niece," Lu Haoming replied. Just then, his phone rang again. "Brother Lu, it's Lu Qianqian. I am waiting for you at the entrance of Bugu Market." As he listened to her sweet voice, Lu Haoming felt a flutter in his chest. Was she the one he had embraced so warmly that year? Chapter 74. The Trial Sleep Card. Ren Ziyuan's gift-giving skills. As Ren Ziyuan drove, journalist Tang took the passenger seat. Just as they were about to set off, Lu Haoming suggested, "Let me sit in the front and guide the way. Ziyuan hasn't been here before." Upon arriving at the entrance of the Bugu Market, Lu Haoming spotted a fashionable woman standing there, scanning her surroundings. He immediately recognized her as Lu Qianqian and called out, "Little Lu, over here, this way." She resembled a stylish version of Lin Jinyu, clad in a low-cut lace top that subtly revealed a black bra beneath, paired with a black mini skirt and high heels that swayed with each step. Ren Ziyuan remarked, "Wow, she truly is a beauty." Lu Haoming confirmed that she was indeed the same woman he had collided with years ago, though she appeared far more sensual now than she had in her youthful innocence. Lu Qianqian approached with a bright smile, saying, "Hello, brother Lu." After climbing into the car, a delightful fragrance filled the vehicle. Upon entering, she quickly discerned that Tang was seated in the back. Without needing an introduction from Lu Haoming, she inquired, "You must be the journalist from the provincial city, right?" Tang Sheng nodded, "That's correct." Lu Qianqian reached out to shake his hand, exclaiming, "Welcome, Lin Guihai is my uncle." Tang, realizing the connection, responded with an "Oh," as Lu Haoming interjected, "This is Lu Qianqian. She runs a beauty and hair salon at Bugu Market." Tang remarked, "No wonder." Lu Qianqian tilted her head, asking, "What do you mean by no wonder?" To which Tang explained, "It's just that the more attractive the proprietress, the more customers she attracts. More customers lead to better business, and a successful proprietress becomes even more beautiful." Lu Qianqian laughed, her laughter ringing clear, and replied, "Please don't flatter me, or I might float away." Lu Haoming seized the opportunity to ask, "Lu Qian, have you been to the Nangua Grand Hotel?" "Of course, I've definitely been there. The one driving today is the general manager, Mr. Ren Ziyuan." Lu Qianqian feigned surprise, saying, "Oh my, what a fortunate day, to be riding with a journalist from the provincial city and such a prominent general manager, what an honor." Ren Ziyuan responded, "Today, I won tea charge you for your services. Next time you come for a haircut, it's on the house." Lu Qianqian replied, "As long as you all are willing to come, it'll definitely be complimentary." With that, she rummaged through her small bag and produced 3 cards, stating, "I happen to have 3 silver cards, worth 500 yuan each, one for each of you. Just swipe them next time you come." Tang Sheng declined, but Lu Qianqian insisted, "It's a gift for your little sister, we only accept cards." Lu Haoming encouraged, "Accept it, it would be good for Chairman Tang as well." Tang finally accepted, while Lu Haoming took 2 cards and handed one to Ren Ziyuan. As Ren started the car, he said, "Next time, I'll bring you a room card." Lu Qianqian asked, "A room card?" Ren Ziyuan replied meaningfully, "Staying in the same place can become mundane. Sometimes, changing locations can be quite refreshing." Lu Qianqian chuckled, "Mr. Ren is quite amusing. Do you often change your sleeping arrangements?" Ren Ziyuan explained, "To speak frankly, I refer to these room cards as trial sleep cards. They are specifically intended to invite people to stay at my hotel, after which I solicit their feedback on the comfort of the bed, the experience in the bathroom, and the convenience of the room's amenities. The goal is to enhance the quality of the accommodations. Therefore, you should rename your silver card to trial service card, giving it to customers to allow them to experience any shortcomings in your hairdressing services, and encourage them to provide feedback to improve your offerings. If you give us cards as friends, that is acceptable. However, if you were to give them to leaders or their spouses, others might misconstrue it as bribery. Wouldn't you agree?" Lu Qianqian clasped her hands together and said, "Mr. Ren, you truly are a magnate. Your gift-giving skills are most impressive. I am thoroughly in awe. This ride has not been in vain, and I will certainly seek your wisdom next time." Lu Haoming thought to himself that Ren Ziyuan was quite the skilled operator, taking bribery to new heights. His cards were not something just anyone could use to trial a room. Only beautiful women and leaders, along with their spouses, were worthy of such privileges. Tang then asked, "Mr. Ren, besides trial stays, you must also have trial dining?" Ren Ziyuan affirmed, "Indeed, indeed. Not only do we have trial stays, but also trial dining and trial selection." Lu Qianqian inquired, "What is trial selection?" "It's when we have newly hired staff and invite someone with an eye for aesthetics, like Director Lu, to assist in the selection process. Of course, I'm merely using Director Lu as an example, as he has been stationed in the village for the past 6 months. By continuously seeking feedback, we aim to improve and elevate our services." Lu Haoming struggled to suppress his laughter, thinking how Ren Ziyuan had turned every conceivable opportunity into a means of engaging potential clients.
No wonder he thrived in his endeavors, Lu Chanxian remarked. Mr. Ren, achieving such success at a young age with a hotel of this magnitude must have its reasons. Please provide me with more insights next time.
Lu Haoming interjected, you should give Mr. Ren a massage. If he feels comfortable, the lessons will be far more delightful, and he will surely impart his wisdom to you. Lu Chanxian agreed. Indeed, I frequently attend lectures from various experts outside your Nangua Grand Hotel. However, I find it far more beneficial to learn directly from Mr. Ren. Very well, the three of you should come to my salon tonight for a facial. Lu Haoming declined, saying, I won't be returning.
Just make sure to take good care of journalist Tang and Mr. Ren. Lu Chanxian responded, then, Brother Lu, you must definitely visit my salon for guidance next time. He Tian from your unit comes often.
Engaged in jovial conversation, they soon entered the county's territory. Journalist Tang, seemingly uninterested in the previous topic, posed a question, what do you believe are your uncle's shining qualities? Lu Chanxian replied, shining qualities, he has helped a young girl. Tang prompted, please elaborate. Lu Haoming chuckled, journalist Tang, you don't miss a single opportunity. Even in the car, you're conducting interviews.
Tang defended, while others may speak casually, I can capture the details.
Thus, Tang and Lu Chanxian engaged in a detailed exchange, with Tang asking probing questions to which Lu Chanxian readily responded.
Upon reaching Mosui town, Lu Haoming guided Ren Ziyuan along the winding mountain roads, causing Tang to refrain from further inquiries. Eventually, Lu Haoming spotted the familiar dock and announced, we're almost there. Tang rolled down the window and exclaimed, oh, what beautiful scenery.
Just then, firecrackers erupted near the dock.
Lu Haoming remarked, journalist Tang, see how welcoming the villagers are, with a provincial journalist in town, they're setting off firecrackers to celebrate. As the car came to a stop, Li Jibu, Jia Jun, Lin Guihai, Lin Junyu, and others approached warmly. Lu Haoming introduced everyone to one another, while Lu Chanxian stepped out of the car to greet her acquaintances. Lin Guihai welcomed Tang, saying, we are thrilled to have you visit our remote mountain village. Tang Shang replied, with such beautiful mountains and waters, and great teachers, how could I not come? Let us go, I want to visit your home first. The group surrounded Tang as they made their way to the Maya Daju. Along the way, Lu Haoming observed groups of people gathered here and there, prompting him to ask Li Jibu, what are they doing?
They're surveying the land.
The main road has been opened, and each group is requesting to connect to the road, planning the routes for the connections and adjusting the land use, Li Jibu explained.
Has Jiang Bei's group also started?
Yes, they started.
Jiang Bei felt embarrassed and moved to his son's place in Shangzhou. Have those women who initially opposed the construction changed their minds?
Li Jibu chuckled, those who opposed the construction are now quite active. They realized that Erwa's brother-in-law is coming by truck to collect bamboo from the dock. Nearby groups are eagerly sending bamboo, and for Jiang Bei's group, transporting bamboo is not an easy task when they see others profiting. Lu Haoming laughed. Jiang Bei used to pay 200 yuan a day, and they were terrified, worried that Wamengzi would intimidate them.
Now that cutting bamboo from the mountain translates to money, they've come to their senses.
Li Jibu added, Jiang Beiguang came to see me, saying they also want to build roads. I told him, what road are you talking about? You don't have a say, bring those women who opposed the work to discuss, and lo and behold, they came, albeit a bit sheepishly. Lu Haoming and Li Jibu shared a hearty laugh together. Chapter 75 of the reporter Tang wept upon arriving at the residence of teacher Lin Guihai. Everyone settled for a brief moment before reporter Tang expressed a desire to visit the village primary school. Lin Guihai informed him that the village school had long since collapsed, and his home had become the school instead. Thus, with Secretary Li taking the lead and others assisting, they began to recount Lin Guihai's remarkable deeds. For instance, immediately after his graduation, Lin Guihai proactively requested to return to the village to teach at the primary school, turning down several opportunities when the county sought to transfer him to a secondary school. After the village school was demolished, he welcomed the children into his home and established a makeshift class. Some parents, working away from home, entrusted their children to Lin Guihai for supervision. Consequently, he and his wife became surrogate parents, embodying both paternal and maternal roles. On one occasion, when a particularly unruly child ran away, Lin Guihai rallied the community to search the hills tirelessly. When night fell, he, armed with a flashlight, called out the child's name in a hoarse voice. After searching through the night, they discovered that the mischievous child had been hiding on the back mountain, and upon hearing Lin Guihai's desperate calls, he finally succumbed to tears. Lin Guihai embraced the child, tears streaming down his face, saying, Teacher was wrong, I should not have scolded you so harshly, please do not hold it against me. As reporter Tang listened, he was moved to tears, and Lin Junyu handed him a tissue, allowing him a moment to regain his composure. Jia Jun pointed at Lin Junyu and introduced her to reporter Tang, saying, look at this radiant young lady, she is undeniably beautiful and could easily thrive in the city. Yet, teacher Lin insisted she return to her hometown, lamenting that locals are reluctant to teach here, while others are half-hearted. Thus, she teaches at the primary school in the neighboring village. As the discussion deepened, reporter Tang's inquiries grew more detailed. After approximately 2 hours, he closed his notebook and took photographs of Lin Guihai and his family, capturing images around the house and declaring before everyone, this is not merely a typical case.
It is a quintessential example.
Lu Haoming informed Lin's wife that reporter Tang intended to return after dinner and urged her to prepare the meal promptly. Subsequently, Lin's wife, accompanied by Lin Junyu and Lu Chanxian, entered the kitchen to prepare the dishes.
As the interview concluded and the Lin family began cooking, the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving Secretary Li and Jiejun to keep reporter Tang and Rin Ziyuan company. Somehow, a conversation ensued between Rin Ziyuan, Secretary Li, and Jiejun, wherein Rin mentioned that the abundant bamboo in the mountains could be utilized to establish a chopstick factory. He expressed his willingness to invest and bring in a master craftsman to oversee operations as Secretary Li and Jiejun showed interest and accompanied Ren to inspect the bamboo on the back mountain. Meanwhile, Lu Haoming walked alongside reporter Tang to the riverside. He said, "Brother Tang, you must write this article meticulously. Director Xiao wishes to establish a model case. The education system has become chaotic under Tao Zichuan's leadership, with fewer individuals willing to dedicate themselves. Villagers only aspire to move to the town, and those in the town seek to relocate to the county, while county residents yearn for the city." Director Xia has a stack of transfer requests on his desk that is exaggeratedly high. If we can present a figure like Lin Guihai, it may soften his stance. Reporter Tang nodded. "I have already conceived a title for the piece, that Sanshan Mountains are also moved by him. Trust me, I will draft the initial version tonight. There is no need to rush. Tonight, Ren will accompany you to relax," Lu Haoming suggested. However, Tang shook his head. The essence of writing lies in maintaining momentum. A moment's relaxation could extinguish that creative spark, resulting in a lackluster piece that fails to resonate. Lu Haoming concurred. "I share that sentiment deeply." After only a few brief encounters, Lu Haoming perceived that reporter Tang was a person with an intense commitment to his work, seemingly indifferent to other matters. Shortly thereafter, Lin Junyu called, inviting them back for dinner. Upon returning to the Meijian courtyard, they found Rin Ziyuan and Secretary Li already engaged in animated conversation. Secretary Li said, "Director Lu, see how fortuitous this is. You accompanied reporter Tang for the interview, and we have successfully negotiated a collaboration with Ren." Lu Haoming responded, "That's splendid news. Ren is a good friend of mine, and his involvement in poverty alleviation brings hope to Xiuhu village." Ren Ziyuan added, "I truly appreciate this place." Moments later, Lin Guihai and his wife welcomed everyone to the dining table. The meal featured local rice wine, and reporter Tang, enjoying the drink, engaged in a lively exchange of toasts. He praised the quality of the rice wine. Secretary Li remarked, "The Lin family each possesses their own talents. Teacher Lin not only excels in teaching but also plays the arrow beautifully. Lin's wife is an excellent cook and a skilled winemaker, while Junyu possesses a golden voice." Intrigued, reporter Tang encouraged, "Sing us a song." Lin Junyu gracefully stood and sang a folk song. After her performance concluded, applause erupted. Reporter Tang exclaimed, "Indeed, you are quite talented, you could become a star." Lu Haoming added, "You have a wide network in the provincial capital, please help promote teacher Lin." After dinner, although it was just past 5 o'clock in the summer of June, the sun still lingered in the sky. Nonetheless, reporter Tang insisted on leaving. Lu Haoming said, "If you are intent on writing with fervor, we shall not keep you." Ren Ziyuan grasped Secretary Li's hand, stating, "I will certainly follow through on this matter. Please prepare yourselves." Lu Chanshan mentioned that she wanted to return home to see her parents, uncle, and aunt before heading back to the city. The Lin family escorted reporter Tang to the dock. After several rounds of handshakes, he entered the vehicle, rolled down the window, and waved goodbye as the car departed. The Lin family returned home, and Jiejun bid farewell while Secretary Li accompanied Lu Haoming back. As they walked, Secretary Li slowed his pace to take a phone call. Lu Haoming proceeded directly to Secretary Li's home. Upon entering, Secretary Li caught up, his expression gleeful, exclaiming, "Explosive news! Cheng Haoming and Jiang Yan were caught in a hotel in the county by Jiang Yan's husband." "Is that so? Who informed you?" "A cadre from the township government." Lu Haoming was taken aback, silently admiring Song Yi's keen predictions, and asked, "Why didn't I see Song Yi today?" "He went to Tanjiawan, 10 miles downstream. There's no iron ruler available in the market, but an old blacksmith in Tanjiawan can still forge one. Erwa accompanied him, and he is likely to return tomorrow. Once Song Yi is back, we must celebrate together." At his age, with his needs met, he still cares about village affairs. Cheng Haoming, in comparison to him, is hardly significant. Secretary Li remarked, "We are all hoping for something to happen to that Cheng. He does nothing in the township, relying entirely on Deputy Secretary Xiao to get things done." Lu Haoming pulled out his phone and dialed Xiao Qiuliang, saying, "Secretary Xiao, did I dial incorrectly?" "No, I did not. Cheng Haoming is off engaging in entertainment activities, and you are acting as the Deputy Secretary." Laughter radiated from the other end. "Director Lu, you are quite humorous." Lu Haoming replied, "Whether or not you accept the secretary position is another matter. I am merely eager to support you in developing Xiuhu village." The voice on the line said, "Thank you, Director Lu, for your support of the township's work and your concern for Xiuhu village." After finishing the call, Lu Haoming turned to Secretary Li and confirmed, "I verified the information you provided. It is indeed true." Secretary Li responded, "If Deputy Secretary Xiao takes up the secretary role, future work will undoubtedly proceed more smoothly." Lu Haoming remarked, "Biaoge, let me show you something, you will likely become a county representative. Look at the recent string of good news, various groups are actively requesting road repairs, and Ren is planning to invest here." Secretary Li replied, "All thanks to you. Song Yi mentioned that you will rise to a significant position. Following you, one cannot go wrong." Lu Haoming laughed heartily. "Song Yi encourages everyone, do you really believe him?" That night, Lu Haoming found it impossible to sleep, recalling the monk on the back mountain and pondering Song Yi's words.
Would he truly become an official? What level of officialdom qualifies as significant? His uncle had once said that within the municipal government compound, achieving a leadership position in an organization is essentially the pinnacle. Indeed, many individuals falter not over money, but rather fall prey to the temptations of women. He even speculated whether Rin Ziyuan's sudden interest in establishing a factory in the village might be linked to Lu Qianxian in some way. Although Ren was not an official, any involvement with women could potentially lead to complications. He concluded that he should find an opportunity to caution Ren. Chapter 76 Xiaowei is a person of great enterprise. Within a week, the provincial newspaper published a lengthy article by Tang Sheng titled "That Sangshan Mountains Are Also Moved by Him," a chronicle of Lin Guihai, a rural teacher rooted in the mountains. It occupied the front page and included a commentary piece, unmistakably penned by Tang Sheng, which referred to Lin Guihai as a guiding candle in the mountain village, burning for 30 years and illuminating the path for the children. Following the publication of the report, it garnered widespread attention. The villagers of Xiuhu circulated the newspaper repeatedly, as their village's name appeared in the provincial press for the very first time. Xiaowei called Lu Haoming, saying, "Haoming, this endeavor has been executed remarkably well." The colleagues in the office were very moved after reading the report. Lin Guihai promptly visited the home of Secretary Li, exclaiming, "Haoming, while the facts are indisputable, I feel I have been placed too high on a pedestal." Director Li of the County Education Bureau also called, expressing a desire to visit Lin Guihai. Lu Haoming replied, "Director Li, I was just about to pay you a visit regarding this matter, please do not rush down." The following day, he briefed Secretary Li and confirmed that the Wushui River inauguration ceremony would take place on June 28, urging him to expedite the preparations while he returned to the city to report on his work. His first stop was Ji County, where he met with Director Li. The director remarked, "This is our oversight, we failed to recognize such a model. You discovered a typical case upon your arrival." Lu Haoming responded, "How can we blame you? You have not been in the Education Bureau for long. How about this? You need not go just yet. After I report to Director Xia, the leaders from both the municipal and county levels will visit together, creating a more substantial impact." Director Li agreed, "That is a commendable idea." After reaching an agreement with Director Li, Lu Haoming hurried back to the city. He contacted Director Xia, who informed him that he was attending a meeting at the provincial level but could be found in his office the following morning. Lu Haoming chose not to go anywhere and devoted the entire afternoon to accompanying Cao Cao. The next morning, he went directly to Xiaowei's office. Xiaowei was in high spirits, brewing him a cup of hot tea, and remarked, "You have accomplished a commendable task. Even the city leaders called to inform me that the story of this exemplary individual is deeply moving and deserves significant publicity." Lu Haoming had already conceived a plan, stating, "I have discussed with the village's party committee, and we have decided to launch Wushui tourism on June 28. I suggest the Bureau organize a group to both attend the inauguration and pay a visit to Lin Guihai. Additionally, Director Li from Ji County has expressed a desire to visit first, and I recommend he join the city bureau's delegation." Xiaowei nodded thoughtfully, "You have considered this thoroughly. What further ideas do you have for promoting Lin Guihai?" "After the school year resumes in the second half of the year, I propose holding a citywide commendation ceremony for outstanding teachers on September 10th. We should invite Teacher Lin to share his heartfelt journey of dedication to rural education. We ought to invite the leaders of the 4 principal departments in the city to hear about the challenges faced at the grassroots level and how teachers dedicate their lives to the cause of rural education. This will not only draw the attention of the leaders but also engage the entire society in caring for education, inspiring those who have genuinely invested their efforts in grassroots educational work." Xiaowei was greatly pleased by this notion. Since taking office, he had been struggling to find a pivotal point that would leave a profound impression on the municipal government regarding the education system, and this presented an opportunity. Lu Haoming then shared a long-held idea, saying, "However, merely holding a commendation meeting is insufficient. To rectify the turmoil that Tao Zhichuan has stirred, we must address the root causes. I have another suggestion." Xiaowei gazed intently at Lu Haoming, recognizing that this young man possessed ideas and convictions, and he held great expectations for him. A month prior, certain leaders had approached him about promoting Guoping to the position of executive deputy director, which left Xiaowei feeling uneasy. He questioned Guoping's capabilities, deeming her rather mediocre but fiercely competitive in the pursuit of power. He hoped Lu Haoming would achieve results and bring him into the fold, injecting some vitality into the entire team. Thus, he encouraged, "Haoming, feel free to share whatever you have in mind." Lu Haoming took a sip of tea and said, "In addition to moral encouragement, I believe there must be tangible rewards. Otherwise, it will not motivate others. Therefore, I propose transferring Lin Guihai's daughter to teach at a middle school in the city." Xiaowei remained silent, awaiting Lu Haoming's rationale, his eyes fixed eagerly on him. Lu Haoming passionately continued, "The power of a role model is boundless, but if we do not provide substantial benefits to the exemplar, who will step up to be a model? Tao Zhichuan has sidelined those who take action, allowing the petty to run rampant, resulting in chaos within the education system. I hope you will offer benefits to those who work diligently. Only then will everyone strive to excel, and motivation will be reignited." Lin Guihai has not expressed such intentions, yet our actions will serve as a message to others. This is merely a bold suggestion on my part. Neither Lin Guihai, his wife, nor Lin Junyu has made any requests of me. Xiaowei inquired, "What does she specialize in?" "She graduated from a normal school." Xiaowei remarked, "Haoming, you have made significant progress. You understand the importance of a single thread affecting the entire tapestry. This idea is excellent. If one individual performs well, merely being a model is insufficient. Others will lack motivation. Thus, my vision is to be even more thorough." "More thorough?"
Indeed, we should transfer Teacher Lin to the bureau's office. Lu Haoming was taken aback, not anticipating that Xiao Wei would leap far beyond his expectations. He initially thought Xiao Wei would agree with his suggestion, but he did not foresee such boldness. Xiao Wei stood up and paced the room, speaking as he walked. The office also requires a lively female colleague to facilitate communication and collaboration. Women possess distinct advantages. Furthermore, I am determined to restore the educational standards to those of Director Wang's era, ensuring that colleagues from across the province come to learn from us. At that time, we must also have a suitable representative for reception. Lu Haoming felt a surge of excitement and replied, I am far from possessing your level of ambition. If we bring Lin's daughter into the bureau, she would indeed be a suitable candidate. More importantly, this will inspire many others to dedicate themselves to the educational cause, ensuring that those who possess both virtue and talent reap the rewards of their contributions. This will foster a competitive spirit within the entire city's education system. Returning to his desk, Xiao Wei struck the table with his fist, exclaiming, Haoming, the organization has provided us with a platform, and we must utilize this stage to accomplish something for the people. We must be individuals of compassion. What meaning does life hold if we are merely self-serving like Tao Zhichuan? Revitalizing education is our shared responsibility. Lu Haoming's blood surged with fervor as he declared, Director, I do not require the same level of enlightenment as you, but as long as you lead by example, I will always be your pawn, moving forward without retreat. Xiao Wei affirmed, work diligently. After 2 years of tangible results in poverty alleviation, I will certainly recommend you to the organization. You are a good comrade who is eager to work and capable of delivering results. The atmosphere in the bureau is far too stagnant. At that point, I will gradually rejuvenate the team. This statement subtly indicated that Xiao Wei had included Lu Haoming in his considerations for a deputy position. Lu Haoming replied, please trust me, Director, I will strive to bring glory to the bureau. Xiao Wei pondered for a moment before saying, the matter of Teacher Lin's transfer must remain confidential. I will discuss it on the afternoon of September 9th, and then announce it at the citywide Teachers' Day commendation ceremony the following day. If we do not drop a few heavy bombs during the meeting, it would be better not to hold it at all. We must ensure that those who work earn their rewards, embedding this ethos deeply within the community. Focus diligently on preparing for this initiative and make a significant impact with the poverty alleviation work. Lu Haoming replied, Director, to speak candidly, I find great comfort in working under your leadership. You will undoubtedly garner significant attention from the organization, just as Director Wang did. Xiao Wei responded, thank you for your encouragement, but that is a matter for the organization. We simply need to act with a clear conscience. By the way, regarding Lin's matter, you must not let even a whisper escape. Lu Haoming solemnly nodded in agreement. Chapter 77 of Visiting Lin Guihai, Lu Haoming grows increasingly mature. June 28 has finally arrived. This day marks the inauguration ceremony of the Noon Water Tour in Xiaohu village. Early in the morning, people of all ages flocked to the Noon Water dock. This dock, a generous legacy from history, is spacious enough to accommodate thousands. As Haoming stepped down, the village still lacked a secretary, but Mayor Xiao made his appearance. Villagers from the surrounding 4 villages also came to witness the event. The entire dock was abuzz with activity. At 9 in the morning, 2 small cars and 3 large buses arrived, disembarking over 100 individuals in a flurry. Mayor Xiao, Lu Haoming, Elder Song, Secretary Li, and Jejun were there to greet them. Director Xiao from the City Bureau and Director Li from the County Bureau exited from the small cars. Everyone stepped forward for warm handshakes, exchanging pleasantries, as a loudspeaker hung from a tree announced, we kindly invite the esteemed guests from the municipal and county education systems to take a moment to rest in the prepared pavilion. The ceremony will commence in half an hour. Lu Haoming, being relatively familiar with the guests, urged everyone to settle inside the pavilion. The area was filled with an assortment of chairs, gathered by villagers from their homes, varying in length and color. The village women promptly served brewed herbal tea to the guests. Colleagues from the city and secondary institutions greeted Lu Haoming, engaging in lighthearted banter. Lu Haoming, amidst the chatter, said, please enjoy a cup of tea and take a moment to relax. Once the leaders have visited Teacher Lin Guihai, we shall proceed with the ceremony. After ensuring his colleagues were comfortable, he turned to join Director Xia and the others. Just then, another small car arrived. Upon recognizing it as Ren Ziyuan's vehicle, he halted in his tracks. 3 individuals emerged from the car, including Lu Chanqian and a man. Ren Ziyuan approached Lu Haoming and introduced, General Tian Yiping, is here to discuss the establishment of a chopstick factory. Lu Haoming warmly shook Tian Yiping's hand, exclaiming, indeed, General Tian, we spoke of you just last night. He then called Jejun over to greet the guests. Jejun hurried over, and Lu Haoming instructed Ren Ziyuan and Tian Yiping, the village chief will attend to you. I must accompany the city leaders to visit Teacher Lin. Ren Ziyuan replied, you go ahead. Lu Haoming jogged to catch up with the visiting group. Mayor Xiao and Secretary Li were guiding the city and county leaders towards Lin Guihai's residence. Mayor Xiao was explaining something to Director Xia and Director Li.as. Lu Haoming caught up with the group. He remarked to the other leaders, thank you for your hard work. Chairman Tang responded, we are not the ones who toil. It is Director Lu who bears the burden. Laughter erupted among them. Upon arriving at the Ma family's courtyard, Lin Guihai's family stood at the entrance to welcome them. Director Xia stepped forward to shake Lin Guihai's hand, stating, Teacher Lin, you have made it to the provincial newspaper. It is a great honor for our city's education system. Our team members, including County Director Li, have come to pay you a visit. Lin Guihai grasped Director Xia's hands, overwhelmed with emotion, struggling to find words. Mrs. Lin, standing nearby, expressed, we are immensely grateful to the leaders, thank you so much. Lin Junyu added, leaders, please come in and have a seat. Upon entering, the Lin family had already arranged several tables adorned with fruits. Lin Junyu and several others busied themselves serving tea. Only Director Xia and Director Li sat down with Lin Guihai, while the others, feeling the spaciousness and age of the Ma family's courtyard, wandered about with their cups. Lu Haoming, hesitant to leave, took a seat on a small stool across from them. Director Xia remarked, Teacher Lin, my understanding of your achievements was limited until I saw the report. Now I have a more comprehensive and profound impression. It is not difficult for one to perform a good deed, but to dedicate a lifetime to doing good is truly commendable. Therefore, we must encourage all educators in the city to follow your example. Lin Guihai shook his head repeatedly, as Lin Junyu chimed in, my father cannot express himself in front of leaders. Only in the classroom does he come alive and speak passionately. Laughter ensued. Director Xia replied, we are not leaders in the traditional sense. I am aware that County Director Li also has a teaching background. While I may not have taught, I began my career at the Rural Cultural Station. I am not a leader, Teacher Lin. Lin Guihai steadied his emotions before saying, it is not that I cannot articulate my thoughts. Rather, I feel that everything I have done over the decades is simply what I ought to do. This honor is far too great. Director Xia pointed at Qin Bin, who had been diligently taking notes while seated on a small stool, and said, you are responsible for public relations. Make sure to document this. How many such exceptional teachers do we have, tirelessly working at the grassroots level, dedicating their lives to education while remaining remarkably humble, while we sit in air-conditioned offices? Teacher Lin has been here in this dilapidated courtyard, year after year, conducting multi-grade classes. He considers this his duty. What a noble mindset that is. Chen Bin, with a look of reverence, scribbled notes fervently. After some time, Director Xia produced a large red envelope, and Director Li followed suit. Director Xia stated, this is a token of appreciation from our municipal and county education departments. Lin Guihai resolutely declined the offer. Director Xia, with a stern expression, insisted, if good deeds are not recognized, then the misdeeds will dominate the stage. This is our affirmation of your spirit. Lu Haoming stepped forward, urging, Teacher Lin, please accept it. Finally, Lin Guihai relented. Director Xia added, Director Lu has devoted great effort to poverty alleviation here. Today, as we inaugurate the noon water tour, we must take our leave for the ceremony. Lin Guihai, when discussing others, found his voice once more, grasping Director Xiao's hand and stating, I do not require commendation. However, you must acknowledge this young man, Lu. Everything he has accomplished is in accordance with reality, overcoming numerous obstacles. Lin Junyu interjected, Father, the leaders have another event to attend. Lin Guihai shot a sharp glance at Lin Junyu, silently conveying his displeasure at the interruption. Lin Junyu stuck out his tongue, making a face. Lin Guihai continued, Director, you truly must commend this young man. I do not enjoy flattering words, but I must say a few good things about Lu. Director Xia chuckled, Lu has done a little, but he has also been inspired by your spirit. He has reported to me, but whether he receives recognition will depend on the final results. Your support will enable him to excel further. Lin Guihai affirmed, I support him, our entire family supports him. Fearing that Lin Guihai might continue, Lu Haoming turned to Lin Junyu and said, you should accompany your parents to the dock. Only then did Lin Guihai release his grip. As they exited the Ma family's courtyard, Director Xia remarked, Teacher Lin is not verbose, rather, he speaks from the heart. Unlike some, he does not read the room, he embodies the essence of a humble teacher, a cornerstone of our faculty. The director's speeches were filled with truth. Everyone expressed their astonishment at the dilapidated state of the buildings and the simplicity of the teaching environment, noting the remarkable dedication of one individual teaching 3 multi-grade classes. County Director Li remarked, we must assist Teacher Lin in improving his teaching environment. Director Xia remained silent. Lu Haoming, intuitively grasping Director Xiao's intention, approached Director Li and quietly advised, for now, let's refrain from any improvements. Many more will come to visit. Once the road is completed, 3rd-grade students can attend school in the neighboring Dahe village. It is best to allow him to continue teaching a dozen or so students here. Upon hearing this, Director Li understood. Patting Lu Haoming on the shoulder, he remarked meaningfully, Director Lu, commendable, you are young and promising. At this moment, Jejun rushed over to whisper in Lu Haoming's ear, you should hurry. The ceremony is about to begin, and you still need to change. Lu Haoming followed Jejun, picking up the pace. Chapter 78. A remarkably creative ceremony. Lu Haoming had previously sought the opinions of Director Xia and Mayor Xiao, both of whom indicated they would refrain from speaking. Thus, the ceremony consisted of only 4 segments. Clad in a flowing azure robe, Lu Haoming became the subject of hushed laughter among familiar colleagues, while Li Tian called out from the crowd, that looks splendid, if only he had shaved his head. This elicited a burst of laughter from all present. Holding a microphone, Lu Haoming stood beside a table, assuming the role of MC. With his resonant baritone, he announced, the launch ceremony for the Wushui River Tour in Xiuhu Village comprises 4 segments. We shall now commence with the first, as we invite Li Biao, the village party secretary of Xiuhu, to deliver the welcome address. As Li Biao took his place, the villagers chuckled. He had meticulously styled his hair for the occasion, donning a crisp white shirt, black trousers, and polished black leather shoes. Without a script, he stood and delivered a heartfelt welcome speech, which Lu Haoming had assisted him in crafting. Li Biao had practiced diligently, reciting it flawlessly. As Li Biao concluded his address, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted. Lu Haoming returned to the forefront, stating, since the road to Xiuhu village has been completed, it has attracted discerning investors.
Now, I am delighted to announce an inspiring piece of news. The Xiaohu Bamboo Products Factory, funded by the South China Grand Hotel of Wuhua City, is officially signing its contract on this auspicious day. We shall now proceed to the second segment of the ceremony. I invite Ren Ziyuan, the general manager of the South China Grand Hotel, and Yu Jejun, the village head of Xiaohu, to take their places and jointly sign the formal agreement for the development of the bamboo products industry. As his words faded, Ren Ziyuan and Jejun approached the table, seated themselves, signed, shook hands, and exchanged documents. Let us extend our warmest applause to celebrate this successful collaboration. Most villagers were unaware of this development, as was Director Xia from the Municipal Bureau, and the guests as well as nearby villagers were equally uninformed. Thus, a thunderous applause ensued, with the villagers of Xiaohu clapping the loudest and the longest. Chairman Tang remarked to Xiaowei, "Haoming truly excels at this."
Xiaowei nodded with a smile. Indeed, this segment has added considerable flair to the opening.
The third segment involves the ritual of releasing the raft spirit into the river. For centuries, the people of the Wushui region have relied on the mountains and rivers for sustenance, hunting in the hills and navigating the waters. Rafting is an adventurous pursuit for the people of Wushui, where, during the spring floods, they bind bamboo and wood into rafts, riding the currents downstream to sell their timber in Nan bamboo at the docks. The high mountains and turbulent waters, along with hidden reefs, make this a perilous endeavor. Beyond the need for exceptional rafting skills, the blessings of the raft spirit are also sought. Thus, for countless generations, the people of Wushui have performed the raft spirit sacrifice before embarking on their rafting journeys. Times have changed, and while rafting is no longer practiced, we have chosen to reenact this ancient ritual to promote tourism in Xiaohu village and revive its former glory. Now, we invite the chief officiant of the raft spirit sacrifice, Mr.
Song Jiwen, to take the stage.
As anticipation filled the air, Mr. Song stepped forward, adorned in a blue robe, his demeanor solemn and radiant as he walked with a dignified gait to the center of the dock, standing before the table.
Lu Haoming called out, "Present 3 offerings."
Lin Junyu, Lu Qian, and a young woman sequentially brought forth a chicken, meat, and fish. Lu Haoming then proclaimed, "To honor the raft spirit." Mr. Song stepped forward, lighting candles and incense, bowing 3 times before placing the incense in the burner.
Lu Haoming announced, "Present rice wine."
Mr. Song lifted a cup of wine from the offering table high above his head, then poured it onto the ground. Lu Haoming continued, "Make a wish." Mr. Song recited, "In the spring waters of March, as they overflow the banks, our livelihoods at Wushui depend on rafting. With fierce winds and surging waves, and the sun and moon in motion, the raft spirit sees me, acknowledging the hardships of my existence, blessing my journey for peace amidst the waves. Today, I offer these 3 sacrifices along with humble fare to express my intentions. May I return safely, free from worries. Let it be known."
Upon concluding the ritual, Lu Haoming declared, "The sacrifice is complete."
We shall now proceed to the 4th segment, the Iron Ruler performance. Raft men must not only contend with the heavens and the earth, but also face fierce winds and waves, and even confront adversaries. When they deliver their bamboo and wood to the downstream docks, they do not immediately gain riches, they often encounter bullies and thugs. At such times, the people of Wushui reveal their unique skills through the Iron Ruler. The performance of the Iron Ruler is sufficient to command respect. Now, let us welcome the Xiaohu Village Iron Ruler team to showcase their ancient art, the Iron Ruler Flying Wheel. What a plethora of performances!
Lu Haoming remarked, turning to see He Tian standing behind him. Jokingly, she said, "No wonder I sensed a delightful aroma." He Tian laughed, "I've been right behind you, and you didn't even notice me."
At that moment, Mr. Song removed his azure robe, revealing a black short-sleeved shirt and shorts beneath. Suddenly, 5 individuals leapt from the crowd, performing flips in midair before landing skillfully beside Mr. Song. Forming a circle around him, they shouted "Sha," as the 6 of them spun their iron rulers with dazzling flair. The 12 iron rulers whirled across their hands, resembling dragons swimming or stars shifting in the night sky. They danced with such finesse that it left the audience mesmerized. Cheers and applause erupted, growing louder as they quickened their pace. The iron rulers flew from their hands to the sky, and the applause cascaded like a torrential downpour, accompanied by shouts of encouragement and whistles, elevating the performance to a thrilling climax. Under Mr. Song's guidance, the 5 performers tossed their iron rulers high into the air, then rolled onto the ground, catching them deftly. In a swift motion, they sprang up, bowing to the audience. The intensity of the applause was such that it caused leaves to scatter from the branches above. He Tian exclaimed, "No wonder you don't want to return to the bureau, this is such fun."
Lu Haoming remained silent, loudly proclaiming, "If the iron rulers are insufficient to deter the thugs, the people of Wushui will don iron shoes."
What does it mean to wear iron shoes? It entails heating a pair of iron shoes until they glow red hot, and then, 1 person from Wushui and 1 from the thugs will compete, each wearing these heated shoes, with the one taking more steps declared the victor.
We shall now demonstrate the iron shoe challenge.
The crowd gasped in horror. He Tian covered her eyes, pleading, "Please don't perform such a cruel act." Lu Haoming replied, "Of course, in the past, this was a matter of survival, and such stakes were necessary. Today, we will not heat them, these are merely ordinary iron shoes. We welcome any brave souls to step into these shoes and take a few steps." No sooner had he finished speaking than a young man from a neighboring village approached the iron shoes set in the square. He slipped his feet into them and, with great effort, raised 1 foot to take a step, then steadied himself before raising the other. Amidst the crowd's repeated shouts of encouragement, he managed to take 3 steps before he could go no further. A few others tried as well, some walked 4 steps, others just 1, while some couldn't manage a single step. Lu Haoming called out, "Next, we invite Wang Meng, a villager from Xiaohu, to shine on stage."
Wang Meng confidently approached the iron shoes, slipping his feet in effortlessly, and began to walk. The crowd counted together, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 6 steps, 7 steps, my goodness, he is still going 10 steps. He Tian gasped in astonishment, 12 steps. As Wang Meng continued, the pace slowed, yet he persisted. How far will he go? He Tian asked. Lu Haoming smiled, I won't tell you. As the crowd watched Wang Meng make his way step by step toward the riverbank, Lu Haoming suddenly called out, seize the raft head, summon the raft spirit. From the crowd emerged 2 young men, one clad in a red vest and the other in yellow. Each held a wooden dragon head in their arms, standing resolutely. Lu Haoming bellowed, seize the headwater. In a flash, the young men sprinted, the one in the red vest darting like an arrow to Wang Meng's side, delivering the dragon head to him. Wang Meng swiftly withdrew his feet from the iron shoes, cradled the dragon head, and made his way to the water's edge, fastening it to the bamboo raft adorned with red silk. Lu Haoming declared, the ceremony has concluded, the red boat has triumphed, the red boat shall set sail first. I invite the leaders and guests to board the bamboo raft draped in red cloth, while others may board the raft draped in yellow cloth. The ceremony is complete, fire the cannons. As the sound of firecrackers resounded, Lu Haoming, along with Secretary Li and Director Xiao and Xiao, made their way to the dock. The crowd stirred, rushing toward the dock. Lu Haoming turned to Xiao Wei, saying, wait a moment, the excitement continues. Chapter 79 Life can truly be lived like a poem. The docks were lined with bamboo rafts, and a glance revealed perhaps 100 of them. Lu Haoming, Li Biao, and Jia Jun directed everyone to board the rafts. Lin Junyu accompanied the municipal leaders on the first raft, while Li Biao skillfully propelled it. Lu Chanxian accompanied County Director Li, Mayor Xiao, Ren Ziyuan, and Tian Yiping on the second raft, with Jia Jun at the helm. Lu Haoming took the command boat, followed closely by He Tian, along with Zhang Jianwei, Chen Bin, Zhao Bao, and Wu Mengzi. Hua was in charge of propelling the raft. Song Yi, Lin Guihai, and the women's director Gui Gui boarded the third raft. Following them was a raft shared by 6 individuals, who freely formed their own groups. Lu Haoming, holding a loudspeaker, proclaimed, esteemed leaders and friends, from Shaohu village, our 2 aquatic champions, Zhao Bao and Wang Meng, are like dragons of the water. Everyone, look this way. The collective gaze of the crowd turned towards the command boat. Now, the individuals standing and waving at you are Zhao Bao and Wang Meng. Upon my command, they will perform a diving exhibition. Let us eagerly anticipate how long they can remain submerged. 1, 2, 3, jump. At the sound of jump, Zhao Bao and Wang Meng, clad in their shorts, leapt from the raft, plunging into the water with a splash, leaving only ripples in their wake. All eyes remained fixed on the river's surface. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed, as the crowd scanned the water, but there was nothing to be seen. 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, He Tian began to grow anxious, asking, aren't they coming up? Lu Haoming chuckled, let us wait another 6 minutes. He Tian gaped, unable to close her mouth. Suddenly, someone cried out, they're coming up. However, it was merely a fish leaping from the water in the distance. The wait felt interminable, and Director Xiao shouted, Haoming, there won't be an accident. Well there, Lu Haoming reassured, they should surface soon. No sooner had he spoken than a head appeared in the distance. Lu Haoming seized the loudspeaker, announcing, disciple Wang Meng is the first to surface, while Master Zhao Bao remains beneath the waves. Approximately 2 minutes later, another head emerged at the bow of the command boat. Lu Haoming lifted the loudspeaker once more, friends, Master Zhao Bao's skills are superior, he has returned to the command boat. The crowd turned their attention towards the command boat. Wang Meng steadied himself against the raft, performing a graceful flip, and with a pull from air he clambered back onto the bamboo raft. It was unclear who initiated the applause, but soon the sound echoed across the river. Lu Haoming declared over the loudspeaker, let us set off, and dozens of bamboo rafts drifted downstream. The summer waters of the Mushui River were crystal clear, gently rippling. A soft breeze stirred the water's surface, while the picturesque scenery of the rural landscape unfolded on both banks. Each bamboo raft had a local guide narrating the history and beauty of the Mushui River to the passengers aboard. After traveling 5 miles, they reached a bend, and Lu Haoming raised the loudspeaker to explain, esteemed leaders and friends, we have arrived at the renowned Egrets Isle, where hundreds, if not thousands, of egrets gather on the banks of the small island. They are unafraid of humans, so let us all roll our hands into trumpets and, following my lead, call out to witness a truly spectacular sight. 2 yellow orioles sing among the emerald willows, a line of egrets soaring into the azure sky. The crowd followed suit, shouting in unison, 2 yellow orioles sing among the emerald willows, a line of egrets soaring into the azure sky. The sound of hundreds of voices echoed like a tidal wave. In that instant, hundreds of birds took flight from the treetops, ascending into the sky. After a moment of panic, they regrouped in formation, flying in groups of 7, vigorously flapping their wings as they crossed over the river. The crowd, now invigorated, shouted even louder. The egrets, however, remained unperturbed, gracefully gliding across the Mushui River to perch on the treetops of the opposite hill. How beautiful, so magnificent! The crowd exclaimed in excitement. I must compose a poem. The Yangtze, the Yellow River, cannot compare to the Mushui River. Someone standing at the front of the raft recited aloud, inciting laughter from the surrounding rafts. Lu Haoming inquired of He Tian, who is that person? He Tian replied, he is Qin Hangguan, the vice president of the Vocational Technical College, recently promoted, you may not recognize him. While this side of the raft was in uproar, Lin Junyu began to sing a folk tune, her voice rising melodiously. Oh dear, the Mushui River stretches long and wide, flowing all the way to the Shangzhou prefecture.
It takes just 3 days to reach Shangzhou, yet we linger for half a month. Oh, why is that so? Erwa took up the theme, singing sister has feelings, and brother has intentions. Slowly we row and slowly we go, casting ripples to watch the splashes, picking up leaves to use as flutes, rowing gently by day, saving strength for tight embraces by night. The crowd erupted in laughter, and several rafts echoed. One more time, Jia Jun began to sing. Singing folk songs carries a deep charm. The people on the boat all shout deep charm. Brother longs for sister, sister longs for brother. The people on the boat all shout sister longs for brother. Just waiting for the sun to set, the people on the boat all shout it's almost sunset. Lips to lips and waist to waist, the people on the boat all shout. Waist to waist. As Jia Jun finished his folk song, laughter resounded across the rafts. He Tian remarked, Director Lu, listening to such folk songs could lead to extramarital affairs. You won't turn bad here, will you? Lu Haoming laughed heartily. If I wanted to turn bad, there wouldn't be an opportunity. He Tian shot him a playful glance. Oh, still no opportunity. At that moment, the young people on the various rafts, inspired by the earlier folk song, stood up to sing impromptu verses. A raft behind them quickly caught up, and a man in his 30s shouted, Director Lu, may I borrow your loudspeaker? I wish to sing a song. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Qin Hangguan. As their rafts drifted parallel, he reached out to take the loudspeaker. Qin Hangguan took the loudspeaker, standing at the front of the raft, and proclaimed loudly, with the development of tourism in Shaohu village, Director Lu's contributions are invaluable. On a whim, I composed a couple of lines. The crowd turned their attention towards him as he sang. In the village comes Lu Haoming, dedicated to developing tourism, but there are too many beauties. Director, do take care of yourself. Oh, take care. Laughter erupted from all the rafts. Several individuals on the rafts raised their hands, echoing, Director, do take care of yourself. Lu Haoming requested, pass the loudspeaker over here. Erwa took the loudspeaker and handed it to Lu Haoming. Not wishing to steal the spotlight, he began to sing a folk song in Shaohu village. We promote tourism, all thanks to the villagers' enthusiasm. Moreover, with the guiding hands of the bureau, we organize everyone to lend support. The people on the rafts repeated the last line. We organize everyone to lend support. As they sang and laughed, they arrived at Tanjiawan downstream, where crowds had gathered to witness the spectacle. Tanjiawan marked the neighboring county, and as the rafts approached the shore, Li Biao and Jia Jun led everyone ashore. Song Yi had already made arrangements with the Tan patriarch and his son for a blacksmithing demonstration. The Tan father and son did not solely rely on blacksmithing for their livelihood. Their performance was recognized as an intangible cultural heritage of the province. They had previously performed in the city and at Shangzhou. With the crowd swelling, they dispersed to explore, while Song Yi led Lu Haoming and the leaders of the municipal and county education bureaus to the Tan residence. At the Tan household, the father and son took turns hammering, large and small hammers striking in a synchronized rhythm, creating a beautiful melody. Xiao Wei remarked, such talent resides among the common folk. Everyone nodded in agreement. After a leisurely stroll around Tanjiawan, they gathered after about 10 minutes and returned to the bamboo rafts. This time, the journey proved even more enjoyable, as the current was with them going downstream, but against them on the return trip. Each bamboo raft had one person at the front using a hook to secure the raft's head. Lu Haoming raised the loudspeaker, stating, ahead is the tow we've seen on television. Friends who are interested may also lend a hand. Several young individuals jumped off the rafts, guided by the villagers, as they slung ropes over their shoulders. At Lu Haoming's command, a long line of tow workers formed on the beach, stretching nearly a mile. Wang Mang led the group in singing the towchat. We're towing now. Aha, the crowd echoed, we're towing now. Aha, with the tow rope never leaving our shoulders, we pull through 9 shoals and 18 bends. At that moment, not only the workers below joined in the chorus, but those on the rafts joined in as well. Sweat mingles with the waters of the Mu River. Our chants soar into the colorful clouds. The voices from the shore and the rafts merged in a powerful chorus, creating a magnificent spectacle. As boats competed in the current, egrets soared high, fish danced in the shallow waters, and branches stretched across the Mu River. Tian sighed, next year, I want to join you in poverty alleviation. This is so enjoyable, 100 times better than sitting in an office. Someone began to sing, sister, you're on the boat, and brother is on the shore pulling, love and affection, as the music drifts softly. The crowd looked around, realizing it was Qin Hangguan singing while pulling on the beach of the chorus of song, laughter, and calls intertwined with the golden sunlight, rippling across the surface of the Mushui River in June. Lu Haoming pondered, life can indeed be lived like a poem. Chapter 80. What matter could he Tian wish to discuss with me? By the time I returned to the village, it was already 11 in the morning. Centered around Li Biao's home, more than 50 banquet tables had been set up by 4 or 5 surrounding families. Erwa was performing fish catching in the pond at Secretary Li's house, drawing a crowd of spectators. Some people had even gone to the swimming pool to bathe. The village was bustling with several hundred visitors, creating a lively atmosphere. Lu Haoming suggested to Director Xia that they hold a brief meeting during the interval before the meal. Xia Wei nodded in agreement, saying, all right. Chen was tasked with notifying the relevant personnel to convene on the second floor of Secretary Li's home. Attendees included members of the Bureau's party committee, heads of secondary units, County Director Li, Mayor Xiao, Ren Ziyuan, and the village head secretary. Lu Haoming remarked, seizing this splendid opportunity of our gathering, I invite all leaders to provide guidance on our village's work. Xiao Wei added, I have a few unexpected observations. Firstly, I did not anticipate such a grand scene. Nearly 500 local villagers have come to witness the festivities. Secondly, I was astonished to discover that a small village harbors so many unique talents, with performances that not only abound in quantity but also exhibit rich local characteristics and the charm of our water town. Thirdly, I was taken aback by the beauty of the midday waters and the grounded nature of the folk songs, particularly the reenactment of the hardships faced by boatmen over a century ago, which holds significant educational value. These unexpected revelations have profoundly moved me. They indicate that Xiaohu village indeed possesses tourism potential, and it is evident that Comrade Haoming and the village committee have invested considerable effort, yielding commendable results. Moving forward, we must deliberate on how to transform Xiaohu village into a model village for poverty alleviation at the municipal, county, and township levels, and I invite everyone to contribute their insights, especially urging Mayor Xiao for robust support. Now, let us welcome Mayor Xiao to share his thoughts. Mayor Xiao took a sip of tea and said, Captain Lu is indeed a commendable cadre nurtured by the Municipal Education Bureau, having accomplished a great deal upon arriving at Xiaohu village. Roads have been repaired, enterprises introduced, and tourism appropriately developed. On behalf of the township's party committee and government, I extend my gratitude to Director Xia and all leaders present. The tourism launch event in Xiaohu village has inspired me. The township should seize this opportunity to enhance the midday water tourism project. I hereby pledge to secure funding promptly to fully widen and solidify the road from the township government to Xiaohu village. As for subsequent matters, we shall convene a special meeting to discuss them. Li Biao, Jia Jun, and others were the first to applaud, followed by a round of applause from everyone. Xiao Wei remarked, the mayor's declaration is excellent and uplifting. Our education system, at both the municipal and county levels, must organize teachers to visit the village for tourism and consumption. This expenditure can be covered by union funds. Today, I shall take a firm stance and shoulder this responsibility, for visiting here allows one to appreciate the beautiful mountains and waters while also experiencing the profound Watertown culture. More importantly, we must visit teacher Lin Guihai's teaching site to witness a spirit of great dedication. There are exemplary figures among us. Why travel to distant states and provinces to learn? Xiao Wei's words resonated strongly, and Lu Haoming led the applause. County Director Li was the first to express his commitment to thoroughly implement Director Xiao's directives. A meeting would be held tomorrow to ensure execution, and heads of secondary units quickly followed suit with their pledges to act immediately. Truly, local officials cannot compare to those in direct management. Li Biao exchanged a knowing smile with Lu Haoming. Ren Ziyuan stated, as a business owner, I will certainly cooperate with the village in establishing the factory. Xiao Wei remarked, this meeting has been fruitful. While the education department may not possess the financial clout of some wealthier sectors, we boast intellectual and talent advantages. I hope that through 2 years of poverty alleviation efforts, Xiaohu village will undergo a remarkable transformation. Li Biao expressed heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the village committee. Xiao Wei signaled for Lu Haoming to speak. Lu Haoming remarked, in 1,000 words and myriad thoughts, all can be distilled into one: gratitude to the leaders from the municipal and county levels, Mayor Xiao, and Mr. Ren. With your support, I am confident that Xiaohu village's future will be resplendent. At this moment, someone approached Secretary Li and whispered a few words. Li Biao stood up and said, esteemed leaders, please descend to the dining area. The midday meal consisted of rice wine, and the atmosphere was lively as glasses were raised and exchanged. Lu Haoming made his rounds, toasting at each table. After the lunch, He Tian called Lu Haoming to a corner and asked, are you heading back? Lu Haoming hesitated, and He Tian continued, why not go back? Tourism doesn't require your supervision. There's something I wish to discuss with you. Uncertain of the nature of He Tian's request, Lu Haoming thought for a moment and replied, all right. He summoned Secretary Li and Jia Jun to the side to relay some matters. Secretary Li reassured him, rest assured. As the weather warms up, you should also take some time to rest before returning. Jia Jun joked, if you don't return soon, Dr. Wen will be after you. At that moment, everyone had finished their meals and began bidding farewell to the village leaders. Once on the bus, Lu Haoming glanced around and found himself seated next to Chen Bin. Director Zhu remarked, Director Lu can sing mountain songs, what a delightful discovery. However, the village head sings the best. By day, I row with ease. Come nightfall, I embrace tightly. Laughter erupted. Woldemo chimed in, the village head singing isn't that impressive. Principal Chin from the vocational college sings even better. Where is he? Another added, it's just that there are too many beautiful women here. Director, you must take care. Indeed, Director Lu, you must take care. The group laughed heartily. Director Zhu commented, teacher Lin Guihai's daughter is indeed beautiful. Old Mo added, she sings well too. Another remarked, to speak honestly, in terms of singing mountain songs, Dr. Wen cannot compare to teacher Lin. The group burst into laughter. Lu Haoming chose not to respond. The more one explains, the more it seems like there is something to hide. The bus was filled with joyous laughter. Some remarked that the midday water tourism was enjoyable and they would return next time, while others noted they had not prepared and would bring their children for swimming on their next visit. Lu Haoming stated, before the meal, Director Xia convened a meeting, where Mayor Xiao pledged to fully harden the roads from the township government to the village, making travel much easier. Furthermore, Mr. Rin plans to establish a chopstick factory and a straw mat factory in the village. While I may not afford straw mats, I can certainly offer a pair of chopsticks to everyone. Director Zhu suggested, we could also make wooden chopsticks, perhaps more exquisite. Thus, discussions began regarding potential industries that could be developed in this mountain village. Normally reticent, Chen Bin quietly suggested to Lu Haoming, bamboo can be crafted into water cups and pen holders. I bought a cup and a pen holder during my last trip to Jiangxi. Lu Haoming stood up and declared, Chen Bin has proposed an excellent idea. Producing water cups and pen holders, this is a viable venture, and I can certainly afford to provide them. The group agreed that this suggestion was sound. The bus driver interjected, I watched a television program that showcased bamboo flutes. Director Zhu remarked, I saw that program too. The technical requirements are high. It requires specialized craftsmen, ordinary folks cannot produce them. Lu Haoming noticed that Guo Ping from the personnel department, seated at the back, had been unusually silent, seemingly disinterested in the conversation. Upon arriving in Jixian, the lively chatter diminished, some dozed off, their snores filling the air, while others closed their eyes to rest. Lu Haoming closed his eyes, feigning sleep, but his mind was preoccupied with the question. What could Tian wish to discuss with me? Chapter 81. A business opportunity that causes him subtle pain. As the bus approached the city, passengers began to disembark one after another, leaving only a few aboard. The vehicle rolled into the courtyard of the government offices, where Lu Haoming spotted Tian stepping off another bus. It seemed they shared an unspoken understanding as they made their way together toward the office. Lu Haoming, now a director, had merely relocated the materials to the office previously occupied by Ma Xiaosong. Among his colleagues, there existed an unspoken taboo. For instance, no one dared to work in the office that Ma Xiaosong once occupied, which had now turned into a storage room. Just as Lu Haoming settled into his chair, Tian entered. She promptly began boiling water and washing cups. After a flurry of activity, she closed the door and handed him a cup of tea before taking a seat across from him. Tian had an eye for fashion, wearing a black lace top paired with a matching black bra underneath, exuding a subtle sensuality. Lu Haoming found himself unable to meet her gaze, gripping his cup tightly as he blew on the tea and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" "I have an idea, but I fear you may reject it," she replied. Lu Haoming, genuinely perplexed by what she was about to propose, feigned nonchalance and encouraged her, "Please, go ahead. My husband is in business, and his circle of friends either run factories or engage in trade. By being exposed to their world, I picked up a bit about entrepreneurship. Mr. Ren's chopstick factory is a splendid idea. Lu Haoming, still bewildered, nodded in agreement. In fact, you could invest a share. The director's salary isn't substantial. If it suits you, I would also invest a share. As for the funds, I can lend you some, she suggested. For a long moment, Lu Haoming remained silent. He had complete faith in Tian, even sensing a vague, indescribable affection from her. Yet, the rule against officials engaging in business was a strict one. Tian seemed unfazed, even without a formal job. She continued to enjoy a life of luxury and happiness. As for him, he was currently riding the wave of support from Shihai, witnessing a promising turn in poverty alleviation efforts, and aspiring toward a bright future. If he were to be caught in a compromising situation regarding this matter, "Are you not confident in me?" Tian's gentle question sent a shiver through Lu Haoming, prompting him to quickly shake his head. "Why would you say that?" She continued, "Mr. Rin is your closest friend, you truly must not let this opportunity slip away." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Haoming replied, "I'll be resting at home for a while. Let me think it over, and once I've made a decision, we can discuss it further, shall we?" Tian softly urged, "Money is not an issue, you must seize this opportunity." With that, she flashed him a meaningful smile and quietly closed the door behind her as she left. Lu Haoming sat there, lost in thought. This was indeed a remarkable suggestion. He was certain that Ren Ziyuan would be on board. Yet, who exactly was Tian? If she were a family member or a close relative, he might feel more at ease. However, they were merely colleagues, they shared no significant conflicts of interest and enjoyed a good rapport, even bordering on a spiritual connection. But could colleagues, especially those of the opposite sex, genuinely be friends? In the event of a major conflict of interest, it would inevitably impact his future. What he needed to ascertain was why Tian was so kind to him. This question was not overly complex. Lu Haoming himself possessed a peculiar charm that attracted certain women. For instance, during his university years, several girls showed him unconditional care and concern when one could have easily chosen a wealthy suitor but instead opted to marry him. He concluded that the women who liked him were inherently kind-hearted, particularly those with well-formed noses. Tian belonged to this category. At present, his only resolution was to place his complete trust in Tian. She was his external lady. No, that would tarnish her image. She was his confidant, his steadfast ally, eternally standing by his side. He hoped this to be true, yet he remained hesitant. Perhaps he should first meet with Ziyuan and then decide. Thus, he dialed Ren Ziyuan's number. After a considerable wait, the call connected. "Mr. Ren, I've been thinking about you," he said. "Huh? I think you've dialed the wrong number. It seems you meant to call your beloved." Ren Ziyuan chuckled. "Really?" Lu Haoming insisted. "Then come over and chat." Ren Ziyuan invited. "All right." Lu Haoming finished the remaining tea, feeling that it would be wasteful to leave Tian's brew untouched. He stepped outside and hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to the South China Grand Hotel. Upon arriving, Lu Haoming ascended the stairs and rang the doorbell. Ren Ziyuan opened the door, ushering him in before shutting it behind him. He then retrieved a bottle of purified water and asked, "Do you recognize this?" Lu Haoming burst into laughter, shaking his head. "Not at all." Ren Ziyuan replied, "While you were out on the bamboo rafting excursion, I was scouting for business opportunities and discovered a substantial spring behind Secretary Li's house. We could establish a clean water factory." Lu Haoming twisted the bottle cap with ease and remarked, "Has this been opened before?" Ren Ziyuan grinned. "I took 2 bottles of mineral water from Secretary Li's house, emptied them, and filled them with spring water. Don't worry, they haven't even touched." Lu Haoming slapped his thigh. "Exactly, Secretary Li cooks with this water. The dishes are exceptionally fragrant." After taking a sip, he added, "It tastes even better than mineral water." Ren Ziyuan stood up, pacing the room before stopping to look at Lu Haoming. "While you've been working on poverty alleviation, I've stumbled upon a gold mine. The area was previously isolated, resulting in well-preserved vegetation. Not only can we establish a chopstick factory, but we can also set up a clean water plant. My mind is made up, Brother Lu. To express my gratitude, I want you to invest a share. If you lack funds, I can lend you some." Lu Haoming's mind buzzed with excitement. It seemed that fortune was favoring him, as if he were stumbling upon gold at every turn. He refrained from giving an immediate response, instead gazing at Ren Ziyuan with a smile that was ambiguous, both appreciative and slightly mocking. Ren Ziyuan, filled with enthusiasm, insisted, "Brother, I'm being sincere. If you nt called Tang the reporter, I wouldn't have driven you to the village, nor would I have discovered the treasure trove that is Shouhu village. Even if I might accompany you once or twice in the coming years, the roads will soon be open, and many with keen insight will come. What if someone else seizes the opportunity first? Right now, the conditions are perfect, your reputation in the village is high, and the secretary and village head will heed your words. My development efforts are aligned with the right time, place, and people. Therefore, my invitation for you to invest is heartfelt. I understand you may not have much spare change, so I'll cover the costs. All I need is for you to help navigate some challenges." Upon hearing this, Lu Haoming recognized Ren Ziyuan's sincerity. Even if Ren Ziyuan possessed wealth and determination, the success of rural projects required someone to oversee them closely. He remained silent, his hands fidgeting about. Ren Ziyuan chuckled. Others stockpile a bundle of cigarettes in their office drawers, while you rummage around as the office director. He then bent down and retrieved 2 packs of cigarettes from the desk drawer, saying, "Let us share the fortune." Lu Haoming tore open one pack, took out a cigarette, and lit it with Ren Ziyuan's help. After inhaling deeply, he remarked, "You have grand ambitions, allow me to offer some advice. In addition to clean water, the chopstick factory could also produce bamboo cups and pen holders." Ren Ziyuan shook his head. "Let us focus on one venture and ensure the chopsticks are of high quality. The market for pen holders and bamboo cups is limited, and it would require additional equipment. Initially, I aimed only for chopsticks, but now my primary focus is on clean water. Brother, filtering water can turn into profit. Capturing the market in Wowo City could yield even greater returns than running a hotel. I'm sharing genuine business secrets with you, hence, we absolutely must partner together. And remember, heaven and earth bear witness, and I know, when have I ever betrayed a friend, especially not you. Rest assured, this matter must be expedited. Once we finalize things, we'll head to the village immediately." As Lu Haoming weighed the options, he realized that since Ren Ziyuan would not require his investment, there was no need to mention He Tian's involvement. Ren Ziyuan was assisting him. It would be illogical to introduce He Tian into the equation. Helping 10 unattractive women is considered noble, but assisting a beautiful woman leads to accusations of lechery, and no one would believe in the purity of their relationship. Lu Haoming ambiguously stated, "In any case, I'll ensure that I handle the village's affairs and help you navigate any difficulties." Ren Ziyuan replied, "Brother, you'll hold a 10% stake without needing to invest a dime. The secretary and village head will also each take 10%. You must head to the village with the secretary and village head by the day after tomorrow at the latest. If Dr. Wen forbids you from going, I'll persuade her. Lu Haoming chuckled. "Dr. Wen doesn't concern herself with my affairs. I will certainly support your endeavors." Upon exiting Ren Ziyuan's place, Lu Haoming felt an inexplicable ache within him, uncertain of how to confront He Tian. Chapter 82. When Wan discovers the beauty card. As Lu Haoming emerged from Ren Ziyuan's office and approached the elevator, he noticed several individuals lingering at the entrance. Suddenly, the door slid open, and those individuals stepped inside, while Lu Haoming remained motionless. A young woman inside pressed the button, waiting for him to join, yet he stood there, unmoving. After casting several inquisitive glances in his direction, the girl eventually released the button. The elevator doors gradually closed. He turned and made his way back to Ren Ziyuan's office. Upon hearing the doorbell, Ren Ziyuan opened the door and looked at Lu Haoming with a puzzled expression. Lu Haoming stepped inside, closed the door behind him, and inquired, "Ziyuan, may I ask, how much is a share? The performance of the chopstick factory has been somewhat sluggish. You should invest in the water plant. A share is 100,000. Then I shall borrow 60,000 from you and invest 40,000 myself. Isn't your financial situation rather tight?" "Precisely because it is tight, I wish to earn some money alongside you, in hopes of returning to a normal life sooner. As for the 40,000, I will find a way, and now, let me write you an IOU." Ren Ziyuan thought to himself that as long as Lu Haoming was willing to invest, it was a positive development, and thus he fetched paper and pen. Lu Haoming wrote the IOU and handed it to Ren Ziyuan, stating, "I will head to the countryside tomorrow." As he exited the South China Hotel, he exhaled a sigh of relief and hailed a taxi to return home. Upon arriving, he found Wen Wan washing clothes. Lu Haoming asked, "Are you resting today?" Wen Wan scrutinized him, glancing at him a few times before nodding. "What about Chow Chow?" "My mother took him to the park to play." "By the way, Director Lu, you seem to be in a rather unusual mood." "Unusual, in what way?" "It's merely a feeling women possess a sixth sense." Feigning calmness, Lu Haoming burst into laughter, saying, "Paranoia. Today, over 500 people came to the village for the inauguration of the Wushui recreation event, of which I was the host. Everything progressed exceptionally smoothly. Xiaohu village is flourishing. Tomorrow will be radiant for the village, and naturally, my tomorrow will also be bright. If we are speaking of moods, isn't it rather triumphant? Next time, I shall take you to the village so you can witness the villagers' attitude towards me. With every 3 steps, they call out Director Lu, and with every 5 steps, Cadre Lu, inviting me in for tea or to sit and have a drink." Lu Haoming spoke animatedly, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. When Wan replied, "I believe you. I wholeheartedly believe you are currently sailing smoothly. Not only do the villagers admire you, but the leaders do as well. Even the owner of Chanxian Beauty and Hair Salon seems fond of you." When Wan, what do you mean by that? It sounds rather neurotic. Others have not suggested that your man has any issues, yet you seem to be grasping at shadows. Are you harboring other thoughts? What thoughts could I have? I am diligently managing this household, stretching every penny, eagerly awaiting the day we move into a new suite, hoping for your continuous progress. With that, she entered the bedroom, retrieved the silver card, and after a cold laugh, read aloud, "This card allows for consumption of any services within the store. This card is a gift and is only valid for consumption. It cannot be exchanged for cash. Lost cards will not be replaced. I found this while washing your clothes, from your pocket."
May I ask, when did you become acquainted with the beautiful Lu Qianqian?
Lu Haoming felt a pang of anxiety at the thought that Wen might discover that Tian had lent him money or was aware of her intention to invest. Upon realizing the situation, he burst into laughter. After calming down, he took Wen's hand and said, "Sit down, let me explain the situation." Wen was not the type to be particularly stubborn, and she seated herself on the sofa. Lu Haoming explained, "The situation is as follows." He recounted how he had taken a reporter named Tang to the village to interview Lin Guihai, noting that Lu Qianqian was Lin Guihai's niece, who asked for a ride. During the journey, Ren Ziyuan shared some business advice with Lu Qianqian, who then distributed cards to everyone, detailing the entire process.
How did Lu Qianqian know you were going to the countryside? How would I know?
It must have been Lin Guihai who informed her. Prior to this, I did not know her. Wen remarked, "Since I met you, I have always trusted you. Marrying you was also because I recognized that you are not a frivolous person. The world today is vastly different from before. Some women, in pursuit of their goals, initially draw close and then, I shall not elaborate further. You spent 4 years under Director Wang, leading a particularly smooth life, only to realize the bitterness of hardship under Director Tao, where even ghosts would not visit our home. Now that you are thriving again, do reflect on those days under Director Tao. Advance further. One must exert 12 times the effort, yet, a single misstep can lead to a fall." Lu Haoming felt a sudden jolt, holding Wen's hands in his, rubbing them together earnestly. "Wen, you are a wonderful nurse, an exceptional wife, and an admirable mother. I, Lu Haoming, could betray anyone, but I shall never betray you. I know your nature is not fundamentally flawed, yet you are still a man. Not if others shamelessly approach you. Do you think you are a saint? Therefore, it is crucial to maintain boundaries from the outset. Return that card to her next time, stating that you discovered it while washing clothes, and insist on its return. Only then will she think twice."
Lu Haoming gazed into Wen's resolute eyes and replied, "All right."
Wen continued, "You should stay home for a few more days and spend more time with Chow Chow. Otherwise, if my mother and I are the only ones raising him, he will develop a rather feminine demeanor." Lu Haoming felt a twinge of guilt and said, "This time, I truly wish to discuss something with you." Wen fixed her gaze on him. "Rest assured, it is good news." "Then do share."
"Why all the precautions? It is indeed good news, yet I cannot disclose any details. Come now, it sounds as though I am the one leaking information. During your difficult days, did I ever utter a word to anyone? I have faced life with a smile every day."
Lu Haoming recognized that Wen was indeed astute, a remarkably intelligent woman. He proceeded to share Ren Ziyuan's discovery of a promising water source in Xiaohu village, his plan to establish a water plant, and the invitation to invest.
Wen pondered for a moment. He is a reliable person, but do we have the funds to invest?
60,000 for a share. He is willing to lend it to me, and I have written an IOU. The reason he invited me to invest is that in case of any troubles in the village, I would be able to resolve them. He can invest in the water plant.
Others can too. We must act swiftly. Hence, I intend to head down tomorrow." Wen stood up, asking, "Where are the motorcycle keys? I can go buy whatever you need."
"That's not acceptable. You would pay a third more than others even for a chicken."
"I am well aware of your lack of bargaining skills."
Lu Haoming's face flushed. He indeed fell short in this area compared to Wen. He rarely visited the market and was unfamiliar with haggling. Wen took the keys and said, "You should tidy up the house a bit more and wash the curtains. A man must engage in household chores to truly appreciate his wife. Those leaders who stray do so because they spend their days merely washing their hands for meals." Lu Haoming chuckled, "Nurse Wen, I find your theory rather peculiar. From now on, please address me as head nurse."
"Ah? Such a significant promotion, and you never mentioned it to me?"
"I am more composed than you. It was appointed last week." Once Wen descended the stairs, Lu Haoming indeed felt a sense of shame. Behind every successful man stands an outstanding woman. Although he was not yet a successful man himself, having such a wife was a blessing from fate. He dialed a phone call to Secretary Li Biaogo. "I will be coming down tomorrow."
"Weren't you supposed to rest for a few more days?" "Rest assured about the matters in the village. I wish to discuss something very important with you."
"Oh, then I will have come to Wushui town to pick you up. He has acquired a small vehicle. It was sold to him by a relative."
"Very well, then let us say 10 o'clock in the morning."
After hanging up the phone, Lu Haoming felt invigorated, as if he had been revitalized, standing in the center of the room and performing a few boxing motions with enthusiasm.
Chapter 83 Lu Haoming's insomnia. At 10 o'clock in the morning, arrived punctually at the station to pick up Lu Haoming.
"Though it's somewhat old, you're the first person from Shuko village to drive a car," he remarked.
"That hardly counts.
A few have ventured out to do business, but previously vehicles couldn't access the area, and had to park at Daho Primary School," Lu replied. "Perhaps they should contribute some funds. Every group is currently repairing roads, and soon they will be able to drive right to their doorsteps."
"They will contribute. 2 of them are planning to return to open a sand factory."
Upon hearing this, Lu Haoming felt that Ren Ziyuan was indeed a perceptive businessman, and he was pleased to learn that hadn't mentioned anyone returning to establish a water plant.
In less than half an hour, they arrived at Li Jibu's home. Li Biao said, Director Xia truly is generous. Yesterday, that woman from the finance office paid 80 yuan per person.
Lu Haoming replied, if it has been paid, then let it be. The union has funds. Since we are engaging in tourism, we must adhere to rules. Today we waive this fee, tomorrow we waive that. Who will manage the queues and transport the goods? Li Biao chuckled in a good-natured manner.
Lu Haoming continued, call Jia Jun over, we need to discuss a matter. Li Jibu made a call to Jia Jun after hanging up. He remarked, fortunate news, Jia Jun has caught 2 wild rabbits.
He can still catch rabbits?
He served in the military, has good marksmanship, and owns a hunting rifle.
Shortly thereafter, Jia Jun arrived.
Lu Haoming exchanged glances with him, and the three ascended to the upper floor. Once seated, Lu Haoming distributed cigarettes to everyone, lit one for himself, and exhaled a series of smoke rings, saying, I have something to share. When good fortune begins, it often brings a string of further blessings.
Jia Jun inquired, what good news do we have now?
Lu Haoming replied, not only is General Ren establishing a chopstick factory, but he has also set his sights on the mountain spring behind Biao Ji's house, intending to set up a purified water plant. Upon hearing this, Li Jibu slapped his thigh and exclaimed, others have mentioned this before, but they couldn't get it out.
Jia Jun added, that's splendid.
This spring truly flows like a mountain stream, uninterrupted throughout the seasons. Lu Haoming clarified, I am not one to act surreptitiously, I will lay bare General Ren's intentions before you that he holds 80% of the shares, while both of you will hold 10% each. Without your support, the water plant cannot be established. Li Jibu and Jia Jun exchanged glances. Lu Haoming assured them, rest assured, this aligns with policy, it allows a portion of the populace to prosper first.
Li Jibu inquired, how much is one share? 100,000. Li Jibu replied, Jia Jun and I will discuss this matter. With that, the two went downstairs to confer.
Approximately 4 or 5 minutes later, they returned, with Li Jibu stating, establishing a water plant is a tremendous opportunity. Jia Jun and I have deliberated, and this spring flows from the summit of Zuizi Mountain, which is the territory of both our groups. Wouldn't it be logical for the villagers from both groups to participate and pool together 200,000, this way, we would face no resistance. If we were to invest individually, it might not reflect well on us in the community.
Lu Haoming's face flushed slightly as he smiled and said, you both are exemplary party members.
This is a splendid approach, everyone participates, everyone supports, and we achieve common prosperity.
Jia Jun added, Director Lu, you should also invest. Lu Haoming quickly shook his head. Li Jibu insisted, why should that not be the case?
You are the one who introduced both the capital and the business. Lu Haoming continued to shake his head, stating, if I were to invest, it would be tantamount to poverty alleviation for myself. This notion should not be broached again, mentioning it would hinder your efforts. Li Jibu felt somewhat regretful, while Jia Jun remarked, you are like what Master Song said, aiming to become a high-ranking official.
Lu Haoming chuckled, indeed, I aspire to be a significant official.
Do not utter such things. If it gets out, it will lead to obstacles and traps set for me, as everyone wishes to be a high-ranking official. Li Jibu declared, then we must truly extend our gratitude to Director Lu. Jia Jun, we must indeed be mindful of our words. Director Lu is wholeheartedly dedicated to poverty alleviation, we must not let him feel disheartened while helping the impoverished.
Jia Jun added, Director Lu will certainly become a prominent official.
How many possess his kind heart? Of course, these words are merely jest among the three of us. Lu Haoming urged, let us swiftly unify our thoughts, we shall hold a mass meeting this evening.
Jia Jun asked, what about Master Song, who is an outsider living in our group? Should he invest or not? Lu Haoming inquired, are there many such cases?
Jia Jun replied, he is the only one. Lu Haoming suggested, I propose that he should invest, Master Song has dedicated himself to the village's development. You both should engage in preliminary outreach with the community before we formally convene. Li Jibu responded, that should not pose a problem, the only local bully, Jiang Bei, has been subdued by you. Besides, Jiang Bei does not belong to either of our groups, and the others are reasonable, as long as you raise the matter, the community will support you. Jia Jun added, by the way, Zhang Haoming and Zhang Yan have both faced disciplinary action. Zhang Yan has been demoted to a regular cadre, while Zhang Haoming has been transferred to the county seed company. Xiao Xiangjiang is now the secretary, though this has not yet been announced. Lu Haoming remains silent. Li Jibu remarked, now, the hope for road reinforcement is truly within reach. Jibu's wife called from downstairs, dinner is ready. That evening, Li Jibu's home was brightly lit, and the villagers from both groups arrived one after another.
As Lu Haoming descended, he noticed Lin Junyu assisting with the tea preparation and asked Li Jibu, is she here as well?
She is in the same group as the village chief, and Lin's wife is currently unemployed, he replied. After a short while, Master Song also arrived. As everyone settled, Li Jibu recounted the background of the situation, prompting a round of applause from the crowd. Li Jibu announced, although Master Song's household registration is not in this group, he wholeheartedly supports us, and I propose that he also invest. Wu Mingzi raised his hand enthusiastically and shouted, I agree wholeheartedly.
Others followed suit, raising their hands in assent.
Master Song pressed his hands down, saying, allow me to speak for a moment. Before arriving, Jia Jun shared the news about the water plant with me. I am immensely pleased, having returned to my hometown for over a decade. This is the first time I have encountered someone genuinely committed to action. I am moved by Director Lu's dedication to assist everyone. As for investing, I absolutely will not. Why? My spouse and I both have jobs. We do not worry about food or clothing. I would not want to compete with you all for such trivial profits, as it would tarnish my integrity. However, I have a couple of suggestions for everyone. Since we are establishing a water plant, we must ensure the water quality remains pristine. Therefore, livestock should not be allowed on Zuazi Mountain in the future.
This includes the chickens that Secretary Li is raising on the back mountain. Additionally, apart from selectively thinning the bamboo forest, we should not engage in excessive logging on Zuazi Mountain.
The reason the water is so clear is that there has been no soil erosion. The reason the water is so sweet is due to the lush bamboo and trees, which filter the water. Though I may be older, I am not foolish. These two suggestions are made solely for the long-term success of the water plant.
Upon concluding, Master Song was met with fervent applause.
Wu Mengzi remarked, "Your refusal to invest suggests a lack of faith in the water plant. We, too, would lose confidence." Master Song replied, "You are being simplistic. The success of the water plant has nothing to do with my investment. It is closely tied to the suggestions I have made." Despite repeated requests for Master Song to invest, he resolutely declined. At this juncture, Erwa raised his hand, proclaiming, "Then Director Lu must invest.
He is the one leading us toward prosperity."
The villagers erupted in cheers, clamoring that this was an excellent suggestion. Liu Haoming continuously shook his head, but the villagers disregarded him. At this moment, Master Song stood up and declared, "I do not agree with this.
Erwa, you ought to return and study a bit more."
Li Jibu intervened, stating, "Master Song speaks wisely, we must not jeopardize the water plant. Director Lu has already mentioned during lunch that he is here for poverty alleviation, not for profit." Erwa admitted, "Master Song, I indeed have not read much. You taught me how to catch fish, and what you say is the final word. I will ponder this further." The meeting was exceedingly successful, yet Lu Haoming found himself unable to sleep.
Chapter 84 Ren Ziyuan delivered a lesson. Lu Haoming pondered throughout the night and ultimately resolved not to invest. At present, the most crucial factor was his personal future. As for Tian, he could fabricate a lie, claiming that Ren Ziyuan was also a partner and that he was merely a minor shareholder, with the major shareholder disapproving. Upon rising in the morning, he sought a secluded spot to call Ren Ziyuan and discuss the matter at hand. Ren Ziyuan attempted to persuade him for a while, but Lu Haoming remained resolute, stating, "One cannot desire everything. One must choose a single path. You shall pursue your profits, while I shall contentedly attend to my job." Ren Ziyuan ceased his persuasion, replying, "Then I shall come down tomorrow." With the following day, Ren Ziyuan arrived in the village with Lao Lu, announcing that the water he brought back had passed the standards set by the Epidemic Prevention Inspection Station. They spent the morning deliberating with the villagers and ultimately signed a cooperation development agreement. Lao Lu was appointed as the preparatory head of the water plant and would soon come down to oversee the project. At noon, Secretary Li, Jia Jun, and the two leaders of the villager groups accompanied Ren Ziyuan and Lao Lu for a sumptuous meal. Secretary Li raised a toast to Lu Haoming, exclaiming, "Director Lu, since your arrival, Xiaohu village has flourished. You are our lucky star. On behalf of over 1,300 villagers, I toast to you." Jia Jun and the two group leaders also frequently raised their glasses. Jia Jun jested, "If the organization fails to promote a cadre like you, all 1,300 of us will sit in protest at the city government escates." Lao Lu added, "Count me in." Ren Ziyuan chuckled, "That is impossible. You'll return as a deputy director or perhaps even as a deputy county head in your district." Laughter erupted, and once again, the group toasted Lu Haoming. Lu Haoming, feeling somewhat exhilarated, accepted their hospitality and drank heartily. In the afternoon, he returned to the city in Ren Ziyuan's vehicle. Lao Lu disembarked at the Buga market, yet Ren Ziyuan did not escort Lu Haoming home. Instead, he drove straight to the hotel and said, "Let us sit in my office for a moment." The two ascended the stairs, entered the room, and closed the door. Ren Ziyuan prepared a cup of tea for Lu Haoming, stating, "You are truly remarkable." Lu Haoming understood the implication behind his words and replied, "Secretary Li, Jia Jun, and Mr. Song are all exemplary figures." Ren Ziyuan remarked, "The actions of the secretary and the village head are aimed at mitigating conflicts. As for Mr. Song, he is wealthy. Both he and his wife receive retirement pensions. You see, he treats others and reads fortunes. Does he lack money? Not at all. It is you who are financially constrained. Let me illustrate. In the past, when my father broke a bowl, my mother nagged him for hours, and he, in turn, became enraged, resulting in an argument. Was it not due to our family's poverty? Were we affluent, my mother would have dismissed the matter with a wave of her hand, saying, 'Gee, go buy a new one.' Poverty brings sorrow to every aspect of life. You are borrowing money to buy a home, and you will need more funds for renovations. Without money, you cannot move in social interactions. Treating someone to a meal requires money. Lacking funds, you must resort to claiming expenses from the office. Why not invest with me? Do you think I would betray you?" Lu Haoming grew wary, asking, "Who told you I borrowed money to buy a house?" Ren Ziyuan smirked, "You are my elder brother, and I have a sister law. To be honest, the reason I came to the countryside today is that I spoke with her yesterday. She is not a cadre, unlike you. She does not aspire to a grand future. Invest in her name, take this loan note back and have her sign a note. Lu Haoming hurriedly inquired, "You didn't mention 100,000 per share, did you?" "I did not. If you lack funds, you should have her sign a loan note for 100,000. Brother, I navigate this life with humility, initially bowing low, to ensure that when a bowl is broken, there is no quarrel at home. You wish to pursue an official position, yet economic stability is the foundation." Lu Haoming remained silent for a long while. Ren Ziyuan offered him a cigarette, stating, "It is settled then." Lu Haoming confessed, "Since we are being candid, the desire to invest is neither my idea nor one's. It was suggested by my colleague, Tian." Ren Ziyuan shot him a knowing glance, asking, "Who is the most beautiful cashier in your bureau?" You seem to know everything, Lu Haoming replied. It is essential for me to discern who your friends are and who your adversaries may be. One must communicate appropriately, one cannot mix the two and risk revealing secrets. Lu Haoming said, in truth, I am also conflicted. She has lent me money, and I would feel uncomfortable rejecting her. That is why I came to consult you. Yet, I am concerned that if she discovers I have invested, I would prefer to refuse her. Ren Ziyuan erupted in laughter. Director Lu, Brother Lu, you truly are naive in the ways of the world. When you are with a leader, performing 100 good deeds pales in comparison to partaking in one bad deed together. The same applies to close colleagues. When you collaborate on a project, you are tied to the same cart. If you are wary of Miss E betraying you, that is simply childish. Miss E's willingness to lend you money is not due to her having too much to spend but rather because she has affections for you. Do not blush, affection is affection. She will never divorce to live with you. Her family is quite affluent. Should she wish to invest, so be it. It would only mean you gain a steadfast friend. Maintaining close ties with attractive women brings myriad benefits to in your eyes. It seems that I have some relationship with Lu Chanshan. Rest assured, I, Ren Ziyuan, will not be foolish enough to tread that path. However, there are matters I entrust her to handle, as it is far more convenient than attending to them myself. This is what one calls leveraging strength. If Miss E wishes to invest, it is entirely acceptable. Should you use the excuse that I disapprove, your relationship will sour, and I shall bear the blame as well. She may perceive my character as questionable. Lu Haoming remained hesitant. Ren Ziyuan instructed, tomorrow, hand over the 40,000 and the loan note you signed with Wenwan. I shan't provide you with a receipt. I will reiterate, you require funds in every aspect. Invest in this, and you shall see returns by year. Send. Lu Haoming offered a wry smile. Ren Ziyuan continued, Lao Lu will head down in a few days. I have discussed with Secretary Li about the vacant land across from him. We will establish the factory there. Lao Lu is quite the character, Lu Haoming commented. You need only maintain a casual acquaintance with him. He is a man of principles and will not speak indiscreetly. His experience in the world surpasses yours. Lu Haoming replied, very well, I shall take my leave. After descending the stairs, he hailed a taxi, opting not to return home but instead heading straight to the office. Unlike before, he felt a sense of unease within. Prior to entering the government compound, he composed himself for a moment before walking in with his head held high. Along the way, he encountered colleagues, extending his hand to greet them. As he passed the office door, Tian and Chen Bin noticed him and both stood to greet him. He remarked, you continue with your work, I shall visit Director Xia for a moment. Director Xia happened to be in, and after listening to Lu Haoming's report regarding the construction of the water plant in the village, he said, Haoming, this is a splendid initiative. It will truly transform Xiaohu village into a model community. This year, let us focus on promoting Lin Guihai, and next year, it shall be your turn. Do your utmost. Upon exiting Director Xia's office, he sat in the large office for a while before subtly signaling to Tian, please assist me in purchasing a stapler. My old one is broken. After stating this, he returned to his office. Shortly after, Tian entered. Lu Haoming stated, this evening, find a place for us to discuss, this location is not suitable. Tian nodded, replying, I will call you then. Chapter 85. Despite his unease, he still indulged in a meal. After dinner, Lu Haoming exchanged a subtle glance with his wife, and the couple proceeded to their bedroom. Wenwan's mother, being quite understanding, took Cao Cao out for a stroll. Lu Haoming inquired, has Ji Yuan been looking for you? Wenwan replied, he isn't engaged in any illicit business, nor is he selling water to your education bureau. I believe you are being rather obstinate. Alright, then you shall draft an IOU for 60,000 yuan. Wenwan fetched a pen, tore off a piece of paper, and after completing the note, asked, do we need to affix a fingerprint? Lu Haoming shook his head, saying, I will take a leisurely walk and deliver it to him. Wenwan remarked, Ren Ziyuan is your closest friend. You ought to treat him with due regard, who would willingly foot the bill and share the dividends with you. Lu Haoming chuckled, I have two good friends, one is Wenwan, and the other is Ren Ziyuan. Wenwan shot him a glance of exasperation, saying, are you just changing names when you step outside with other women? Lu Haoming replied, you have many admirable qualities, except for constantly nagging me. Nagging you is a sign of my affection. As Lu Haoming stepped out, he ambled leisurely towards the entrance of the government compound. Upon exiting, he encountered familiar faces along the way. Acquaintances approached him, extending their hands for a shake. The sky remained unchanged, the earth still the same, and the people were as they had always been. During Tao Zhichun's oppressive reign over him, people had kept their distance. Now, hands reached out from every direction, some to grasp his hand firmly, others to greet him with a shake. Those familiar with his endeavors in the village were well aware of his achievements. Some spoke of his road construction, while others mentioned his tourism development, all claiming his future was boundless. Lu Haoming slipped his hand into his trouser pocket, occasionally gripping the IOU, silently admonishing himself, for heaven's sake, do not falter in this matter. He did not head to the South China Grand Hotel but meandered aimlessly, awaiting a phone call. After walking for about 4 or 5 miles, his phone rang, and he heard Tiantian's voice, Director Lu, come to Tunghua Tea House, room 208. It's run by one of my sisters. Do you know the place? Yes, it's at number 38, Yunhe Road. Lu Haoming hailed a taxi, saying, to Tunghua Tea House. The driver glanced at Lu Haoming and asked, aren't you Director Lu from the Education Bureau? Lu Haoming was taken aback, looking at the driver, whom he did not recognize, and asked, how do you know me? I'm from Dahe Village. The other day, when I went to Xiaohu Village to watch the festivities, you were the one presiding over the ceremony. Lu Haoming relaxed, smiling, so you drive in the city. The driver replied, I'm a friend of Erwa. Director Lu, you've helped Xiaohu Village, you should lend a hand to us in Dahe Village as well.
Lu Haoming chuckled, I'm only there for a couple of years. We can make requests to the higher-ups. Once Xiaohu village is done, we can work on Dahu village.
Lu Haoming merely smiled. The driver continued, really, we will appeal to the government. We have over 1,000 people, all eager to go to the township government.
Lu Haoming dared not laugh.
He thought to himself that the driver still did not understand the workings of government agencies, as he was not under the jurisdiction of the township government. He refrained from agreeing, for if the driver returned and spoke to the villagers, claiming that Director Lu had promised assistance, it would complicate matters. Fortunately, the distance was short, and they arrived shortly. He took out his fare, but the driver refused. Lu Haoming insisted, one thing at a time, poverty alleviation is one matter, and the taxi fare is another.
The driver remained adamant, and Lu Haoming left 10 yuan as he exited.
Now on the verge of becoming a celebrity, he found himself recognized even when he stepped outside. Lu Haoming wasted no time, entering the tea house and quickly ascending the stairs with his head down. Thankfully, he did not encounter any acquaintances standing at the door of room 208. He knocked a few times. As soon as the door opened, he immediately shut it again. Tian had finished work and appeared even more refined. While he felt at ease among others in the tea house, sitting with Tian made him acutely aware of his tension. Although his anxiety was internal, he maintained a facade of composure on the surface. He asked, which sister runs this place? Lu Tonghua, I'll call her over to meet you shortly. Lu Haoming nodded. Tian poured him a cup of tea and handed him a napkin, saying, it's too hot outside.
You're sweating quite a bit.
Lu Haoming internally berated himself, thinking how pathetic, to break a sweat over something that was none of his concern. Or accepting the napkin, he smiled, I have a tendency to perspire easily.
I sweat at the slightest provocation. My husband is the same, I'll give you a prescription tomorrow.
Lu Haoming shook his head, replying, I've taken many prescriptions, and they haven't helped. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Haoming delved into the main topic, stating, Tian, I'd like to discuss a few things with you. Firstly, I'm a few years older than you, with somewhat more life experience. Secondly, the bureaucratic environment is quite intricate and filled with competition.
Tian nodded.
Runzong has agreed to invest, so you simply need to transfer 40,000 yuan to me.
However, this matter must remain confidential from everyone else.
Tian chuckled, this is my private savings, my husband doesn't even know about it, would you like me to lend you more? I have cash on me.
Lu Haoming vigorously shook his head, saying, no need.
You have always been considerate towards me, but this matter truly requires discretion. Tian reassured him, rest assured. Feeling the urge to leave, Lu Haoming said, very well then, I'll get acquainted with the tea house owner next time.
I'll go and deliver the money now.
Tian handed him a bundle of cash wrapped in newspaper. Lu Haoming said, you and your friends enjoy your time, I'll take my leave now.
Tian smiled, all right. Lu Haoming opened the door and hastily descended the stairs, feeling as though he were a thief.
Once downstairs, he quickly exited the tea house. He hailed another taxi, instructing, to South China Grand Hotel. As the taxi drove off, he felt his shirt dampening. It wasn't merely the cash he clutched in his hand. It was the fear of being accused of having tea alone with Tian. Upon alighting, he realized the absurdity of his situation. He had forgotten to call Renji Yuan. When he finally did, Renji Yuan informed him that he was out and would take half an hour to return. Lu Haoming then walked into the lobby and sat in the coffee area. A server approached, and Lu Haoming asked, apart from coffee, do you serve any other beverages? The server smiled, we only serve coffee here.
Then I'll have a cup. With sugar or without?
He recalled someone mentioning that the refined way to drink coffee was without sugar, so he feigned sophistication and replied, no sugar, please.
After a short while, the server brought him a steaming cup of coffee.
Upon tasting it, Lu Haoming cursed inwardly, damn, this is unbearably bitter, why do so many people indulge in this wretched concoction?
He glanced around the lounge, which was filled to capacity, and thought to himself. The more backward the area, the more pretentious the people. He vowed never to partake in this beverage again. Despite his inner musings, he maintained a demeanor of enjoyment, sitting there and sipping the bitter coffee like a gentleman. Renji Yuan had a keen sense of time. Half an hour later, he called to say he had arrived at the hotel entrance and asked Lu Haoming to join him. Lu Haoming walked to the lobby and said, I am quite punctual, having arrived 2 minutes earlier than you. Chapter 86. Upon uttering a single sentence, Guoping threw the meeting into disarray. The village's chopstick factory and water plant were under construction, and each day, a few individuals came to enjoy the bamboo rafts. Lu Haoming was living a rather comfortable life. In August, a significant personnel reshuffle occurred within the bureau. Deng Yi was reassigned, and indeed, Guoping was promoted to executive deputy director, while Principal Deng Yi from No. 1 Middle School was brought in as deputy director. Consequently, the structure of the Municipal Education Bureau, led by class leader Xiao Wei, was as follows. Director Xiao Wei, Executive Deputy Director Guoping, Deputy Director and Union Chairman Tang Huaid, Deputy Director Deng Yi, and Discipline Inspection Team Leader Zhang Xiuru. Upon hearing this news, Lu Haoming promptly returned to the city, making his first stop at Tang Huaid's residence. He sought to understand the rationale behind such substantial changes and what the future leadership structure would entail. Anshin, as usual, welcomed him warmly, serving tea and fruit. Lu Haoming said, Director Tang, first and foremost, I wish to extend my congratulations. Additionally, there are some matters I would like to discuss with you. Tang Huaid lifted his teacup, indicating for Lu Haoming to follow him into the study. Once seated, Tang Huaid remarked, Haoming, the situation is no longer as it once was.
In the past, being a director afforded some personnel authority, but now one lacks even the right to make suggestions.
Are you implying that Director Xia has no say in personnel matters whatsoever? Indeed.
The Education Bureau is a governmental body, with power entirely in Mayor Zhang's hands. Haoming is quite formidable. It is unclear by what means she secured her appointment as executive deputy director. The organization speaks of nurturing female cadres, but Deng Yi's appointment as deputy director is, in essence, a promotion in name only. You are well aware of the actual power wielded by number 1 middle school.
Lu Haoming quickly inquired, what is the current situation? Tang Huai sighed, it is somewhat complicated.
Since they have declared a commitment to empowering female cadres, it is evident that Guoping is poised to succeed Xiao Wei. Therefore, she is adopting a commanding presence within the team.
Lu Haoming replied, she has always been rather assertive. Tang Huai nodded. As for Deng Yi, he harbors discontent towards Director Xia, blaming him for not recommending him for a leading position in another unit.
Xiao Wei did make a recommendation, but it bore no fruit. Deng Yi is aware of the recommendation yet harbors a grudge, feeling that Xiao Wei's support was insufficient.
And what of Zhang Xiuru? This individual is self-serving and lacks a firm stance. By your account, Director Xia is indeed quite isolated, currently supported by merely 1.5 individuals, yourself and half of Zhang Xiuru? Your analysis is astute. Hence, in the bureaucratic environment, one's capabilities are not always the determining factor, many elements remain ambiguous and unclear.
Lu Haoming fell silent for a moment. Tang Huai continued, do not lose heart. In fact, the deputy positions are not yet fully staffed. Xiao Wei has been managing with only 4 deputies, intentionally leaving one position open for you. If you perform well and achieve results, next year, he can assign this role to you. The reason for your diligence is clear. By excelling in your responsibilities, there will be no grounds for opposition when you ascend to the role of union chairman. For now, it is best to minimize your involvement in the bureau's affairs and concentrate wholeheartedly on poverty alleviation. Upon returning home, Lu Haoming recounted his visit to Director Tang's house to Wanwan. She responded, what can be done? Others are striving earnestly, while you seldom visit the homes of city leaders.
Lu Haoming retorted, how can I possibly visit? I have only been engaged in poverty alleviation for less than a year. Can I simply approach leaders with requests?
When Wan replied, frequent visits help lay a foundation. The villagers recognize you, yet some city leaders remain unaware of your contributions. Director Wen, I am merely a section-level official.
How many opportunities do I have to approach city leaders? Rin Ziyuan is a businessman, yet he is not even a section chief. He has wealth.
Enough, I merely wish to remind you not to be overly focused on your work. You must also keep an eye on the broader picture. You must understand my predicament. Running around daily without funds is futile, and the village's affairs would suffer as well. In the end, I could end up with nothing. When Wan assured him, I do not blame you, truly.
I am merely offering a reminder.
Lu Haoming responded, do not allow fleeting appearances to cloud your judgment. I firmly believe that light outshines darkness. My sole focus is on succeeding in poverty alleviation.
Lu Haoming sensed a change in Wanwan.
She seemed increasingly worldly, unable to stay at home, and after spending a night, she returned to the village. The village was indeed delightful. When there were matters to discuss, he could convene meetings with the village secretary and mayor, where he held almost absolute authority. When idle, he would visit the chopstick factory and water plant, observing as the buildings became more impressive by the day. Additionally, he would stop by Old Son's home to hear tales of the past and occasionally learn about traditional Chinese medicine. Before long, it was early September, and Lu Haoming was reassigned back to the unit to prepare for the citywide Teachers' Day Commendation Conference. This was a grand and substantive event. The office was primarily responsible for the conference materials, venue arrangement, and logistical support. Lu Haoming gathered the personnel from the office and finance department to assign tasks. He took overall responsibility for the review of written materials, while Zhang Jianwei was in charge of the conference and logistics. The conference would honor 10 outstanding teachers, with Lin Guihai designated to speak on behalf of the teachers. The speech materials from Lin Guihai were sent over from Jixian County. Upon reviewing the materials, Lu Haoming found them to be cliché and lacking emotional resonance. Initially, he contemplated expressing his frustration and calling Director Li to demand a rewrite, but after some thought, he abandoned the idea. Firstly, having Jixian rewrite them might yield the same uninspiring result, and secondly, he was currently in a phase where cultivating relationships was crucial. It was easy to offend someone with merely a few words. He spent an entire evening revising the speech, using Tang's report as a reference. As the preparations for the conference progressed methodically, September 9th arrived.
Lu Haoming entered Xiao Wei's office, closed the door, and inquired, have you discussed Lin Junyu's reassignment with the other members of the party group? Xiao Wei replied, is it necessary to discuss this? The rationale is entirely justified. Moreover, if we discuss it, we lose the impact of the surprise announcement. Lu Haoming had intended to remind Xiao Wei to at least inform Guoping, but after hearing Xiao Wei's reasoning, he swallowed his words.
That afternoon, the party group convened, and Lu Haoming attended as an observer. The meeting comprehensively reviewed the preparations for the Teachers' Day conference, checking for any omissions and addressing any issues. Each responsible party reported their progress, and there were virtually no oversights. Finally, Xiao Wei proposed that to ensure those who contribute are rewarded and to motivate more individuals to engage in practical work, he suggested transferring Lin Guihai's daughter to the bureau office.
As soon as this proposal was made, a profound silence enveloped the room. Liu Haoming found it peculiar that even old Tang remained non-committal. Perhaps Xiao Wei had overestimated his standing. In order to keep matters confidential, he had not sought the opinions of other leaders beforehand, believing that his rationale was so sound that everyone would naturally support it. Thus, facing the silence, Xiao Wei prompted, "Please, share your thoughts." Yet still, silence prevailed. Xiao Wei was left with no choice but to call on individuals by name. "Director Tang, what is your opinion?" Tang Huai leisurely sipped his tea before responding, "I support rewarding those who contribute, but this proposal seems rather abrupt. Let us see how the others feel. If there is consensus, I have no objections." Xiao Wei insisted, "It is not abrupt, rather, it is a matter of confidentiality. Consider this: if we deliberate this afternoon and ensure that no whispers escape, announcing it at tomorrow's meeting would be incredibly inspiring, wouldn't it?" After stating this, he turned his attention to the others. Strangely, Deng Yi and Zhang Xiuru echoed Tang Huai's sentiments, leaving the pivotal moment hinging on Guo Ping's stance. Since the others had already expressed their positions, Guo Ping was compelled to speak. Like a bolt from the blue, she declared, "I do not agree." Xiao Wei was stunned, and Lu Haoming was even more astonished. He had not anticipated that Guo Ping would openly voice such a firm objection. Xiao Wei asked, "Please explain your reasoning." Chapter 87. Xiao Wei's proposal was surprisingly undermined. Guo Ping leisurely sipped her tea and remarked with a smile, "I understand that confidentiality is crucial for impact. However, underestimating the discipline of our party members and allowing them to speak indiscriminately after the meeting reflects a lack of trust from Director Xia towards us four comrades." Lu Haoming found Guo Ping's audacity astonishing. Would she dare to speak so openly in front of Tao Zichuan? He discreetly cast a glance at Xiao Wei, who surprisingly maintained a calm demeanor. Guo Ping continued, "Furthermore, I agree that those who contribute should be rewarded. My interpretation, however, is that such reward should be direct, for instance, transferring teacher Lin Guihai to a municipal level second-tier unit to ensure he enjoys a peaceful retirement, but relocating his daughter to our bureau lacks sufficient justification. She is merely an ordinary teacher and has not accomplished anything remarkable." Xiao Wei, his expression darkening, retorted, "This is akin to the past practice of caring for the families of martyrs." Guo Ping was unyielding. "Nevertheless, teacher Lin Guihai is not a martyr. He is very much alive and could easily be reassigned to the city." Xiao Wei responded, "The office indeed requires a female colleague, as they bring certain advantages. Teacher Lin's daughter has demonstrated commendable performance in various aspects. Why shouldn't we bring her on board?" Guo Ping countered, "While women do possess advantages in communication, this young lady is unmarried, occupied with her own romantic pursuits and future family plans. Not to mention, we lack an abundance of exceptional talent in the city. I believe Principal Deng's nephew, who has been doing well in the office at number 1 high school, would be a suitable candidate." This pointed remark struck at the heart of Xiao Wei's argument, as Zhang Jianwei was indeed Xiao Wei's relative. Was it permissible to appoint him as office director while dismissing Principal Deng's nephew from a similar role? Xiao Wei had not anticipated Guo Ping's sudden challenge, especially with Deng Yi joining forces against him. He was at a loss for how to express his frustration. As a leader, especially with a major meeting scheduled for tomorrow, it would be quite inappropriate to quarrel with subordinates today. Suppressing his anger, he suggested, "Since there are differing opinions, let us deliberate further." Deng Yi added, "I understand that my words may be perceived as self-serving, but one should not avoid promoting talent due to personal ties. My nephew, Deng Tong, has been working in the office at number 1 high school and is well acquainted with administrative affairs. If our office truly lacks personnel, we could certainly transfer him. I fully support Director Xiao's notion of rewarding those who contribute. Therefore, I propose we first assign teacher Lin to the office at number 1 high school, where she can gain valuable experience before considering her for a position in our bureau." Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiuru, who often lacked insight, immediately chimed in, "This plan sounds excellent." Guo Ping concurred, "Indeed, this is also a commendable suggestion." Xiao Wei, seething with suppressed rage, managed to maintain a facade of calmness as he replied, "Given the differing opinions, it appears my proposal is not yet refined. Thus, let us proceed with the plan to transfer Lin Junyu to number 1 high school and revisit the office staffing matter later." Tang Huai stated, "I am in agreement." The others, reluctant to voice further objections, fell silent. Xiao Wei declared, "I will institute a rule: the discussions from today's meeting must remain confidential. Anyone who leaks information will face disciplinary action." As the meeting concluded, Lu Haoming felt an emptiness within. He had expected Xiao Wei to command the situation, but it became evident that Xiao Wei was unable to steer the course of events. The Education Bureau, save for the tranquil period under Director Wang, had been rife with internal strife from Tao Zichuan to Xiao Wei. Upon returning to his office, Lu Haoming felt a sense of discomfort. He sat there, compelled to reflect on his own predicament. Everyone recognized him as a supporter of Xiao Wei, while he had always held Xiao Wei in high esteem. Today he could see that Xiao Wei was unable to control the situation, and Guo Ping operated with impunity. This suggested that Guo Ping must have powerful backing. Who could it be? This was something he needed to clarify. Moreover, Xiao Wei lacked substantial authority over personnel matters. The 2 vice directors appointed were not his recommendations. The fact that Xiao Wei had consistently garnered the favor of Deputy Secretary Tan indicated a lack of support for Xiao Wei's appointments. By this reasoning, Guo Ping's backing likely came from either the secretary or the mayor. Given Xiao Wei's limited authority, Lu Haoming mused that after 2 years of poverty alleviation work, even his position as union chairman was now in jeopardy. Lost in thought, he felt a wave of despondency wash over him. After a considerable time, he suddenly slapped his thigh, recalling Rin Ziyuan's mention of Wang Weiman's impending ascension to deputy secretary and Tan Junjie becoming the new mayor. Clarity dawned upon him. The Lu Haoming of today was not the same as before. He had become more contemplative and composed, having learned much from Song Yi during these past days, resulting in greater mental maturity. He tore off a piece of paper and boldly penned his deductions. Mayor Zhang was on the verge of departure, principles were being cast aside, with promotions going to those who offered the most gifts. He was becoming increasingly assertive, while Deputy Secretary Tan opted to avoid confrontation with Mayor Zhang over minor issues, choosing to bide his time. Thus, Guo Ping ascended to the position of Executive Deputy Director. Should circumstances shift, and if Wang Weiman truly took office, with Tan becoming mayor, a transformation would ensue. Liu Haoming dared not speculate on Xiao Wei's future, yet he believed his own fate would at least change. He felt exhilarated by this hypothesis, even though it was merely a speculative narrative. The organization's personnel decisions would not necessarily align with his imaginings. Nonetheless, it offered him a semblance of hope, a psychological comfort. At present, his situation was relatively stable. He was neither a party member nor embroiled in controversies that Director Tang had advised him to focus diligently on his poverty alleviation work. While pondering this, he heard a faint knock on the door. Was it for him? He approached the door and listened intently. The sound was unmistakably clearer. It was indeed a knock. He opened the door to find Zhang Jianwei entering swiftly, closing the door behind him. Is the meeting over? He inquired. It concluded long ago. Why is Director Xiao's phone unreachable? I knocked, but there was no response. Lu Haoming thought to himself that Director Xia must be feeling quite unsettled, yet undoubtedly remained in his office. He replied, perhaps he is engaged in discussions with someone. What tasks were arranged during the meeting? What do we still need to address? Lu Haoming knew Zhang Jianwei sought to extract information from him. He responded, we merely conducted a thorough review of our work, and there are essentially no issues. Shortly, the bureau leadership will head to Mengjiangnan Hotel to dine with the leaders from various county bureaus and 10 outstanding teachers. You and the other office staff should head to the hotel first. Zhang Jianwei seemed poised to inquire further but swallowed his words. Lu Haoming pondered that he must tread carefully. After all, Zhang Jianwei was a relative of Xiao Wei and could be a reliable ally in the future. He added, let us conduct another meticulous review. We must ensure everything is flawless. After sitting for a while, Guo Ping called, Director Lu, please gather the team members. Director Xia said we should all proceed together for the meal. Lu Haoming made several calls. The bureau leaders were waiting downstairs, but one vehicle could not accommodate everyone. Since another vehicle was assisting at the meeting venue, he stood on the steps and called up, He Tian, come down to escort the leaders. He Tian descended, and Guo Ping opened the car door, taking the front passenger seat, followed by Deng Yi. Guo Ping then said to Lu Haoming, come on up, we're leaving now. Lu Haoming paused, feeling a moment of confusion. In bureaucratic circles, there were unspoken rules. The director's car was expected to lead, and the office director should accompany the director. Yet, unexpectedly, Guo Ping was deliberately inviting him into the vehicle. He felt it was inappropriate but acted without hesitation, climbing into the car while calling out to Xiao Wei, Director, we're heading ahead to scout the way for you. Chapter 88. Lin Guihai moves the audience. Guo Ping's unnecessary interjections. The following day, the four leading figures of the city arrived. Guo Ping was notably vivacious, as the leaders, initially guided by Xiao Wei, entered the venue. She boldly approached, engaging in conversation with Mayor Zhang as they walked out. Liu Haoming inwardly cursed, what a show-off, as if she fears others are unaware of her close ties with Mayor Zhang. The meeting was presided over by the vice mayor in charge of education and culture. Mayor Zhang and Secretary Chao each delivered speeches. With every address, Guo Ping was the first to applaud and the last to cease, seemingly unable to restrain herself, even as others had stopped. After the leaders spoke, the host announced that Lin Guihai would represent the distinguished individuals to deliver a speech. Liu Haoming clapped the loudest, albeit with a tinge of concern, fearing Lin Guihai might feel nervous. Lin Guihai entered the stage dressed as he usually did, not like Guo Ping, who had chosen to wear a new outfit that day. He bowed to both the audience and the leaders, then took to the podium to read his opening lines. Honorable leaders and esteemed colleagues present, and so forth. What should have been a captivating segment, meticulously revised by Lu Haoming, began. In this season of harvest, under the clear autumn sky and the brilliant sunshine, we gather to celebrate our festival, with all four leading figures present on stage and over 1,000 colleagues from the education sector in attendance. Lu Haoming watched Lin Guihai, hoping he would deliver it with fervor, capturing everyone's attention. However, what he heard instead was, I have a script here, but I read it instead. I'll share a few memorable experiences from my decades of teaching. Lu Haoming felt a pang of disappointment. Would it suffice to recount a few personal anecdotes instead of reciting the carefully crafted speech? In such settings, the leaders preferred a series of parallel statements. After all, they had heard countless stories before. They thrived on a grand atmosphere. The more impassioned the delivery, the more they regarded their subordinates as capable and robust. The more fervent the applause, the more they deemed it a successful and victorious gathering. Gazing at the podium, Lu Haoming noted the leaders' composure. Each wore a solemn expression, seasoned by their innumerable meetings, their demeanor impeccably poised. They did not laugh easily, nor were they easily moved, for after this meeting, they would attend others. As Lin Guihai began to speak, he recounted how his hometown lagged behind, sparking his desire to return and teach. He spoke of the challenges he faced upon his return, of a girlfriend from his student days who left him, compelling him to marry a local girl instead. His narration became increasingly fluid, devoid of sentimentality, as if he were reminiscing about his past endeavors. The audience remained utterly silent. He spoke of the dwindling number of students at the village school, the increasing difficulty in teaching, and a disobedient child who ran away, prompting him to search for the child late at night with the villagers' flashlights, until the child could no longer contain himself and emerged from his hiding place, rushing into Lin Guihai's arms. At this moment, the audience erupted into sustained applause. Several leaders on stage bit their lips, while others dabbed their eyes with tissues. Liu Haoming realized that genuine stories require no embellishment. Their raw authenticity resonates more deeply with people. The storyteller spoke naturally, while the listeners absorbed every word with utmost seriousness. By the conclusion of the presentation, heartfelt applause from both the stage and audience grew increasingly fervent. Then, 10 exemplary individuals took the stage to receive their awards. The 4 leading figures presented them with bonuses and certificates. The 10 honorees stood at the forefront of the podium, as journalists rushed forward to capture their images together and with the leaders. Guoping seized the opportunity. Although the 10 teachers could have adjusted their positions independently, she insisted on directing the arrangement. What could have been accomplished in 3 minutes took her 6 or 7 minutes to finalize. Discontent murmured among the audience, with some teachers whispering that a director should not interfere in the arrangements meant for teachers. Once the photographs were completed, the leaders returned to their seats. At this point, the vice mayor announced, "Now, I would like to declare a decision to reward the dedicated individuals in education. The Education Bureau has decided, after deliberation, to assign Lin Guihai's daughter, Lin Junyu, to work at the city's #1 high school." A moment of silence enveloped the room before a thunderous applause erupted once more. Participants exchanged whispers, sensing that this time, the Education Bureau had provided some tangible benefits, rather than merely issuing certificates and a few hundred yuan in bonuses. Finally, Xiao Wei delivered a brief address on behalf of the Education Bureau. He began by expressing gratitude for the 4 leaders' attention to educational work, noting that their important speeches had uplifted the morale of the education system. Then, with strong conviction, he pivoted the topic, stating that this conference has resolved a specific issue for teacher Lin Guihai. For the other awardees under the city's jurisdiction, we will address their practical difficulties. For those belonging to the counties, we will require each county's education bureau to promote deserving individuals and to resolve their issues. His speech was interrupted by fervent applause. Xiao Wei stood up, gesturing for silence several times before the clapping subsided. He continued, "We must cultivate an environment where diligent individuals reap the rewards of their efforts." Once more, applause interrupted his address. This meeting proved to be remarkably successful, the most inspiring one thus far. After the session concluded, Lu Haoming approached Lin Guihai, saying, "Congratulations." Lin Guihai clasped Lu Haoming's hands tightly, shaking them vigorously. In the crowded atmosphere, he could not speak freely, but his firm grip conveyed his gratitude. He then inquired, "When will you head down?" Lu Haoming replied, "Perhaps tomorrow." "All right, we shall discuss it then." At noon, Lu Haoming accompanied the Bureau's leadership as they toasted at various tables. Everyone stood up, praising Director Xiao's decisiveness, expressing optimism about the future, and acknowledging the 10 awardees while encouraging a broader audience. Xiao Wei was equally exhilarated, frequently raising his glass in toasts. After lunch, Xiao Wei told Lu Haoming, "I wish to rest for a while, please come to room 1108 at 3 o'clock. For the meeting, the Bureau had reserved several working rooms in the hotel. Lu Haoming, not wishing to return, asked Tian if there were any spare rooms. She replied, "We still have one room for materials, you can rest there." Having consumed a few more drinks, Lu Haoming entered the room and collapsed onto the bed. Tian and the driver, Xiaoli, were busy gathering the remaining items, making several trips to load the car outside. Noticing Lu Haoming's flushed face, she instructed Xiaoli to fetch some sugar, then prepared a cup of sugar water. Initially intending to wake him, she reconsidered upon realizing he had just fallen asleep, and instead wrote a note, "Drink the sugar water upon waking, it will help alleviate your intoxication," before closing the door behind her. Around 2:30, Lu Haoming's phone rang. It was Tian, urging him to rise and drink the sugar water. Touched, Lu Haoming got out of bed and headed to the bathroom. Hesitant to use the hotel towels, he cupped his hands to splash water on his face, rinsing his mouth and feeling considerably refreshed. After sitting for a moment, he pressed the doorbell to Xiao Wei's room. "Ah, I had a splendid nap," Lu Haoming said, holding out the sugar water. "I made you a cup, wash your face, drink the sugar water, and it will hasten the elimination of alcohol, clearing your mind." Xiao Wei entered the bathroom and soon emerged, taking the cup and downing it in one gulp. "I was quite thirsty," he remarked, then drank another large glass of water. As they settled down, Xiao Wei asked, "What are your thoughts?" "The effect is remarkable. Your speech was interrupted several times, an unprecedented occurrence." Xiao Wei nodded, scrutinizing Lu Haoming intently, and stated, "Haoming, I'm not drunk. There are a few things I must discuss with you. I do not wish to share this with anyone else, including old Tang, but with you, I feel compelled to reveal some truths. Only you can assist me." Hearing this, Lu Haoming stood up, walked over to open the door, glanced down the corridor, then closed the door and drew the curtains. "Director, speak freely." "As long as it is within my capacity, I will venture through fire and water to assist." Chapter 89. Whenever it concerns beautiful women, rumors are bound to arise. Xiao Wei remarked, "The office is not a place for idle chatter.
Let us speak candidly here, this team is far from ideal, and the personnel system is rather peculiar at first. Let us discuss the team. What does Guo Ping know about education? Initially, she was merely involved in logistics, which is relatively easy, thus she ascended to the position of deputy section chief. It was only under Tao Jichuan's direction that she was reassigned to the personnel department as its head. This individual is quite self-serving and loves to be in the limelight, as you have undoubtedly observed. As for Deng Yi, while his work capabilities are commendable, he harbors discontent at being appointed as deputy director, and then there is old Tang, who, at over 50, prioritizes self-preservation. Lastly, there is Zhang Xiuru, who lacks any discernible intellect. Tell me, can such a team truly excel in education?
Lu Haoming offered a wry smile, recognizing Xiao Wei's predicament, and inquired, Director, may I ask whether your opinion was sought during this personnel reshuffle? Or did the higher-ups simply finalize their decisions before informing you?
Xiao Wei responded indignantly, I already mentioned that the personnel system is quite peculiar.
Lu Haoming resolved to verify his suspicions and shook his head. How could it be so peculiar?
Xiao Wei divulged, let me lay it all out for you. Mayor Zhang, upon completing this term and convening the People's Congress, intends to leave. He disregards any principles. Whoever ingratiates themselves the most will receive favors.
Lu Haoming felt a surge of excitement.
Indeed, it was as he suspected. Xiao Wei continued, in his departure, he is determined to promote his own people. To ensure that Zhang Haoyang, the vice principal of Yizhong, ascends to the principalship, he maneuvered to place Deng Yi within the Education Bureau. Furthermore, he proclaimed a commitment to elevating female officials, promoting Guo Ping to the position of executive deputy director. Secretary Chao remains uninvolved, his focus is solely on the top position. Since Mayor Zhang insists, he did not oppose.
Lu Haoming asked, did you not express your concerns to Secretary Tan, who oversees personnel?
Xiao Wei chuckled bitterly, I did, but he simply stated to proceed as per the organizational adjustments.
Lu Haoming stood to prepare 2 cups of tea and said, may I share my insights?
Xiao Wei nodded in agreement. Placing the teacups before Xiao Wei, Lu Haoming articulated, Deputy Secretary Tan is poised to become mayor in the next term. He is reluctant to clash with Mayor Zhang over such matters, as maintaining stability is of utmost importance.
Xiao Wei acknowledged with a nod.
Lu Haoming continued, once Mayor Zhang departs, the situation will inevitably change. Xiao Wei cautioned, Haoming, you still possess a touch of naivety. Individuals like Guo Ping previously had little opportunity to engage with city leaders. Yet, under these circumstances, she approached Mayor Zhang, and now, as the executive deputy director, she will have ample opportunities to engage with leaders. When Mayor Zhang leaves, do you think she won't seek to ingratiate herself with Mayor Tan?
Lu Haoming retorted, did you not?
Everyone enjoys hearing flattering words. Once Mayor Zhang departs, Guo Ping will certainly seek to curry favor with Mayor Tan. She will frequently visit the leaders' residences, perhaps bringing small gifts for their spouses, and incessantly uttering words that please them.
Do you not think Mayor Tan would take a liking to her?
Lu Haoming's cheeks flushed. I have read too much of Water Margin, where every hero's character is established upon their introduction and remains consistent throughout. That is a fictional portrayal intended to leave a lasting impression on the reader.
Reality is far more complex.
Lu Haoming countered, indeed, there are such women in the political arena, who may lack competence yet are favored by leaders. Xiao Wei remarked, given the structure of this bureau, you must strive diligently. By the time you return next year, I shall nominate you as the chairman of the labor union. With you and old Tang, the team will possess a modicum of integrity. At the very least, we have some ideals and aspire to advance education. First and foremost, I thank you, Director. Rest assured, I shall endeavor to transform Xiuhu Village into a model for poverty alleviation in the city, for your sake and for the Bureau's honor. Moreover, I request your continued support. Should I enter the team, I will safeguard your reputation and contribute to the revitalization of education citywide.
Xiao Wei nodded, I have laid bare the current situation for you. As long as you are aware, that suffices.
Lu Haoming retrieved his phone, allow me to have Shaoli drive you home.
Xiao Wei shook his head, signaling for him to depart first.
Lu Haoming rode his motorcycle home. His mother-in-law was asleep with Cao Cao. After sitting for a while, he suddenly felt uneasy. Even though Xiao Wei had promised him the position of labor union chairman, it remained an uncertain prospect. He feared that someone like Guo Ping might create complications. For instance, if Guo Ping visited the leaders' homes and mentioned the vacancy for a labor union chairman, she would be seeking to ingratiate herself. Some leaders, while appearing indifferent, might discreetly contact Xiao Wei to suggest a candidate, likely recommending their own acquaintances. How could Xiao Wei refuse? If the leaders lacked suitable candidates, Guo Ping would propose one, and if that individual hailed from our bureau, Guo Ping would achieve 2 objectives. If the recommendation succeeded, the selected candidate would only express gratitude towards Guo Ping, becoming her aide within the team. Conversely, if the recommended individual was rejected by Xiao Wei, they would harbor resentment towards him, inevitably gathering dirt on him to seek revenge. Contemplating this, Lu Haoming checked the time, estimating that Xiao Wei had likely arrived home. He entered another small bedroom, closed the door, and dialed Xiao Wei's number.
Director, you must be home now?
Yes, home, and there are no guests, correct? None. I suddenly recalled something I wish to discuss with you.
Xiao Wei responded, go ahead.
Lu Haoming spoke softly, I am not fixated on becoming the labor union chairman. I merely fear that Guo Ping may present you with difficulties. Oh, then please share your thoughts in full. Lu Haoming articulated his concerns. Xiao Wei replied, your foresight is commendable. Rest assured, should such a situation arise, I shall not yield to anyone.
Either they do not enter, or they will have to reassign me. I will not remain in this directorship. The previous two individuals did not consult me, repeatedly disregarding protocol. I am not one to be intimidated. Upon hearing this, Lu Haoming remarked, Director, such a stance is essential. If the leader lacks the authority to suggest or recommend personnel, it indeed complicates matters. The two conversed for a while longer before ending the call. Despite Xiao Wei's resolute declarations, Lu Haoming harbored little hope, as Xiao Wei's position was ultimately bestowed by others. Could he truly withstand the pressure? Taking it one step at a time seemed prudent. He resolved to stay home for a week before returning to the village, allowing the matter regarding Lin Junyu's transfer to Yizhong to cool down. The Lin family, along with the villagers, would undoubtedly assume he had recommended her, and perhaps the Lin family would insist on treating him, leading to a cascade of troubles. He could only imagine the myriad of rumors that might circulate. Allowing things to settle, he would refrain from visiting the Lin family, framing it instead as a decision made by the Education Bureau, thus dissociating himself from the matter. Accomplishing 10 tasks successfully could be rendered insignificant by a single damaging rumor. He called Secretary Li, expressing his desire to take a break before returning to the village. Li Biao reiterated, Rest well. The village matters are in my and Jejun's hands. Shortly thereafter, when Wan returned. Lu Haoming stated, I will take care of Cao Cao for 10 days. Wan Wan gazed at him, taking a moment before responding, Have you finally come to your senses? This is how it should be. There are whispers suggesting you are exploiting poverty alleviation for your own gain, even managing to have a female teacher from the village's primary school transferred to Yizhong. Lu Haoming was taken aback by the rapid emergence of rumors within mere hours. Nurse Wan, even you believe such things? Do I possess such influence? If that were the case, I would have a line of people seeking to align with me daily. Wan countered, When have I ever doubted you, a primary school teacher? When did the leaders in your bureau ever recognize her extraordinary talents? To transfer her directly from primary school to the city's foremost institution, you hold no decision-making power, nor do you possess the authority to recommend. Wan, to say I do not know her is absurd. To claim I recommended her is equally unfounded. She is the daughter of the exemplary Lin Guihai, and this is merely organizational favoritism. Wan was about to respond when her mother emerged, cradling Cao Cao. Wan instructed, Haoming, please stop by the pharmacy to buy some chicken inner gold. Cao Cao has a poor appetite, and I want to strengthen his spleen. Also, have the pharmacy grind it into powder for you. As he rose to leave, his phone rang, revealing a call from Lin Junyu. Chapter 90. When Wan received a phone call, her anger palpable as Lu Haoming answered. While descending the stairs, Lin Junyu expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you so much, Haoga. Lu Haoming replied, Thank me? There's no need for that. I only learned about this information at the venue, so please refrain from spreading your thanks for me. Lin Junyu was taken aback, remaining silent for a considerable time. Lu Haoming further explained, Do not thank anyone. If you must express gratitude, direct it towards your father. He has achieved something noteworthy, and the Bureau's leadership collectively decided to reward exemplary individuals. That's simply how it is. Regardless, I must thank you. It was your presence in the village that made my father a model. Lu Haoming said, Once you report in, give me a call. The city is not like the countryside. There are certain matters I need to discuss with you. Alright, I will certainly seek your guidance, and my father has reminded me as well. After hanging up, Lu Haoming pondered that it was time to teach her in person. She was still quite naive, calling him Haoga so readily. In a workplace, the closer the relationships, the more one must appear to maintain a casual demeanor in public. She was completely oblivious to such decorum. He finally managed to procure supplies at a larger traditional medicine shop, ground them into powder, and returned home. During dinner, when Wan scarcely ate, preoccupied with feeding Cao Cao, she mixed chicken gizzard with milk, but Cao Cao stubbornly refused to eat, no matter her attempts. Lu Haoming suggested, Add a bit of sugar. Children are drawn to sweet things and will drink it right up. Add sugar, you're so engrossed in your work that you neglect the child. I checked on him last time, and his constitution simply cannot handle sugar. If sugar were an option, would I need your advice? Being chastised by his wife in front of his mother-in-law made Lu Haoming feel both ashamed and humiliated. He had little appetite, hastily consumed a few bites, set down his bowl, and stepped outside. Upon exiting the compound, he found himself at a loss as to where to go. Standing at the entrance, the city felt strangely unfamiliar. Spotting a small park ahead, he decided to sit there and strolled towards it. Inside the park, a gazebo stood empty. It was devoid of any visitors. He settled onto a long wooden bench, contemplating the chaotic nature of his life. All matters at home relied on Wan, and he had not taken any responsibility, even neglecting to inquire about Cao Cao's health. His work in the village was thriving, yet success did not guarantee rewards. After 2 years, returning to the bureau as merely the office director seemed highly probable. He found himself envious of He Tiantian's carefree existence. What made her so untroubled? It was her family's wealth. As for him, not only was his small family financially strained, but his extended family also struggled significantly. The Lu family was minor, lacking unity among its elders, and his father was prone to boasting, inflating his status as a mere office director into something grandiose. This only bred jealousy among others, who awaited Lu Haoming's downfall, hoping for an opportunity to gloat. Thus, Lu Haoming had not offended the villagers, yet his father had antagonized a significant portion of them on his behalf. He recognized the distinction between himself and He Tiantian lay not only in their economic disparities but also in the predicament of his own upbringing, burdened with the weight of revitalizing his family's fortunes. His family background not only failed to support him but actively hindered his progress. He had previously advised his father to refrain from boasting and to live more humbly. To his surprise, his father had scolded him, questioning why he should hide away. Such is life, when one hails from a disadvantaged family, breaking free is tenfold, 100-fold more challenging than for others. If he were in He Tian's position, with a wealthy background and social connections, living a dignified life, why endure such relentless struggles? Struggling might not even yield any significant results. A minor misstep could send him sliding backward, like rowing against the current. Initially, he had suggested to Xiao Wei to establish Lin Guihai as a model figure, transferring Lin Junyu to the bureau to gain favor for Xiao Wei. Now, Lin Junyu's naivete, incessantly calling him Haoga, posed a potential problem. Should she continue addressing him in such a manner after starting work at Yizhong, it could lead to scandalous interpretations. His modest contributions to poverty alleviation could be misconstrued, feeding the jealousy of others seeking to find fault. They might think, oh, so there's this connection, it's your Haoga who facilitated this. The more Lu Haoming contemplated, the more he felt compelled to contact teacher Lin Guihai immediately, seeking guidance for Lin Junyu. He reached for his phone, only to discover it was missing. Had he lost it, that seemed unlikely, as it had been in his pocket. He quickly rose to retrace his steps. Amusingly, he realized that if it were truly lost, it would be impossible to find it again, so he quickened his pace. His only hope was that he hadn't taken it with him, but left it on the sofa. He hurried home, and indeed, the phone was resting on the sofa, allowing his anxiety to subside. At that moment, when one emerged from the bedroom, their eyes met, and he noticed a blend of anger and disdain in her gaze. Uncertain of the cause, he asked, "What's wrong?" When one scoffed, "What's wrong? Perhaps you should ask yourself." "What's wrong with me? I merely went for a walk, intending to take Cao Cao out to play." "He doesn't need you to take him. My mother has already taken him out. Since when did you gain a cousin, your cousin, whom I don't recognize?" Lu Haoming immediately understood. Lin Junyu must have called again. He thought to himself, even if she were to call, she wouldn't refer to herself as a cousin. He replied, "Please, enlighten me, what exactly is going on? Surely we can clarify any misunderstandings." When Wan retorted, "I only answered your phone after it rang incessantly." The caller asked who I was. I thought, given her tone, I would probe her identity and responded that I was the housekeeper. She replied, "I am his sister, please ask him to answer the phone." Hearing that infuriated me, as I know all his sisters. She insisted she was his cousin. My anger intensified. I declared that his cousin is also mine, demanding she state her name. Then the call ended. So, what's the deal? Have you been making new cousins behind my back? If you can't explain, I'll call Director Xia and have him transfer you back to poverty alleviation. What a joke that would be, bringing in a bunch of unknown women. Lu Haoming felt overwhelmed, fearing his mother-in-law might return unexpectedly, leaving him no chance to explain. He quickly said, "Wan, could you please sit down?" "Why should I sit? I'm a civilized person and won't resort to throwing things at you. At the very least, I have Cao Cao and my mother. No matter what, I can't let her see us fighting. Please sit, it might calm you down a bit. As for this matter, I assure you may find it hard to believe, but I can only speak the truth." When Wan turned her face away, Lu Haoming continued, "That was a call from teacher Lin's daughter. She is rather oblivious and assumed that I helped her transfer to Yizhong. In reality, it was a collective decision made by the bureau's leadership. Now, would it be acceptable for me to call her father in front of you?" When Wan remained silent, Lu Haoming dialed Lin Guihai and put the call on speaker. It connected shortly. Chapter 91. In truth, there are even greater rumors. Lu Haoming decided to endure a little longer. After dialing the phone, he said, "Hello, teacher Lin, there is something you must bring to Lin Junyu's attention. Her transfer is a reward for your decades of dedication to rural service. It is a collective decision made by the bureau's leadership." The voice on the other end replied, "Indeed, I must express my gratitude to Director Xia and the leaders of the bureau." Lu Haoming continued, "I personally did not recommend her nor did I partake in the decision-making process. I only learned of this news at the meeting. However, Junyu may have misunderstood, thinking that I was the one who recommended her. She is quite innocent and lacks worldly wisdom, calling me brother Hao without understanding the implications. This is truly inappropriate. The bureaucracy is intricate. Others may perceive me as seeking personal gain, believing I am recommending individuals for positions based solely on their attractiveness. In reality, all of this stems from your own merit. If she cannot control her tongue, it will undermine your contributions and reduce it to how should I put it? I find it difficult to articulate. It would vulgarize what should be a commendable situation." Lin Guihai's voice came through, saying, "Director Lu, I understand your point. She has a tendency to speak thoughtlessly and lacks discretion. I have advised her that Director Lu is simply Director Lu and should not call you by any other name. She has little life experience, and where she has erred, I ask for your forgiveness. In the future, please continue to guide her. I will certainly have a serious talk with her regarding this matter." After hanging up, Lu Haoming remarked, "Now you can rest easy. Even her father acknowledges her indiscretion." When Wan interjected, "She does not wish for your assistance. It would be best to minimize contact, spend more time with Director Xia and Director Tang, and cultivate friendships with individuals like Rin Ziyuan. That would be your way of fulfilling responsibility to your family. A pretty face and sweet words will not aid your advancement, they will only tarnish your reputation. Is there any connection between you and the beautiful female teachers associated with Director Wang? I have heard he keeps his office door open at all times, that is why he rises swiftly in rank. As for how Director Tao fell from grace, do you think it was merely your complaints? It was because he was entangled with numerous female teachers." Lu Haoming clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "Nurse Chief, your guidance is indeed wise. However, I implore you to broaden your perspective and refrain from making unfounded assumptions. I have conducted myself appropriately. I have maintained distance from those who are attractive." When Wan shot him a glance and walked away, signaling that she would no longer pursue the matter. At that moment, Ren Ziyuan's call came through. Lu Haoming approached and raised his phone for Wen Wan to see. This is the Ren Ziyuan you suggested I cultivate relations with, take a good look. Wen Wan waved her hand, I do not wish to see. A clear conscience needs no explanation. Lu Haoming answered the call, saying, Hello, General Ren, what good news do you bring, shall we gather? Very well. Upon arriving at Ren Ziyuan's office, Run prepared a cup of tea and inquired, Has Lin Junyu been transferred to the first high school? Lu Haoming sought to downplay the matter and nodded. I heard it was your recommendation? Lu Haoming felt a surge of indignation and replied, Indeed, I recommended her. I even approved the transfer.
Ren Ziyuan detected the tension in Lu Haoming's words and cautioned, As an ascending leader, you must be mindful of certain matters, especially regarding associations with overly attractive young women.
What sort of leader am I? Merely a section-level official, there are countless like me in the municipal agencies. Your attitude is misguided. When I offer you advice, you fly off the handle. Do you think I have come merely to provoke you? There are various rumors circulating in society, and I dare not even speak of them. Lu Haoming became alert and chuckled, That is not the intention, you have misunderstood me. I truly did not make any recommendations. What rumors are circulating? I will speak candidly to spare you any further confusion. There are whispers suggesting that you, in an attempt to curry favor with Xiao Wei, sent a beautiful girl to his side. Originally, there was an intention to transfer her to the bureau, but most leaders opposed it, leading to her reluctant transfer to the first high school. Lu Haoming's head buzzed with disbelief. He had not anticipated the situation becoming this convoluted, and the fact that the initial discussions about the bureau's transfer had become public knowledge was shocking. His first suspicion fell upon Guoping or Deng Yi as the sources of this rumor. He did not wish to explain himself to Ren Ziyuan and resolved to have a long conversation with Xiao Wei. The bureau needed to rectify this situation. How did information from a meeting of the party committee leak outside? Though his anger simmered, he kept it in check and said, The innocent have nothing to fear, let them gossip. Ren Ziyuan agreed, Indeed, you should feign ignorance and allow them to chatter. By the way, shall we visit Master Huiji together? Lu Haoming preferred not to dwell on the earlier topic and replied, You have a penchant for associating with such individuals. If he can predict everything accurately, why doesn't he predict his own fortunes and win the lottery, thus freeing himself from any obligations? Ren Ziyuan laughed, Do not underestimate him. At the end of last year, he predicted a financial opportunity for me between May and July. Look, it has indeed materialized, hasn't it? You wanted me to take you and reporter Tang to the village to interview Teacher Lin. I discovered a business opportunity with Bamboo later. I attended the launch ceremony of the Wushui tour and saw that stream behind Secretary Li's residence. Wasn't he that during May to July? Why did he not specify March or April, or even September or October? You truly consulted him for a fortune? Why would I deceive you? I still have the paper on which he made his predictions. Saying this, Ren Ziyuan walked to his desk, opened a drawer, and retrieved a piece of paper, handing it to Lu Haoming. Upon examining it, Lu Haoming saw a series of characters denoting the heavenly stems and earthly branches, with terms like Jia, Yi, Gang, and Ji, accompanied by the numbers 567, alongside the words wealth seed. Ren Ziyuan pointed at the two characters and said, Wealth seed signifies the emergence of financial prospects. Lu Haoming was not entirely pleased and retorted, In any endeavor, if you earn a bit of money, it can be attributed to the emergence of financial prospects. Ren Ziyuan laughed heartily, He had a few words to say about you. He spoke of me? What did he say? Ren Ziyuan replied, Do not take offense, he mentioned that you have a lifelong entanglement with romantic affairs. Lu Haoming feigned indifference and scoffed, Even if I were to have such entanglements, it would pale in comparison to the many you have. Ren Ziyuan responded earnestly, My associations with women are merely flirtations. Your associations, however, carry significant implications. That is a grave matter. Come, let us engage in conversation with him. It may provide some insight, especially now that various tongues are wagging about you. Lu Haoming contemplated arranging a meeting with Xiao Wei that night. While it might not yield clarity, if Xiao Wei were to become furious and act impulsively, it could lead to detrimental consequences. Regardless, such discussions would inevitably reach his ears. He decided to observe Xiao Wei's reaction first. If he dared to address the matter, he would initiate a cleanup, and if he chose to remain silent, Lu Haoming would refrain from fanning the flames. Time would eventually smooth over all issues, erasing any trace of them. He had learned the art of patience and waiting, no longer impulsive as he had been in the past, and thus said, a stroll would be beneficial. The two descended the stairs, with Ren Ziyuan driving towards Yintai Mountain. Chapter 92 Master Huiji uttered 3 phrases, leaving Lu Haoming restless throughout the night. This time, Master Huiji remained quite reserved. He refrained from fortune-telling and merely examined Lu Haoming's poem, stating 3 things. The career line is intermittent, and he will only have the opportunity to showcase his talents after the age of 35. Beside the lifeline, there is a companion line, indicating that throughout his life, he will receive assistance from women, yet he must guard against hidden romantic entanglements. The wisdom line reaches its peak, suggesting that while he possesses intelligence, his character is rather inflexible, requiring him to adopt a gentle approach to overcome rigidity, leveraging strength against strength to secure an undefeated position. Whether Lu Haoming chose to believe these words or not, he chuckled, could you please elaborate on that, Master? Master Huiji replied, you may choose not to believe in fate, yet everything ultimately aligns with destiny. I shall refrain from further explanation. Ren Ziyuan interjected, it would be beneficial for him to receive some guidance. Master Huiji responded, those who do not believe often must encounter obstacles themselves to gain insight and understanding. If I were to clarify too much, he might take a roundabout path, leading to counterproductive outcomes. The master, reluctant to discuss further, exchanged minimal conversation with them before they took their leave. Ren Ziyuan remarked, you are 32 this year, you must wait until 35 to truly display your talents, brother. It seems you have 3 more years to endure. Lu Haoming pondered for a moment and replied, let us take his words with a grain of salt. However, he mentioned that I possess a rigid character and must soften my approach. This indeed resonates with me. I have always been rather impulsive, and I shall strive to exercise restraint moving forward. Ren Ziyuan added, another intriguing point is that you will receive assistance from women throughout your life, yet must be wary of clandestine romantic affairs. This means you should wisely utilize the support of women while avoiding entanglement in emotional affairs. I wonder if you can manage that, brother. Lu Haoming laughed, I have never sought to exploit any woman. Ren Ziyuan shot him a knowing glance, shall I expose you? There are certain women who steadfastly choose to be with you, do you not recognize that within yourself? Lu Haoming, slightly embarrassed, replied, let us not delve into that. Ren Ziyuan, ever astute, swiftly changed the subject, inquiring, the karaoke hall in the annex is due for renovation, and there are a few old air conditioners. Would you be interested? Lu Haoming responded, I shall consult Wan, she is quite frugal and wary of excessive electricity usage. Upon returning home, it was already 10 in the evening, Wan had fallen asleep. He took a shower and quietly climbed into bed, yet sleep eluded him, his mind incessantly replayed Master Huiji's 3 phrases. While one might argue that his predictions were not entirely accurate, they were not entirely unfounded either. The first statement, that he must wait until the age of 35 to showcase his talents, provoked contemplation. Had he not transformed Shouhu village significantly within a short span through his poverty alleviation efforts? Was that not a demonstration of talent? According to Master Huiji, if he could not showcase his talents until 35, did that imply that his achievements at that age would surpass his current efforts in poverty alleviation? This statement, concerning the future, he decided to set aside for the moment. The second remark, that he would receive assistance from women while needing to guard against hidden romantic affairs, rang true. He reflected on his journey thus far. The introduction by Anchu had been instrumental, and Wan was indeed a supportive partner, yet, he must remain vigilant against hidden romantic pursuits, a warning that would forever be relevant. Particularly for those working in governmental roles, becoming embroiled in scandal could expose one to fatal vulnerabilities against adversaries. Many had suffered due to such matters. For instance, Director Zhu from the Infrastructure Department, who, despite his seniority and readiness for promotion, fell victim to rumors about his conduct. 1 year, he had nearly passed the scrutiny, but allegations regarding his ambiguous relationship with a female teacher surfaced, prompting the committee to delay his promotion indefinitely. As a result, Director Zhu's political career was ultimately undermined by the whispers surrounding his personal conduct. Lu Haoming felt a sense of caution. Upon further reflection, he assessed his relationship with Tian. There were no major issues, as their interactions were strictly professional with no personal entanglements. Additionally, Tian's husband wielded considerable influence, deterring most from crossing him. The remaining concern was Lin Junyu. Despite Lu Haoming's firm denial of any recommendation, the truth lingered, he had indeed recommended her. Deep down, he still harbored a fondness for Lin Junyu, thus, the task at hand was to maintain a distance from her. Although he had made a phone call to Lin Guihai, it seemed necessary to discuss matters with her face-to-face. As for the final phrase, Master Huiji's insight into his rigid character struck a chord, illuminating a path. He must learn to adapt, employing gentleness to counteract rigidity. This was a lesson to bear in mind. Lu Haoming recalled his father, whose inflexible nature had led him to numerous hardships. He too had inherited this trait, making it essential to encounter capable leadership to navigate life smoothly. Under a leader like Wang Weiman, who possessed a broad mind and keen insight into talent, he had enjoyed a few years of relative ease. Conversely, with a leader like Tao Zhichuan, he had found himself at a disadvantage. Now, facing Xiaowei, he felt an odd dynamic in their relationship. Xiaowei did not exhibit a profound appreciation for talent nor the accommodating nature of Wang Weiman, and their connection seemed more an alliance forged against a common adversary. Previously, it had been against Tao, now it was against Guo. Lu Haoming mused that perhaps his skepticism towards fortune-telling was misguided. While the specifics of fate might be debatable, the art of palmistry was likely grounded in centuries of accrued wisdom and validation through lived experience. Otherwise, how could Master Huiji's subsequent insights prove so remarkably accurate? The more he analyzed, the more plausible it appeared. Lu Haoming realized it was time to recalibrate his mindset and approach to life. At that moment, Wan turned over, drowsily murmuring, "Why are you still awake?" tossing and turning in bed. Startled, Lu Haoming realized she had not truly fallen asleep, or perhaps she was merely in a state between dreams, and he replied, "It's too hot." Wan turned her back to him and drifted back to sleep. Lu Haoming indeed felt the heat. He recalled Ren Ziyuan mentioning the old air conditioners. While he could endure the warmth, he ought to install one in his mother-in-law's and Xiaoko's room. This thought brought him a twinge of guilt for not providing a better life for his family, yet also a sense of relief for having a good friend like Ren Ziyuan. Even an old air conditioner in Wuhua City signified wealth and privilege. Gradually, he resolved to tackle life's challenges one at a time. Having spent the better part of the night awake, he felt his mind buzzing in a chaotic whirl. Regardless of the heat, he allowed fatigue to take over and succumbed to sleep. Chapter 93. An awkward heart-to-heart. The following day, having obtained Wanjuan's consent, Lu Haoming retrieved 3 old air conditioners from Ren Ziyuan. He called in a technician to install one in each room. Just as the air conditioner in the living room was finished, he received a call from Xiaowei inquiring if he was at home. Lu Haoming replied, "Yes, I am at home." Xiaowei urged, "You should come over quickly." Lu Haoming surmised the reason for Xiaowei's summons. After washing his hands and face, he hopped on his motorcycle and arrived at the bureau, heading straight for the director's office. Xiaowei appeared quite irate, stating, "The matter we repeatedly emphasized in the party group meeting has leaked out. Does this still resemble the conduct of a leader? Is there no discipline in place? The rumors are utterly outrageous, akin to slander." Lu Haoming, however, did not mirror Xiaowei's agitation and calmly remarked, "I heard such claims since last night." Xiaowei anticipated Lu Haoming to join him in a righteous denunciation, but after his brief statement, Lu Haoming fell silent. Xiaowei, still agitated, insisted, "We must conduct a rectification, we must." Lu Haoming responded, "Director, you could convene a party group meeting and express your... These are merely unfounded speculations circulating in society. Furthermore, you lack concrete evidence. I believe such measures would yield little effect and may even amuse some individuals. It would be more prudent to hold a general meeting of all agency personnel, denouncing the baseless rumors and slanders. We should call upon all staff to resist such gossip, stating firmly that this is a collective decision of the party group. Then, we can establish a 3-point regulation, declaring a disciplinary measure. Should anyone fail to resist or collude with others, we will investigate thoroughly and impose sanctions accordingly. This way, others will be deterred from spreading rumors, and the gossip will gradually die down. The more one stirs such matters, the larger they become. A calm approach may prove more effective." Xiaowei listened in silence for a moment before lamenting, "Haoming, some individuals are solely focused on seizing power and interests, intent on tarnishing reputations, eager to ascend in rank." Lu Haoming, having matured, refrained from agreeing and instead said, "Matters must be approached gradually. We must gather evidence against others, otherwise, it is difficult to shake one's position." Xiaowei seemed to take this to heart, remarking, "It is indeed difficult to accomplish a good deed." Lu Haoming offered a wry smile but said nothing in reply. He sensed that Xiaowei was not particularly astute and did not relish frequenting the homes of higher-ups. There would surely be more drama to unfold between him and Guoping. In terms of overall leadership capability, Wang Weiman was undeniably adept at managing relationships across the board. Tao Jichuan, for his part, maintained an environment where the team members dared not stir dissent in his presence. Ultimately, Xiaowei was still a bookish figure. Lu Haoming, still preoccupied with the air conditioning installation, asked, "Director, is there anything else?" Xiaowei waved his hand dismissively. Lu Haoming rode his motorcycle home. The technician had successfully installed all 3 air conditioners, and he tested them. The results were quite satisfactory. At noon, when Wan returned and also tried out the air conditioning, commenting, "See, I wasn't mistaken. You're getting closer to Ren Ziyuan, and Chacho 1T suffer from the heat in summer or the cold in winter. As for those trivial matters at the bureau, you should concern yourself with them less. I heard from others that even Director Xia can't keep Guoping in check." Lu Haoming retorted, "Your opinions change daily. Yesterday you said I should seek out Director Xia and Director Tang more, and now you're saying Director Xia can't manage Director Gua. Am I to pay a visit to Director Gua tomorrow?" Wan replied, "What you do is your business. I merely share others' opinions for your benefit. If I made a mistake yesterday, can't I correct it today?" Lu Haoming sighed, "I don't wish to meddle in those trivial matters. I'll just stay for a few days before heading to the countryside. We need to expedite the operation of the water plant, that seems more reliable." "Exactly. You've come to terms with it, haven't you? Once we settle our debts and move into the new house, you can take on the role of office director, and I have no objections. It is so challenging to hold an official position nowadays. My uncle said that if one could lead a unit, it would be a tremendous achievement." It seems he spoke the truth. Lu Haoming, disinterested in debating her, prepared to leave for the countryside after a few days, but the only person he felt uneasy about was Lin Junyu. Therefore, he took the initiative to call her. This time, she addressed him as Director Lu right away. "Have you reported in?" she asked. "I reported in this morning." "Good, please come to the Nanghua Hotel at 3 this afternoon. I'd like to discuss some matters with you, alright? Would 7 or 8 this evening work? I have plans to arrange my new place with my cousin this afternoon." "It's either 7 or 8. Please be precise." Lu Haoming insisted on establishing some order, speaking rather bluntly. "Then, let us say 7. Lu Haoming contacted Ren Ziyuan to borrow his office for the evening to discuss an important matter with someone. Ren Ziyuan suggested, "Why not simply book you a room?" Lu Haoming replied, "No, it's more convenient in your office. I'll leave the room key at the front desk, you can pick it up when you arrive." After dinner, Lu Haoming chose not to ride his motorcycle, opting instead to take a stroll around the streets. He arrived at the hotel around 6:30, collected the room key, and entered Ren Ziyuan's office. He brewed a cup of tea and lit a cigarette, savoring it slowly. After about 10 minutes, Lin Junyu called, and Lu Haoming directed her to the floor, instructing her to walk east once she exited the elevator. Hearing footsteps in the corridor, he opened the door and gestured, "This way." Lin Junyu hurried over, stepping inside and exclaiming, "So spacious and luxurious, brother Hao, do you live here?" Lu Haoming closed the door, adopting a serious expression as he said, "Junyu, you really need to change this habit." Seeing the lack of humor on Lu Haoming's face, Lin Junyu asked, a bit aggrieved, "Do I have to call you Director Lu even in private?" Lu Haoming felt he might have been too harsh, so he prepared a cup of tea for her and said, "Have a seat. There are some matters I need to discuss with you for your benefit."
Lin Junyu held her teacup with both hands, gazing at Lu Haoming with admiration. Junyu, while it's not wrong for you to call me Brother Hao, there are certain matters we must address. Your transfer to the first middle school was a collective decision by the Bureau's party group, but both the Bureau and the first middle school are not much different from the countryside. People in the countryside love to gossip, and so do those in the city, while rural gossip may merely be for fun. Urban gossip, especially among bureaucrats, often harbors ulterior motives.
Lin Junyu looked at Lu Haoming in astonishment.
He took a sip of tea and continued, "What do I mean by ulterior motives? Your transfer was a normal procedure, yet others will twist it to suggest that I helped you or that Director Xia has taken a liking to you. The reasons: 1. You are beautiful, and attractive women often attract unnecessary attention. Point 2. They leverage this topic to criticize me and Director Xia that if you were unattractive, no one would discuss you. Thus, you must be mindful of your words and actions." Lin Junyu widened her eyes, taking a moment before responding, "Is that so?" Lu Haoming explained, "Therefore, in public settings, you cannot appear overly familiar with me or Director Xia. If you do, it only validates the rumors they think. Look how close Lin Junyu is with Lu Haoming and Director Xia, they must have some relationship to warrant her transfer." Lin Junyu chuckled, "Oh, it's much more complex than in the countryside.
We female teachers call Principal Tang Brother Tang out of habit."
Observing Lin Junyu's naive demeanor, Lu Haoming felt somewhat cruel. There are varying degrees of closeness among individuals, and casually calling him Brother Hao was not inherently problematic. Unfortunately, bureaucracies thrive on suspicion and rivalry, distorting interpersonal relationships. He advised, "Just be cautious. I'm not asking you to maintain a stiff demeanor around us. But you're still maintaining a stern face." Unable to suppress a laugh, Lu Haoming finally said, "In any case, be mindful of the setting.
Bureaucracies can be quite peculiar. You should maintain some distance with others. Do not share your innermost thoughts just because someone treats you well. Some people are deliberately fishing for information. Do you understand?" Lin Junyu replied, "I see." Lu Haoming reassured her, "You will gradually mature. Just take your time to comprehend." Lin Junyu asked, "Is that all?"
"Yes," he confirmed. "I thought you called me here for coffee," she remarked.
"Perhaps another time, once you've matured, I'll invite you for coffee." "Alright, since we're alone here, is it acceptable to call you Brother Hao just this once?" Lu Haoming was at a loss for words. Then, "Brother Hao, I'm leaving now. I initially intended to buy you a gift, but now I want tea." Lu Haoming shook his head. Lin Junyu made a face and departed. Sitting on the sofa, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Bureaucracies, damn them, truly transform people into something unrecognizable. Perhaps she would be happier in the countryside. Chapter 94 Igua Ping takes action early. The three titans discuss strategies. On a day in mid-December, Lu Haoming was riding in Ren Ziyuan's car, returning to the city. Suddenly, he received a call from Tang Huai. "Haoming, are you in the village?" "I am on my way back to the city." "How much longer until you arrive?" "About half an hour." "Do not go home just yet. Come directly to my house. Enter through the back gate of the yard." Ren Ziyuan inquired, "Who is it?" Lu Haoming replied, "A friend needs to see me. Just drop me off at the back gate of the Bureau's compound." Ren Ziyuan, who had been driving leisurely, immediately accelerated upon hearing this. In just 20 minutes, they reached the back gate of the Bureau. Lu Haoming exited the car and, familiar with the route, made his way to Tang Huai's residence, gently knocking 3 times on the door. It was the middle of the workday, and the staff quarters were eerily quiet, making the knock resonate loudly. Tang Huai opened the door, and Lu Haoming swiftly stepped inside. There was no one else in the house. Tang Huai brewed a cup of tea and handed it to Lu Haoming, saying, "Something has recently occurred that I wish to discuss with you. Initially, Director Xia and I intended to reserve the position of Union Chairman for you, but now, an unforeseen contender has emerged." Lu Haoming was not the least bit surprised and responded, "I have a hypothesis." "May I articulate it?" Tang Huai looked at him in astonishment and asked, "Your hypothesis? This is highly confidential information. What do you know?" "I lack specific details, but I can certainly deduce." "Go ahead then." Lu Haoming took a sip of tea and stated, "This matter must be related to Guo Ping." Tang Huai nodded in acknowledgement. "What sort of person is Guo Ping?" When Tao Zhichuan was in power, she was aligned with the Tao family. She ascended from deputy head of the logistics department to head of the personnel department. Once Director Xia took office, she could no longer cling to the Tao family and sought a more powerful ally. Ultimately, she established a connection with Mayor Zhang. Tang Huai nodded again. Her rise to the position of executive deputy director was achieved through such maneuvering. Now that she has attained this role, her next ambition is to become the director. Director Xia has no financial issues. If there are none, she will create problems, approaching the leaders to assert that there is still a position of union chairman available. Her aim is twofold. The higher-ups may not be fully aware of everything. If such a position exists and they have a suitable candidate in mind, she can offer them a favor. If they do not have a suitable candidate, she will propose one herself, using the excuse that you, Director Tang, are already burdened with too many responsibilities and should delegate the union chairman role to someone else. Tang Huai remarked, "This is precisely the situation." During yesterday's party group meeting, which was supposed to address other matters, she suddenly raised this issue. Lu Haoming asked, "What did she say?" "Just as you suspected, she mentioned that she occasionally visits Mayor Zhang's home, and when he inquired about the bureau's situation, she provided a brief report." Mayor Zhang praised the Education Bureau as a competent team and remarked that one shouldn't take on too many concurrent roles. The union chairman should be properly appointed. Thus, she inferred that since I am overloaded, perhaps we should consider appointing a union chairman. There are numerous candidates in the bureau, particularly Director Zhu, who fits the criteria.
Lu Haoming responded angrily, this is inciting conflict.
Tang Huai said, I did not expect Deng Yi to immediately respond. They must have coordinated beforehand. Upon hearing this, Director Xia promptly stated that it was outside the scope of the current discussion and would not be considered. Lu Haoming frowned, we must be cautious of this woman. She is unproductive yet constantly stirs up discord, she will undoubtedly bring it up again.
Tang Huai inquired, what is your opinion on this? We must stand firm this time.
Tang Huai asked, how do we do that?
We should collectively approach Director Xia.
Tang Huai suggested, the office is not a place for discussions.
I will call him to come to my house.
Lu Haoming nodded, the organizational life was abnormal, the office was not even a suitable place for dialogue, the three of them, director, deputy director, and office director, had to meet in such a covert manner, which Lu Haoming found quite lamentable. Soon after, Xiaowei arrived, greeting Lu Haoming with a firm handshake. Tang Huai served a cup of tea to Xiaowei and said, I have briefed Haoming on the situation.
Xiaowei looked at Lu Haoming, awaiting his remarks.
Lu Haoming took a sip of tea and proposed, during the next party group meeting, Director Xia, you should announce that personnel matters will not be discussed for the next 6 months.
Tang Huai concurred, this is a good approach. The authority to discuss personnel matters lies with the director.
Xiaowei scrutinized Lu Haoming and asked, why 6 months? Lu Haoming replied, I have heard rumors, which may not necessarily be true. A friend informed me that in the spring of next year, shortly after the new year, there will be a personnel exchange meeting. Mayor Zhang will be transferred, and Secretary Tan will assume the mayor's role. Isnt Guoping leveraging Mayor Zhang's influence, Mayor Zhang has not consulted you, Director Xia.
Of course, this rumor was an open secret.
Tang Huai asked,
what if Mayor Zhang contacts Director Xia before he leaves?
Lu Haoming fell silent, for Xiaowei had already expressed his determination to resist. Xiaowei said, I have pondered this matter repeatedly. If Mayor Zhang does not specify who should take the position, I can vaguely respond that we will consider it at an appropriate time. However, if he explicitly names Zhu Cidi for the role, I will inform him that Zhu has previously been reported for issues concerning personal conduct, and thus, a few years ago, his name was submitted to the standing committee but ultimately rejected. I will also make it clear that we currently have a suitable candidate in Lu Haoming, who is performing exceptionally well in poverty alleviation and is at the right age to take on responsibilities.
Tang Huai remarked, this is an excellent strategy.
If we can delay until after the Lunar New Year, he will be gone.
Xiaowei expressed his determination, I have made up my mind to stand firm on this issue, unless they wish to remove me as director.
Tang Huai cautioned, what worries me is that Guoping may reach out to other leaders besides Mayor Zhang. Lu Haoming nodded, Director, you should also report comprehensively to Secretary Tan. Xiaowei agreed, very well, I will seek him out as soon as possible.
As the three of them deliberated, Xiaowei's phone rang. He displayed the number to both men. Indeed, it was a call from Mayor Zhang. Tang Huai pointed toward the study, and Xiaowei entered. Tang Huai closed the door behind him. While Xiaowei was on the phone, the two men sat in tense silence, hardly daring to breathe.
The call seemed to drag on, and Lu Haoming leaned against the door, straining to catch snippets of the conversation, but it was inaudible. Tang Huai gestured for him to sit down. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Xiaowei emerged, visibly sweating. Xiaowei stated, it seems he indeed wants to recommend a candidate.
Tang Huai cursed, damn it, as long as someone is willing to pay, they disregard all principles.
Xiaowei replied, Mayor Zhang insists that I go to his office immediately. I need to gather more information. We will reconvene here shortly. Xiaowei hurriedly left. Tang Huai informed Lu Haoming, you know, from a regular department head to a deputy section chief, there is a stipulated 3-year period. You have spent 2 years in the village. When you return, you can serve another year as the office director. Both Director Xia and I intend to promote you. We even considered proposing an exceptional promotion due to your commendable work in poverty alleviation, but with Guoping, Lu Haoming interjected, my promotion is of little consequence. What matters is that Director Xia's work will be hampered. If Guoping ascends, she will be even worse than Tao Jichuan. Tao Jichuan was merely greedy, but this individual is both greedy and lacks competence. The education sector will undoubtedly descend into chaos under her leadership. Tang Huai sighed, it is highly likely she will become the director. She possesses age and gender advantages, and she is adept at ingratiating herself with leaders. After about half an hour, Xiaowei called to say he would be arriving shortly. The wait felt interminable, until the doorbell rang. Lu Haoming swiftly opened the door, and Xiaowei entered, stating, indeed, he is recommending Zhu Cidi. I informed him about Zhu's background and mentioned that he had previously been recommended, but there were complaints about his conduct.
Mayor Zhang actually said, are we going to delay a capable individual over mere rumors?
You all can nominate him first. I told him that as a director, I possess no authority to appoint anyone. It's a challenging role. He even suggested that if I find it difficult, I could simply propose it to the organization. Thus, our discussion reached an impasse. Lu Haoming proposed, I have an idea.
Upon hearing this, both Xiaowei and Tang Huai inquired in unison, what do you suggest?
Lu Haoming articulated his plan, to which Xiaowei replied, it seems we have no choice but to proceed as suggested.
Chapter 95.
Uncharacteristically, Lu Haoming wishes to have a heart-to-heart conversation with Director Zhu unexpectedly. Zhang Jianwei has proven himself to be quite adept at this sort of maneuver. He did not make an appearance himself but instead delegated the task to others, successfully orchestrating matters behind the scenes. Within a week, Zhu Sidi was caught red-handed by the police for gambling. During this time, Lu Haoming had been residing in the village for a week when he received a call from Tang Huaid. He found himself devoid of joy. After all, during Tao Zhichuan's tenure, he had maintained a cordial relationship with Director Zhu. However, upon reflection, he realized that Director Zhu was merely a scapegoat. If Guoping was not shown the consequences of her actions, Xiao Wei's authority would be severely undermined. Should Guoping ascend to power, Lu Haoming's circumstances would revert to the challenging days reminiscent of the Tao Zhichuan era, which would be quite burdensome. At that moment, Xiao Wei was convening a meeting with the agency's staff. He addressed the assembly, stating that this is a deeply distressing matter. While other units have not faced such repercussions, our personnel have unfortunately found themselves apprehended by the police. It is a source of great shame. Just a week prior, leaders in the bureau had even suggested promoting old Zhu. I considered him a seasoned colleague with commendable professional capabilities and was contemplating resolving his rank issue. Yet, at this critical juncture, he faltered. This illustrates that when we evaluate an individual for promotion, we must scrutinize them thoroughly and over a prolonged period. Only those who can withstand the test should be considered for advancement. Having learned this lesson, I hereby announce that for at least 6 months, if not a year, we shall refrain from any personnel adjustments. Those who perform well are known to me, and the public is also aware. We must keep our eyes wide open when assessing individuals and refrain from judging based on personal likes or dislikes. In this instance, he employed veiled criticism, delivering it with fervor. Guoping was left blushing, remaining utterly silent. Everyone was aware that it was Guoping who had recommended Zhu Sidi. Those harboring grievances against Guoping intentionally spread rumors, suggesting that Director Zhu was tall and handsome, and that during his tenure at the 3rd middle school, he had garnered admiration, which continued even after joining the bureau. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Sidi received a disciplinary action, demoted from his position as director to that of a regular staff member. Lu Haoming then realized that Xiao Wei was not merely the bookish individual he had presumed. He was indeed ruthless in his dealings. Lu Haoming decided against returning to the bureau. If Xiao Wei did not summon him, he would not go. Life became pleasantly leisurely. In January of the following year, Ren Ziyuan's water plant and bamboo chopsticks were both launched into production. Strangely, Ren Ziyuan did not hold any ceremony, which puzzled Lu Haoming. Ren Ziyuan explained, "Such a small factory does not require a grand display. We will invite the leaders to visit when the situation improves next year." Lu Haoming found that his responsibilities had significantly diminished, spending each day visiting Old Song. He discovered that Old Song was particularly skilled in recounting the art of war by Sun Tzu's strategies such as feigning an attack to deceive the enemy, secretly maneuvering, using others' strength against them, and turning foes into allies. His vivid narration of the personnel struggles within the unit was both engaging and captivating. Before long, the lunar year-end arrived. Lu Haoming returned to the city, where life continued to improve. He realized that aside from purchasing some candies, he needed no other New Year's goods. The village had prepared everything for him: chickens, ducks, fish, meat, rabbits, wild game, winter bamboo shoots, and cabbage. Families such as Lin Guihai, Old Song, Wu Mengzi, Er Hua, and many other villagers contributed, bringing an abundance that could easily fill a market stall. When Wan remarked, "You should send some to Director Xia and Director Tang," Lu Haoming shook his head, saying, "The village has already sent gifts, including to other bureau leaders. I'll take some to my uncle's house." As he prepared to leave, Lao Lu and Tian Yiping arrived, both carrying cigarettes and liquor. Lao Lu stepped inside and said, "Director Lu, we rely on you for everything in the village." Lu Haoming furrowed his brow, responding, "We see each other every day, there is no need for such formality." Lao Lu and Tian Yiping each produced a red envelope and placed it on Xiao Chao's lap. Lu Haoming felt increasingly uncomfortable, exclaiming, "Ah, this is too formal." Lao Lu and Tian Yiping waved their hands, not sitting down, and turned to leave, when Wan opened the envelope, exclaiming, "This is quite generous." Lu Haoming did not inquire about the amount but estimated it to be at least 1,000 each. He said, "I'm heading to my uncle's house." Upon returning home, when Wan informed him that Zhang Jianwei and Chen Bin had each sent 500 yuan, Lu Haoming remained silent. He felt that with so many local specialties, he should extend some to Director Zhu, and he Tian, stating, "I'll take some items to visit." When Wan asked, "Who else?" Lu Haoming replied, "Director Zhu." When Wan widened her eyes, questioning, "Doesn't Director Xia dislike him?" Lu Haoming responded, "Director Xia is Director Xia. We used to play cards together and had a good rapport." When Wan conceded, "You have a point. We should see who else. If we don't distribute some of these goods, we might as well buy a freezer." Lu Haoming selected 4 clean chickens, mounted his motorcycle, and first called Tian, asking her to meet him at the intersection of Luchun Road. When Tian arrived, Lu Haoming explained, "The villagers were overly generous and gifted me some chickens. I've cleaned them up and brought you 2. Tian expressed her surprise, saying, "Director, you're so kind." Lu Haoming remained silent, handing her the plastic bag before waving goodbye and leaving. Next, he rode to Director Zhu's home. Director Zhu lived in the same building as Director Tang, just in a different unit. He parked his motorcycle at the back door of the yard and called Director Zhu to explain his visit. Director Zhu's voice was somewhat excited as he responded, "Director Lu, you are too kind." He hurried down the stairs to accept the 2 clean chickens from Lu Haoming, suggesting, "Come in and sit for a while." Lu Haoming shook his head. Director Zhu then proposed, how about we go to the Zizhu Xian tea house, I really want to share some heartfelt thoughts with you. After a moment's consideration, Lu Haoming agreed, that would be fine. The tea house was the same as before, and the proprietress was still the same. During the era of Tao Zhichuan, she had been rather indifferent towards him, but now it seemed she had entirely forgotten that history. Upon seeing Lu Haoming, she welcomed him as though he were a long-lost relative. Director Lu, it has been half a century since I last saw you. I knew you were in the countryside, but you must come and visit me. I'm not a tiger, why haven't you come even once? Lu Haoming replied, you are too beautiful, I fear others might gossip. The proprietress rolled her eyes, saying, you must be joking. How can one be both beautiful and made of tofu dregs? You must find a better excuse. Lu Haoming requested, let us have a private room for two. The proprietress replied, let us go with your favorite, room 108. She then called over a waitress, who was a new face. The proprietress instructed, this is Director Lu from the Education Bureau, the one who supports our business, whatever he requests, you shall do, provide excellent service. The waitress led Lu Haoming to room 108 and asked what tea he would like. Lu Haoming requested black tea, and she began to brew it. After a while, his phone rang. Lu Haoming said, I'm in 108, you can come in now. When Director Zhu entered, Lu Haoming instructed the waitress, you can leave. We brew our own tea. The waitress seemed nervous, saying, the boss told me to provide good service. Lu Haoming replied, the boss's words are not absolute, the customer's wishes must be prioritized. The waitress hesitated, glancing back several times as she exited. Lu Haoming took a seat at the tea brewing area, and Director Zhu said, oh, let me do it. Lu Haoming responded, you may not brew it better than I can. During my time in the countryside, I often chatted with an elder named Old Song. Under his guidance, I not only learned a variety of things but also how to brew tea. Director Zhu remarked, Haoming, you are truly remarkable. In this organization, everyone is vying against each other, never at rest. You, however, remain carefree and distanced from strife. Lu Haoming nodded, saying, it has been a long time since we gathered, let us share our thoughts openly. Why, then, does Lu Haoming wish to engage in a heartfelt conversation with Director Zhu? Discover in the next chapter, chapter 96, the 3 sentences of Master Song, of which Lu Haoming could only comprehend 2 today. Lu Haoming felt a tinge of remorse as he prepared to meet with Chief Xu. His initial intention had not been to target Chief Xu, but rather to suggest hiring someone to discreetly follow Zhu Sidi, a known gambler, and capture a few photographs for evidence. Subsequently, he planned to draft a report to the bureau, accusing Zhu Sidi of participating in gambling activities. Xiao Wei could have presented this report to Mayor Zhang, claiming there were numerous complaints against Zhu. However, Lu Haoming had not anticipated the severity of Xiao Wei's actions, which were akin to killing the chicken to scare the monkey, completely obliterating Chief Xu. What he had initially perceived as a mere bronze player turned out to be a king. Once they were seated, Lu Haoming feigned calmness, though beads of perspiration formed beneath his arms. He poured a cup of tea for Zhu Sidi and cautiously remarked, you are right to advise me to steer clear of controversy. The political arena is not where I belong. In the village, I find myself thriving. Here, I am invited for tea by one household, and for wine by another. If I were to continue in poverty alleviation efforts, I would genuinely prefer to reside in the village indefinitely. Chief Xu replied, indeed, if given the opportunity, I too would like to engage in poverty alleviation. I have no desire to be the chairman of the labor union, although I have served in this official capacity for 4 to 5 years and meet the qualifications. Many others with similar aspirations exist, and some unscrupulous individuals have resorted to underhanded tactics to. He was aware that Zhu aspired to be the labor union chairman, a goal that would take at least 2 more years to achieve. With a look of indignation, he said, after all, who does not indulge in gambling? We used to partake in it ourselves. It is rather dull without any stakes. I am not fully aware of the circumstances. Was that occasion particularly extravagant? Chief Xu expressed regret, saying, a classmate of mine who is he is astute in business, yet his card skills leave much to be desired. We nicknamed him the transport captain. That evening, we played rather high-stakes games, as everyone wished to win a bit from him. Ultimately, he did not lose. Instead, another classmate, known as Huzi, ended up losing over 10,000 yuan. Huzi claimed he could not continue playing due to a lack of funds, and another classmate took his place. Lu Haoming inquired, did that individual, who lost over 10,000 yuan, report the incident? Chief Xu replied, who knows? One can only say that luck was not on his side. Even drinking cold water can lead to toothaches. While we were playing, the police arrived. My classmates are all business people. The police merely intended to impose a fine. That night, they released us, yet the next day, rumors spread within the bureau, claiming I was arrested for gambling. The news escalated, and Xiao Wei summoned me for a discussion. Since the police had a record, I admitted to it, not expecting that Lu Haoming, you have a good rapport with Xia. I am not afraid if you choose to inform him his actions were excessive. He could have downplayed the situation, yet he opted to amplify it. After all, he has a conflict with Guoping, who indeed recommended me, although I was completely unaware at the time. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Haoming's mind. It seemed Chief Xu did not fully trust him and was testing his boundaries. He forced a smile and replied, I cannot claim to be particularly close to anyone. I have been in this line of work for 7 years now, and I have finally realized one thing. It is of little use to be on good terms with anyone. What matters is to treat oneself and one's family well. Chief Shu remarked, I do not care whether Xia sent you or if you genuinely harbor fond memories of the past. I felt it necessary to have this conversation with you. If Xia did send you, please pass a message along for me. He ought to consider himself fortunate throughout his life, otherwise, if misfortune befalls him one day, he should not blame me, Zhu, for applying pressure from above. If you are not here on Xia's behalf, I am grateful to you, you remain the Lu Haoming of old. Maintaining his composure, Lu Haoming replied, I understand your sentiments, time reveals a horse's strength, and a prolonged acquaintance reveals a person's heart. I often reminisce about those past days spent fishing and playing cards, what bliss it was. Additionally, I have an immature suggestion. At this point, he hesitated to continue. Moreover, it is not as if one is embezzling funds or keeping a mistress. My friend, you must find the strength to uplift yourself. Today it is Director Xia, tomorrow it may be Director Gua. Some matters are unpredictable. If you regain your composure, in a couple of years, you will emerge as a formidable figure once more. My visit was not merely a courtesy, I sought an opportunity to converse with you. Having been completely dismissed by Xia, what is there to discuss about regaining my spirit? He should simply be cautious. I am now openly challenging him, and he should beware of stumbling in the dark. Lu Haoming advised, try to maintain a positive outlook. Regardless of whether you believe me, I, Lu Haoming, remain unafraid of heaven and earth. If others do not wrong me, I shall not wrong them. Chief Shu conceded, in that regard, I do indeed believe you. Upon returning home, he felt a dull ache in his heart, regretting his initial suggestion. Xia Wei had been excessively ruthless. Thus, after the new year, on the 8th day of the lunar month, he ventured to the village early. Only by residing in the village did he find some semblance of joy this year. During the spring festival, Master Song did not return to Shanghai, providing Lu Haoming with a delightful diversion as he visited Master Song's home daily for conversation. As their discussions deepened, Lu Haoming selectively shared some matters from his workplace and expressed his frustrations, lamenting that he had read too few historical texts and resolved to read more in the future. Master Song chuckled heartily, shaking his head as he remarked, I enjoy reading. Works such as Zijitong Jin and the 24 Histories have led me to conclude that studying history is ultimately futile. Why is that? Lu Haoming inquired. We often say that history serves as a mirror, yet in truth, history cannot act as a mirror. The errors of the past are repeated in the present given the same circumstances and backgrounds. Do you truly believe that future generations will learn from the mistakes of their predecessors? Not at all. When the time comes for mistakes to be made, they will be made anew. Lu Haoming countered, according to your logic, history holds no value as a reference? Precisely because throughout the past, present, and future, this is determined by human nature. In navigating the political sphere, you must be both adaptable and principled, uphold your boundaries, and I offer you 3 pieces of advice. Lu Haoming attentively responded, I am all ears. First, if your courage is not substantial, do not venture into the political arena. Lu Haoming asked, you mean to say one should not be afraid in the face of challenges? Second, your position should remain ambiguous, neither black nor white. If others are unaware of your true intentions, you can navigate various situations with ease. Lu Haoming commented, to remain ambiguous means not to overly cherish one's reputation. One should be able to associate with all types of individuals, rather than becoming a paragon like Bo Gong or Hai Rui. Essentially, yes. You must interpret it for yourself, Master Song replied. Lu Haoming inquired, and what is the third piece of advice? Master Song stated, the third is that in the end, you too shall remain ambiguous. While the first 2 pieces of advice were comprehensible, the third left Lu Haoming perplexed. Why would I ultimately remain ambiguous? If I were to become a leader, navigating with adaptability while being principled, maintaining integrity toward heaven and earth, and striving for the people's welfare without hesitation, how could I possibly end up ambiguous? Master Song simply smiled, in due time, you shall understand. Lu Haoming found Master Song to be both intriguing and somewhat inscrutable. However, the lack of explanation regarding the third piece of advice lingered in his mind. After several attempts to inquire further, Master Song consistently shook his head. When pressed, he said, I fear you may never reach that level of understanding. Once you attain that state, the comprehension will naturally come to you. This statement became a riddle in Lu Haoming's mind, leaving him uncertain about the implications of Master Song's hints. Chapter 97 A dramatic shift in circumstances, Lu Haoming becomes composed. Time flew by, and matters within the bureau grew increasingly intricate. Consequently, Lu Haoming opted to refrain from visiting the bureau, choosing instead to reside in the village, only returning home on occasion. His days unfolded with remarkable ease, and he found himself envious of Ren Ziyuan, whose 2 factories began producing goods in less than half a year. Chopsticks were continuously dispatched from the village, while pure water swiftly dominated the urban areas of Wowa and several surrounding counties. Advertisements adorned the streets, proclaiming, good flowers bloom on the plains, fine water flows from the heights, Xiaohu brand pure water, with you through mountains and rivers. Each time he encountered these banners and billboards, a sense of pride welled within him, for the cultural creativity behind Ren Ziyuan's enterprises stemmed from his own planning. Thus, he mused that Ren Ziyuan's decision to lend him money for shares was not without reason. Ren often visited the village, updating him on various happenings in the city, allowing him to remain informed without ever leaving the confines of his home. Within the village, from the villagers to Secretary Li, everyone held him in high esteem, rendering his life exceptionally comfortable. Before he knew it, March had arrived. Ren Ziyuan brought news. Mayor Zhang was soon to depart for the provincial local history office. Those who navigated the political landscape understood this as a clear indication of the organization's low evaluation of Mayor Zhang. Although officially a transfer, it was, in essence, a sidelining. Days later, what Ren had foretold came to pass. Mayor Zhang left, and Tan Junjie succeeded him. Furthermore, the confidential information Ren had once disclosed to him, that Wang Weiman had arrived in Wuwa as deputy secretary, overseeing party and community affairs, felt surreal, as if awakening from a dream to find it reality. In a matter of months, the situation in Wuwa underwent a monumental transformation. Liu Haoming's spring had indeed arrived. Since Wang Weiman's assumption of office, Lu noticed that Wen Wan seemed almost free of worries and no longer insisted he take care of Cao Cao. The external response began, starting with the bureau. Director Xia called for a gathering, while Director Tang remarked, "Haoming, a new era has commenced." Even Deng Yi reached out, expressing a desire to visit the village, and Principal Tian from No. 1 Middle School, who seldom made contact, also called, stating, "Director Lu, Xiaolin is performing quite well in the office." Moreover, everyone acquainted with Lu Haoming, even those he had nearly forgotten, began reaching out. Their words often elicited a bemused smile. For instance, someone mentioned hearing of his venture into the midday water activities in the village and insisted on visiting this summer to reconnect with old friends and partake in the water activities. Naturally, the priority remained to see old acquaintances. Others expressed sentiments of longing, declaring they had missed him dearly and insisted on meeting him upon his return to Wuwa, regardless of the circumstances, promising to host a gathering. 3 individuals, in particular, made special visits to the village. The first was Lu Shishan, who arrived shortly after Secretary Wang's appointment, stating he had previously been a colleague of Director Wang and was eager to visit Secretary Wang alongside Lu Haoming. Lu Haoming replied, "Certainly Secretary Wang has been quite busy lately, let us wait until he is free to pay our respects." The second was Lu Shuwen from the T Street police station, who, as the elder brother of Lao Lu, had valid reasons to visit, intending to inspect the water plant and see Lu Haoming. Lu Haoming welcomed Director Lu with much more enthusiasm than he had shown Lu Shishan. As Director Lu had previously lent him assistance, Lao Lu was truly a comrade in their shared pursuit of profit. Lu Haoming graciously accompanied him for a tour of the midday water activities, inviting Erwa to row, as they drifted from Xiuhu village to Tanjiabei amidst the gentle spring breeze of April. Director Lu remarked, "Director Lu, should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Over lunch at Secretary Li's home, after a few drinks, Director Lu began to address Lu Haoming as Brother Biao. He stated, "Brother Biao, in the future, should you need assistance in the city, if there are matters Brother Hao finds difficult to handle, simply give me a call." The shift in address from Director Lu to Brother Hao was not solely due to the influence of alcohol. It also signified Lu Haoming's changed circumstances. Director Lu was 7 or 8 years Lu Haoming's senior. However, in Wuwa, the term brother bore no implication of age but rather of strength. Those with power, regardless of age, were referred to as brother, akin to the camaraderie found among leaders in the underworld. Although Lu Haoming recognized that Director Lu had ulterior motives, he still felt a fondness for him, as Lu had extended a helping hand during his times of adversity. The two shared a hearty drink, bonding as brothers. The third visitor, however, was an unexpected figure. Zhu Cidi. Lu Haoming could hardly fathom the purpose of his arrival, yet, recalling the 3 pieces of wisdom imparted by Master Song, he understood the first 2 quite well. To be bold and to navigate the gray areas of life. Thus, when Zhu Cidi arrived, Lu Haoming welcomed him with the same warmth he had shown Director Lu. He invited Erwa once more, and they journeyed from Xiuhu to Tanjiabei, even taking in a performance of iron flower artistry. Upon returning to Secretary Li's home, they enjoyed drinks together. Fortunately, in that era, there were no checks for drunk driving, otherwise, Zhu's motorcycle would have been seized by the traffic police, alongside the risk of losing his official position. Lu Haoming sensed that Zhu Cidi must have something significant to discuss with him. After their meal, he led Zhu to a small lounge on the second floor to rest. Director Zhu began, "Haoming, you are quite the brother. I wish to pursue a different way of life." "Oh, what kind of way?" "I have a cousin conducting business along the China-Vietnam border, and I wish to develop opportunities there." Upon hearing this, Lu felt a chill run through him, for he sensed Zhu's apprehension. With Tan now serving as mayor, everyone was aware of the camaraderie between Tan and Xiaowei. Zhu must have feared that Xiaowei would target him once more. He had once sworn to stand against Xiaowei, but now, confronted with such formidable opposition, he felt compelled to seek an alternate path. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Haoming replied, "Director Zhu, pursuing business is indeed a viable choice. Perhaps adversity lays the groundwork for success, perhaps it is fate that orchestrates such challenges to alter your life." Zhu retorted, "Damn it, let that brat Zhang Jianwei take up the position of union chairman." Lu Haoming was taken aback. Was the position of union chairman reserved for Zhang Jianwei? Had Xiaowei been deceiving him all along? Was he merely a pawn in Xiaowei's game? Yet, he quickly reassured himself that this might just be Zhu's speculation. Zhang Jianwei had already attained a departmental-level position at No. 1 Middle School, and a promotion under Xiaowei's administration was not out of the question. However, if Xiaowei were to take such an action, it would be akin to Tao Zhichuan's self-serving nature. He dismissed the notion as merely Zhu's conjecture and replied, "If your wife agrees, I believe it is a commendable choice." Zhu Cidi expressed a desire to rest, taking an hour's nap on Lu Haoming's bed before departing on his motorcycle. Lu Haoming found himself pondering Zhu's motives for seeking him out and the implications of his words, but he could not decipher them at that moment. He could only wait and observe how events would unfold. Nevertheless, through years of trials and tribulations, coupled with Master Song's teachings, Lu had matured considerably. He refrained from immediately visiting Secretary Wang, opting instead to send a congratulatory message. Secretary Wang responded perfunctorily with a simple, "Thank you." Lu decided to wait a month before paying a visit.
The flow of visitors at Secretary Wang's residence was overwhelming. As Master Song had advised, when it is present, it remains, when it is absent, pursuit is futile.
This sentiment held true for his relationship with Wang Weimin. As one's status changes, so too do relationships. If the bond of the past still existed, it remained. If it did not, even a prompt visit would be of no consequence. Aside from partaking in a meal with Director Xia, Lu Haoming returned to the city and made it a point to visit Tang Huaid. He and Tang had a significant matter to discuss. Chapter 98, A Change of Circumstances. Has Ren Ziyuan caused a delay? By the end of April, Lao Tang and Lu Haoming were preparing to visit Secretary Wang in Shangzhou during the May Day holiday. Lao Tang took the initiative to make contact. He had a very close relationship with Wang Weimin, and upon dialing his number, he mentioned his intention to visit Shangzhou on May 1st, inquiring if the secretary would be available for a home visit. Wang Weimin responded candidly, suggesting they come on May 2. Lu Haoming then called Secretary Li, requesting him to prepare 2 boxes of free-range eggs, 2 live chickens, and 2 wild rabbits to be delivered to his home on May 1st. Subsequently, he visited Ren Ziyuan, saying, "Brother, we are heading to Shangzhou on May 2nd to attend to some matters, and I would like to borrow your new car." Ren Ziyuan chuckled, "With your driving skills, I have my reservations. Director Tang will accompany me. He is an experienced driver." Ren Ziyuan let out a brief laugh and replied, "Director Lu, I am fully aware of your intentions for this trip. The village is preparing chickens, ducks, fish, and meat for you. I want to accompany you to deliver gifts, but I can certainly serve as your driver. The leaders you intend to meet are often busy, and circumstances can change unexpectedly. You may end up needing to stay overnight in Shangzhou. Having me as your aide will be quite beneficial. I'm not boasting, but I am indeed the most suitable for this role." Upon hearing this, Lu Haoming realized that Ren Ziyuan understood the true purpose of his and Lao Tang's visit to Shangzhou.
He thought to himself that having this astute individual along would ensure that their arrangements for food, lodging, and transportation were well taken care of. He replied, "All right, having you, Ren, as our driver is indeed a high honor, one I cannot possibly afford."
Ren Ziyuan remarked, "Since we are visiting a leader's home, we must arrive in Shangzhou on the evening of May 1st and pay our respects early the next morning.
There will be many visitors at the leader's residence. If we don't arrive early, you may not even get a chance to meet him."
Lu Haoming agreed. "I'll call Director Tang to see if he agrees."
After a brief conversation in the corridor with Tang Huaid, he returned to the room and said, "So, on the afternoon of May 1st, you will pick me up, and we will go together to meet Director Tang."
On the morning of May 1st, arrived with the supplies.
While Wen Wan was at work, Lu Haoming, being a grown man, had never killed chickens or ducks. Fortunately, his mother-in-law was adept at such tasks, and with her assistance, they managed to clean the chickens, ducks, and rabbits, storing them in the refrigerator. At 3 in the afternoon, Ren Ziyuan indeed arrived as promised. Lu Haoming loaded 2 boxes of eggs into the car and turned to head upstairs to retrieve the chickens, ducks, and rabbit meat.
Ren Ziyuan waved his hand, saying, "There is no need to bring those items."
Lu Haoming was taken aback, replying, "I prepared those specifically and cleaned them. Why shouldn't I bring them?"
Ren Ziyuan insisted, "Leave them for yourself."
Lu Haoming shot him a glare, retorting, "You needn't concern yourself with these matters. Just drive." Ren Ziyuan firmly grasped his arm, stating, "Trust me, you truly shouldn't go fetch them. Get in the car, I need to explain something to you."
Still hesitating, Lu Haoming finally relented, taking a seat in the back.
Ren Ziyuan continued, "Given the heat, even if they are frozen, they won't remain fresh over such a long journey. And moreover, where will you store them tonight? Bringing subpar chickens and ducks to the leader's home is worse than not going at all. If they end up with food poisoning, you and Lao Tang will be in serious trouble."
Lu Haoming inquired, "So you suggest we only bring 2 boxes of eggs?" Ren Ziyuan replied, "That won't do either.
However, I have a solution. We will stay at the Shangzhou hotel tonight. The hotel owner is my friend. I'll ask him to arrange for some fresh supplies to be procured and stored in the refrigerator. We can go to the kitchen and pick them up whenever we're ready, making it much simpler." Lu Haoming laughed, "You're quite the schemer. You could teach a class on gift giving."
Ren Ziyuan chuckled, "I told you I'd be your aide, and you still doubted me. Having me along ensures nothing goes awry. Director Lu, do you understand?"
Lu Haoming burst into laughter. "Ah, my dear friend, I completely understand." Upon arriving at the Education Bureau's courtyard, after honking the horn twice, Tang Huaid emerged. Noticing the passenger seat was empty, he opened the back door and sat down. Ren Ziyuan remarked, "Director Tang, I'm merely a driver. Wherever you need to go, that is where I shall take you. I won't accompany you upstairs, nor will I intrude during your leisure time." Tang Huaid laughed heartily. "Ren, you are indeed a trustworthy individual. Others may deceive, but to you, it would be a folly."
Lu Haoming informed Director Tang, "I only brought 2 boxes of eggs. Everything else is arranged by Run." He then recounted Ren Ziyuan's plan. Tang Huaid responded, "Ziyuan, it's no wonder you are a perennial figure in the business realm. Whatever you pursue, you are destined to succeed." Ren Ziyuan replied, "Please refrain from praising me.
I am a person who ought to be criticized frequently. If the director treats me as an outsider and criticizes me openly, it will benefit my growth. However, your praise might lead me to become complacent, and with complacency comes mistakes."
Both Tang Huaid and Lu Haoming chuckled. Tang Huaid added, "Haoming, you should strive to learn from your old classmate."
Lu Haoming replied with a smile, "I am earnestly trying to emulate him, but there are some qualities one cannot acquire in a lifetime. He treats not only male colleagues well but is even kinder to female colleagues. That is an innate talent, something one cannot simply learn." The trio engaged in light-hearted banter, and in less than 2 hours, they arrived in Shangzhou.
Upon entering the city, the roads became congested. Lu Haoming remarked, "It's far better in Wulwa, a single phone call and everyone can gather within 10 minutes.
Ren Ziyuan countered, "You haven't been to Beijing yet."
There was a person who took a flight to Beijing, arriving in 2 hours, yet it took him 4 hours to get from the airport to the hotel. He lamented, "Beijing is truly vast."
Tang Huai recounted, "The last time I hosted a gathering in Shangzhou, an old classmate forgot his umbrella.
When I called him, he said it wasn't worth it, the taxi fare was double the price of the umbrella. Ren Ziyuan added, "Those from the countryside criticize our city, we retort by saying the provincial capital is lacking. Those from the provincial capital say the same about Beijing, yet, everyone still strives to reach the larger cities. Therefore, we three must cultivate grand ambitions and aim for Shangzhou." Tang Huai sighed, "I am getting old, and I place my hopes on both of you. If you successfully establish yourselves in Shangzhou, I will have a place to settle when I eventually enter the city."
Half an hour later, the vehicle arrived at the Shangzhou hotel.
Ren Ziyuan asked both Tang and Lu to wait a moment while he went to the front desk to collect 3 room keys, stating, "I made a reservation in advance, we are on the 12th floor. Rooms 1201, 1202, and 1203 are adjacent." Director Tang took room 1201, while Lu Haoming occupied 1202. Once settled, Ren Ziyuan mentioned he had other matters to attend to. Lu Haoming turned to Tang Huai, suggesting, "You should contact Secretary Wang again to inform him of our arrival, so he is mentally prepared."
"What do you think?"
Tang Huai replied, "Let us rest for now, we can call him around 5. Lu Haoming returned to his room, freshened up, and went to bed. Perhaps the hotel's blankets were particularly soft, or the room was infused with a subtle fragrance, but he slept soundly until the doorbell rang multiple times, prompting him to groggily rise and answer the door. Upon opening it, he found Tang Huada with a delighted expression, stating, "Secretary Wang has heard of our arrival today and has invited us to dinner. We must go now."
Lu Haoming immediately knocked on Ren Ziyuan's door. Ren Ziyuan replied, "All right, you two go downstairs first."
Lu Haoming and Tang Huai returned to their rooms to wash their faces and tidy up before heading to the elevator together. With a hint of worry, Tang Huai remarked, "Our plan was to go tomorrow morning.
I wonder if Ren has prepared everything."
Lu Haoming assured, "He should have everything ready, he didn't mention anything otherwise. If it weren't prepared, he would have informed us."
Tang Huai countered, "That is not necessarily true.
He may rely on friends to assist him with preparations, and this is not his hotel." Lu Haoming too began to harbor doubts, saying, "Perhaps he has gone to the hotel kitchen to fetch some ready-made items. Those would just be frozen goods." The two descended to the lobby, waiting for Ren Ziyuan. They waited for quite some time, yet he did not emerge. They exchanged glances, feeling at a loss. It was indeed strange, why hadn't Ren Ziyuan come out? Chapter 99. Secretary Wang put forth a request, leaving Lu Haoming utterly perplexed. He remarked, "What if the hotel procured frozen goods? We could drive to the market and buy fresh ones, slaughtering them on the spot would still be feasible."
"We cannot blame Ziyuan, circumstances have unexpectedly changed."
Tang Dehuai suggested, "Then you should call him, be forthright, to spare him any embarrassment." Lu Haoming dialed Ren Ziyuan, but after a considerable wait with no answer, he was just beginning to feel irked when Ren Ziyuan finally appeared, carrying 2 plastic bags, followed by 2 individuals each cradling 3 white foam boxes. Just as Lu Haoming was about to inquire, Ren Ziyuan gestured with a slight grimace for them to exit the lobby. He opened the rear hatch, and the 2 men approached to deposit their items inside. He again made a gesture for them to get in the vehicle. Tang Dehuai and Lu Haoming exchanged a glance. Once in the car, Lu Haoming asked, "Did the hotel send you to procure these?" "The hotel is hardly swift in such matters. I have experience with gift-giving, one must be prepared. While you were sleeping, I ventured to the market," Ren Ziyuan replied. Lu Haoming finally felt a sense of relief, casting a glance at Tang Dehuai, who nodded in agreement and said to Ren Ziyuan, "With you around, I truly feel reassured.
You've even accounted for unforeseen circumstances."
Ren Ziyuan chuckled, "We have chicken, duck, and wild rabbit. I heard Secretary Wang's wife, Sister M.O., has a penchant for seafood, so I also picked up large shrimp, clams, sea cucumbers, abalone, and crabs." Lu Haoming marveled, "General Ran, you have accurately gauged the Secretary's tastes, as well as those of his wife."
"I feel inadequate in comparison."
Ren Ziyuan replied, "Director Lu, understanding a person's palate is 100-fold more valuable than sheer hard work." Tang Dehuai added, "Next time we go out, we must trouble General Rain to drive again. This half-day feels equivalent to reading 1,000 books." The trio bantered jovially, and within half an hour, they arrived at Guotai Garden. The education department could not compare to the National Tax Bureau, where Sister Mo worked and resided in a building funded by the Bureau. Taxation is the foundation of a nation's economy, ensuring the prosperity and peace of the populace, hence the name. Ren Ziyuan offered, "Allow me to help you deliver the items to the elevator.
Just call me when you're ready to pick them up."
He parked the car, and the 3 men began to carry the goods. Once finished, Ren Ziyuan departed. As the elevator descended, the doors opened to a throng of people exiting, while 7 or 8 others surged in. Director Tang, being seasoned, entered first to press the door button, while Lu Haoming began to load the items inside, one by one. With an overwhelming amount of goods, Director Tang could not assist, and the crowd inside grew denser. Lu Haoming was soon drenched in sweat, finally managing to create a small mountain of foam boxes within the elevator. Those waiting outside wore expressions of disdain, clearly disapproving of the delay, understanding full well they were there to deliver gifts. Lu Haoming and Tang Dehuai remained silent, acutely aware of the scorn directed their way, especially in the confined space of the elevator. Lu Haoming felt the piercing gazes of disdain from all directions.
He maintained a stoic expression, standing motionless upon reaching the 8th floor. The doors opened. Old Tang pressed the button to keep the doors ajar. Lu Haoming, akin to a porter, began to unload the boxes, and the expressions of those wishing to ascend beyond the 8th floor grew even more sour, each one regarding them with contempt, as if they were carriers of misfortune. As they reached the last 2 boxes, Old Tang relaxed his grip, swiftly carrying one of the boxes and following Lu Haoming out. Once the elevator doors closed, the two exchanged an embarrassed smile, finally exhaling in relief.
Old Tang remarked, "Let us finish this in one go."
After all, leaving the items at the elevator entrance was conspicuous, and the two began transporting the boxes to Secretary Wang's residence. Once completed, Old Tang rang the doorbell. Sister Mo opened the door, glanced at the two, then at the towering stack of phone boxes, and shot them a disapproving look. "If it's just a meal, do you think my home is devoid of food?" Lu Haoming and Old Tang remained silent, picking up the boxes and heading toward the kitchen. They made several trips, finally managing to bring everything in as Sister Mo pointed down the hallway, saying, "The restroom is at the very end." Lu Haoming allowed Director Tang to wash his hands first, feeling somewhat puzzled about Secretary Wang's absence. After washing up, he found Old Tang already seated in the living room, while Sister Mo brought out fruits and tea, saying, "Please wait a moment, Old Wang will be back shortly."
"Where's Ting Ting?" Lu Haoming inquired. Sister Mo replied, "She is at university, traveling with her classmates."
Fortunately, their familiarity allowed for casual conversation as Sister Mo prepared the meal, keeping the dialogue light and easygoing. Lu Haoming and Old Tang soon learned that Guoping had come by the day before, but Secretary Wang had been too occupied to meet with her. Sister Mo said, "Actually, both Old Wang and I enjoy spending time in Wuha. Life is quite delightful there. When Old Wang was at the Education Bureau, you all worked tirelessly alongside him, and he was very happy. After moving to the Education Department, he found it rather dull." Lu Haoming remarked, "Now it's better, he is back in Wuha, or he is familiar with the surroundings, thriving like a fish in water.
We also have a promising future ahead."
Sister Mo replied, "Indeed, Guoping mentioned the same thing yesterday. The Education Bureau is now under Director Xiao." Old Tang continued, "Secretary Wang had little interaction with him previously, he was originally at the Culture Bureau." Sister Mo said, "You all eat, the rice is ready. I'll go prepare the dishes." With that, she entered the kitchen, closing the glass door between the kitchen and living room. Old Tang wrote the character for Xiao on the coffee table, stating, he should be coming.
Lu Haoming glanced at Old Tang, whispering, "Perhaps he is visiting someone in the city first."
The two sipped tea, aware that this was not. After a while, the door opened, and as soon as Lu Haoming and Old Tang stood up, it was indeed Secretary Wang returning. As he changed his shoes, he gestured for them to sit. Yet, the two remained standing. Secretary Wang approached and sat down, smiling warmly at both of them. At that moment, Sister Mo emerged, serving Secretary Wang a cup of tea, saying, "These two have changed.
You ought to give them a word of admonition." Secretary Wang turned to Sister Mo, asking, "In what way have they changed?" Sister Mo replied, "In Wuha, they often came over for meals without ever bringing anything. Now they have learned to bring gifts, big boxes and small."
Secretary Wang turned to Old Tang, saying, "Haoming doesn't he grasp this etiquette? Old Tang, you've let—"
"Wasn't he Haoming always rummaging through my pantry for snacks? Now he is hesitant?"
Lu Haoming felt a surge of warmth from Secretary Wang, reminiscent of the past when he— Soon, Sister Mo prepared a table laden with dishes and opened a fine bottle of wine. The atmosphere at the table was exceptionally pleasant. Secretary Wang remained as approachable as ever, discussing only personal matters and steering clear of work-related topics. Old Tang remarked, "Secretary, Haoming is young, please keep an eye on him in the future." Secretary Wang replied, "Director Su from the Poverty Alleviation Office has reported well of Haoming's work in the village. This is his 2nd year, correct, just one more year, and he'll have made a name for himself." Lu Haoming reached for his chopsticks, intending to grab a piece of fish, but paused mid-air, feeling it would be inappropriate, hastily selecting a different piece and— Just after finishing the meal, the doorbell rang, and 3 guests entered. Old Tang exchanged a glance with Lu Haoming, and the two excused themselves, with Secretary Wang not insisting they stay.
Sister Mo accompanied them to the door, saying, "Do come visit often."
Once in the elevator, the two remained silent. It wasn't until they exited the community that Old Tang finally spoke, "You should call General Ren."
After Lu Haoming made the call, he intended to ask Old Tang why Secretary Wang suggested he should work another year. Secretary Wang's words were never casual, there must be some deeper meaning. However, he held back, recalling that, as Master Song advised, some things must be understood through personal insight, others' explanations may lead one astray. One step at a time would suffice. General Ren arrived in less than 5 minutes. Old Tang was astonished, asking, "Where have you been?" General Ren replied, "I anticipated you might need the vehicle at any time, so I rested at the tea house nearby." Lu Haoming asked, "Have you had your meal?"
General Ren laughed, "You mean, I one tea starved myself while stirring up revolution."
Once in the car, Old Tang sought their opinions. "Now that the tasks are complete, should we stay or return?"
General Ren replied, "Director, you're being too unadventurous. Let us stay the night this evening. We'll visit someone who is a master of handwriting analysis, capable of discerning character, marital prospects, and future paths." Lu Haoming chuckled, "You certainly have a passion for such things." Old Tang said, "It wouldn't hurt to experience this.
Let us consider it a form of entertainment." In truth, Lu Haoming merely spoke casually, but he too was intrigued, especially since the wise master had once read his palm, and Master Song had imparted 3 pieces of wisdom. He was eager to hear what this handwriting master had to say. Chapter 100. The master analyzes the character. 3 readers who have come from the art of divination always hope that Ren Ziyuan will take Luan Tang to find the person known as Wan Shan Hong. However, it is still the year 2003, and Wan Shan Hong has yet to emerge in the era of WeChat, thus, they have no intersection with him at this time. The story continues. Ren Ziyuan drives back to the Shangzhou Hotel, where everyone takes a shower. Under Ren Ziyuan's guidance, they walk 3 or 4 miles to Ruchuan Road and enter a courtyard. The courtyard boasts numerous buildings, and Ren Ziyuan navigates them expertly, leading them to the last building. They ascend to the 3rd floor of Unit 2 and knock on the door. A man of short stature, sporting a buzz cut and clad in a button jacket, opens the door. Master Wei, hello, Ren Ziyuan says, joining his palms together and smiling at the threshold. The man referred to as Master Wei also joins his palms and smiles as he replies, please come in. Upon entering the room, Ren Ziyuan introduces, these are my 2 friends, this is Mr. Tang, and this is Amr.Lu. Master Wei nods in acknowledgement to the 2 gentlemen. Lu Haoming steps inside and surveys the surroundings. It is a modest 2-bedroom apartment, simply decorated with few items but possessing a distinct character. There is only a set of sofas, a tea table, a small bed for meditation, a dining table with 4 stools, and nothing else. Noticing Lu Haoming's observations, Master Wei chuckles, it may not be as grand as the homes of officials. Here, it is simply furnished, as I live alone. Ren Ziyuan smiles, the master is dedicated to his cultivation, extravagance would only muddle the mind. Master Wei gestures for everyone to take a seat and sits down across from them, beginning to brew tea. Lu Haoming chuckles, why does the master assume we are officials? I am merely a salesman at the purified water factory, and he is our technician. With a hearty laugh, Master Wei pours tea, 1 cup for each person, and remarks, whether one holds an official title is discerned by their aura. Every profession carries its distinct characteristics. Since Boss Rin is familiar with me, I say he is a businessman, which is not harsh. However, I am less acquainted with the 2 of you, so my assertion that you resemble officials is made for a reason. Intrigued, Old Tang inquires, then please, Master, elaborate on why we 2 resemble officials. Master Wei extends his hand, signaling everyone to drink their tea. He lifts his own cup, takes a sip, and says, when officials encounter someone of higher rank, they lean forward. When they meet common folk, they lean back. Upon meeting someone like me for the first time, they inevitably approach with a mindset of skepticism, and out of politeness, they make a slight bow. Once inside, they, like this brother here, rest their hands behind them and casually scan the surroundings. This statement sends everyone into fits of laughter. Ren Ziyuan asks, what does it mean when he scans the surroundings? Master Wei explains, a glance around is to assess my status. If the home is lavish, it indicates a multitude of followers, perhaps some genuine skill. Should the room be humble, it suggests few believe in me, merely a charlatan living off small deceptions. This comment strikes directly at Lu Haoming, who hastily defends himself, Master, you misunderstand. I actually believe that such a simple dwelling is characteristic of a true practitioner. Master Wei smiles but does not counter. Old Tang chuckles, with the Master's insight, who among us 3 is the true official? Master Wei surveys the trio once more, declaring, certainly, you 2 are the officials. If we speak of who truly embodies the essence of an official, it would be Boss Rin. Unfortunately, he has chosen the path of a businessman instead. Old Tang laughs, the master indeed possesses keen insight. If Boss Rin were to enter politics, his prospects would be boundless. Ren Ziyuan waves his hand, saying, you 3 cannot unite to bully a mere businessman. Businessmen have historically held a lowly status. I cannot withstand your combined pressure. Laughter ensues. Ren Ziyuan then turns serious, Master, I would like you to examine the handwriting of my 2 friends, please provide them with a detailed analysis. Master Wei nods, a faint smile appearing on his lips, a smile that carries a hint of mystery. He asks, who will go first? Lu Haoming volunteers, I shall go first. Master Wei rises and leads him into another room, which was originally a bedroom but has now been converted into a small study, presumably a private space for discussions. As Lu Haoming takes a step forward, Master Wei gestures towards his teacup, indicating that it is empty. Lu Haoming turns back to retrieve the cup, noticing that it is an antique piece of blue and white porcelain, aged with time. Once they are in the private room, Lu Haoming sits down and then stands again to close the door. They sit facing each other across a small tea table. Master Wei gestures to the paper and pen on the table, saying, please write. Lu Haoming inquires, should I write a few characters or just one? Whichever you prefer, Master Wei replies. Lu Haoming ponders why Secretary Wang had asked him to write 3 for 3 years, and with a few strokes, he writes the character, 3, on the paper. He hands the note to Master Wei. Master Wei takes the paper, examining it closely, scrutinizing it with utmost seriousness before stating, Mr. Lu, your strokes are heavy, the 3 lines are not connected, and each stroke is written with deliberation, indicating that you are not in a jovial mood. The source of your discontent is related to the character 3. Lu Haoming feels a slight shock within, though he maintains a calm facade. Master Wei continues, regardless of Lu Haoming's reaction, handwriting reflects one's character. You are straightforward and impatient, harboring ideas in the morning and desiring to realize them by afternoon. Lu Haoming feels a bead of sweat forming under his arm. This truly strikes a nerve.
He recalls the time he failed to become the office director and nearly stormed into Tao Jichuan's home to create a scene, thankful that when Wan returned just in time, unfazed by Lu Haoming's acknowledgement or lack thereof. Master Wei inspects the character once more and states, "You are suited only for a leadership position, where your commands will be heeded, yet the path to becoming a leader is fraught with challenges." Lu Haoming is taken aback, pondering that, given the circumstances, Secretary Wang manages the party and personnel affairs. With a mere word, he could secure a deputy director position for him. Would Secretary Wang transfer, thus impeding his career? Is it truly as the son-in-law says, that ascending to the top of an organization is exceedingly difficult? With these thoughts in mind, he leans forward, shedding his reserve, and asks, "Are you implying that I can only hold a subordinate position in the organization?" Master Wei smiles without responding. Lu Haoming, growing anxious, says, "Master, allow me to speak candidly. After listening to you in the living room, I hold you in high esteem. Your insights into people and the world are remarkably astute. I currently hold a minor official position as the office director in the education bureau of the city. According to your reasoning, will I only rise to the level of deputy director?" Master Wei offers a faint smile. The position of deputy director in the education bureau is not insignificant. It is of deputy department level. Historically, there was a 9-rank system, and deputy department level is considered 7th rank. Those of the 7th rank are deemed officials, while those below are typically regarded as clerks. Thus, you are indeed a legitimate official, not merely a clerk. This statement effectively closes off Lu Haoming's aspirations for advancement. He chuckles softly, contemplating that if one were to believe such a person entirely, then all efforts in life would be futile. To glimpse at one's handwriting and predict the level of their officialdom? Is destiny predetermined? Why should one strive to curry favor with leaders by delivering gifts? Would all of this not be in vain? A silence falls between them. Lu Haoming, unwilling to resign himself to this conclusion, prepares to take his leave, hoping for Master Wei to share additional insights, even just a single word. Yet Master Wei seems to have exhausted his commentary, maintaining a serene smile as he gazes at him. Lu Haoming, with a wry smile, inquires, "Is it truly limited to the deputy department level?" Master Wei chuckles, "You do possess a strong desire for advancement." Lu Haoming, indifferent to whether the remark is sarcastic or mocking, replies, "After all, I am still young, and having read so much, I wish to accomplish something." Master Wei responds, "I cannot say whether you will succeed. And which aspect do you refer to?" "As long as you point it out, I will certainly make the necessary changes," Lu Haoming declares, having shifted from you to you. In a show of respect, Master Wei replies, "Since you are aware to adjust your address, I shall impart a piece of wisdom to you." Lu Haoming leans in eagerly, "Please, do share." Chapter 101. In politics, emotional intelligence must surpass intellectual intelligence. Master Wei lifted his cup, took a sip, and then set it down, speaking languidly. 8 words. In politics, emotional intelligence surpasses intellectual intelligence. Upon noticing that Master Wei's cup was empty, Lu Haoming promptly said, "Wait a moment." He went to the living room, picked up the teapot, and cheerfully remarked, "I shall replenish the tea. It may take a little while." Ren Ziyuan interjected, "I nearly forgot, when the master sits for an extended period, he tends to indulge in a cigarette or two. Bring in both the cigarettes and the lighter." After Lu Haoming replenished Master Wei's tea, he returned to the living room, closed the door, retrieved the cigarettes, offered them to Master Wei, and lit one for himself. He then said, "Master, please elaborate as much as possible and be forthright." Master Wei took a puff, produced a cigarette holder, inserted the cigarette, took a second puff, and then articulated, "Why must emotional intelligence surpass intellectual intelligence in politics? Because, in terms of so-called intellectual intelligence, most people are rather similar. What you can conceive, others can conceive as well. Of figures akin to Zhuge Liang or Lu Bowen are exceedingly rare. However, emotional intelligence varies significantly. If, for instance, Mr. You tend to compare others to yourself, your integrity leads you to believe that others are equally upright. This is a monumental error. You assume that if your work is commendable, your superiors will naturally acknowledge it. This is also a naive misapprehension. Lu Haoming felt somewhat uneasy, pondering whether, according to Master Wei's assertion, he was expected to flatter and pander to others daily. Master Wei continued, "Throughout history, I shall refrain from citing distant examples and instead reference a figure from the Ming dynasty. Qi Jiguang. Qi Jiguang independently formed an army, harboring grand aspirations to eliminate the Japanese pirates, yet he garnered scant support. Thus, in pursuit of his ideals, he endeavored to curry favor with many influential figures of his time, even offering silver and beautiful women to the then Chancellor Zhang Zhuzheng. What I am conveying is certainly not an encouragement for you to engage in such behaviors. However, within the political arena, you must be more tactful. When you assume a subordinate role, it is essential to cultivate a broad network of relationships. It is advisable to articulate your words pleasingly and conduct your affairs with finesse. In essence, you need to internalize these nuances to foster your development." Upon hearing this, Lu Haoming perceived a similarity between this and practices of fortune-telling and handwriting analysis. Master Huiji had also instructed him to employ gentleness to overcome rigidity, while Song had urged him to navigate a gray area, and now Master Wei was advising him to be more tactful. It appeared that his straightforward demeanor had already become apparent to others. He expressed, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I shall certainly be mindful of my words and actions from now on. Your words, I shall engrave upon my heart. Allow me to jot down your number so that I may seek your counsel at any time in the future." Master Wei chuckled, "I merely offer a few words. You may choose to heed them. Should you ascend to a higher position, do reach out to me. If you do not succeed, we shall part ways in the rivers and lakes." After providing his number, Lu Haoming saved it, stating, "How could we part ways?
Whether or not I attain an official position is of little consequence to me, I genuinely need to amend my character. Having concluded their conversation, Lu Haoming exited as Old Tang entered. The door closed once more. Ren Ziyuan inquired, "What did you discuss?" Lu Haoming smiled, "It's a private matter." "And what do you think of his expertise?" "Anyone recommended by General Ren must possess exceptional skill." Ren Ziyuan laughed, "You've learned to play the game of Tai Chi."
"However, I enjoy befriending individuals like him, regardless of their proficiency. Conversing with them regularly is far superior to singing or foot massages."
"Why is that?" Lu Haoming, fully aware of the answer, feigned humility to inquire further.
"Such individuals have encountered countless people and accumulated rich experiences. If they do not offer you a few insights, they cannot earn a living. Therefore, they often pinpoint others' pain points. This phenomenon is termed the bystander sees clearly, enabling us to rectify our shortcomings. As for you, when faced with challenges, you tend to think positively, focusing solely on factors that benefit you. They, however, will not provide you with advice unless they stand to gain from it, so consulting such individuals in times of trouble can be immensely beneficial.
Ultimately, whether you choose to heed their counsel is entirely up to you." Lu Haoming chuckled, "General Ren, you could easily become a master yourself." The two engaged in aimless banter until Old Tang emerged.
No one dared to inquire directly about the accuracy of the readings. However, Lu Haoming noticed that although Old Tang wore a smile, a layer of frost lay hidden beneath it. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Ren Ziyuan remarked, "Master, you are quite busy, we shall not disturb you further." Saying this, he produced a red envelope. Master Wei did not refuse, saying, "I should not accept money. However, as I cannot carry it on my shoulders or hold it in my hands, I must graciously accept it."
Ren Ziyuan replied, "Everyone's time is valuable, this is only fitting." Lu Haoming and Old Tang clasped their hands together in gratitude.
Upon opening the door, they were greeted by two individuals whose attire indicated they were of notable standing. They descended the stairs, entered the vehicle, and returned to the Shangzhou Hotel. Once in his room, Lu Haoming pondered the word 3, reflecting on the notion that in politics, emotional intelligence must surpass intellectual intelligence. He mused that Wang Weiman must be concerned for him, and thus he should not resent spending an additional year in the countryside. Surely, an extra year would yield benefits. After sitting for a while, he initially intended to visit Old Tang, as the layer of frost behind his smile surely had a reason. He intended to understand the cause and offer Old Tang some encouragement. However, he stood up only to sit back down again. To inquire directly would indicate low emotional intelligence. If someone appeared displeased, one should refrain from asking why. Wouldn't such inquiries merely reopen old wounds? He boiled a kettle of water, preparing to steep some tea, and turned on the television for a brief distraction. Just then, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find Tang Huai standing there. Lu Haoming exclaimed, "Just as I boiled water, a guest arrives, what good fortune."
Tang Huai took a seat, and Lu Haoming prepared the tea, offering him a cup. "I brought some tea leaves. The ones in the hotel are of inferior quality." Old Tang chuckled and inquired, "What do you think of this person's expertise?"
Recalling the frost behind Old Tang's smile, Lu Haoming quickly became more astute, his emotional intelligence noticeably heightened, and he let out a dismissive scoff.
"Out of 10, one might find 5 to be accurate. This is merely a profession."
Old Tang lifted his cup, blowing gently over it, and said, "That aligns with my sentiments. It's just that Ziyuan believes in this nonsense." Had it been in the past, Lu Haoming would have pressed for details about what Master Wei had said regarding Old Tang, but now he refrained from such inquiries, instead echoing Old Tang's sentiments. Ziyuan is, after all, a businessman. Such beliefs align with the theoretical needs of society. When merchants accumulate wealth, they feel an urge to give back. Helping the impoverished yields them no benefits, but assisting individuals like this at least provides them with psychological comfort. Old Tang laughed heartily, "You've struck at the heart of the matter. That fellow Wei claims my official career will cease at the deputy department level. Naturally, he believes so because I am over 50. By conventional wisdom, that may be the case, but he is not a deity."
Lu Haoming felt a jolt of realization.
Given that Secretary Wang oversees personnel, it was entirely reasonable for Old Tang to be assigned to a departmental role. Positions such as those in the Cultural Federation, the Red Cross, the Disabled Persons Federation, the Social Sciences Federation, and the local Chronicles office abound. Moreover, while Old Tang's deputy department experience may be somewhat limited, his credentials at the section chief level are considerable, marking him as a valuable asset. Lu Haoming remarked, "Do not place too much faith in these predictions. If he were truly a deity, he would have predicted a winning lottery ticket and not be residing in a mere 60 square meter suite, devoid of a wife." Old Tang brightened at this and said, "Indeed, it is all mere nonsense."
"What else did he discuss with you?"
Lu Haoming sneered, "He mentioned my straightforward character and that I must change it. Having observed numerous individuals, he surely got that right. When I inquired about areas for improvement, he rambled on. I felt it inappropriate to interrupt him. In summary, did he provide any substantial content? It seems so, but was there any genuine substance? Not at all, it was merely a conversation of emptiness."
Old Tang roared with laughter.
Lu Haoming added, "Director, do take note of one thing. Ziyuan has good intentions. Do not let that so-called Master Wei ruin your mood and direct your frustrations towards him." Old Tang chuckled, "We do not believe in such nonsense. How could we possibly take our frustrations out on him?" Lu Haoming continued, "Once I retire, I may follow in Master Wei's footsteps. Though this profession may be deceptive, the income far exceeds that of a conventional job, making it quite pragmatic." Old Tang found this amusing, stating, "Just be cautious.
As a young person, you might say I have no future, but for someone like me, over 50, it's best to wish for peace and contentment. Lu Haoming clapped his hands and declared, to be truly honest, we should first promote Master Tang.
I shall certainly proclaim your extraordinary talents wherever I go.
Tang Huaid responded, if indeed my prospects are dim, I shall earnestly study this craft. It is undeniably lucrative. After all, Ziyuan handed me a red envelope containing 1,200 yuan right before my eyes, and that took barely an hour. The two shared a laugh before old Tang took his leave. Lu Haoming experienced an unsettling premonition. Perhaps old Tang would genuinely seek to apprentice himself in this craft. At 53, if he could not ascend to a higher level, retirement loomed in the next 5 or 6 years, after which he would likely be forgotten. Creating a second phase of vibrancy, a second spring, a renewed sense of being needed by learning fortune-telling and divination seemed the most pragmatic choice. Lu Haoming spent a restless night, contemplating whether old Tang's career would indeed plateau at the deputy department level. Surely not, how could that possibly be? Chapter 102. As old Tang truly reached the level of deputy division chief, Lu Haoming returned to Wuwa from Shangzhou and, after spending 2 days at home, made his way to the village. He felt a lingering sense of guilt towards old Tang. Ren Ziyuan had taken them to Master Wei, who claimed that old Tang would only attain the position of deputy division chief. Yet, this was not something that could be blamed on Ren Ziyuan. He had no foreknowledge of Master Wei's pronouncement. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Lu Haoming could not shake off his discontent. It was only by retreating to the village, away from old Tang, that he could find some solace. Life in the village felt solid and grounded. The bamboo chopsticks from the factory were shipped out by the truckload, which he considered his political achievement. Likewise, the water plant also dispatched its goods in bulk, contributing not only to his sense of accomplishment but also to his personal income. Managing the factories came with its share of minor conflicts, such as vehicles accidentally killing villagers' chickens and ducks, workers injuring their fingers while operating machinery, or individuals pilfering bottled water from the plant. Lu Haoming found himself frequently mediating disputes alongside Secretary Li or Jia Jun. Curiously, his reputation seemed to surpass that of both Secretary Li and Jia Jun. Whenever he intervened, conflicts were swiftly resolved. Secretary Li, half-jokingly yet half-seriously, remarked, Director Lu, why not just stay here? They all seem to heed your authority now, making Jia Jun and me obsolete.
In a similar vein, Lu Haoming replied, perhaps so.
I aim to help you establish some regulations so that when issues arise, we can address them systematically, avoiding the inconsistencies that arise when dealing with different households. Only through the implementation of established rules can we ensure long-term stability. Hence, he organized the village's party committee to draft a set of local regulations and guidelines. As September rolled around, Lu Haoming received a notification from the township office, summoning him to a meeting deemed crucial. The office insisted that attendance was mandatory. The poverty alleviation efforts were under dual leadership, directly overseen by the Municipal Poverty Alleviation Office while also being managed by the local township. With this, he no longer needed to trouble Erwa, as Lao Lu was stationed in the village and had a vehicle. Thus, Lu Haoming arranged for Lao Lu to drive him. The meeting was scheduled for 9:30 a.m., and both Lu Haoming and Secretary Li arrived at the township government by 9:00. Xiao Qiuliang had been promoted to secretary. They entered Secretary Zhao's office to exchange pleasantries, during which he brewed them tea.
Lu Haoming inquired, Secretary, what significant directives regarding poverty alleviation do we need to discuss today? Secretary Zhao chuckled, the content regarding poverty alleviation is rather minimal, the focus is primarily on personnel matters.
The city and county have mandated that the leadership for poverty alleviation in the villages be communicated through the township.
What new developments are there in personnel matters? Lu Haoming asked casually.
Secretary Zhao responded, in the past, there was merely a push for the youthfulness of cadres. This time, however, it is a firm resolution. According to the provincial directives, once an individual turns 48, they can no longer be promoted to deputy division chief if they hold the position of a regular department head. Similarly, those who reach 53 will not be promoted to division chief from the deputy position. Upon hearing this, Lu Haoming was taken aback, left speechless for a moment. Indeed, under this policy, old Tang would unequivocally remain at the level of deputy division chief. He lifted his teacup to his lips but found himself unable to take a sip. Secretary Li noticed this detail and smiled. Director Lu, what troubles you? The tea isn't hot, feel free to drink. Finally, Lu Haoming took a sip of tea to mask his embarrassment. As for the rest of the meeting, he barely absorbed Secretary Zhao's communications. His mind was preoccupied, repeatedly scanning the document in his hand, which explicitly stated 2 rigid regulations. He felt a sense of injustice for old Tang, who had once been a humble rural teacher, passionate about writing news articles, often publishing in the Wuwa Daily. Eventually, a leader from the Municipal Education Bureau discovered him and transferred him directly from the rural middle school to the City Education Bureau, a significant event at the time. Thus, old Tang became an office worker at the Municipal Bureau, primarily responsible for submitting articles to the provincial and city newspapers. His transfer had inspired many educational correspondents throughout the city, who aspired to rise like a phoenix from the mountains. However, after 5 or 6 years, old Tang remained merely an office worker, humorously cautioning others not to emulate him, for those who endlessly wrote without action were the ones who advanced in rank. He spent nearly 30 years in the Education Bureau, initially writing news articles, then materials, before gradually rising to the position of deputy director of the office, and finally, at 50, becoming the chair of the labor union and deputy director. After a lifetime of toil, it seemed only fitting that he should retire as a division chief, deserving recognition for his lifelong contributions. Moreover, with everything in place, the right opportunities seemed to be aligning, particularly with Secretary Wang overseeing organizational matters. It was a fortuitous convergence of timing, location, and talent, yet, it seemed as if fate conspired against them, as this sweeping regulation was suddenly enacted. In addition to feeling indignant on behalf of Old Tang, Lu Haoming found himself intrigued by Master Wei. He was not the one who drafted the regulations, and his handwriting did not reveal one's age. How could he so confidently assert that Old Tang would only ever reach the deputy division chief level? The meeting was brief. Aside from the personnel updates, Secretary Xiao outlined 3 key points regarding poverty alleviation. At first, poverty alleviation is a long-term endeavor. The same unit responsible for assistance must continue for 2 years. Second, there is a disparity in the effectiveness of poverty alleviation efforts across the township. While some units achieved remarkable results, others merely went through the motions. It was hoped that the less diligent village cadres would catch up. Otherwise, they should not be surprised when the city conducts inspections, and the township reports the truth. Third, the village cadres were urged to learn from the Municipal Education Bureau and from Shouhu Village. Comrade Lu Haoming has innovative ideas, effective methods, and tangible results. The village committee of Shouhu is energetic and genuinely leads the community towards prosperity. Once the meeting concluded, the township arranged for a communal lunch. However, Secretary Li remarked, the communal meal is not particularly appetizing. Since we received accolades at the meeting today, let us celebrate with a good meal back home. Secretary Li called the village committee members, and by noon, the table was filled with food as Lu Haoming raised a glass to toast with everyone. Though he had little desire to drink, he sought solace in intoxication. Mourning Old Tang's situation. After lunch, he ascended to his room and collapsed onto the bed, falling asleep until a phone call roused him at 3 in the afternoon. It was Ren Ziyuan calling, prompting him to gather his wits and answer. Big brother, you don't seem to be in high spirits today. What is the matter? Lu Haoming, still somewhat groggy, replied, are you a fortune teller? How could you tell from such a distance that I'm not in good spirits? It was Lao Lu who mentioned it. He said you seemed off while riding in the car. Is there something troubling you? Lu Haoming felt a jolt of realization. Those who associated with Ren Ziyuan were astute. Even Secretary Li had not perceived his lack of enthusiasm, yet Lao Lu, who had hardly spoken a word during the ride, had detected it. What a perceptive fellow. Not wanting to reveal his inner thoughts, Lu Haoming retorted, he is just making wild guesses. I'm perfectly fine. The poverty alleviation work has even received commendation from the township. Ren Ziyuan chuckled, big brother, do come visit when you have time. Staying in the village every day might raise some eyebrows with your sister-in-law. After hanging up, Lu Haoming washed his face and hands, only to receive another call, this time from Old Tang. He stood there momentarily at a loss, caught off guard by the suddenness of the call, unsure of how to console Old Tang. Once he answered, the ringing continued for a moment before it ceased. After sitting quietly for a while, Lu Haoming decided to call Erwa. I have an urgent matter, please take me back to the city. He resolved that he must meet with Director Tang, regardless of whether he could offer more words of comfort. Simply sitting together was immensely significant for Old Tang, especially during difficult times. The presence of a good friend in times of distress surpasses the value of countless comforting words. Once in the car, Lu Haoming called Ren Ziyuan. Ren, please arrange for a room. Ren Ziyuan replied, room 2301. You can pick up the key at the front desk, 2301. The number seemed familiar. Suddenly, Lu Haoming recalled that it was the room where he first met Xiao Wei in the hotel. Had he perhaps reserved a few rooms specifically for friends? Chapter 103. Initially, Lu Haoming intended to offer counsel to Old Tang, yet unexpectedly, it was Old Tang who illuminated the path for him. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Haoming dialed Tang Huaida's number. Director, I find myself in the countryside, belatedly aware of a new regulation I learned about at a meeting yesterday, and I cannot help but feel that it is the work of utter fools. On the other hand, do you have the time? Why would I not wish to progress? Time is abundant, if nothing else, Lu Haoming replied. I have secured a room in South China. Would it be convenient for you to come over? Tang Huaid responded, how could it not be convenient? Very well, it's room 2301. I will head there first to await your arrival. Lu Haoming hailed a taxi, retrieved the key from the front desk, and entered room 2301. As expected, the table was adorned with 2 packs of cigarettes and a plate of freshly washed fruit. He truly ought to learn from Ren Ziyuan, for every detail was executed to perfection. Lu Haoming brewed a pot of tea, awaiting Director Tang's arrival. Approximately half an hour later, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to see Director Tang wearing a pair of sunglasses. A chill ran through him. The political arena could be brutally unforgiving. One might lack wealth, but one must never lack political prospects. Once an individual's political future is abruptly curtailed, the enthusiasm of their peers diminishes sharply. The individual themselves, too, appears to lose confidence. Such was the case with Director Tang, who usually exuded youthfulness, yet now, he presented a rather casual appearance, clad in an old shirt and loose-fitting capri pants. Lu Haoming placed a cup of tea on the small round table between them and said, please, have a seat. Old Tang nodded and sat down. Lu Haoming continued, upon hearing this news, I find it hard to accept those who formulate policies sit high above, in their offices, allowing their imaginations to draw arbitrary red lines. As the saying goes, only when one is 55 does the tiger emerge from the mountain. Old Tang waved his hand, let us not discuss such matters. This is merely fate. It is not directed solely at me. There are many at the city and county levels, and those who have called me in the past 2 days are all indignant. I advise them to accept their fate. The documents have been issued. Can an arm twist a leg? Therefore, Haoming, I do not take offense at this, but I do find it curious how Master Wei discerned that my career would halt at the deputy division level. What did you write at that time? 1. The character for 1, he replied. What prompted you to write that character? The strokes of 1 are the simplest, conveying the least information. I thought it would be interesting to see what he had to say. Lu Haoming merely smiled. If Old Tang chose not to elaborate, he would not press him for Master Wei's analytical methods. After a moment, he stated, he must not have solely based his analysis on handwriting. Old Tang remarked, my thoughts align with yours. He merely uses handwriting as a guise to attract attention. In reality, he engages in physiognomy. Lu Haoming countered, there is indeed a component of physiognomy involved. If on that day, 10 individuals turned 53 and all happened to be deputy division heads, could he really conclude that all 10 would remain at that level? Surely, he cannot possess such remarkable insight. Old Tang replied, nevertheless, whether one views it as coincidence or mere bluster, he has indeed been accurate this time. After discussing these matters, Lu Haoming found himself at a loss for words to console Old Tang. Comfort that cannot resolve an issue is, in essence, mere folly. A silence ensued, during which it was Old Tang who offered solace to Lu Haoming. He took a sip of tea and said, Haoming, rest assured, even if there is no upward mobility, as long as I occupy this position, they will not cast me aside. By holding this position, I can still advocate on your behalf. With Secretary Wang now in place, focus on your work, your prospects remain bright. Lu Haoming quickly expressed, I am deeply grateful for your continued mentorship and support. I can honestly say that in the Municipal Bureau, I owe my gratitude to only 2 individuals, you and Secretary Wang. Old Tang regarded Lu Haoming with a fondness and said, as for me, I have squandered my life, yet I am content to hold the deputy division title. You must work diligently to avoid being labeled as a mere scholar of no use. I have been in this bureaucratic world for nearly 30 years, few who have spent their time in the office writing documents have ascended to leadership roles. Even those who have served as drivers for leaders have held positions of authority, while writers are often deemed fit only for drafting materials. This prevailing mindset has resulted in my early entry into the field yet delayed promotions. You, however, have encountered opportunities. Lu Haoming responded, I appreciate the director's encouragement. Secretary Wang has indicated I should serve another year, yet I am uncertain of his intentions. I fear that remaining in this position, I might not even retain the role of union chairman. There are those who may seek to usurp my position. Old Tang replied, Secretary Wang has his own agenda, we must trust him. Perhaps he is orchestrating a grand strategy. For instance, he is new, and his position is not yet secure. Even if he agrees, he may not have the final say. Thus, rather than hastily proposing changes, it is wiser to remain patient. Guo Ping is quite formidable. She nominated Director Zhu, and if that move fails, she will not be easily dissuaded. She is actively working towards her goals. You see, when Secretary Wang was at the Education Bureau, Guo Ping was merely a deputy section chief, and their relationship was rather ordinary. This time, she arrived a day ahead of us in Shuazhou. She will not relent until she achieves her objectives. Director Wang was previously Director Nia, whom you may not know well. Director Nia, being an intellectual, initially held a low opinion of Guo Ping, considering her lacking in knowledge and skills, yet Guo Ping possesses a talent we cannot match. She can turn enemies into allies. When Director Nia's daughter wished to learn dance, Guo Ping promptly arranged for her a teacher, rising at 7 in the morning to take Director Nia's daughter for an hour of lessons, and staying with her until 9 in the evening for practice. In the end, even Director Nia praised her, acknowledging her flaws yet recognizing her many strengths. Therefore, after 2 years in this role, if I were to remain in the office for another year, I fear that Summer Wei might wish to promote you but find it unfeasible. Perhaps Secretary Wang's intention is for you to serve another year, thereby meeting the 3-year criterion for a deputy division promotion. Given your commendable performance, it would be entirely appropriate for you to be appointed to another unit, such as the poverty alleviation. You are my teacher. Even now, you continue to impart wisdom, and you will forever remain my mentor. Old Tang replied, I may lack other merits, but I do have a deep appreciation for talent. Your flaw is your impulsiveness. Take your time to improve, and you will surely succeed. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, and initially, Lu Haoming had hoped to offer advice to Old Tang. He had not anticipated that his assumptions were misguided. Although Old Tang expressed some grievances, he remained remarkably composed, even providing guidance on life's intricacies to Lu Haoming. Lu Haoming wished to treat Old Tang to a meal, but Old Tang declined. As they parted, he reiterated, truly, do not fixate on the union chairman position, focus on excelling in poverty alleviation work. Lu Haoming sensed that Old Tang's words carried deeper meaning, yet he refrained from probing further. A month later, Summer Wei called, instructing Lu Haoming to return to the city promptly for an urgent discussion. What could Summer Wei possibly wish to discuss with him? Chapter 104. With the market bullish, he becomes more cautious. Lu Haoming arrived at Xiao Wei's office. Upon entering and observing the weather, he could distinctly sense that Xiao Wei was in particularly high spirits today. After engaging in a brief casual conversation, Xiao Wei got straight to the point, stating that since Secretary Wang took charge, he had implemented bold reforms to invigorate everyone's enthusiasm towards poverty alleviation efforts. Units excelling in poverty alleviation would receive a year-end reward of 50,000 yuan. Moreover, any cadre who has worked at a poverty alleviation site for 3 years and ranked within the top 10 in the city's poverty assessment could be promoted. Junior cadres would be elevated to departmental level, while those at the departmental level could ascend to deputy director. In conclusion, Xiao Wei remarked, this document will be issued shortly. Haoming. This is an exceptional opportunity. Lu Haoming inquired, will these promotions be within the unit or across the entire city? Across the entire city, which naturally includes your unit. For instance, if you perform well, you could take a position in another unit or be promoted within the bureau.
Lu Haoming mused to himself that Secretary Wang's words were indeed purposeful. Old Tang's predictions were remarkably accurate. This was unprecedentedly favorable news. Xiaohu village certainly ranked among the top in the city's poverty alleviation efforts, if not first, then certainly second or third. Furthermore, with the backing of a document, there would be no need to seek favors elsewhere for this promotion. I appreciate the director's concern. I am willing to serve for another year, Lu Haoming replied. Xiaowei continued, there is another matter I wish to share with you. Old Tang has expressed a desire to retire. Lu Haoming promptly asked, he is stepping down. After the provincial document was released, there has been a significant response across various regions. Many feel that a one-size-fits-all approach is indeed unfair and unfriendly to cadres around the age of 53. Therefore, the province has opened a door for those who cannot be promoted. If they serve in a deputy director position for 5 years, they can enjoy the benefits of a full director, provided they retire from leadership at 55. Old Tang, if he serves for another 2 years, will meet these conditions and is currently in the process of registering. He approached me, stating he is willing to retire at 55. Thus, I hope that next year, when the organization seeks your opinion, you will request to return to the Education Bureau, and you can take on the role of deputy director while allowing someone else to assume the position of union chairman. Lu Haoming thought to himself that with the organization making unified arrangements next year, he had no desire to return to the Education Bureau. It seemed overly complicated. Nevertheless, it was prudent to agree for the time being, so he said, as long as you are here, I reiterate, I am willing to be the vanguard. Xiaowei responded, since Old Tang intends to retire, the responsibilities on your shoulders will gradually be transferred to others, starting with the union chairman position. I must clarify that this will be assigned to someone else, so do not take issue with it when the time comes. Director, I understand your meaning. Xiaowei smiled, this is just between us, do not disclose it to anyone before it is made public. Lu Haoming nodded, stood up to shake hands with Xiaowei, and then sat in the large office for a while longer, engaging in a few more conversations before heading directly home. The document had not yet been released, so he could not discuss it with Wenwan either. After spending a night at home, he returned to the countryside. Now, he had learned the virtues of patience and waiting. Within a week, the document regarding the promotion of outstanding poverty alleviation cadres was issued, and it was reported that 30 cadres across the city had applied to continue their work. Lu Haoming was certainly among them. Ever since the issuance of this document, Lu Haoming's value had surreptitiously skyrocketed. Although he was still a junior cadre, everyone who knew him was convinced that in a little over a year, he would hold a deputy director position. It was akin to a student winning a gold medal at the Olympiad and being pre-admitted to prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Peking University. The prospects were soaring. Even Wenwan once joked, Director Lu, are you back? Lu Haoming frowned and replied, I am trying to keep a low profile. Aside from being in the village, I hardly go to the office, striving to minimize my influence. How can you still dare to call me that? Wenwan retorted, oh, what an air you have already, and you aren't even a deputy director yet. You come home and maintain such a serious demeanor. Don't I know how to keep a low profile? Some people tease me by calling me the director's wife, but I pretend not to hear. Lu Haoming said, even at home, we should avoid such jokes, they are too risky. There are 30 people competing for 10 promotion slots. Now, aside from me, there are 29 others waiting for me to falter. If nothing happens to me, they will certainly find ways to create trouble for me. Removing one competitor means one less obstacle. Wenwan gazed at Lu Haoming for a long moment before saying, Director Lu, I was merely testing your reaction. You haven't let success go to your head, which means you are truly aware of the situation. You see, during this period of time, I haven't complained about you once. Even when Chao Chao had a high fever reaching 40 degrees, I didn't call you. I merely feared it would affect your work. You really must remain low-key, so low that you are almost invisible, to take responsibility for yourself and your family. Lu Haoming felt somewhat moved and said, I rely entirely on you to manage our household. Not calling me when Chao Chao had a high fever was indeed not right. What would calling have accomplished? You know nothing of medicine. Returning would only make you anxious. Lu Haoming clasped his hands together. I must thank Aunt Yu for introducing me to such a wonderful wife, especially for her excellent career choice as a nurse. She understands everything. Wenwan shot him a glance. A man being somewhat dull is beneficial. Sweet-talking men often cause trouble for their wives. Lu Haoming felt immense gratitude towards Wenwan. Indeed, she was remarkably capable. Thus, he felt reassured to spend time in the village. After New Year's, the bureau indeed appointed a new union chairman. According to insider information, Xiaowei had unexpectedly been outmaneuvered by Guoping. The process unfolded as follows. Xiaowei initially intended to nominate Zhang Jianwei but found no substantial reason to do so. Although Zhang Jianwei had held a departmental position for 4 to 5 years, the Education Bureau still had numerous section chiefs. Consequently, he nominated the current head of the infrastructure section, Cheng Kouwo. However, the organization arranged for a candidate named Ning Shuguang, who was the secretary to Tan Junjie. This young secretary had limited experience and was apparently not highly regarded by Mayor Tan. Thus, Guoping, who frequently visited Mayor Tan's residence, seized the opportunity to suggest that the Education Bureau was lacking a union chairman. Rumors circulated mysteriously, leaving Lu Haoming perplexed. Hadn't Mayor Tan always held Xiaowei in high regard? Why was he swayed by Guoping? He met with Old Tang secretly once again, this time in room 2301. Old Tang remarked, what kind of person is Guoping? She spends her time ingratiating herself with leaders, bringing vegetables one day and cosmetics the next. When she heard the leader was ill, she would stew a hen and deliver it in a thermal box. All her time is spent managing these relationships. Haoming, leaders are human too, they have emotions. Mayor Tan's feelings towards Xiaowei can also shift. He once thought highly of Xiaowei, but now he believes Guoping is more capable. Lu Haoming sighed, is the bureau no longer Guoping's domain? Old Tang replied, I applied to retire 2 years later precisely because I sensed the atmosphere had become unhealthy.
You must seek out Secretary Wang and absolutely avoid returning to the Education Bureau. Ever since Tao Zichuan, the environment has deteriorated completely. Listening to this, Lu Haoming reflected on an important realization: leaders are also human, and their sentiments can indeed change. He recognized that he should visit Secretary Wang more often. One must not take past friendships for granted as if they were impervious. Positions change, environments alter, and people's mindsets will also evolve. Lu Haoming felt a growing sense of urgency and resolved to visit Secretary Wang more frequently. He returned once a week, making it a point to go directly to Secretary Wang's residence. Yet, out of 10 visits, he found himself alone to converse only on rare occasions. Secretary Wang lived in Shangzhou, temporarily residing in a somewhat newer suite within the municipal party compound, where he was perpetually surrounded by visitors, whether at home or in the office. There were even a few instances when he encountered Guoping. After countless visits, he found himself alone in Secretary Wang's office only once. Secretary Wang asked, "Haoming, do you have something to discuss?" Lu Haoming smiled and replied, "Nothing in particular, I merely wanted to come and see you." Secretary Wang responded, "Haoming, you need not visit me so often. That if you focus on doing your job well, that is equivalent to visiting me." The words of a leader require contemplation. Lu Haoming understood Secretary Wang's implication. Everyone was aware of their good relationship. It would be wise to minimize his visits. Consequently, Lu Haoming devoted himself wholeheartedly to his duties in the village and occasionally gathered with Old Tang. However, he soon realized that Old Tang had also changed. In what ways had Old Tang transformed? Chapter 105. As the year draws to a close, he finds himself confronted with a dilemma. Initially, he did not perceive any changes in Old Tang. When he called to invite him out, Old Tang readily joined him for tea and conversation. However, Old Tang seemed to have lost interest in discussing matters related to work. It is entirely understandable for someone who was nearly 2 years away from retirement to gradually become indifferent to professional concerns. As time went on, whenever Lu Haoming sought to engage Old Tang in conversation, Old Tang would deftly steer the discussion towards topics such as the I Ching. It became evident to Lu Haoming that Old Tang was genuinely preparing for his life post-retirement. After a while, he heard from Rin Ziyuan that Old Tang had recently grown quite close to Master Huizhi and was now studying feng shui under his tutelage. Lu Haoming mused that this could indeed be a wise choice. There is a saying, in old age, beautiful women and heroic men alike turn to Buddhism. Upon reaching a certain age, one begins to view worldly matters with increasing detachment, finding solace in the tranquility espoused by Xuanzi and Laozi. In fact, Lu Haoming was not the only bureaucrat in the city who had taken an interest in feng shui. The bureaucratic environment resembles a small society, populated by all manner of individuals. For instance, Old He from the Municipal Social Science Association even authored a book on feng shui, and many leaders are inclined to believe in his theories, often seeking his counsel on land matters. In this society, there exist two distinct realities, one that is openly acknowledged and another that lurks beneath the surface, which is not uncommon. Lu Haoming felt a sense of happiness for Old Tang, as many deputy officials who were unable to be promoted were perpetually grumbling, yet Old Tang remained content and fulfilled in his current life. Nevertheless, Lu Haoming had never harbored a particular fondness for the I Ching, the Bagua, or feng shui, and consequently, their meetings became increasingly infrequent. His social circle had shrunk considerably. At the bureau, he only attended when necessary, as it was evident that in a year's time, he would be promoted to deputy division head, stirring envy among his colleagues. Jealousy follows a certain pattern. It begins with those closest to you and gradually extends outward until it dissipates. For instance, among his colleagues in the Education Bureau, not all, but certainly the vast majority, were disinclined to see Lu Haoming succeed. Damn it, we're all studying the same material. I still have to take the college entrance examination, and who knows if I'll even pass. While you've already been pre-accepted by Tsinghua, why would I want to associate with you? He was also reluctant to accept invitations from friends, fearing potential traps. A simple meal, drinks, foot baths, or karaoke could easily turn into a setup by unscrupulous individuals, jeopardizing his future as deputy. Thus, he found himself confined to a monotonous routine, alternating between the village and his home. There were certain phone calls, such as those from Lin Junyu, that he simply chose not to answer. As time passed, the end of the year approached, bringing with it yet another challenge. Rin Ziyuan wanted to discuss a profit-sharing arrangement with him. Around the 20th day of the lunar calendar, Rin Ziyuan called, urging him to visit a hotel. Upon arriving at Rin Ziyuan's office, he closed the door and excitedly announced, "Brother, it's nearly the new year, and you can expect to receive a sum of money." "How much?" Lu Haoming inquired. 100,000. Lu Haoming was taken aback, his jaw dropping in disbelief as he stared at Rin Ziyuan. 100,000? Rin Ziyuan replied, "Isn't that a substantial amount? Just think of how much water needs to be filtered daily to generate that profit. You know this as well as I do." Lu Haoming's first instinct was to suspect that Rin Ziyuan was intentionally inflating the amount. He responded, "Ziyuan, everyone loves money, but it's crucial to remain grounded in reality. The profit should reflect the actual earnings." Rin Ziyuan laughed heartily. "Director Lu, are you suggesting that I, Rin, am attempting to bribe you? To report 1,000 when the profit is actually 10,000? Lu Haoming shook his head. "Brother, I have never engaged in business and am quite the novice when it comes to making money. I simply cannot believe that so much could be earned at once." "I'll show you the calculations," Rin Ziyuan said, counting on his fingers as he detailed the figures. Strangely enough, it appeared that the profits were indeed as substantial as he claimed. Lu Haoming asked, "If it's so lucrative, why doesn't anyone else pursue it?" Rin Ziyuan handed Lu Haoming a cigarette before lighting one for himself. After exhaling a puff of smoke, he replied, "I excel at business. Otherwise, how could I have constructed such a tall building? First, one must have vision, knowing which businesses are viable and which are not. When a viable opportunity arises, one must act swiftly without hesitation. Secondly, one must be adept at promotion, others may follow suit, but all the institutions in Woolworth City use my bottled purified water. I can do it, can they? My hotel operates on a half-sell, half-giveaway model since I can't fill all the rooms. I distribute room cards to friends for gambling, chatting, or staying over. And now, in addition to giving out room cards, I provide water for free to some families. Brother, sharing is the true path to profit. Lu Haoming raised his thumb in admiration. You are a commercial genius. Ren Ziyuan proposed, I'll drop the money off at your home tonight. It's safer that way. This left Lu Haoming feeling somewhat conflicted. Didn't I borrow 60,000 from you? If you return the IOU, I'll consider that amount as my principal, and I'll come back for the remaining 40,000. Ren Ziyuan agreed, and after retrieving the IOU from his safe, he returned it to him. With a weight on his mind, Lu Haoming made an excuse to leave the Nangua Hotel. Once home, he felt restless, anxious that one might notice something amiss. He found another excuse to visit the village. Only in the village did he feel a sense of security. There, he could isolate himself in a house without drawing attention. At home, when one's keen eyes missed nothing, no secret could escape her notice. Lu Haoming's internal struggle revolved around the question of whether the 40,000 yuan would bring fortune or misfortune. This money was part of He Tiantian's investment, promising a 100% return after a year, an undeniably lucrative proposition. If he were to give her this money, several potential consequences loomed. First, the profit from the purified water might inspire He Tiantian to encourage her husband to start a similar venture. With her husband's financial resources and connections, he would likely become a formidable competitor to Ren Ziyuan. Second, he might find himself vulnerable to He Tiantian's leverage. Having invested 40,000, she could question the sources of his funds and how much he could potentially earn over the year. If it were merely a matter of money, it would be less concerning, but she would possess evidence of his involvement in business, which could be catastrophic at this critical juncture. Any leak could spell the end of his political career. He paced back and forth in the room, oscillating between trusting and doubting He Tiantian. He berated himself for his indecision, wishing he had rejected her investment outright. Yet, he also felt that He Tiantian was not that kind of person. The anxiety he felt was akin to an ant on a hot pan. Forming friendships with beautiful women, especially when finances are involved, is undoubtedly one of the greatest dilemmas faced by men. This situation must remain concealed from Wen. If she were to discover it, chaos would ensue. Furthermore, He Tiantian's husband must remain oblivious to the matter. Even spending too much time alone with He Tiantian could lead to gossip. Thus, he resolved to learn from this experience, never form friendships with beautiful women. After a night of contemplation, Lu Haoming devised a rather despicable plan. He decided to have a face-to-face conversation with He Tiantian. Of course, he need not initiate contact, for He Tiantian would undoubtedly reach out to him. Chapter 106, A Heart-to-Heart with He Tiantian, resulting in unexpected revelations on the 23rd day of the lunar calendar. He Tiantian's call indeed came through. Director Lu, everyone else has collected their bonuses. I know you're not short on money, but the holidays are approaching. Lu Haoming chuckled, I am indeed in need of funds, quite desperately. However, there are numerous matters in the village that require my attention before the new year. I need to have dinner first and take a bus back. Shall I wait for you at the office at 7 this evening? Let us skip the office, it's always you who calls me about these things. I should also send you a small token of gratitude. Let us meet at that tea house you mentioned last time. He Tiantian understood his implication and replied, so, it's still at 7, then. I'll reserve a private room. After hanging up, Lu Haoming went to the water plant to find Lao Lu, informing him that he had a meeting at the bureau that evening. He left at 5 o'clock. Upon returning to Secretary Li's home, he asked the secretary's wife to prepare dinner early, as he would be dining with Lao Lu. Once everything was arranged, he felt a wave of relief. After dinner, Lao Lu drove them while they engaged in aimless chatter. In the midst of their conversation, Lu Haoming's phone vibrated with a text message, which he chose to ignore. He had Lao Lu drop him off at the entrance of the bureau, and once Lao Lu had driven off, he hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to Tunghua Tea House. After checking his phone, he saw that He Tiantian had sent a message confirming the reservation for private room 208. Upon reaching the second floor, he knocked on the door, which He Tiantian opened, allowing him to enter before he closed the door behind him. She poured him a cup of tea and then retrieved several receipts from her bag, saying, the blank spaces are for you. Everyone else has already signed theirs, just sign here. He Tiantian asked, can you figure out how much this is? Lu Haoming smiled and replied, whatever amount you give is fine, do I not trust you? He Tiantian handed him an envelope, which he placed into his briefcase. Sipping his tea, he remarked, what do you think your investment might yield in dividends? Lu Haoming had prepared 3 envelopes, intending to determine the amount based on He Tiantian's guess. To his surprise, she replied, will there really be dividends after just 1 year? This statement exceeded Lu Haoming's expectations. He had anticipated her to guess at least 2,000 to 3,000. He laughed brightly, saying, try again. After a moment's thought, He Tiantian replied, 5,000. Lu Haoming felt confident now. He pulled out the envelope containing 10,000 and handed it to her, saying, 2 5s. This time, it was He Tiantian who was taken aback. That is far too much. A little more than the bank interest would suffice. Lu Haoming urged, quickly put it in your bag, it would be inappropriate if someone else saw. He Tiantian complied, placing the money in her purse before refilling his teacup, expressing, I can't thank you enough. Lu Haoming began, Tiantian, there are a few things I'm uncertain whether to express.
If I say them, you might think me rather mundane, but if I remain silent, I find it hard to sleep at night.
He Tian appeared somewhat anxious, locking eyes with him.
Lu Haoming continued, I feel a natural kinship with you, as if we are family. Perhaps it's merely my imagination, but this sentiment is indeed palpable. Upon hearing this, He Tian pressed her hand to her chest and exhaled deeply, saying, I thought it was something else. You nearly frightened my heart out. Perhaps in our past lives, we were siblings. Lu Haoming added, your investment brings you dividends, which makes me happy. However, this matter must remain confidential, especially from your husband. You see, I am at a critical juncture. Any slip-up could jeopardize my future. He Tian seemed slightly aggrieved, taking a moment before responding, you had already cautioned me when I invested, do you still not trust me? I am not a child. My personal savings are merely for amusement, I have excess funds, and the interest from the bank is negligible. A director, let me assure you, even if I were to lose it all, it would not matter. Just as you said, we are akin to siblings, you resemble my cousin so much that I could show you a picture, and you would undoubtedly see the resemblance. So, you must truly trust me.
Now it was Lu Haoming's turn to exhale deeply.
He said, then let us consider ourselves the best of siblings at heart, you should get going, it's getting late.
He Tian nodded, replying, you may leave first.
Lu Haoming hurried downstairs and walked a considerable distance before hailing a taxi home. His mother-in-law had already put Chow Chow to bed early, and upon hearing a noise, she inquired from the other side of the door, is that you, Haoming?
Yes, Mom, where S11? She is on the night shift.
Oh. Feeling sticky, Lu Haoming took a shower and settled in the living room, reflecting on the earlier encounter, feeling both a sense of accomplishment and a pang of guilt towards He Tian. The feeling of achievement stemmed from having tested the waters once more, ultimately confirming that He Tian was someone he could fully trust. Particularly, her remark about him resembling her cousin had lifted a weight off his shoulders. He believed her assertion about their past life connection to be entirely genuine, this was his source of fulfillment, yet, he also felt a twinge of guilt for having worried that He Tian might persuade her husband to pursue a pure water business after receiving 40,000 yuan. Such concerns were unnecessary, as it was evident from her words that she did not wish for her husband to be privy to these matters. Therefore, he could afford to give her a bit more. Despite the guilt, it was inevitable that a woman possessing excess funds would raise her husband's suspicions. For now, he would distribute some profits to her, but it could not be excessive. Such was the nature of the world. When the boundaries between men and women are crossed, even innocent relationships can become suspect. Having returned, and with Wan working the night shift, he felt compelled to pick her up. He dialed her number, informing her that he had returned in Lao Lu's vehicle that afternoon. As the following day was the eve of the Minor New Year, after hanging up, he received a call from Director Lu of the police station. Director Lu, I've procured 2 sheep to send over to you.
How did you know I was home?
Which car did you— What is that between us? I saw the lights on in your living room from downstairs. He welcomed Director Lu into the living room, brewed some tea, and offered cigarettes. Director Lu cautioned, it's best to stay home these days. Avoid the bathhouses. This was a veiled warning. Lu Haoming laughed, my friend, I am quite the homebody. Director Lu then shared that the establishment where Ma Xiaosong had been engaged in illicit activities had resurfaced after a brief hiatus, and a significant incident had occurred the previous day. A patron had died on the premises, igniting a furious response from the secretary, who ordered an investigation lasting 6 days, extending through to New Year's Eve, as the deceased was a government official. Lu Haoming inquired about the identity of the individual. Director Lu replied, you wouldn't know him, he is from a neighboring county, a man with no prospects for promotion, living a hedonistic lifestyle, frequently driving to the city for leisure.
Lu Haoming pondered that old Tang was indeed wise.
Immersing oneself in scholarly pursuits was the safest route. After half an hour of conversation, Director Lu took his leave. Lu Haoming decided to give one of the sheep to old Tang and called him. Old Tang remarked, I was just about to reach out to you for a chat.
Lu Haoming replied, I'll come over now. What insights from the I Ching might old Tang wish to share?
Lu Haoming thought to himself that this time, he would be patient. Wan would not finish work until 12:30, so listening to old Tang would be a perfect way to pass the time. Little did he know that this conversation would bring him unexpected joy. Chapter 107. A single character sheep brings new perspectives. Lu Haoming secured the sheep to the rear of his motorcycle and rode towards old Tang's residence. Upon arriving downstairs, he removed the bag and carried it upstairs. The burden was rather heavy. Anshin opened the door, and upon seeing Lu Haoming with a large bag, she remained silent as he quickly stepped inside.
It was only after Anshin closed the door that she inquired, what are you carrying?
A sheep, all cleaned up. A friend of mine raises sheep and gifted me 2.
Oh my, will you spare one for me?
At that moment, old Tang emerged from the bathroom, cast a glance at Lu Haoming, and remarked to Anshin, 1 is enough.
Haoming is not a stranger.
Anshin replied, indeed, he is not a stranger, he is as close as family. Old Tang shot a sidelong glance at Lu Haoming, and the two retreated to the study. After a while, Anshin brewed tea and brought out some sweets, taking Lu Haoming's hand and gently patting the back of it as she said, look, this hand is so fair and robust. It has the makings of a leader. Lu Haoming smiled contentedly once Anshin departed. Old Tang said, Haoming, let us play a game.
A game? Old Tang nodded, I recently learned about character analysis from Master Huiji. Character analysis?
Yes, you write a character, and I'll analyze it for you.
It is similar yet different from graphology. I've never heard that Master Huiji practiced character analysis. He rarely discusses it, but since I am somewhat of a cultured person, he chose to explore it with me. I find it quite intriguing. With nothing else to occupy his time, Lu Haoming inquired, do I need to write? Old Tang shook his head, skeptical of the practice. Lu Haoming suggested, let us analyze the character sheet. Old Tang chuckled, it's just a game, so I'll share whatever I've learned. The character for sheep resembles the symbol for the renminbi. You mentioned that the sheep was a gift, which signifies that your financial gains this year surpass those of previous years, as the character for sheep has an additional horizontal stroke compared to the currency symbol. Lu Haoming laughed, my salary has been steadily increasing each year, so it's bound to be a few more yuan than last year. Old Tang, not convinced, replied earnestly, Haoming, you can be honest with me. Aside from your salary, do you have any other sources of income? Lu Haoming chuckled. Old Tang continued, the first point you mentioned is accurate. What about other aspects? Old Tang smiled, the other aspects are quite obvious. Stating them would render them mundane. You will undoubtedly be promoted next year. Is that related to the character sheep? Of course, adding the character for big to sheep forms the character for beauty, indicating auspicious events and a promising future. Furthermore, it aligns with the timing. If I recall correctly, your birthday falls in the 8th month of the lunar calendar, under the bright full moon. Is it the 14th or 16th? The 16th. Precisely. You will be eligible for promotion in winter. After the 16th of August, you will have completed another year, thus adding the character for big. Prior to the 16th, you won't be promoted as you lack the big. Lu Haoming burst into laughter, exclaiming, Director, with another year of study, I could charge fees from home, and many would come seeking my wisdom. Old Tang replied, I've dabbled in feng shui for a few days and found it rather esoteric, but when Master Huiji spoke about characters and then character analysis, my interest was piqued. Lu Haoming remarked, having spent a lifetime with words, you have a profound connection and understanding that surpasses others. Your enthusiasm for learning will undoubtedly lead to quicker progress. This is indeed an area worth exploring. Old He from the Social Sciences Association understands feng shui well. He has a solid following in that field. If you both pursue your own paths, there will be no conflict. Old Tang responded, do you think I genuinely wish to profit from this? It's merely a hobby, a topic for conversation among friends. Every hobby begins this way. Initially, there is no intent to earn money, but eventually, it finds its way to you. Old Tang smiled, you've made considerable progress, you certainly know how to lighten the mood. After conversing for a while, Old Tang broached the subject of Lu Haoming's promotion, asking, this year marks the completion of your 3-year term. What are your plans? Lu Haoming replied, I wish to seek out Secretary Wang, preferably avoiding a return to the Education Bureau. And the reason? The current leadership is less than ideal, with both Director Xia and you present, changes are imminent in a couple of years. Guoping is certainly poised to take the helm. Working under her would be more challenging than under Tao Jichuan. Tao Jichuan at least pretends to respect people. Guoping, in front of her superiors, exhibits a facade of gentleness, yet before her subordinates, she becomes quite overbearing. Old Tang stated, initially, joining the Education Bureau would have been the best option. It encompasses a vast array of responsibilities and is regarded as a powerful department among city agencies. However, your assessment of Guoping is accurate, she is indeed difficult to work with. Given your temperament, you would likely end up in a conflict that leaves both parties worse off. I do have a suggestion, consider the Poverty Alleviation Office. This department is quite commendable, managing millions in funds annually for charitable initiatives. Spend a few years there, then return to the Education Bureau as a director. That would be the most fitting choice. Moreover, Director Su holds you in high regard. Have you heard Director Su mention me? Old Tang lowered his voice, your Aunt Shin is his cousin. He has spoken with her about you, suggesting that the rumors regarding Lu Haoming being difficult to work with are unjust. He believes you are someone who is both willing and capable of getting things done. Lu Haoming was taken aback by Director Su's high opinion of him. Old Tang remarked, when someone speaks well of you behind your back, it indicates they truly think highly of you. If he held a negative impression, he would not express it even to his cousin. Lu Haoming gazed gratefully at Old Tang. Coming here, he had not anticipated that Old Tang would provide him with such valuable insight. Old Tang continued, this is an opportunity, reach out to Director Su and discuss your thoughts with him. Subsequently, have a conversation with Secretary Wang, and things will fall into place. Lu Haoming replied, thank you for your guidance, Director, I will follow your advice. After conversing for a while longer, Lu Haoming noticed the time was past 10 o'clock and said, I won't disturb your rest any longer. I shall come to pay my New Year's greetings during the Spring Festival. Upon departing from Old Tang's residence, he had 2 hours before he planned to return to his office to read. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, he noticed that Guoping's office was brightly lit. He refrained from going up and instead made his way to the nearby tea house. The waiter recognized him and asked, Director Lu, are you alone? As he was about to respond, a door from one of the private rooms swung open, revealing a head that quickly retreated. Wasn't he that Principal Chen from the 3rd middle school? Lu Haoming hurried upstairs, stating, I have an appointment with a friend and I'm unsure when they will arrive, please prepare a private room on the 2nd floor for me. The waiter led him upstairs, and he selected a room facing north, then requested, bring me a pot of green tea, and I will ring the bell if I need anything. The waiter delivered a pot of tea and exited, closing the door behind him. Lu Haoming slightly pulled back the curtain, allowing him to glimpse Guoping's office. After a while, a figure exited her office and departed. Guoping escorted her guest to the corridor before re-entering, and shortly after, another individual ascended the stairs.
Lu Haoming uncovered a secret: these individuals were from subordinate secondary units, coming to offer gifts. As the year drew to a close, they all sat in the tea house, dialing Guoping's number to request an audience for work reports. Once Guoping responded affirmatively, they would make their way upstairs. This method was clever. Reporting on work was indeed meant for the office. While all the report materials consisted of red envelopes, Guoping certainly knew how to cultivate relationships, and it appeared she had garnered quite the following. No wonder old Tang suggested he consider the poverty alleviation office. He dared not leave, fearing an encounter with those delivering red envelopes downstairs. It was only when the lights in Guoping's office finally extinguished that he exhaled in relief. After sitting for another 10 minutes, he signed the bill and rode off to pick up Wenwan. Chapter 108. Unexpectedly, upon revealing his plans, everyone wept. Upon returning home, Wenwan sniffed the air and inquired, "Why does it smell like mutton?" Lu Haoming, with a look of delight, replied, "Today's gains are quite considerable. I'll tell you about it shortly." After freshening up, the two settled under the covers at the head of the bed. Wenwan asked, "What gains are we discussing?" Lu Haoming recounted how Director Lu had gifted him 2 sheep, one of which he had given to old Tang. Wenwan remarked, "It's only right to give it to Director Tang. You should visit him every year. Once he retires, you should visit him even more." Lu Haoming then fetched his briefcase, retrieving an envelope, and said, "This is your salary plus bonuses and various allowances, totaling over 12,000 yuan. Please take it." Wenwan accepted it and placed it in the drawer of the bedside cabinet. Lu Haoming continued, "From Renzi Yuan, I earned a total of 90,000. You returned 60,000 of the IOUs to me, which I tore up right in front of you." He then proceeded to tear the IOU and added, "There's also 30,000 in cash. I'll keep 10,000 and give you 20,000. Wenwan, wide-eyed and in disbelief, questioned, "You divided 60,000 for 90,000? Startled, Lu Haoming realized that this included the 30,000 from He Tian. It is often said that the fewer words one uses in a lie, the better, but the more one says, the more likely one is to reveal inconsistencies. At this point, he steeled himself and simply replied, "Yes." When one insisted, "That's impossible. He intentionally allocated more money to you." Lu Haoming had considered this too, but he still owed a significant amount. Therefore, when Rin Ziyuan was calculating the figures, he chose not to argue. Even if he did give more, it was warranted. "I assisted him as a quasi-factory manager in advertising planning and resolving labor disputes." When one nodded and said, "He is helping you, in return, you must help him as well. I don't want this 20,000. After all, you still owe your friend 30,000, right? It would be wise to repay it soon." Lu Haoming agreed, "All right, repaying it soon will lighten my burden." When one declared, "I'm too exhausted. I need to sleep." She nestled into the covers and drifted off. However, Lu Haoming found sleep elusive. He had only given He Tian 10,000 and contemplated whether he had been unfair to her. When one made a valid point, Rin Ziyuan had indeed allocated some extra funds to him. While profit was guaranteed, the net gain was not as substantial. This realization dissipated his feelings of guilt towards He Tian. The second matter revolved around old Tang's assessment of the character sheep. When the character Big was added, it transformed into Beautiful. A prosperous career and a promising future. This thought sparked inspiration within him. To advance the poverty alleviation efforts, one must magnify the work involved. Ideally, the annual on-site poverty alleviation conference should be held in the village. Furthermore, if he could elevate Lin Guihai as a model, he could similarly highlight his own contributions through Tang Shang. Once the conference was convened and reported by the media, he could create a significant impact. At that point, Secretary Wang would be better positioned to advocate on his behalf. With such a successful poverty alleviation initiative, assisting a village would lead to larger-scale improvements in the city's efforts. What reason could anyone have to oppose that? The more Lu Haoming pondered, the more invigorated he became. He began to devise plans for the village. In the first year, they had repaired roads and developed tourism. In the second year, they established 2 factories. What should the third year entail? It needed to bring something novel. However, given that Shouhu village spanned only a few miles, what more could be done? The road surface had already been hardened, with Secretary Shou having committed to finishing the remaining half, ensuring a complete cement road by the following year. The practical tasks were nearly complete. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Having completed the tangible tasks, it was time to introduce a blend of the tangible and the intangible. The village still had several old buildings, remnants of the original forestry office. By renovating these structures, they could transform them into vibrant new spaces, allocating some for offices and others for a library. They could solicit donations of books and sports equipment from various schools. As material living conditions improved, a pursuit of spiritual enrichment could also take place. With this thought, he felt a surge of excitement. When men become excited, they often seek to express that energy, which is a common reason for many successful individuals to falter. Without considering Wenwan's exhaustion, Lu Haoming abruptly tugged at her underwear. Wenwan stirred awake, blinking in confusion. "What are you doing?" Lu Haoming instructed, "Keep it down." And then, he proceeded to consummate their intimacy. Wenwan, devoid of any enthusiasm, was too tired to resist. Afterward, Lu Haoming rose, donning a plush pajama set, and wandered into the living room, smoking one cigarette after another. He was eager for the following day to commence his countryside journey. After several cigarettes, he decided to return to bed, thinking he would expand his ambitions after the new year. Yet, lying in bed, sleep continued to elude him. For the first time in his life, he understood the sensation of insomnia. Around 5 in the morning, with the roosters crowing, he decided to rise. After washing up, he dashed downstairs, ran a lap around Hahua Road, and then proceeded to Hahua Park, where he sat watching the elderly engage in dance and sword practice.
Ah, he thought, they should also organize a dance troupe, establish a Tai Chi association, and hire an instructor to teach them dance, Tai Chi, and swordplay. Liu Haoming slapped his thigh, declaring it a splendid idea. He was eager to head to the village that very day. Unfortunately, today was the eve of the Little New Year. Regardless, this spring festival proved to be exceptionally joyful and fulfilling for Lu Haoming. In addition to the customary rituals of previous years, he also made extensive visits to various individuals, including Director Su, the principals of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd high schools, and Director Qin of the Municipal Mass Art Institute. He even visited Secretary Wang's family in Xinzhou to extend his New Year greetings. On the 8th day of the New Year, he hurriedly made his way to the village, first visiting Old Song and teacher Lin Guihai with Secretary Li and Jia Jun to offer New Year wishes. After enjoying a midday meal, he discussed his vision with Secretary Li and Jia Jun, who applauded his ideas enthusiastically. In the evening, a meeting was convened with the village committee and the leaders of the party, with special invitations extended to Old Song and teacher Lin Guihai. Lu Haoming delivered a passionate speech, stating, Xiaowu village is not only alleviating poverty but is also gradually embarking on the path toward prosperity. We must not only enrich ourselves materially but also transform our spiritual outlook. Therefore, we will renovate the forestry office into a village center. I will strive to secure some funding from the poverty alleviation office, and Director Rin S2 Enterprises will contribute as well. In addition to renovating the village center, we aim to establish a library. I will beg for thousands of books. We also intend to form a dance troupe, a sword team, and a Tai Chi group. I will seek out instructors. In essence, we will work during the day and dance at night, engage in productive tasks on sunny days, and read on rainy days. Our village has not produced a single PhD in decades, and there are very few college graduates. Parents must set an example by reading, dancing, and practicing Tai Chi, creating a positive atmosphere so that Xiaowu village can have hope and surpass generations to come. Upon concluding his speech, a wave of applause erupted. Old Song stood up and proclaimed, Director Lu's poverty alleviation efforts are genuine. Why are they genuine? Because he instills ambition. A place remains impoverished for a reason. When a road is built, some obstruct it. When a water plant is established, some steal water. If a chicken dies, they demand compensation for the egg it would have laid. This denotes a lack of ambition and aspiration. And now, with the roads cleared, small tourism is developing, and the water and chopstick factories are operational, we can hear the roar of machinery. If we do not foster ambition, everyone will still cling to that smallholder mindset. Even if Director Lu lends a helping hand, once he departs, everything will collapse. Thus, at my age of over 70, I still wish to bow to Director Lu today. The hall resonated with warm, heartfelt applause. Lu Haoming hurriedly approached Old Song, insisting, Please, there is no need for that. The meeting then transitioned into a fervent discussion, with the women's director suggesting, we should establish a night school and invite Director Lu to teach. Someone else chimed in, Old Song, even teacher Lin could teach. If the mindset does not change, Xiaowu village will indeed resemble what Old Song described. Once Director Lu departs, it will revert to its former state. Lin Guihai added, I have been thinking that someone like Director Lu should be reported more to higher authorities. If he were a township head, he would benefit the entire township. If he were a county head, he would benefit the whole county. In my decades in this village, I have never encountered such a good person. With tears streaming down his face, he concluded. This time, there was no applause. Many in attendance were moved to tears. After a moment of silence, Secretary Li remarked, Once the Lantern Festival is over, we will commence work. Everyone is encouraged to participate without pay. Wu Mingzi declared, I'll be the first to sign up. Erwa added, I'll join Mingzi. A lively discussion ensued, with even the secretary's wife coming out to say, I'll brew tea for you all. If Lu Haoming had harbored any selfish motives on that sleepless night before the Little New Year, he was now completely swept up by the atmosphere in the room. Perhaps the title of an official no longer mattered as much. What truly counted was the respect he felt and the shared spirit of collaboration. Lu Haoming stood up, raising his arms and declaring, Let us plan diligently over the next few days. On the 16th day of the new year, we will commence our work. Chapter 109. An unexpected phone call. As Lu Haoming traversed the rainy night, others were preoccupied with bridge repairs, road maintenance, and the renovation of water and sanitation facilities. Meanwhile, Xiaowu village had embraced tourism, established a chopstick factory, and initiated a water plant. A month later, the village committee underwent renovations, featuring a conference room, a party member education room, and 3 libraries. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd libraries were stocked with books sent by the Distance Education University, while the city library generously donated a collection of old bookshelves. In front of the village committee, a new array of physical exercise equipment was installed in the square. The city's cultural center arranged for several instructors to periodically come to the village to teach square dancing, fan dance, tai chi, sword dance, and more. The village square buzzed with excitement. In the evenings, the village committee was brightly lit, with visitors frequenting the library, and classes being held regularly in the conference room. Subjects ranged from cultural courses and etiquette lessons to folk singing and mushroom cultivation classes, as well as bamboo craft workshops. This attracted villagers from neighboring areas, who rode in groups on motorcycles to partake in the classes. This development captured the attention of the Municipal Poverty Alleviation Office. In early July, Director Su led a delegation of leaders from the office to visit. They toured the library, witnessed performances of sword dance, tai chi, and fan songs by the Xiaowu Village Literary Association, and attended a bamboo craft workshop. The leaders of the Poverty Alleviation Office were utterly astonished and promptly convened a discussion in the village committee's conference room. The meeting was relatively informal, primarily featuring Director Su posing questions, with Lu Haoming and the village committees providing answers. Director Su inquired, How did you initially plan this? Lu Haoming replied, I shall refrain from elaborating. Let the comrades from the village speak candidly. Jia Jun commented, the dance, tai chi, and fan dance, as well as the library, were all part of the plan, the rest developed gradually. Secretary Li added, initially, we only offered cultural courses to liberate thoughts and broaden villagers' horizons. We were propelled forward by the community's enthusiasm. Intrigued, Director Su asked, how did the community propel you forward? Secretary Li explained, some wished to cultivate mushrooms, so we invited agricultural technicians to teach. Others wanted to grow gift melons, and we brought in experts for that as well. Some expressed that with visitors frequently coming, aside from fish and bamboo shoots, there was little else to offer, so we invited a master from Jiangxi to instruct on bamboo crafts. Director Su remarked, currently, we have 30 cadres remaining to continue our efforts. Some are still repairing bridges and roads, others are enhancing water and sanitation systems, while some are establishing small enterprises under the leadership of Director Lu and the village committees. Xiaohu village has surpassed other poverty alleviation villages, ascending from material civilization to a realm of spiritual civilization. Transitioning from a government-dependent blood transfusion poverty alleviation model to a self-sustaining blood production and wealth creation path, your village stands as a beacon among all poverty alleviation villages. Therefore, you must prepare yourselves. The citywide poverty alleviation work conference will be held in your village this November. Following Director Su's remarks, the room erupted in applause. After the meeting, they enjoyed lunch at Secretary Li's home. Having engaged in numerous activities, discussions, and presentations, the meeting concluded around 1 in the afternoon. Lu Haoming, seeking Director Su's opinion, opted out of drinking alcohol and proceeded directly to the meal. Perhaps due to the late hour, everyone devoured the food voraciously, praising Secretary Li's wife's culinary skills. A Director Su suggested, no wonder Director Lu frequently lingers in the village, it seems there is a reason behind it. After bidding farewell to Director Su and his entourage, Lu Haoming convened a meeting with the village committees. The atmosphere was charged with excitement, as everyone expressed that hosting a site meeting in Xiaohu village was an unprecedented event in decades. They resolved to present their best efforts to the leaders at all levels. Lu Haoming declared, I urge everyone to enclose their vegetable gardens with uniform bamboo fences. Unity creates a scenic vista. Those who can should plant flowers, and we shall conduct training sessions on flower cultivation and gardening. Civility must be ingrained deeply within us. Cleanliness, vibrant blossoms, how beautiful that would be. Secretary Li remarked, in a few days, we will hold a meeting for the group leaders, ensuring that at least the village cadres, party members, and group leaders' families cultivate flowers and gardens. Lu Haoming delegated the tasks and returned home for a few days. After a short interval, he returned to check on the progress. To his delight, the situation surpassed his expectations. Every household was erecting bamboo fences around their vegetable plots, while some families even transported cement to solidify their yards and pathways. The village was gradually transforming into a more beautiful place. He recalled that over 2 years ago, Shi Wei had transferred his relative to the office as deputy director, asking him to assist with poverty alleviation, which had initially stirred some thoughts in his mind. Now, however, he found himself reluctant to leave Xiaohu village, as he had played a pivotal role in its development. Director Su had stated that Xiaohu village ranked first among all poverty alleviation villages. He was confident that when the site meeting convened in November, it would leave Director Su astonished. Everything was falling into place, and Lu Haoming no longer felt the need to introduce any new initiatives. The village was steadily becoming cleaner and more beautiful. By December, as the poverty alleviation work concluded, he would solidly attain the position of deputy division level official. Consequently, he severed all unnecessary social ties, spending his time either at home or in the village. Aside from that, Old Tang took him to visit Director Su's home twice. The first visit was a courtesy call, while the second was more direct, as Old Tang expressed specific requests. Director Su readily agreed, stating, I am in need of a capable assistant. Poverty alleviation work requires someone like Haoming, who is unafraid to confront challenges and is full of ideas. The second statement was straightforward, but the first left Lu Haoming somewhat puzzled. Director Su clarified, some units approach poverty alleviation with a perfunctory attitude, and even prompting them proves futile. With your presence, the situation will undoubtedly improve. Upon hearing this, Lu Haoming felt a resonance with Director Su, as they both were individuals eager to accomplish tasks. Since Director Su was willing to advocate for him, all he needed was to discuss it with Secretary Wang. During the National Day holiday, Lu Haoming invited Rin Ziyuan to accompany him to Shangzhou. Rin Ziyuan continued to serve as both driver and logistics minister. Lu Haoming visited Secretary Wang alone, skipping formalities to present the situation in the village and his interactions with Director Su, while expressing his desire to work in the poverty alleviation office. Secretary Wang responded, understood. Such a statement from a leader was the closest affirmation he could receive. Lu Haoming felt a surge of relief, and after spending 2 days enjoying the sights in Shangzhou with Rin Ziyuan, they returned to Wuha. The life was mundane, the flame of hope flickered ahead. Lu Haoming awaited the forthcoming site meeting, the arrival of journalist Tang in Xiaohu, and the prospect of reporting to the Poverty Alleviation Office in the near future. However, on a stormy night in mid-October, an unexpected phone call disrupted his life. That evening, rain poured down, accompanied by lightning and thunder. His phone rang, displaying Rin Ziyuan's name. The storm interfered with the signal, and Lu Haoming climbed to the 3rd floor of Secretary Li's home, where the voice on the other end was intermittent. He could only catch fragmented phrases, which collectively suggested that a significant personnel upheaval had occurred in Wuha. He could not discern who had been promoted to which bureau. His primary concern was whether Director Su had been affected. He wondered if this personnel adjustment would have any implications for the promotion of poverty alleviation cadres. Lu Haoming shouted, I can't hear you clearly, the connection is breaking up. I will come over immediately. He called on Lao Lu to drive, braving the torrential rain, racing towards Wuha. Chapter 110. A visit to Guoping. The car drove straight to the entrance of the South Country Hotel, where Lao Lu parked. Lu Haoming expressed his gratitude, and a security guard promptly opened the door for him. As he stepped out, Lao Lu sped away with a swift motion. Lu Haoming hurried towards the elevator, ascended to the floor, and rang the doorbell. Ring Yuanji, ever the well-informed individual, had already ascertained the list of personnel changes that was to be discussed at the standing committee meeting, which concluded at 9 o'clock. Upon entering, he handed Lu Haoming a prepared list. Lu Haoming glanced at it. His primary concern, Director Su of the Poverty Alleviation Office, remained unchanged. However, significant shifts had occurred within his own bureau. Xiao Wei had been appointed as the director of the Municipal Civil Affairs Bureau, while Guoping had assumed the role of the Education Bureau's director. Lu Haoming chuckled wryly and returned the list to Ren Yuanji. Ren Yuanji rose to brew tea and presented a cup to Lu Haoming, inquiring, "What do you think?" "The changes are indeed substantial." "I meant the changes in the Education Bureau. What is your impression?" "I had considered this possibility but did not anticipate Xiao Wei's departure would come so swiftly. I thought he would remain for a few more years. Moreover, transitioning to the Civil Affairs Bureau does not seem to be a promotion." Ren Yuanji remarked, "Brother, this is a reshuffle, a compromise among three factions. First, there is Secretary Chao, who is rumored to be leaving soon. Before his departure, he intends to promote a substantial number of individuals. Second, Mayor Tan, along with Secretary Wang, is seizing this opportunity to replace a group of people with their own. If Secretary Chao departs, who will take his place? The identity remains unclear, but it is said that someone from outside will be brought in. Who would take over as secretary seemed distant to Lu Haoming. Even if he were to find out, it would be of little consequence. As long as Director Su remained unchanged and Secretary Wang was still in position, that was sufficient. Naturally, he felt some disappointment regarding the organizational decision to appoint Guoping as the Education Bureau director. Ren Yuanji inquired, "What is your relationship with Guoping? You will soon be working under her." Upon hearing this, Lu Haoming felt that Ren Yuanji remained an outsider regarding his own future, unaware of the details. He replied with a smile, "Neither particularly good nor bad. We had a casual acquaintance, and I have been engaged in poverty alleviation work outside for the past few years. Xiao Wei was pushed out by her, and she currently enjoys a very favorable relationship with Mayor Tan. You and Xiao Wei are on the same side, so be cautious of her." Lu Haoming chuckled lightly and said, "I shall focus on my responsibilities and adhere to the rules and laws." Ren Yuanji shook his head. "That sounds rather naive." "Did Xiao Wei not break the rules and laws? This woman, I frequently encounter her at the homes of leaders. Her networking capabilities are extraordinary." Lu Haoming merely smiled in response, "Thank you for the reminder." After chatting for a while, with the rain pouring heavily outside, Ren Yuanji glanced at the time and suggested, "Let me give you a ride home." Upon returning home, he found Wenwan already asleep. After washing up, he pushed open the bedroom door and, after removing his clothes, felt a sense of unease. What if he fell asleep in the middle of the night and Wenwan awoke to find someone else beside her? Would she be frightened? He coughed a few times to rouse her. Wenwan stirred awake, raising her head to ask, "When did you return?" "I set off from the village around 9. Wenwan sat up abruptly, turned on the bedside lamp, and scrutinized Lu Haoming. "What happened?" Lu Haoming climbed into bed beside her and recounted the events. Wenwan advised, "With only a month left, you should make an effort to run more errands for Secretary Wang. In case of any changes, should you be reassigned back to the Education Bureau, I have heard that Guoping is formidable, and I fear your temperament may clash with hers." Lu Haoming admitted, "I share some concerns as well." Wenwan continued, "Today is Wednesday. You should refrain from going down this week and focus on meeting Secretary Wang." Lu Haoming pondered that it was indeed wise to seek him out. It was not fear of Guoping that prompted him, but rather the notion that working alone while constantly needing to guard against others would render the work devoid of meaning. In the village, where they repaired roads, established enterprises, developed tourism, and conducted training, the village committee worked in harmony, bringing joy and a sense of accomplishment to everyone involved. Reflecting on this, he stated, "It's not just about this week. I won't venture down until I've located him." Wenwan affirmed, "That's the right attitude, and now, let's get some rest." The next day, Lu Haoming reached out to Secretary Wang, only to learn that he had gone to Chung County for inspections. In the evening, he contacted Secretary Wang again, who said, "Haoming, feel free to discuss anything over the phone." Lu Haoming reiterated his intention to join the Poverty Alleviation Office. Secretary Wang responded, "Just focus on your work. There are less than 2 months left. Ensure that you report your progress to the new Director Gua. The Bureau's opinions will be crucial during the evaluations." Listening to this, Lu Haoming felt it inappropriate to say much more. After hanging up, he reflected that as he was still technically part of the Education Bureau, he should express his stance now that a new director had taken over. It was only fitting to call and extend his congratulations. That evening, he dialed Guoping's number. "Director Gua, I am in the village and have limited access to information. I heard the news of your appointment with great joy and wanted to call to congratulate you. I will return shortly to report on my work." On the other end, she replied, "Thank you, Haoming, you have done well in your work. Please come by in the afternoon. I need to visit the first and second high schools in the morning." It was customary for a newly appointed director to tour subordinate units. Xiao Wei had followed this same protocol. Lu Haoming responded, "Understood, I will arrive at your office by 2:30. By early afternoon, Lu Haoming arrived at the Education Bureau, opened the resource room, and took a seat in his office. After sitting for over 10 minutes, he rose and made his way to the director's office. After knocking twice, Guoping opened the door, her face radiant with warmth, and said, right on time. She ushered Lu Haoming into her inner office, personally preparing a cup of tea for him, and remarked, "Thank you for your hard work in the countryside." Lu Haoming accepted the tea and said with a smile, "It's not arduous. You have it much tougher, managing such a vast undertaking. If you include visits to the lower counties and cities, it could take 10 days. I had originally planned for you to accompany me, as the office director, but given your busy schedule at the year's end, we can talk for 10 minutes. I still need to go to the 3rd high school and the adult education center. Then allow me to succinctly outline a few points. First, the new developments in the village, and second, the Poverty Alleviation Office's decision to hold a site meeting in our village." Guoping nodded attentively. Lu Haoming summarized the renovations to the village office, the establishment of night classes, the construction of a library, the various cultural activities launched, and the confirmation of the site meeting by the Poverty Alleviation Office, all of which he had previously reported to Xiaowei. Guoping took a sip from her specialized black-tempered glass cup and said, "Your achievements reflect the accomplishments of the Education Bureau, and the Bureau takes them very seriously." Director Xia had made arrangements a month ago to ensure the site meeting is a success. "Do you have any requests?" Had Xiaowei still been in charge, Lu Haoming would undoubtedly have asked for an additional 50 to 100,000 yuan, essentially leaving the village with a generous gift upon his departure. However, it seemed inappropriate to bring this up now. If Guoping mentioned budget constraints, it would be akin to hitting a soft nail. Thus, he replied, "I have no specific requests. I will invite you and the Bureau leaders when the time comes." "Haoming, I have always said that your accomplishments are the Bureau's accomplishments. Your work is inherently part of the Bureau's work. Why would we need an invitation from you?" Lu Haoming quickly agreed. "You are absolutely right, Director. When will the meeting take place? We should issue a notice citywide. I will need Zhang Jianwei, Xiao Chun, and all the female colleagues from the Bureau to arrive at the village a day in advance." Jianwei is quite knowledgeable about meeting arrangements, and Xiao Chun can assist with various tasks. The female colleagues from the Bureau will certainly be more adept at etiquette than the village women. They at least know the city leaders and can ensure the proper order of service. "Don T, you think?" Lu Haoming was taken aback. He had not considered these trivial matters, and thus replied, "You are indeed thoughtful, Director. Here is the plan you will prepare diligently, and the Bureau will treat it as your logistics team. I will continue to visit a few more places." Lu Haoming stood up, saying, "You are busy. Thank you once again for your strong support, Director." As he passed by the office door, he noticed Zhang Jianwei and Xiao Chun preparing to leave. He waved and continued on. Upon reaching the ground floor, he mounted his motorcycle, only to see Zhang Jianwei and Xiao Chun rushing downstairs to stand by the car, like wooden figures, without sparing a glance in Lu Haoming's direction. In an instant, Lu Haoming understood. They were waiting for Guoping to get into her vehicle. He revved his motorcycle and sped away from the Bureau. It appeared that Guoping's approach to her new role was far removed from Xiaowei's demeanor.